Chapter 201 201 Thousands of people sway. Who are these two gentlemen and why did they come to cause trouble in our Fangtian auction house? Jin Kun took a deep breath and asked with a solemn expression. He could feel the looming and huge power in the auras of the two people in front of him. These two are at least high-level fighting masters. He is not his opponent at the moment. Although there are many such fighting masters in Fangtian City's powerful forces, it is better not to take action if you can. There are too many people. I don't want to queue. I just want to witness the grand scene inside the Fangtian auction house as soon as possible. Why don't you welcome us? Long Fei spoke in a plain yet somewhat cynical tone and attitude. The voice was very calm, but it penetrated deeply into the hearts of everyone around him. Shocked and disgusted, someone started to curse. Damn it, there are so many people. You should have come earlier. Are you still doing this now? Are you not paying attention to Fangtian auction house? I think these two people are very strange. They must be people from outside Fangtian City. They don't know the power of the Almighty in Fangtian City. As long as they have a taste of the suppression of the Almighty, they will be honest. Everyone started talking, and this kind of thing happened a lot in the past. They were all self-righteous. In the end, the big forces in Fangtian City sent a powerful being to suppress it directly. After that, they didn't dare to say any arrogant nonsense. When I came out, I didn't dare to take a breath. Everyone looked at Long Fei and they all showed a look of pride. Fangtian auction house is the target of the Scarlet Sky sect and other big head. If this kid dares to come here to be proud, he should wait to die. Your Excellency, you are so kind. Don't you know that our Fangtian auction house is the target of many powerful forces in Fangtian City? If you are like this, aren't you afraid of their sanction? Just when Jin Kun was about to speak, a charming and cool female voice came from Fangtian auction house. Everyone was stunned and Jin Kun was also stunned. They all looked back at the place where the sound came from and were shocked to find that the person speaking was the woman who had ordered him to come here. Miss Jin Kun stepped aside and said hello. Since it's Miss Su and me, the surrounding melon eaters exclaimed, and at the same time their eyes exuded strong admiration and love. Su and me is a member of the Xian family in Fangtian City, but they are relatively low-key, but the overall strength of the family is not weaker than the other three major families in Fangtian City. If they hadn't kept a low profile and most of them were kind-hearted and mutually beneficial, the Xian family might have replaced the three major families and become the only strongest family in Fangtian City. And my Xian family is not a vegetarian. She stopped 10 meters in front of Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. As soon as the word came out of her mouth, the aura of a strong woman was immediately revealed. The two of us are new here. We really didn't know that you have so many things to pay attention to here. It's really wrong of us to be so rash, Long Fei said. This scene made Yao Tianhuo on the side stunned, looking at Long Fei in disbelief. The gang leader actually gave in? Is this still the gang leader I know? Etc. No, there must be a big problem here. Could it be? Hehe. The gang leader deserves to be the gang leader. Not only Yao Tianhuo but also Su and me was stunned. So easy to talk to. When everyone was stunned, Long Fei raised his hand to take down the cigar in his mouth, blew out a puff of smoke and said with a strange smile on his lips, but even if we offend you, so what? I really want to experience how powerful you are talking about. Yao, Long Fei said calmly. Yao Tianhuo took action decisively, and at the same time everyone became nervous the moment they heard Long Fei's words. Su and me suddenly felt something bad. Miss, be careful. The thief can't even think of hurting my lady. Jin Kun's expression changed drastically. He rushed decisively in front of Su and me and met Yao Tianhuo's palm with one palm. Bang! A terrifying impact came out and Do Chi energy protection appeared on Su and me's body. The low-level people around her were ruthlessly blasted away, and some people who were really unsatisfactory turned into a blood dance on the spot. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Su and me and other people at Fangtian auction house changed drastically. Su and me shouted coldly and gloomily at Long Fei, I don't care who you are. If you dare to come to Fangtian City to kill people so blatantly, you too will definitely be killed today. We'll fall here. After saying that, Su and me took out a token, crushed it and summoned the big shots to come for support. Don't talk nonsense with them, just take them. Long Fei ignored Su and me's threat. To him these were trivial matters. Yes. Yao Tianhuo takes action again. Go through me first. Jin Kun shouted angrily, activated his fighting skills, released the powerful power of Zun and shot out the huge long shuttle in his hand. The terrifying power gathered boldly, linked Yen impact. As he roared with rage, he went straight towards Yao Tianhuo and killed him. Yao Tianhuo was disdainful and said coldly, a mere 3-star peak Do Zun dares to take action against me. He is looking for death. Yes, Jin Kun is a 3-star peak fighter, but it's not enough in front of Yao Tianhuo. Do you think you are the protagonist, or is it someone who is favored by the author? Still want to challenge to a higher level? You want to eat shit? Yao Tianhuo stood still, a ray of light flashing out from his body. The Wuji bodybuilding technique. It's just the right time for your attack to temper my body. body. There is no doubt that Jin Kun has become a tool man. Seeing Yao Tianhuo behaving like this, Jin Kun knew that he was completely looked down upon, and his anger was ignited to the extreme again, with anger burning in his eyes. The power in his body once again reached a terrifying peak. The power of fighting skills is even more surging. Bang, boom. The intense sound of sonic booms that penetrated the space directly shattered the eardrums of those around them who dared to go through a wave of setbacks, causing their ears to spurt blood. There is no doubt that Jin Kun's attack completely hit Yao Tianhuo, but the NET scene made everyone's prescience dull. A terrifying blow from a 3-star peak fighter, but the opponent actually caught it with his body. When everyone saw this, they took a breath of air conditioning. The NET moment they recalled that their eardrums had been shattered, many people chose to leave this ominous place. Seeing that everyone who had gathered together ran away, Suanmi and others were naturally very angry and finally took their anger out on the culprit. How could this be possible? Suanmi and Jin Kun looked moved and shocked. Jin Kun couldn't believe it. This was a terrifying blow with almost all his power. 7-star Dozun. The NET second Jin Kun's prescience suddenly changed, revealing a look of fear. What? 7-star Dozun? Suanmi shrank her heads together, showing fear and surprise. You must know that even the strongest of the 2 sects and the 3 sects are only 4-star to 4-star peak beings that are infinitely close to the 5-star Dozun. This rejuvenated child turned out to be a 7-star Dozun. It seems that the people who come this time can only be dealt with by the powerful ones from the Scarlet Guy sect. In order not to increase casualties, Suanmi sighed in her heart and thought, little baby, your eyesight is not bad. You can see my cultivation, but it's too late. My power, let me show it to you. Yao Tianhuo looked proud and scornful. Young and old Chen's scent language sounded from his mouth, and the NET moment a flame wheel appeared on his body and a huge arm came out fiercely and combined with his right hand, falling toward Jin Kun very quickly. Jin Kun, leave quickly. When Suanmi saw this, her prescience changed drastically and she shouted. Although Jin Kun was unwilling to give in, the difference in strength between 1 level and 1 level plus the current terrifying attack was no longer something he could withstand. Instant retreat. Chapter 202. Someone from Chiao sect came. Something unexpected happened. Although Jin Kun chose to retreat immediately, Yao Tianhuo's speed was even faster. The NET moment the Vulcan arm came down and hit him. Bang! Ah! Jin Kun took it forcefully and was immediately in great pain. The terrifying impact force rushed into his body and his internal organs were affected. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth and then lost its force under the strong force. The crumbling person formed a falling line in the sky and hit the ground hard. A loud bang sounded and huge clouds of dust flew all over the sky. This scene was seen by everyone and deeply rooted in people's heart. A 3-star peak fighter was defeated like this. Jin Kun. Seeing this scene at FANFIC auction house, Suanmi and others gathered their head and flew towards the direction where Jin Kun fell and formed a circle of people as quickly as possible to protect him. Miss, hurry, run. He is too strong. We can't be opponent. One person held Jin Kun in his arms and fed him. Jin Kun took the IR, but the impact he received was too strong. He was constantly vomiting blood from his mouth. His face was extremely pale and he looked extremely weak, as if he was dying. Yao Tianhuo's attack was very powerful. Although it was not as domineering as Xiang Long Fei's, which directly killed people in an instant, it was already very powerful. But the opponent is still a 3-star peak fighter. Both in strength and body they have been sublimated and forged. Naturally he didn't die immediately. This Jin Kun has some foundation, otherwise Yao Tianhuo's blow would definitely kill him. You must know that among the current FANFIC auction house, Jin Kun has the highest cultivation level and the strongest strength. The rest of the people have not come. After all, no one would have thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the FANFIC auction house. Even if there is Jin Kun, one person is enough to do it, and Suanmi is just a 7-star Duzong. Even Jin Kun was defeated with such an easy move. She would die if she went up. As for the other 5 people present now, their strength is roughly around the 5-star to SI-star Duzong level. It's simply not enough in front of Dozun. Above the sky, Yao Tianhuo saw this scene and was immediately surprised and said, he is not dead. It seems that this kid has put a lot of effort into his physical body. You, Scarlet Xiao sect will never let you go. Suanmi pointed at Yao Tianhuo and said angrily. Yao Tianhuo said disdainfully, haha, we just want to buy 2 tickets. Why do we have to engage in such a life and death confrontation with the gang leader here? A small 8-star peak Dozun from Chiao sect is nothing. It's you who are unreasonable, jumped and made trouble and killed people. Suanmi retorted angrily. Since there's nothing to talk about, then I'll kill you all. Yao Tianhuo said coldly, and as he waved his hand, terrifying flames rose from his body. This huge flame is extremely hot and overbearing, as if it is going to evaporate everything into nothingness. Luo Fenshin. Waving his hand again, the huge flames fell directly towards Suanmi Mi and others. Miss, run quickly. Seeing this scene, Jin Kun screamed in pain and pushed Suan Mi away. Take the lady away quickly. Jin Kun roared at the 5 people. Want to leave? Is it too late? Yao Tianhuo said coldly. At this moment the flame was very close to Suan Mi and others. The terrifying high temperature was extremely hot and the surrounding air was evaporated. But at this critical moment someone among the many people stepped forward. They all launched attacks towards the flames, and they were of the water and ice attributes that were incompatible with the flames, and there was also an earth attribute. The 3 attacks were directed towards the flame attack, and suddenly plotted in mid-air. 3 figures came out quickly, took Suan Mi and the other 7 people away from the place and appeared on the other side. Miss Suan Mi, the 3 of us are not as powerful as Jin Kun, but we are still at the level of Dozun. Let's stop him first. A man with long hair spoke solemnly. In front of Suan Mi and others there were 3 tall men standing. Thank you very much. After this disaster our Xian family will definitely thank you 3. The 3 of them only need to be delayed for a few more minutes. I have already contacted the people from the Scarlet Guy sect. I think we will arrive here soon. By then these 2 people will die. As soon as Suan Mi's words came out, everyone around them was stunned. Someone from the Scarlet Sky sect was coming and these 2 people were going to be doomed. Is there anyone here who is willing to help me? The Xian family will definitely thank you greatly after it is done. Suan Mi's shout immediately made everyone excited. Brothers, since the Scarlet Sky sect is coming, what are we afraid of? There are so many people here including Peak Dozong, High Level Dozong and Dozun. Why are we afraid of the 2 of them? Let's go together. Kill these 2 madmen. Someone shouted, and this shout undoubtedly helped Suan Mi move forward. The corner of Suan Mi's mouth curled up. This is the intimidating power of Scarlet Xiao sect. Kill the madman. As if they had been given blood, everyone used their strength to fly up and swarmed towards Yao Tianhuo and Long Fei. A bunch of idiot. Yao Tianhuo suddenly laughed when he saw this scene as if it was a familiar scene. After snorting coldly, a terrifying power of 7-star Dozun plotted from his body instantly. Within the 5-wheel Luo formation, the 3 ultimate fighting skills of Vulcan Arm Luo Fenshin and 5-wheel Luo Disc are unleashed. Along with it came 5 fire spirit. Although they were not condensed from different fires, their power was extremely terrifying. With the blessing of the 5 fire spirits, the intensity of the 5-wheel fire living method has directly reached a level that is infinitely close to that of heaven level fighting skills. The attack didn't finish completely and it plotted directly in mid-air. The huge explosion sounded like thunder, like the sound of world-destroying thunder, deafening. The scenes in this film are extremely terrifying, making people feel terrified both physically and mentally. As soon as the explosion occurred, everyone had no ability to resist and they plotted to death in an instant, killing a large group of people. The screams of fear kept ringing. At this moment these ignorant people realized that they were too naive and underestimated the power of a 7-star Dozun. In the face of absolute strength they could not compete with a large number of people. When others use their moves they are completely unreasonable. Ignorant people like them have no ability to resist at all. Thousands of people present all fell. The blood did not fall on the ground because it was ruthlessly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. At this time there was a big mushroom cloud in the sky. The clouds that originally east in the sky also disappeared as if they disappeared in an instant. This Suan Mi and others who were not participating below saw this scene. The 10 people here were dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded, and their heads were swept by endless fear. The 3 Dozun who took action to save people without authorization turned pale and trembled. Miss Suan Mi, why haven't the people from the Scarlet Sky sect arrived yet? If you don't come again we will be dead. The 3 people spoke hurriedly to Suan Mi. Now they finally feel the taste of death. Chapter 203. Everyone after escaping. Yes, why haven't they come yet? Suan Mi was also confused and extremely uneasy. Don't worry miss, run. Everyone run. Jin Kun looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and it had already penetrated into his heart and became an indelible shadow. The buildings in front of them, the Fanfiction auction house building, were also affected by this horrific explosion and turned into powder, and all the people inside were probably dead. Although the auction will be held underground under the current circumstances, it is still important to save your life. From the beginning Long Fei didn't take any action and the whole process was Yao Tianhuo's personal show. He was smoking a cigar lying on the sky watching this prosperous scene comfortably without any emotion on his face. If the stupid ants want to challenge the elephant they must prepare themselves to be trampled to death by the elephant. The people below no longer hesitated and quickly fled the scene with Suan Mi and others. This was no longer a place for people to stay. 2 devils suddenly appeared and ruined this place. Fanfiction city is very big, as everyone knows. It is as big as half of the Jiama Empire. Even Dozun's space teleportation is not that fast, let alone how to teleport in the same city. So those people from Chiao sect have already arrived, but still on the way. But more than 10 miles away the 5 fighting masters masters of the Scarlet Sky Sect saw the terrifying phenomenon in front of them and the vibration that spread through the space tens of meters away, which was even worse. Speed it up immediately. Hurry over, something big has happened. It's a powerful enemy. The President of the top 5-star fighting sect of Scarlet Sky Sect changed drastically. Originally because they were just some powerful little bastards, they were enough to deal with them, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful. He directly crushed a token and sent the news back to Scarlet Heaven Sect. Then he said to 2 of the 4 people beside him, you should go as quickly as possible to notify the personnel from other forces in Fanfiction City to come quickly for support. Yes, the remaining 2 people formed a 3-person team with him and rushed directly toward Fanfiction auction house. At the Fanfiction auction house, after a nuclear bomb level explosion ended except for Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, there was no one or even an animal around, and in the sky the place turned into a wasteland of ruin. Haha, you still want to run away? Yao Tianhuo locked his eyes on the Suanmi people who escaped. Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Long Fei. No need to chase them, they are useless. Long Fei lost interest, looked at the sky 100 meters ahead and said, the real master is here, they are the main course. After Long Fei stopped talking, a deep color flashed across Yao Tianhuo's eyes. Yao Tianhuo sneered, 2 5-star Dozun and 1 top 5-star Dozun have great backgrounds, but are these people from the Scarlet Sky Sect? They underestimate us too much. Long Fei looked calm and said softly, if you underestimate us, then use cruel methods to torture these 3 little chick and let them call the cool people over. Hey, I like this. Since following Long Fei, Yao Tianhuo's temperament has been completely infected. Soon 3 powerful forces were approaching the sky. The sky and the ground are their main battlefield. There is no one around and I am not afraid of hurting others. Here, what happened? Where are the people? Where are the citizens? Where is Fanfiction auction house? The leader of the 3, the 5-star peak fighting master Zhu Sui, and the other 2 5-star fighting masters saw the scene in front of them. Their eyes narrowed, their Zions were shrouded in endless fear and disbelief, and they spoke one after another, speak intermittently. Then the 3 people's eyes focused on the only 2 people in front of them. You 2, what happened here? Zhu Sui asked Long Fei and the others. Obviously they did not know that Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were the real culprits in this incident, and the news sent by Suanmi was just that Fanfiction auction house was in trouble and came to support quickly without saying who the enemy was. The 3 of them also thought that the 2 people in front of them had just arrived. After hearing the words of the 3 people, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were stunned for a moment, and then they quickly understood. The 2 looked at each other with a playful smile in their eyes. It seems that these 3 idiots don't know us, so let's have some fun. Long Fei sent a message to Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo sent a message back, gang leader, you make the decision, I will definitely cooperate flawlessly. The 2 of them smiled and looked elegant. Long Fei cupped his hands toward Zhu Sui and the others and said, 3 of you, we don't know exactly what happened here. The 2 of us were captured by someone thousands of miles away. That terrifying vision attracted us, and when we arrived here, was this what it was like? Could it be that you 3 don't know what happened? Yao Tianhuo showed doubts and cooperated. Zhu Sui and the other 3 looked at each other after hearing this, and they all had the answer in their heart. It seems that these 2 people are really not the murderers. Zhu Sui smiled bitterly and shook his head. The 3 of us are from the Scarlet Xiao sect and have just received a signal for help from here and rushed over quickly. But at this moment the 3 of us arrived too late. Something terrible must have happened here. To be able to have such terrifying power and reduce this place to rubble, the cultivation of those people must be extremely high. Hey, it's so good. I pray for these dead sentient beings and everything will be peaceful in the paradise. Long Fei put his palms together side and shook his head, showing a sad look. His head is bald, which fits the role of a monk. Yao Tianhuo quickly followed. The 3 of them looked at the behavior of Long Fei and the 2 of them and thought to themselves, what good people. The 2 faces are so strange. I don't know where they came from. Zhu Sui asked. Pendeo and I came from the Eastern Tang dynasty. This is our first time here. It's normal for 2 strangers, Long Fei said calmly, his face not red and his heart not beating. Eastern Tang dynasty? Zhu Sui and the others were suddenly startled. They all looked at each other. The eyes are communicating. Have you heard of this place? Have you been there? Is there such a place? You 2, you are so inscrutable. What are your cultivation levels? Zhu Sui showed a slight smile on his face. Since we are not enemies, let's get along with each other in a friendly manner. If we can join the Scarlet Sky sect and become a family, it would be a great deal. A great deal. Long Fei said humbly, I am so poor, I only have a 5-star peak Dozun cultivation level now. Yes, his cheating has been upgraded again. Yao Tianhuo said humbly, I only have the cultivation level of Qi-ing Dozun. Zhu Sui and the other 3 were extremely shocked. They naturally understood that the child in front of them must always blame me for rejuvenating, but they did not expect that since he has such a high level of cultivation, the 7-star Dozun is not extremely powerful in Zhongzhou continent, but it is still a very very powerful instant. Zhu Sui smiled, feeling extremely excited, and said, "It fate that you two come to Fangtian City so rarely. I wonder if you can give me the honor to come and sit in our Chiao sect. Let's do our best as landlord. As long as there are benefits, Chiao sect will soon add 2 more warriors." Chapter 204. The leader of Chiao sect. It turns out that this place is called Fangtian City. I understand. Long Fei nodded as if that was the case. Then he looked around and said deliberately, "Since Chiao sect is the landlord and such a big thing happened here, can the 3 of you just let it go?" Zhu Sui sighed. "Of course we won't let it go, but now there is nothing, let alone the murderer. We can only make plans when we get back." Long Fei raised his forehead, slightly raised his lip, and said softly and elegantly, "I see. Then wouldn't it be bad if we disturbed your sect so suddenly?" Zhu Sui laughed loudly. "Haha, of course it won't happen. Our sect values talents very much. You two can just follow us back home without worry." Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other, their eyes smiling even more intensely. These 3 fools are really easy to deceive and their brains are not very good. In that case, let's not bother you and ask the 3 of you to lead the way. Long Fei nodded. Soon Long Fei followed the 3 of them and flew towards the direction of Scarlet Xiao sect. On the way he met some strong men from other forces. Zhu Sui gave simple instructions and left. The most important thing for those people is to first check whether there are any clues left under Fangtian auction house. However, judging from the appearance of the ruins, there is not a single ghost in sight, so the possibility of finding clues is very small. The only one who can be found is Suanmi of the Xian family. I hope she is still alive. On the other side, the 3 Dozun who left with Suanmi and others have escaped into an unknown place. When they appeared again, they were surrounded by deep mountains and wild forest. Ahead is a very long waterfall. There are 5 people from Fangtian auction house, 2 people from Suanmi Jinkan, and 3 Dozun who are helping, a total of 10 people. Everyone looked at the strange place in front of them, and the leader Dozun said the 2 devils did not chase them. This place is safe for the time being. Let's make some adjustments here. Thank you 3 for your life-saving grace. Our Xian family will definitely not be ungrateful. Suanmi looked at the 3 Dozun and said. The 3 people nodded and said, "Save the scene over there if you can, but I didn't expect those 2 people to be so terrifyingly strong. Just now they seemed to have asked us to leave on purpose." The Dozun net to him frowned and spoke. The 3 of them looked at each other. The 3rd Dozun nodded. "Yes, if you really don't want us to leave, such a being only needs to chase you. Even if the 3 of us take you, you won't be able to escape." "Why did they do this?" Suanmi looked at Jin Kun, who was in a coma after taking medicine. Her face was full of sorrow, but she was extremely resentful. Now she wanted to kill the culprit who caused all this, but the strength does not allow it. At this moment the comatose Jin Kun coughed and slowly woke up. He just heard their conversation in a daze. Then he pressed his inner speculation. Perhaps this destruction is a trigger. Their ultimate goal is other. "Jin Kun, you finally woke up." Suanmi looked excited, and the others quickly put Jin Kun down carefully and let him lean on his back. Jin Kun kept chewing the medicine and then used his skills to absorb and refine it to treat the injury. His injury was too serious and he might not be able to withstand it if he delayed for a while, and the most important thing was whether he could recover by just taking the medicine. There was no way Yao Tianhuo's attack had severely damaged his internal organ. No one bothered him anymore. Everyone thought about the meaning of Jin Kun's words. Suanmi said, "No matter how strong these 2 people are, they can never be the opponent of the leader of the Chiao sect, and there are many powerful Dozuns in Fangtian City. When the time comes, these 2 people will definitely be killed if we join forces. Now I need to go back and send this news back to them." Suanmi continued, "In that battle the only ones who knew the situation were only a few of us, and the rest were wiped out to nothing. Okay, let's go back after he recovers a little. Now we all suffered a lot of damage in that battle and it will take some time to recover." Dozun said. Suanmi nodded and then asked, "I don't know what to call the 3 benefactors." After talking for so long, she still didn't know the names of these 3 people. The leader Dozun said, "I see Aosu." The Dozun on the left said, "This deity is prosperous with water." The Dozun on the right said, "I will collapse into pieces." The names of these 3 people really have special meanings. Upon hearing the introductions of the 3 people, Suanmi and others suddenly felt speechless. "Who gave you this name so casually? I'm really convinced by you. It's a pleasure to meet you 3. I wonder if the 3 of you can join the force?" Suanmi asked boldly. When Cao Su, Wang Shui and Bengtu heard Suanmi's words, they immediately looked at each other and everyone understood something. "The 3 of us are casual cultivators and have not joined other forces," Cao Su said. "The 3 of them are all in the same group." Wang Shui said, "Isn't it possible that Miss Suanmi wants to lure us into the Xian family?" Suanmi stood up, nodded and did not hide her purpose. "You saved us today." Suanmi is naturally very grateful, so I want to invite the 3 venerables to join our Xian family. Of course there will be no shortage shortage of salary and so on. We have 3 people and they also know that our Xian family is not weaker than the other 3 families. If these 3 people can join our Xian family, then the overall strength of our Xian family will be greatly improved. Suan Mi said, looking closely at Cao Su and the other 3 looking forward to their answers. Cao Su and the others frowned and hesitated. Cao Su declined politely. I am very grateful to Miss Suan Mi for her kind invitation to the 3 of me. However, the 3 brothers are used to freedom and do not like to be restrained, so I forgive the 3 of me for not agreeing. After hearing this, Suan Mi was reluctant to give up and hurriedly read the conditions and said, then can you become a Keqing elder? This will never bind the 3 venerables as long as the 3 of them can help when the Xian family is in trouble. The salary and benefits remain the same. Regarding Suan Mi's behavior, the 3 of them looked at each other and hesitated. Okay, we can promise Miss Suan Mi to be the Keqing elder of the Xian family. Cao Su sighed and nodded in agreement. He was the eldest and strongest among the 3 and he agreed that the other 2, Wang Shui and Beng Tu, definitely had no objection. Wang Shui and Beng Tu nodded. Since our boss has no objection, then the 2 of us will also have no objection. The 2 of us will also join you as the Keqing elders of your Xian family. Great, the 3 of you will be members of my Xian family from now on. Suan Mi has met the 3 elders. My father will be very happy when he returns to Xian's house. Suan Mi saluted Cao Su and the others. Okay, let's recover quickly now and let's talk about the NET time later. Cao Su nodded and waved, and then the 3 of them worked together to set up a formation to hide this place, because the 3 of them also need to heal. Soon everyone entered a state of healing. Chapter 205 Fighting. Before Suan Mi and others came back, this matter was covered up. At this moment, under the leadership of Zhu Sui and the others, they quickly arrived at the giant Chiao sect, which was known as the number 1 in Fanfiction city. It is also rumored that the sect leader is a powerful being with 8-star peak Dozun cultivation, but in Long Fei's eyes, as long as the opponent is not a half-saint or even a fighting saint, it is rubbish. Looking at the huge, loud and majestic building in front of me, Yuding Supreme Majesty, is that the Scarlet Sky sect in front of you? Long Fei claimed. Zhu Sui nodded with a smile. It should be said that this is also the Scarlet Sky sect. They think that everything within this radius of 1000 meters is the territory of my Scarlet Sky sect. As epected of the famous Chiao sect in Fanfiction city, this formation is truly unprecedented. Yao Tianhuo made a move to coordinate and nodded in admiration. When the 3 young guys from Zhu Sui heard Long Fei's praise, they naturally thought of it, and the 3 of them felt extremely proud in their heart. But what the 3 of them didn't know was that all of this was just an act. Who is Long Fei? He is the supreme being who has conquered a plane and universe, so he still cares about the size of the Scarlet Sky sect. Compared with the Douluo universe plane he conquered, the Scarlet Sky sect is just a dust within a dust within a dust, lots of dust. But now cooperation in acting is still necessary. Break into the inside first and make the other party happy now. Once inside, all the fun will begin. Haha, you two please come in with me. Zhu Sui laughed and invited. After saying that, the 3 of them turned around and flew towards the Scarlet Sky sect. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other with something in their eyes. Then the 2 of them followed. But at this moment Long Fei pinched his right hand behind his back and a very subtle air mark appeared and spread around, quickly blending into the air. No one noticed this scene except himself. Under the leadership of Zhu Sui and the others, they easily passed through the guarded places within the Scarlet Sky sect. At a glance, these people guarding the town were all Do Huang level beings. Originally they had to intercept the 2 strangers Long Fei, but hesitation was led by the 3 elders Zhu Sui, so they directly avoided the interception. The 3 elders are all Dozun level experts, and these 2 people cannot stop the wave of chi at all. After bowing respectfully to Zhu Sui and the others, they let them go. I didn't expect that within the Scarlet Sky sect a person of Du Huang's level would be just a gatekeeper. Long Fei said with emotion. Ha ha ha, this is an extremely common thing on the land of Zhongzhou. Soon we will all be a family, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. Zhu Sui said. Within Chiao sect, Do Huang is the gatekeeper, Dozong is just the hall leader, and Dozun is the elder position, and the strongest person in the clan is at the level of the sect leader. The positions within the Chiao sect are from high to low: sect leader, elder, hall master, and law enforcement guard. The sect leader is the 8-star peak fighting sect, elder Dozun level, hall master Dozong, law enforcement and guard Do Huang. The remaining ones can only be the outer and inner disciples. I see. Then how many hall masters and elders are there currently? Long Fei asked curiously. Haha, at present there are only 10 people according to the hall master and 10 people according to the elders. Zhu Sui explained, kindly stroking the tiger's beard. So there are a total of 11 Dozun in the Chiao sect, including the sect leader. Yao Tianhuo took a breath of air and was shocked. This damn thing seems to be even more awesome than the 4 major pavilions in Zhongzhou. Long Fei thought secretly in his heart. It seems that the original world is different from the ordinary world and huge changes have taken place in many places. Zhongzhou is so big and only a very small part of it is described in the original work. There are quite a few more powerful forces than those famous on the road, such as the 4 pavilions, which seems to be fun. The corners of Long Fei's mouth twitched. This world is really getting more and more interesting. Zhu Sui and Long Fei headed directly towards the highest level sect hall of Scarlet Xiao sect. As soon as you enter the door, the magnificent building here came into everyone's eyes. Yao Tianhuo looked at the luxurious and spectacular sect palace in front of him and had bad thought. He quickly sent a message to Long Fei gang leader, this place is really luxurious. Why don't you consider occupying this place and turning it into the eternal headquarters of our gang? Long Fei nodded and sent back the message, that's okay. Fang Tiancheng happened to be surrounded, so that's not bad. You will be the person in charge here. He started to take charge of the business. After all, managing a force is not that simple. Very troublesome. Don't you want to choose someone else to help? Yao Tianhuo is smart. This is really tiring. Then forget it. Long Fei. Yao Tianhuo nodded decisively. I don't think this place is good and it won't work well as a branch of our gang, so forget it. Good guy, your face changes faster than mine. Long Fei complained speechlessly. There are currently only 3 people in the ancestral hall. The leader is the leader of the Chiao sect, the 8-star peak Dozun Huantian. The 2 beside him are the 2 with the highest cultivation level among the 10 elders. The one on the left is named Lu Yingduzun Ziyueshan and the one on the right is named Lu Yingduzun Songziyi. The 2 have the same cultivation level and their strength is actually about the same. The highest elder is the Si star Dozun. There are only 2 of them at present and the only others are Si star Dozun or below. Including Zhu Sui and the 2 people who just left, there were 5 people in total. The cultivation level of these 5 people is quite average. Except for Zhu Sui, who is a 5-star peak Dozun, the other 4 people have 2 4-star Dozun and 2 are 4-star peak Dozun. All of a sudden 7 of the top 10 sages in the Chiao sect had appeared and the remaining 3 were also the lowest among the Do sect. 1 person is a 3-star peak fighter. 1 person and 2 stars are at the peak of fighting. 1 person 1-star peak fighting master. This is the entire background of the powerful people that can be seen outside the Scarlet Sky sect. I have met the sect leader. Zhu Sui and the others quickly bowed to the sect leader Huantian above. Huantian and the others glanced at Zhu Sui and the others then focused on the 2 strangers Long Fei. The prescience of the 3 people were suddenly startled. The eyes of the 3 people flickered with strange colors and their hearts were filled with up and downs and even more stormy waves. Who are these 2 people? So strong. Faintly even Huantian, the 8-star peak fighting master, felt a different feeling from Yao Tianhuo, especially the stronger one from Long Fei. 7-star Dozun, 5-star peak fighting master. He was clearly an 8-star peak fighter, but he only saw the surface of these 2 people. As for the deeper layers, he couldn't see them. As for Confucius, Heaven and Song Zi was even more shocked. Where did the 3 Zhu Sui guys find these 3 people? Zhu Sui, who are these 2 people? Huantian spoke. His voice was very calm. As the leader of a sect, you must be strong, you must not panic, and you must be calm. You are the leader of the Scarlet Sky sect who has heard about the existence of the 8-star peak Dozun, right? Yao Tianhuo's childish voice sounded. Zhu Sui wanted to speak, but Yao Tianhuo took the lead and interrupted him. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at Yao Tianhuo. Chapter 206 Dialogue. Confucius said to Tian angrily, how dare you? What you say is a crime. Although they did feel unusual power from these 2 people, where is this place? This place is the Chiao sect of Fangtian City. This is their world. No matter how extraordinary the opponent's power is, they can't make waves in the territory of the Scarlet Sky sect. This rejuvenated red-haired child dares to call the sect master this way. This is a great disrespect for the sect master and contempt for the majesty of the Scarlet Xiao sect. Only the Scarlet Sky sect has always despised others. When will it be others' turn to despise the Scarlet Sky sect? Ziyueshan sneered inwardly. These 2 little guys just happened to fulfill his wish. His words would definitely make the sect leader very happy, and it would be another achievement when the time comes. Everyone in the ancestral hall felt baffled by Ziyueshan's sudden angry shout. Huantian glanced at Ziyueshan and said calmly, don't be angry, Mr. Zi. The sect leader actually spoke, so I will keep silent for now. Ziyueshan glanced at Yao Tianhuo lightly. What kind of temper does Yao Tianhuo have? After hanging out with Long Fei for so long, this brat scolded him so loudly. Damn it, how could I possibly endure it? Pointing at Ziyueshan, he scolded me directly. What do you mean? Are you really a bully? What's your name? Little Lu Yingduzun dares to scold me? Do you dare to go out and fight me? I will definitely kill you. Burned into charcoal. Suddenly a terrifying Dozun coercion came out from Yao Tianhuo. 7-star Dozun. Song Zi and Ziyueshan's pupils shrank. Their prescience changed drastically and they claimed when they got the first breath of cold air. Zi said Tian was not ambiguous and pointed at Yao Tianhuo and retorted so what if you are a 7-star Dozun? This is the Chi Iao sect and the leader of my sect is an 8-star peak Dozun. Although I only have a SI-star Dozun. But do you really think you can beat me if you are 1 star higher than me? Originally he didn't want to speak for Huantian's sake, but since this rejuvenated red-haired kid was so arrogant he was the first one to be unable to bear it. And the sect leader is here, he is afraid of nothing. This is my home territory. Elder Zi, please calm down and stop arguing. Do you still think you don't take the sect master seriously? At this moment Zhu Sui looked a little uneasy and suddenly spoke. He had brought Long Fei and the two back and they were probably one of his own in the future. They quarreled without saying a word when they entered the house, which made him lose face. And even the sect leader didn't say anything. Why do you talk so much nonsense every day? Zongmen Hall, everyone shut up. Huan Tian couldn't stand listening anymore and shouted coldly. The power of the 8-star peak Dozun spread out instantly. Everyone was restrained, especially people like Zio Tian Song, Zi Zhu Sui and others. But this is nothing to Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. You have not fought against an 8-star peak Dozun and you have received attacks from even the 9-star Dozun. Are you still afraid of him, a mere 8-star Dozun? What's more, there is still the leader of the gang. Yao Tianhuo doesn't have a word of fear at all. Let's see what's going on with this old boy first. The message came to Yao Tianhuo's ears. Yao Tianhuo was stunned and shut up. Naturally he would not talk to this old boy. All of this is for the gang leader's sake, otherwise I wouldn't care about you being the 8-star peak Dozun sect leader and go directly to fight. Huan Tian took a deep breath and looked straight at Yao Tianhuo and Long Fei. I am the 8-star peak fighting master you mentioned in your mouth. Now you two can answer who you are in this sect, right? My dragonflies. Old man Yao Tianfire. Both of us are from the Eastern Tang dynasty. The two of them were talking, putting their palms together in a stylish manner. Eastern Tang dynasty. As soon as Long Fei and the others spoke, Huan Tian and the others looked at each other. Where is the Tang dynasty in the east? Why have we never heard of it or seen it? Ziyu frowned and narrowed his eyes slightly. Dochi continent is so big, do you dare to say that you have been there and seen it all? Yao Tianhuo took the opportunity to sneer directly. As soon as Yao Tianhuo said these words, Yiwishan was immediately speechless and his face turned red. He snorted coldly and said nothing. How did you meet? Huan Tian looked at Zhu Sui and the others and asked. Then Zhu Sui told the story from beginning to end. After hearing this, Huan Tian was silent for a moment. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find anything. Finally he put it in the illusion area and ignored it. Then a smile appeared on his expressionless face and he said, the great Tang dynasty has arrived from the east. Come on, as the head of a sect I naturally have to fulfill my duty as a landlord. Let's go, Mr. Zi, and the sect banquet hall will be held according to the specifications of a VIP banquet tonight. Zi Yueshan said that although Yao Tianhuo was unhappy, he still wanted to give the sect leaders favor. He sighed and nodded. Yes, sect master, I understand. Plain after that, Zi Yueshan stepped out from his position and came directly in front of Yao Tianhuo. He glared at him, snorted coldly and waved away. Oh, this bad temper is even more stubborn than mine. Yao Tianhuo cursed in a low voice, wishing he could punch Zi Yueshan on the head right now. Haha, don't worry you two. Elder Zi has a weird temper, Huan Tian said with a smile. Snort. Yao Tianhuo said, the sect leader actually said this, so naturally I won't care about it. I wonder what the sect master is called? Yao Tianhuo asked. Huan Tian laughed and said, my sect. Huan Tian, where are you two? Yao Tianfire, Long Fei. The two of them were also smiling. Good. You all please step back. I and the two of them will go for a walk. Huan Tian waved his hand and said to the other elders, yes, sect master. Everyone bowed their hands and bowed respectfully. Please, you two. Huan Tian flew down from the supreme sect and said warmly to Long Fei and the others. Good. Soon, under the leadership of Huan Tian, Long Fei and the two took a brief stroll around the Scarlet Sky sect. I wonder what kind of place the Eastern Tang dynasty is. They came to a lakeside forest. The environment here was extremely beautiful and made people feel very comfortable. The three of them looked at the lakeside quietly for a long time without speaking. However, the NET second Huan Tian spoke first to break the silence. It's just a small place, not worth mentioning. Long Fei shook his head. A small place? That's really incredible. A small place can produce two such people. Huan Tian admired. This Huan Tian gave Long Fei a different feeling. Not as domineering and arrogant as those big guys, but very approachable. Haha, luck. Long Fei chuckled. It's very good that there is such a place within your sect. Someone added later. Ha, do you two like it? Huan Tian laughed. Of course I like it. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo nodded lightly. Huan Tian curled his lips and said, how would you like to see my Chi Xiao sect? Not bad, not bad. Long Fei nodded, very cooperative. Huan Tian showed a smile that he had achieved his goal and said, you two like this place, how about joining our Scarlet Sky sect? Chapter 207. Both side plan. Upon hearing Huan Tian's word, in fact Long and Fei had already guessed this ending. However, I was just not in a hurry to oppose it. Well, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other and made a long sound. Then the two looked at Huan Tian again and laughed. He ha ha ha. I wonder what the benefits will be for the two of us joining your sect? Long Fei asked. Yao Tianhuo kept a polite smile and said nothing. There was nothing going on without him. He was only responsible for standing aside and smiling and nodding. Your treatment will definitely not be lower than that of Zai Lao and Song Lao, and your words will be better. When you join our Scarlet Sky sect you will be one of the strongest in cultivation besides me. At the same time Huan Tian looked at Yao Tianhuo and said with a smile, as for Long Fei, he is also very powerful, but in Huan Tian's opinion Yao Tian Fire is better. He pays attention to both, but he pays most attention to Yao Tian Fire. After all, the other party is a 7-star Dozun, and Long Fei is only a 5-star peak fighting master, but his achievements at such a grade level are really terrifying. The status of these two people in Huan Tian's heart has surpassed that of Zai Yueshan and Songzi. The corner of Huan Tian's mouth curled up and he spoke confidently. When you join the Scarlet Sky sect you can directly enjoy an independent elder mountain in the headquarters, and you can choose 3 items at will from the sect's treasure house, and you can enjoy 100 million every month. He has generous training resources such as gold coins and salary subsidies, and enjoys many benefits within the sect. His status is only lower than mine and is higher than that of elders Ziwishan and Songzi Yuliang. He couldn't believe that the other two would not be tempted by such benefit. To be honest, he has spent a lot of money. Although there is no shortage of gold coins in the Chiao sect, 100 million gold coins a month for 2 people is 200 million, so the annual expenditure is 4 billion gold coins plus the other elders and others. The salary is really bleeding. When he mentioned these benefits he was also troubled in his heart. Gold coins are not of much use to Long Fei and others. As long as he wants to get them easily, the only place where he can use a lot of gold coins is currently in the auction house. Therefore Long Fei and the other two were not interested, and the others were actually not very attractive either. However, these two shrewd people Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo have ideas about the Scarlet Sky sect's treasure house. How do you two think about it? Huan Tian was a little uneasy in his heart, but he asked tentatively with a smile, Master Huan sect, don't be in a hurry. Before answering this question I would like to ask, how many years has the Scarlet Sky sect been passed down? Long Fei asked curiously. Yao Tianhuo nodded. I am also very curious. Huan Tian was stunned in his heart looking at Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, and then thinking in his heart, why does this obviously a 7-star Dozun take this young man as the leader? Or maybe there is some big secret about this young man. Could it be that the Eastern Tang dynasty they were talking about was not a small place, and the background and identity of this young man was not as simple as it seemed? No, I have ignored a very serious problem from beginning to end. It is impossible to cultivate 2 such high-level Dozun in a small place. There is no such possibility in terms of resources. Then this Eastern Tang dynasty is definitely not a small place. On the contrary, it is a big place. It seems that our sect has been out of the sect for too long and we don't know anything about it. With Dochi continent being so big, we should find time to go out and take a look. Our sect has reached the point of being ignorant and ignorant. Huan Tian sighed. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo didn't know why this guy suddenly sighed. Sleepy? It doesn't look like it. Then Huan Tian said, our Chiao sect has been passed down for 500 years since its inception. 500 years? Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other. Long Fei said in a message, the inheritance of 500 years is neither too much nor too little, and there are so many treasures from 500 years ago. Their Scarlet Sky sect's treasure house must be huge and worth a visit. In this case, gang leader, do you want to join the Scarlet Sky sect? Yao Tianhuo's confused voice entered Long Fei's ears. Long Fei sent a message, if I want to join you, do you want to follow me? Hehe, I will naturally follow you, Yao Tianhuo said, but I don't plan to join. Long Fei's message this time stunned Yao Tianhuo, who had already been prepared for it and had no time to change. Yao Tianhuo was silent for a while. Long Fei said to Huan Tian, thank you for the invitation, Master Huan. The two of us are used to being free and do not intend to join any force, nor do we want to be bound within the sect. The Dochi continent is extremely large. The two of us have just come out of our small place. Yao Tianhuo nodded. I mean the same thing. Huan Tian thought to himself, good guys, you two are playing tricks on me. After hearing what Long Fei and the two said, his impression was a little unpleasant, but it quickly disappeared. Huan Tian then said the solution and overturn he had prepared in his mind. This is not a big matter, it is just a small matter. The two of you are qualified for the position of Elder Zone Keking. This will not hold you back at all. You two can go out and be free. Huan Tian's hand caught Long Fei off guard. Good guy, this sidekick has a brain. Long Fei estimated that Yao Tianhuo was waiting for his answer. Long Fei said, this matter is too sudden after all, so let the two of us think about it. Continuing, isn't there a banquet tonight? During the banquet I will give an answer to Master Huan Sek. By then all the senior officials in the headquarters will be here so everyone can have a witness. Pay attention to what he said, but he did not say a satisfactory answer to Huan Tian. Good guy, you shameless Long Fei, you are always thinking about other people's banquet. Long Fei, take care of me. I like. Come hit me if you can. La 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 la. Huan Tian put his hands behind his back and nodded. This matter happened suddenly. Well, I will give you this time to think about it. I hope to hear your answer at tonight's banquet. Long Fei, okay. Huan Tian led Long Fei and the two of them to a pavilion and said, there is a mouth here. Let's stay here while you two are in the sect. Okay. Long Fei nodded. Huan Tian smiled lightly. This sect still has some things to deal with, so I won't accompany you two for now. You two can just do it yourself. Okay, we will treat it as our own home. Long Fei also said with a smile, and Yao Tianhuo. These two people are notoriously thick-skinned. If they say they are their own family, they really treat them as their own family. Huan Tian turned around and left. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo entered first. As soon as he entered, Long Fei sealed off the space in the room. Yao Tianhuo sat down and complained, this old boy has gone to most places in the sect, but he doesn't want to take us to see the treasure house in his sect even if we just take a look outside. Long Fei smiled mysteriously. Even if he doesn't take us there, I can still find the location of his sect's treasure house. When Yao Tianhuo heard this, he immediately became excited and his eyes flashed. Yes, gang leader, you are very capable. Then quickly search for it. We will run away immediately after saving the things in the treasure house. Yao Tianhuo, you've learned so badly. Chapter 208 Xian family. After Long Fei finished speaking, he closed his eyes and then his mental power quickly enveloped the entire Scarlet Sky sect, deliberately avoiding those Dozun level elders and sect leaders. After a few minutes, the spiritual power's eyes were fixed on a valley in the Scarlet Sky sect. The buildings here are extremely orderly and have some institutional flavor. There are many strange things piled up here. Needless to say, this place is definitely the treasure house of the Scarlet Xiao sect. Moreover, there is a mysterious force surrounding this treasure house that protects it at all time. It was created by the formation. It seems that this is to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. After finding the treasure house, Long Fei took back his spiritual power. Seeing him open his eyes, Yao Tianhuo asked curiously, how is it? How is it? Have you found the gang leader? Found it? Long Fei smiled deeply. Raising his hand, he absorbed a ray of light into Yao Tianhuo's mind. In the NET second, Yao Tianhuo digested the news in the light. So it here. I didn't expect that the treasure house of Scarlet Sky sect is so well hidden. Yao Tianhuo grinned. Now that we know the location of the treasure house, we won't be in a hurry to take action. We still have a few hours tonight. Let's practice first. Long Fei took a deep breath and said. Then he took out two red crystals from his hand. This is the flame crystal obtained from the tomb of Mufeng Saint. Long Fei guessed, if all the huge flame energy in this crystal can be absorbed and refined, I guess you should be able to upgrade to the 7-star peak Dozun. After all, he has never used it and is not sure. Moreover, if this flame crystal is really so powerful, why doesn't the Woodwind Saint absorb it all by himself? In this way he might be able to get the experience to upgrade from the peak of Semi-Saint to a level 1-star Dosheng. Or is this flame crystal only useful for those under the 1-star dosage? Or no matter whether you are a saint, a half-saint or a fighting saint, as long as you are in the realm of the holy word, the experience will be as huge as an abyss and a huge sea. Hey, there are good things and bad things about coming to the original world. Long Fei sighed, sighing secretly in his heart. If Long Fei hadn't mentioned it, Yao Tianhuo had forgotten that there was such a treasure and quickly took one. Thank you, gang leader. The flame energy here is extremely strong. I am also a person who plays with fire. It is very suitable for me. I hope that after absorbing it all, my cultivation will be able to make a breakthrough. Yao Tianhuo said and suddenly sighed. After all, it's not that easy to continue to advance to the level of 7-star Dozun. Go and give it a try. While there are still a few hours before the dinner party, you can absorb as much as you can. Go ahead. Long Fei said lightly. I understand. After saying that, Yao Tianhuo stood up and walked away, found an open space and sat cross-legged in mid-air. He began to extract the flame energy from the flame crystal. As soon as the flame energy came out, Yao Tianhuo's eyes brightened. This flame energy is too strong. This one is like this then. My god, 50 pieces, that's so much energy. Then the exercise technique is used to absorb the thick energy into the danshan of the body, and then the eyes are closed for refining. Long Fei didn't talk nonsense and began to extract the flame energy of the flame crystal and began to absorb and refine it. His current cultivation level is a 5-star peak Dozun. He has enough information to absorb the energy of this flame crystal and break through to a SI star Star Dozun Chiao sect in Huantian's room. At this moment there is another person besides him. This person is Ziwishan, who is facing the fire of Yaotian. Does the sect master want to recruit these two people into the sect? Ziwishan stood behind Huantian, stepped forward and said, I just did a simple test with them. These two people are definitely not as simple as they seem, Huantian said lightly with a deep color in his eyes. After Huantian heard this, he asked tentatively, the origins are unknown. The sect leader doesn't really believe that these two people are from a small place in the Tang dynasty that has never been heard of, right? Huantian snorted coldly and said, do you really think that this sect looks so stupid that you will believe it so easily? This sect has never believed it from the beginning to the end, it's just a pretense. Ziwishan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It turned out that the sect leader was just pretending, so that's good, that's good. At first he thought something was wrong with his sect leader. Huantian frowned, but who are these two people and where do they come from? Unless they really speak, no one knows the origins of these two people. These two people came too suddenly. Don't come, it's too late, but you came just when something happened at FANFIC auction house. Don't you think there's something strange? Ziwishan was not a fool. He immediately understood what Huantian said. He had also had this idea that Huantian had, but he didn't say anything due to the situation before. Moreover, these two people were also Zhu Sui's three. What the guy brought back is even more difficult to break up. Ziwishan said, does the sect master suspect that these two people are related to what happened at FANFIC auction house, or it was them who did it? After hearing this, Huantian waved his hand, turned around and walked lightly. It's hard to say, but it doesn't rule out the possibility. It's a pity that everyone there has died. There is no evidence of death, so it is difficult to explain. He continued, if you forcibly identify the other party as the murderer, it is nonsense and baseless. Moreover, if we really fight with these two people, our Scarlet Sky sect will not necessarily lose in terms of strength, but we will definitely suffer unprecedented heavy losses. After all, the other party has we have no scruples, and we still have two big scruples, the Chiao sect and Fang Tiancheng. He turned around and looked at him and said, Zi Lao, you understand what I mean? I understand, sect master. Ziwishan nodded. Does the sect leader intend to turn a blind eye? Huantian shook his head. No, if you really find evidence, if you really want to become an enemy, then try your best to cover up your murderous intentions and kill them with one move when they are not prepared. This is the best choice. Have the people you sent found the news? Huantian looked at Ziwishan and asked. In fact, he was not willing to fight against two powerful high-level warriors just for those swarms of ants, or hope that the other party can join them or become friends. If it really comes to that point, no one would want to. Ziwishan nodded. I came here this time to report to the sect master for this matter. Say it quickly. Huantian was a little surprised. Ziwishan said, our people discovered that there seemed to be life that escaped the scene, and they went to the Xian family to investigate. The life jade pieces of the Xian family's young lady Suanmi and the guard Jin Kun were not broken, and the life energy was still there. Instance, and its luster is clear, indicating that these two people were not dead and fled the scene. The people are probably these two people. The person who sent us the message before is also Suanmi of the Xian family, right? Huantian said. Ziyu nodded. Not bad. Chapter 209. The Waiting Banquet. On the land of Zhongzhou, where Suanmi and the others are. As time passed, everyone with minor injuries recovered. Only Jin Kun, the one with more serious injuries, has not fully recovered. However, he has recovered a lot at this moment and has reached the point where he can walk freely and normally and walk on the air. Suanmi's biggest fear was that Jin Kun couldn't bear it and lost his life, but fortunately it turned out to be much better than she expected. Fortunately, the effect of the Eli was lost. However, it is impossible to completely recover without a complete rest of 1.5 months or even 1 month. All 10 people stood up. No one came to disturb me during the recovery period, which went smoothly. Jin Kun, how do you feel? Suanmi walked up to Jin Kun and greeted her with concern. After all, Jin Kun suffered such a heavy blow to protect FANFIC auction house and her. Jin Kun exhaled a thick breath, nodded and said, I'm feeling much better. Don't worry, there's no longer any fear for my life. The originally bloodless face and weak demeanor gradually became relieved after some recovery. That's good. Suanmi nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Kun is also a 3-star peak Dozun and has a high status in the Xian family. If Jin Kun dies, the Xian family will be greatly reduced in strength. The amplitude of the overall strength of the family brought by Dozun is very huge. Now, not only are the people on the Xian family not dead, but they have also been joined by 3 new Dozun strong men. The strength of the Xian family has been raised to another level. Although it is not comparable to the Scarlet Xiao sect, the Xian family at this moment already arm wrestling with 2 doors. Let's take it to the NET level. In fact, the overall strength of the Xian family has surpassed the 2 sects and has reached the real second largest force in FANFIC city. The first place is naturally the Scarlet Xiao sect. It's just that the Xian family is very low-key outside and few people know their true background. Jin Kun, there's something wrong with you. The aura energy on your body is a little different. At this moment Cao Su said. Suan Mi and the other Xian family disciples all set their sights on Jin Kun. After carefully feeling it, he was really different from before. He seemed to be a lot stronger. This was the only thing that they as Dozong could feel. The other Wang Shui Dozun nodded secretly. At this time Jin Kun smiled and said, your perception is not wrong. This serious injury made me a blessing in disguise from a 3-star peak Dozun to a 4-star Dozun. Now I am a true 4-star Dozun strongman. Jin Kun smiled confidently. 4-star Dozun breakthrough. Great. Jin Kun, you have upgraded and the strength of our Xian family has increased again. Everyone was shocked and me came overjoyed. This breakthrough was a firm escape from death. Now I have just entered the 4-star Dozun and I am not very familiar with it. I need to strengthen my foundation and cultivate my strength to get used to it. Jin Kun said, Miss, let's go back to the Xian family first. The family master must be very worried about us. Okay, let's go back now. Suan Mi nodded. Then 10 people walked through the air and flew directly towards Xian's house in Fangtian City, which was a bit far away. Fangtian Cheng, Xian family, the most mysterious, the most low-key, the most unfathomable Easton. In the main pavilion, the head of the Xian family, Xian Zhongtian, is also Suan Mi's biological father. There are 3 other people here besides him. These 3 people are dead soldiers directly under the jurisdiction of Suan Zongtian. Have you found any news about Mir? Xian Zongtian's luck was extremely low. The 3 dead men held up their hands and shook their heads. Not yet, but don't worry, Patriarch. Our people have followed the clues to find them and the jade stones of Miss, and their lives are not damaged, which proves that nothing serious has happened. Patriarch, don't worry. Xian Zhongtian took a deep breath. Of course the owner of this family knows, but he is just afraid that they will be caught by the saboteurs and it will be difficult to deal with them then. The destroyers naturally refer to Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. Of course they don't know yet. Xian Zhongtian continued. The saboteurs don't know the news yet and the only people who can know are dead. This time the other party really gave us a huge problem. However, as long as Suan Mi and the others are still alive, everything has a chance. Xian Zhongtian can become the head of the Xian family and his own weight in the city is also huge. Jin Kun and Suan Mi's jade pieces of life appeared in his hands and the luster was not distracting. The fact that they are not broken proves that both of them are alive and well. We will do our best to continue searching and give the family owner a satisfactory answer as soon as possible, said the 3 dead soldiers. Xian Zhongtian waved his hand. It's a waste of time here, go find it. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 of them turned into mist of abilities and disappeared into the room. Xian Zhongtian was the only one left in the pavilion. He walked to the balcony and riverside and suddenly a paper crane that seemed to be transformed by energy flew towards him. Xian Zhongtian was stunned and then he quickly raised his hand to pull it over. The moment he held it in his hand, the paper crane instantly turned into a stream of power and flowed into his ears. This is a message carrying paper crane. If there is someone inside the paper crane, you must tell him secretly. The content of the message: 2 strangers came from Chi Iao sect. The news the 2 obtained are regarded as Dozun and will be held at the banquet tonight. This is the news that Xian Zhongtian arranged for the inner ghost in Chi Iao sect to come back. What kind of news is this? Is this news important? Xian Zhongtian frowned and flicked his right hand on the balcony railing. He kept chanting in his mouth that there was some hidden information in the message of survival that he had not discovered. 2 strangers Dozun banquet. Xian Zhongtian's brows deepened and he asked suspiciously, could it be that these 2 people are going to join the Scarlet Sky sect? If this is the case, the overall strength of the Scarlet Sky sect will be greatly improved. In this case it will be very harmful to us. Xian Zhongtian, the family's plan is not very fast. An incident just happened at Fangtian auction house. Why did 2 people come at this time? There must be something fishy here. Based on his many years of experience, the man's 7th sense judged that this matter is definitely not as it seems. Simple. Continue to observe secretly, be careful to be discovered and immediately find an opportunity to report any situation. Xian Zhongtian's hand slid in mid-air and a line of word came out and then turned into an energy paper crane and quickly flew away from the place. That's all. There have been so many annoying things recently. Let everything take a course. Xian Zhongtian turned around and sat on the chair and closed his eyes. There has been a big movement in the Ice Sky Valley recently and the Ice Sky Snow Dragon is also a huge trouble. The powerful people are preparing to take down this dragon together when the time comes, but the subsequent issue of dividing the spoils is a very difficult matter. Time passed by in a flash and it was night. Within the Chi Iao sect, the banquet hall was already full of feasting and feasting. A large table full of banquets was placed and the incomparably delicious smell stimulated those who arrived. The main guests at tonight's banquet are high-level personnel at or above the level title of the Hall Master of the Scarlet Sky Sect. The 10 major Hall Masters, the 10 major elders and 1 sect leader. The other 2 talents are the protagonists of tonight's banquet, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, but these 2 people have not appeared yet. Chapter 210 A fight. At the same time the feast started here. In the rooms of Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, flame-colored light flickered. The energy in the flame crystal was completely drained and the crystal became an ordinary crystal without any use. And after so many hours of absorption and refining, the thick flame energy directly tempered Long Fei's body with flame. Although the effect was not great, it also received a slight sublimation and his level was successfully upgraded from a 5-star peak Dozun to a SI-star mid-level Dozun. It has to be said that within the realm of Dozun, the more advanced the level, the higher the level, the more energy it needs to support. From the 5-star peak Dozun to the SI-star mid-level Dozun, the distance seems to be only 2 or 3 steps, but the flame energy is completely exhausted. Yao Tianhuo, like Long Fei, used flame energy to temper his body while absorbing it. This energy was very mysterious, probably due to the fire attribute. Yao Tianhuo tasted a different feeling from this flame energy. The fit between the two is very good. When the flame energy was completely absorbed, his cultivation level had just risen from 7-star Dozun to the realm of 7 stars peak Dozun. I almost couldn't get on. The 2 of them were very satisfied with the final result. Long Fei woke up first. Yao Tianhuo woke up right after. Long Fei looked at the sky and saw that it had entered the night. He said calmly, "The time for meditating and practicing goes by so fast. The dinner party is about to start. Let go." Yao Tianhuo nodded. "Let's go." On the other side, the senior officials of Chiao sect have already arrived at the banquet hall. The atmosphere at the huge dining table was a bit strange, because today's 2 protagonists haven't arrived yet. Everyone has been waiting for several minutes. Suddenly someone couldn't help it anymore. It was a hall master. The hall master stood up and said angrily, "Sect master, these 2 people are going too far. The dinner has already started for several minutes. These 2 people have not arrived yet. They are actually on the territory of our Chiao sect. You want us to ask you, the sect master, to wait for them?" That's right, these 2 people don't take you seriously, sect master." As this person started, the other hall masters nodded in agreement, showing dissatisfaction and wanting to tear these 2 people apart. 2 mere outsiders actually want our superior Scarlet Sky sect to wait. Why should they? Sect master, these 2 people have indeed gone too far. Songzi, who was sitting net to Huantian, nodded in agreement. Zi said the same thing. Yes, these 2 people have gone too far. Okay, stop arguing. Give me some respect. The 3 of us brought this person back. Aren't you just slapping the 3 of us in the face? At this moment Zhu Sui showed anger and spoke, scolding the 10 hall masters. The 10 hall masters are only in the realm of Dozong, and at the advanced level they are only 9-star peak Dozong. Zhu Sui is a 5-star peak Dozong and the other 2 are both in the 5-star Dozong realm. These 10 hall masters are not enough. As soon as Zhu Sui's voice came out, the 10 hall masters swallowed what they wanted to say. There was no way they were not the biggest ones here. Elder Zhu, it's useless for you to yell at us. The facts are here. That is, everything must be decided by the sect leader. 2 more courageous hall masters spoke. You. Zhu Sui pointed angrily. 2 people. That's enough. At this moment the deep voice of the sect leader Huantian sounded. How is it appropriate to make such a noise in the banquet hall? Do we want outsiders to see that our Chiao sect is so ugly? As soon as Huantian's voice came out, he immediately blocked the voices of everyone present, including Zai Yueshan and Song Zai, who were about to speak. Since the lord of the clan has spoken, there is no need for them to say anything. Otherwise, if you don't show mercy to the sect leader and slap the sect leader in the face, the consequences will be serious. Huantian said calmly. The 2 of them failed to arrive at the prescribed time. Naturally, they have their own reasons. Maybe they happened to practice and forgot the time. This sect is here to make it clear to you first. One of these 2 is 7-star Dozun and one is a 5-star peak Dozun. They are not instances that you can provoke. What's wrong with asking you to wait for a while? And maybe after tonight you will be one of our own members of the smashing sect, and then you will be your elders. Word by word a clear sentence is formed and each word touches people's heart. The 10 elders and 10 hall masters present were all shocked, especially Zai Yueshan, Song Zai, Zhu Sui and others who already knew about this matter. You must know that Yao Tianhuo is a 7-star Dozun and their highest elder is only a SI-star Dozun. As long as the former joins the Scarlet Sky sect, his status will definitely be higher than the 2 of them. As for Long Fei, a 5-star peak fighter, he is on the same level as Zhu Sui and others. Ziwishan and Songza looked at each other with a look of unwillingness in their eyes. They had been struggling for so long. Why should outsiders have a higher status than them when they came? Although the sect leader did not say it verbally, they also guessed it. As for Zhu Sui and others, they didn't feel anything. After all, this world is based on strength. This is the essence and reality. curiosity, and he also found these two people and he deserves a lot of credit. I was naturally happy in my heart. After Yao Tianhuo came to power he would at least be kind to them. They are coming. At this moment when everyone was silent, Huan Tian's vain voice interrupted everyone's silence. Huan Tian looked outside the banquet hall door, revealing a deep color in the dark night starry sky. The rest of the people also looked over, especially those who had never seen Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo before, showing curiosity. They all want to see what is so great about these two people and what they are like. In front of the door of the banquet hall, two figures, one tall and one short, one green and one young, appeared from them. This is the first impression everyone sees. What the hell? Youth? A red-haired brat? Everyone's eyes returned to Huan Tian. Sect Master. The eyes clearly revealed the same meaning. Just these two people? Sect Master, you didn't lie to us, did you? Or do you treat us all like 3-year-old? Huan Tian seemed to understand the meaning of their eyes. This scene was indeed a bit embarrassing, but it was okay not to admit that it was these two people. He coughed dryly and said, everyone, these are the two Douzun that I just mentioned. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo flew and landed on the floor of the banquet hall and stood observing the surrounding eyes. Then his eyes fell on everyone and moved to Huan Tian. Long Fei laughed, raised his hands and said, Sect Master and everyone, I have kept you waiting for a long time. Long and Yao have been practicing for some time. You know that they don't know the passage of time when they practice, so they are late. I also ask Master Huan and everyone here to forgive me. Long and Yao will punish themselves with a drink. After Long Fei finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to respond. He and Yao Tianhuo quickly rushed to everyone's table, picked up a wine glass on the table, opened the wine jar, poured it into it and drank it all under the eyes of everyone. Ah, cool, so happy. Good wine. Chapter 211. Everyone has their own concern. Huan Tian took a sip of wine and said, Zi Lao, please tell me about that incident. Ice Sky Valley. Zi Rishan was stunned. Huan Tian nodded lightly. Okay, this is not a secret. Zi Yueshan nodded. This matter was mainly told to Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. According to the news, in the depths of the Ice Sky Valley closest to Fanfiction City there is an ice sky and snow dragon monster that is at the same level as the 9-star peak human Douzun. This is not the first time that everyone has heard of the ice sky snow dragon. This is a big fear. Although it currently only has the 9-star peak Douzun, the strength it exerts is estimated to be infinitely close to the level of a semi-saint powerhouse. Fortunately, this monster is still sleeping, but it seems to have awakened intention. The ice sky snow dragon is cruel by nature, extremely violent and kills without sight. Its most obvious characteristic is that these characteristics will be fully revealed whenever it wakes up after a long sleep. And our Fanfiction City is the closest city, so it is undoubtedly it. After waking up he will be the primary target of murder and abuse. At that time there will definitely be a loss of life in Fanfiction City, so we decided to unite with the powerful forces in Fanfiction City and even around it and send out Douzun Realm and other powerful people to take advantage of this beast before it fully wakes up and its strength has not been fully restored. Let's kill them together. The message has been sent out and the personnel are almost ready, but there is only one 8-star peak Douzun who is the strongest, and that is our sect leader. The rest are below this, but fortunately there are 25 of them, but most of them are low-level Douzun. Even the sleeping body of Ice Sky Snow Dragon is extremely stiff. Besides, in addition to Ice Sky Snow Dragon, there are other monsters that are comparable to the realm of human Douzun in Ice Sky Valley, so we plan to invite you two to join this crusade plan. What do you think? Confucius said. That Tian finally finished speaking plausibly. My mouth was dry, so I quickly picked up the wine and took a few sips to moisten my throat. Inside the banquet hall it was very quiet except for Zi Yushan's voice. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other after hearing this. They had heard this news from passers-by in the previous inn. Long Fei took a sip of wine and analyzed. 25 Douzun are going to kill a 9-star peak monster. There are other monsters outside that are even worse than Douzun. This is indeed very tricky. Yao Tianhuo asked jokingly, then how will the corpses of these monsters be distributed? Huan Tian replied, at that time the distribution will be based on the order of merit. Long Fei nodded. Okay. Long Fei asked, when will we set off? Huan Tian said 4 days later. Long Fei, 4 days later, let's do it. Huan Tian said, by the way, the day after tomorrow is the day when our Chi Iao sect will compete in martial arts to introduce new bloodline. You can also come and see us then. How about you two staying in our sect to rest during these few days? We will definitely be there the day after tomorrow. Long Fei nodded and then shook his head. Thank you, Master Huan, for your kindness. If you want to live there you won't need it. We are new here and we plan to take a walk around Fanfiction City and see the prosperity and wealth in this city. After everyone heard this, Huan Tian nodded. Yes, there are many grand events in Fanfiction City and you should really take a good look. Huan Tian asked, when will you two set off? Long Fei said, we will set off after the banquet is over. After that everyone was reserved for a few more times and then then the banquet dispersed. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo also left Chiao sect directly to go to the city to see the beautiful scenery at night. After the banquet was over, everyone dispersed. Only Ziwishan and Song Ziyi followed Huan Tian and walked at the foot of Tingo Lake. The three of them all looked bad and they all had their own thoughts in their heart. It was Ziwishan who was the first to take the initiative to break the silence. He was indignant and said, "Sect Master, those two people are really disrespectful to you. They actually refused your invitation in the banquet hall. This matter is the invitation to join the sect." Songzi nodded and said, "It is true. There are so many people in the banquet hall and just refusing to accept them is really a slap in the face of our sect master and Chiao sect. Could it be that the sect master just let them go?" When Huan Tian heard what the two said, he immediately chuckled and said softly, "So what if we don't let go? Do we really want to wait until the fight breaks out and those two people will tear down our Scarlet Sky sect without any scruples? The battlefield for the strong is high in the Sky sect master." Ziwishan reminded. "Others may not cooperate with Eng. Even if it is a small crisis, it is best not to happen. If it does not happen, if we really have to take action, we plan to stay away from Fanfiction city." As he said this, Huan Tian smiled mysteriously, full of charm. Song Ziyi had a look of confusion on his face. "I understand. Is the sect leader planning to kill these two people in Ice Sky Valley?" Second, Ziwishan also thought of it and his eyes flashed. "Ha ha ha, I didn't say it, you all guessed this." Huan Tian raised his head and laughed and left the place instantly in high spirit. At the same time, the Xian family. At this moment outside Xian's house there were several figures flying from high in the sky. When the camera looked closer, it looked like 10 people. Among these 10 people are Suanmi and others. This is the Xian family's mansion. It's really Lu Urias and Lu Urias. Cao Su and the other three glanced at it from below and they immediately exclaimed, "Who dares to fly over the Xian family? Come down!" At this moment a hostile roar sounded. 3 men with long guns and brown armor flew up in a hurry below. The power of Duzong surged out of his body quietly. The 3 men's eyes swept across the 10 people in front of them and soon they saw Suanmi, Jinkun and others. Their expressions suddenly froze and their voices suddenly stopped. "We have met Miss Suanmi, the Golden Protector." The 3 of them raised their hands and half bowed, their voices loud and respectful. "I didn't know it was you just now. Please forgive me for any offense." The 3 of them broke into a cold sweat and immediately lowered their heads to admit their mistake. "You 3 are also enforcing the law impartially." "I don't care, but I was negligent." Suanmi smiled lightly without any intention of blaming you. "The same is true for Jin Kun." "Oh, they are all 5-star Duzong, haha." Cao Su and the others looked at the 3 people in front of them and suddenly laughed. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at the 3 unfamiliar people. From the auras of Cao Su and the others they realized that these 3 people were very powerful. The 3 guard captains couldn't help but shrink their pupils, breathe a little quickly and blurt out, "I wonder who the 3 of you are?" Suanmi gave a brief introduction. "These 3 are my lady's saviors and the new Keking elders of our Xian family. They are 3 powerful warriors." Her simple introduction frightened the 3 of them. The 3 of them just yelled at these 3 Dozun. "But fortunately they were one of our own, otherwise they would have died long ago." "I have met 3 elders." The 3 of them were very knowledgeable and bowed to Cao Su and the others. "Okay, you all go down, we are going to find father." Suanmi waved yes. Chapter 212. Coincident? Huan Tian took a sip of wine and said, "Ziyi Lao, tell me about that incident." "Ice Sky Valley?" Ziwishan was stunned. Huan Tian nodded lightly. "Okay, this is not a secret." Ziwishan nodded. "This matter was mainly told to Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. According to the news, in the depths of the Ice Sky Valley closest to Fanfiction city there is an ice sky and snow dragon monster that is at the same level as the 9-star peak human Dozun. This is not the first time that everyone has heard of the Ice Sky Snow Dragon. This is a big fear. Although it currently only has the 9-star peak Dozun, the strength it exerts is estimated to be infinitely close to the level of a semi-saint powerhouse. Fortunately this monster is still sleeping, but it seems to have awakened intention. The Ice Sky Snow Dragon is cruel by nature, extremely violent and kills without sight. Its most obvious characteristic is that these characteristics will be fully revealed whenever it wakes up after a long sleep. And our Fanfiction city is the closest city, so it is undoubtedly it. After waking up he will be the primary target of torture and abuse. At that time there will definitely be a loss of life in Fanfiction city, so we decided to unite with the powerful forces in Fanfiction city and even around it and send out Dozun Realm and other powerful people to take advantage of this beast before it fully wakes up and its strength has not been fully restored. Let's kill them together." The message has been sent out and the personnel are almost ready, but there is only one 8-star peak Dozun and that is our sect leader. The rest are below this, but fortunately there are 25 of them, but most of them they are all low-level Dozun. Even the Ice Sky Snow Dragon's sleeping body is extremely stiff. Besides Besides, in addition to the Ice Sky Snow Dragon, there are other monsters in the Ice Sky Valley that are comparable to the human Dozun realm, so we plan to invite you. You two have also joined in this crusade plan. What do you think? Confucius said that Tian finally finished speaking plausibly. My mouth was dry, so I quickly picked up the wine and took a few sips to moisten my throat. In the banquet hall it was very quiet except for the voice of Ziai Yushan. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other after hearing this. They had heard this news from passers-by in the previous inn. Long Fei took a sip of wine and analyzed. 25 Dozun are going to kill a 9-star peak monster. There are other monsters outside that are even worse than Dozun. This is indeed very tricky. Yao Tianhuo asked jokingly, then how will the corpses of these monsters be distributed? Huan Tian replied, at that time the distribution will be based on the order of merit. Long Fei nodded. Okay. Long Fei asked, when will we set off? Huan Tian said 4 days later. Long Fei, 4 days later, let's do it. Huan Tian said, by the way, the day after tomorrow is the day when our Chiao sect will compete in martial arts to introduce new bloodline. You can also come and see us then. How about you two staying in our sect to rest during these few days? We will definitely be there the day after tomorrow. Long Fei nodded and then shook his head. Thank you, Master Huan, for your kindness. If you want to live there, you won't need it. We are new here and we plan to take a walk around Fangtian City and see the prosperity and wealth in this city. After everyone heard this, Huan Tian nodded. Yes, there are many grand events in Fangtian City and you should really take a good look. Huan Tian asked, when will you two set off? Long Fei said, we will set off after the banquet is over. After everyone was reserved for a few more times, the banquet dispersed. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo also left Scarlet Sky Sect directly to see the beautiful scenery at night in the city. After the banquet was over, everyone dispersed. Only Ziwishan and Song Ziyi followed Huan Tian and walked at the foot of Tingle Lake. The three of them all looked bad and they all had their own thoughts in their heart. It was Ziai Yueshan who was the first to take the initiative to break the silence. He was indignant and said, Sect Master, those two people are really disrespectful to you. They actually refused your invitation in the banquet hall. This matter is the invitation to join the sect. Songzi nodded and said, it is true. There are so many people in the banquet hall and just refusing to accept them is really a slap in the face of our sect master and Chiao sect. Could it be that the sect master just let them go? When Huan Tian heard what the two said, he immediately chuckled and said softly, so what if we don't let go? Do we really want to wait until the fight breaks out and those two people will tear down our Scarlet Sky Sect without any scruples? The battlefield for the strong is high in the Sky Sect Master. Ziai Yueshan reminded. Others may not cooperate with Eng. Even if it is a small crisis, it is best not to happen. If it does not happen, if we really want to take action, we plan to stay away from Fangtian City. As he said this, Huan Tian gave a mysterious smile which was full of charm. Song Ziai had a look of confusion on his face. I understand. Is the sect leader planning to kill these two people in Ice Sky Valley? Second, Ziai Yueshan also thought of it and his eyes flashed. Ha ha ha, I didn't say that you all guessed this. Huan Tian raised his head and laughed and left the place instantly in high spirit. At the same time, the Xian family. At this moment outside Xian's house there were several figures flying from high in the sky. When the camera looked closer, there were 10 people. Among these 10 people are Suanmi and others. This is the Xian family's mansion. It is really Lu Urias and Lu Urias. Cao Su and the other three glanced at it from below and they immediately sighed. Who dares to fly over the Xian family? Come down. At this moment a hostile and angry voice sounded. Rise. 3 men with long guns and brown armor flew up in a hurry below. The power of Duzong surged out of his body quietly. The 3 men's eyes swept across the 10 people in front of them and soon they saw Suanmi, Jinkun and others. Their pressions suddenly froze and their voices suddenly stopped. We have met Miss Suanmi, the Golden Protector. The 3 of them raised their hands and half bowed, their voices loud and respectful. I didn't know it was you just now. Please forgive me for any offense. The 3 of them broke into a cold sweat and immediately lowered their heads to admit their mistake. You 3 are also enforcing the law impartially. I don't care, but I was negligent. Suanmi smiled lightly without any intention of blaming you. The same is true for Jin Kun. Oh, they are all 5-star Duzong, haha. Cao Su and the others looked at the 3 people in front of them and suddenly laughed. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at the 3 unfamiliar people. From the auras of Cao Su and the others they realized that these 3 people were very powerful. The 3 guard captains couldn't help but shrink their pupils, breathe a little quickly and blurt out, I wonder who the 3 of you are? Suanmi gave a brief introduction. These 3 are my lady's saviors and the new Keking elders of our Xian family. They are 3 powerful warriors. Her simple introduction frightened the 3 of them. The 3 of them just yelled at these 3 Dozun, but fortunately they were one of our own, otherwise they would have died long ago. I have met 3 elders. The 3 of them were very knowledgeable and bowed to Cao Su and the others. Okay, you all go down. We are going to find grandfather. Suanmi waved. Yes. Chapter 213. Dead of night. In Xian Zongtian's room, a black mist turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of Xian Zhongtian. At this moment Xian Zhongtian is practicing calligraphy with an ink pen in his hand. Seeing the sudden appearance of the black shadow soldier, he immediately put down the ink pen in his hand, looked at the soldier and said hurriedly, "Is there any news?" The dead man cupped his hands, knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Master, Miss Suanmi and Protector Jin Zun have returned to the Xian family, and they are followed by 8 people, 5 of whom are members of the Xian family and 3 others who don't know. The 3 cultivation levels are all in the realm of Douzun, so we don't dare to test them rashly." "What? My daughter is back? Great, where are they now?" The dead man said so much, but the only word that penetrated Xian Zongtian's ears was the word Suanmi. He cared most about nature. She is his precious daughter, and the others are not that important yet, but it's also very important. As for what is going on, you will understand everything when you see it. The dead man replied, "Miss, they are already heading towards your room." Bang, bang. At this moment there was a knock on the door of this room. "It's already here," the dead man said. "Dad." As soon as his voice fell, a familiar female voice came in from outside. "I understand you can go back and bring back those dead soldiers." Xian Zhongtian was startled and suddenly turned into an after-image and disappeared from the place. Yes. After accepting the order, the dead man turned into black mist and disappeared into the pavilion. At the same time, a group of people had arrived outside the Xian Zhongtian Fang pavilion. It was Suanmi and others. "You guys go down first." Suanmi turned to the other 5 members of the Xian family Duzong and ordered. "It's Miss." The 5 people turned around and left first. Now the only ones left are Suanmi, Jinkun and Cao Su, a total of 5 people. After the 5 people left, the door opened. The person who came out was Xian Zhongtian. "Dad, my daughter is back." Suanmi's voice sounded. Xian Zhongtian looked at his precious daughter and quickly stepped forward to hold her in his arms with great excitement. "Great, Dad, thought something happened to you. Just come back, just come back." Xian Zongtian's voice was trembling. This is a situation that he usually does not appear as the head of the Xian family. "Jin Kun, you're fine too, that's great." Xian Zhongtian was very happy. He let go of Suanmi and then looked at everyone. "Daughter, do you know who these 3 are?" Xian Zhongtian was curious. The cultivation levels of Cao Su and the other 3 are all at the Douzun level. Although they are at a low level, they are indeed genuine Douzun. "These 3 are our saviors," Suanmi said, pointing to the first one. "This is Cao Su, a 3-star Douzun." Then he pointed at another person. "This is Wang Shui, a 2-star peak Douzun." Then he pointed at the last one and said, "This is Beng Tu, a 2-star Douzun." "If the 3 of them hadn't come to the rescue in time, my daughter wouldn't be able to see you today, and Jin Kun could only come back to see you in his soul body." After Suanmi finished speaking, her face was extremely aggrieved, but her tone revealed hatred and resentment. In the end, his Zion was tactful. "Dad, my daughter made her own decision and made the 3 of them the elders of our Xian family. I hope that my father will not be angry at my daughter's independent decision." "It's okay, Dad won't blame you. The Xian family has definitely grown stronger with the addition of 3 Douzun. How could Dad blame you? What a daughter of mine." Xian Zhongtian sighed and stroked Suanmi's head. Suppressing the raging anger in his heart, he showed a big smile to Cao Su and the others and said thank you with his hands. "Xian is very grateful to the 3 of you for your help. As long as the 3 of you are willing, you can directly upgrade from Keqing Elder to the main family. The Xian family will definitely thank the 3 elders and 3 of them for their kindness." 3. "Thank you very much, Master Xian, for your kindness." Cao Su and the other 3 also replied with smiles on their faces. The 3 of them are all Douzun, and they have long felt that Xian Zongtian's unusually powerful aura completely overwhelmed them. Xian Zhongtian is very powerful, even far higher than the 3 of them in cultivation. The 3 of them estimated that he probably looked like a SI-star Douzun, but in fact only Xian Zhongtian knew whether it was, or he might even be higher than a SI-star Douzun. This Xian family is truly extraordinary, so low-key and scary. It is just a sleeping dragon. As long as it wakes up, the sky in Fangtian City will definitely change. Although it is probably impossible to shake the Scarlet Sky sect, the other 2 sects and the 3 families are not enough to look at. Cao Su solemnly said, "The 3 of us are used to freedom and don't like to be restrained. Otherwise we would not have chosen the position of Keqing Elder after accepting Miss Suanmi's position as the elder. Please hope that the head of the Xian family can understand. Of course, no matter whether you are Zhengtang or Keqing, they are all members of my Xian family, which is a great thing." Xian Zhongtian said, "You 3, it's getting late. Tomorrow Xian will hold a banquet to entertain the 3 of you. Jin Kun, please quickly take the 3 Keqing elders to a good room to rest. The head of the family wants to chat with Xian Mi alone." "Yes, Master, I won't disturb you any longer. Please leave first." After saying that, Jin Kun took Cao Su and the other 2 people away from here. As the 4 people left, only Suan Mi and Xian Zhongtian were left here. After the four people left, Xian Zhongtian, who was originally smiling, lost all his smile for a moment and his face became gloomy. The monstrous anger that had been deliberately suppressed was completely revealed along with the murderous intention. Come with daddy. Xian Zhongtian turned around, waved his hand and went directly into the pavilion. Suan Mi naturally knew that her father was angry. He had been angry from the beginning, but it was difficult to show it in front of a few people. After all, he was the head of the family. If you can't even control your own anger, it's too low level. The temperature in the room became colder. Xian Zhongtian turned to look at Suan Mi and said in a low voice, daughter, tell your father everything you see and know from beginning to end. Daddy will uphold justice for you. Suan Mi said, daddy is like this today. A period of time passed and only Suan Mi's voice came out in the room while Suan Zhongtian listened quietly, but the more he listened the angrier he became. Until Suan Mi finished speaking, the voice did not sound again. Xian Zhong was furious and said viciously, it's too much, it's too much. These two people are so audacious. Even Jin Kun was seriously injured by a single blow and was on the verge of death. I didn't expect that the other party turned out to be a 7-star Dozun. It seems that this matter is not easy to handle. Xian Zhongtian's fists were clenched tightly and the luster of Dozun's power shone brightly. Wait, you said two people? Suan Zhongtian suddenly heard something and said in surprise. With his pupils widened, he remembered the message in the paper crane, two strangers, something like Dozun cultivation and other words. Yes, daddy. Suan Mi was also a little surprised. It can't be such a coincidence. It can't be such a coincidence. Xian Zhongtian narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath and muttered, what such a coincidence? Dad, you're really worried about your daughter? Suan Mi urged, confused. Chapter 214 Weird Black Energy. Under Suan Mi's hurried questioning, Suan Zhongtian briefly told her what he had guessed. After hearing this, Suan Mi was also surprised. This is really a coincidence. Daughter, do you still remember the appearance of those two people? Xian Zhongtian asked in a deep voice. Suan Mi closed her eyes to recall and nodded. My daughter remembers. Draw it, Xian Zhongtian said. Suan Mi nodded decisively. Okay. So she picked up an ink pen and paper and drew it in the most detail possible. After more than half an hour passed, the painting finally came out. Dad, my daughter has finished drawing. This is what those two people look like. Suan Mi stared at the two heads on the paper, gritting her teeth and looking hatefully. Recalling the scene during the day, even now it feels like she is immersed in it. Obliterate. He clenched his fist and surged with strength. He wanted to kill these two people with 1,000 cuts right now. Xian Zhongtian narrowed his eyes. It turns out it's them. Listening to the tone, Suan Mi thought her father had seen these two people, so she asked, Dad has seen them? She was also surprised. After hearing this, Xian Zhongtian shook his head. I've never seen it before. This is the first time I've seen you draw it. Just when Suan Mi was at a loss for words, Xian Zhongtian picked up the portrait and waved his hand and a burst of energy appeared. The net second the portrait was broken down into a stream of particle energy. The particle energy turned into a crane and flew away from the Xian family's mansion with a few words. Xian Zhongtian said, leave this matter to my father. The Scarlet Sky Sect will hold a recruiting competition the day after tomorrow to attract new blood. My father also plans to go to the Scarlet Sky Sect to visit this old guy Huan Tian. Suan Mi said what was in her heart. Dad, if it is as you guessed, if it is really them and based on their cultivation level, what if they join the Scarlet Sky Sect? As he spoke, there was worry on his face. Xian Zhongtian looked grim and sighed. If this is really the case, it will be difficult. We can only think about it in the long term. Paused for a second and continued, you don't need to worry about this matter. You can run FANFIC auction house well. It's okay to just keep things within yourself. Fortunately, cultivation can't be taken away. After today's events, you should understand the importance of high cultivation, right? Suan Mi nodded. Yes, my daughter will definitely practice hard in the future, but now such a big thing has happened at FANFIC auction house. The entire FANFIC auction house has been destroyed except for those under the ground. It will take time. Come and fight it. Xian Zhongtian said today's auction can only be postponed to find time later. This matter is so big and so many people have died. The top priority is to appease the fearful hearts of the people around the auction house. I will also leave this matter to you. Let's go and get some rest. Okay, it's too late. After saying that, the hand that picked up the pen again started to draw, and when the last stroke was finished, it was put back into the ink cartridge. Daughter, please leave first. Suan Mi bowed and stepped back before leaving the room. After Suan Mi left, the room became quiet again. At this moment in the sky, a stream of light quickly flew down towards the courtyard here. Xian Zhongtian walked out of the courtyard, looked up, and his pupils moved lightly. The reply was pretty quick. Not bad, he muttered, then raised his hand to take it. The flying light was an energy paper crane. The energy paper crane turned into a beam of particle energy and entered Xian Zhongtian's ears. It has been determined that the two people are exactly the same as the portrait. What's very strange is that the people in the Scarlet Scarlet Xiao sect don't seem to know that these two are murderers, and I don't know if they are pretending. After hearing this, Xian Zhongtian curled up the corners of his mouth and let out a cold snort. Sure enough, as the head of the family thought these two people are them. Xian Zhongtian Lang said, sighing, this old guy Huantian doesn't know whether he really doesn't know or not. For two senior figures, those dead people and the destruction of the auction house are completely invisible things. There was a profound light in his eyes, but it is true that killing two Dozun and one of them is a 7-star Dozun is a task that is as difficult as climbing to the sky unless a strong semi-saint takes action. Not to mention the people like Scarlet Sky Sek Huantian, even he dare not say that he can kill them. And the risk is too high, and I really don't want to go to war unless it is a last resort. The war between Dozun is very terrible. Once a war breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. It seems that this matter must be discussed in the long run. Let's call the elders to discuss countermeasures first. The Xian family can't break up with the Scarlet Sky sect yet, and they need to deal with that terrifying thing together in 3 days. That's all we can do now. Xian Zhongtian is not easy to be the head of the family. There are so many annoying things. He rubbed his eyebrows side again and sent the news back to the undercover agent. The content of the message is wait and see what happens. Wait for my order. Although the Xian family is low-key, there is a reason for it, because they have a huge plan. This plan involves major changes in the future structure of Fanfiction City. The seemingly harmless things are the most dangerous. You must be careful at every step. Even if you miss a step, you will be in danger. After all, the plan you have worked hard for so many years is still zero. It was late at night and Fanfiction City had entered the comfort of sleep. In the quiet night of the city, there are several red lanterns floating around and distributed in different areas of the city. These people are patrol officers in the city. It's equivalent to law and order. On a long road, there was a patrol officer carrying a red lantern, looking around as he walked. The patrolling man complained as he walked, what danger can there be in the dark night? I patrol every day and don't find anything wrong. It's really troublesome. Suddenly a cold wind blew by, making his hair stand on end. He was startled and quickly turned around to look around, only to find that there was nothing. It seems I'm being paranoid. It's just an ordinary cold wind. The patrolling man shook his head and smiled bitterly, turned back and continued walking. Under the weak light of the lantern, he found a wooden pendant on the ground in front of him. This is... With doubts, he walked over and picked it up. After looking at it from both sides, this wooden pendant had strange patterns carved on it, as if an evil eye was staring at the man. The patrolling man's expression changed in shock. He wanted to throw it away, but he couldn't. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious and uncomfortable black energy leaked from the wooden pendant. Ah, what is this? The patrolling man screamed in horror. He waved his hands wildly, but it was of no use. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. The strange and mysterious black energy spread directly from his arms and entered through his nostrils. A few seconds later, his pupils were shrouded in black and even the whites of his eyeballs disappeared. The whole person has lost consciousness. Together they became walking zombies, walking step by step, their bodies slanting. Experimental subject number 1 is completed. Let's wait and see what happens. Net. A cold voice sounded in the darkness. This sound is very strange. Chapter 215. The competition begins. Not just here, wooden badges like this appeared everywhere around Fanfiction City where there were patrols. They were all successfully picked up and then invaded by the weird and mysterious black energy, turning into black-eyed and irrational walking zombies. The target of these people is the patrollers, and it is obvious that they have shown it. These patrollers were all treated as experiments. Body. After the mysterious people have left, very interesting things will happen in Fanfiction City. In the dark night, all the experimental subject were gathered together, a group of walking corpses which made people's hair stand on end and trembled endlessly. They did not go out to attack others, but entered a dormant state one after another in a small alley, seeming to be waiting for the day to wake up. The night passed like this. Early in the morning, the door of the room in the tavern where Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were located was pushed open. Under the warm sunlight, Long Fei stretched himself and sang loudly, I opened the door in the morning and the sun smiled at me, la la la, comfortable. But Long Fei's singing voice was a bit lost. Yao Tianhuo, who was net to him, quickly covered his ears and begged for mercy. Gang leader, your singing voice is truly unparalleled in the world. There is no one else who can compare with you. Mala Gobe, that fool sang early in the morning. That's right, it still sounds so ugly. You're crazy. Stop singing. I'm going to vomit. But at this moment, people roared loudly and pairs of shoes and other items were thrown upward. Yao Tianhuo was speechless. This slap in the face came so fast. Gang leader, it's not that I don't help you, it's that you are tone deaf in singing. It's really ugly. Long Fei's forehead veins were exposed and he roared, fuck. Shut up everyone. Whoever speaks out, I guarantee that they will regret coming to this world. The roaring sound spread throughout the entire tavern and an extremely terrifying aura came out of Long Fei's body. Everyone in the tavern who was about to stand up to to refute suddenly changed their e-pressions when they felt this aura broke out in cold sweat and were so frightened that they fainted. This aura is so strong, so terrifying. How could there be such terrifying pressure? This pressure at least at the Douzun level. Fearful voices trembled one after another in the tavern. After roaring, Long Fei suddenly became angry and said, I feel much better now. Yao Tianhuo stood by and watched dumbfounded. Awesome gang leader. You are worthy of being the gang leader. Soon the tavern became quiet. A space crack appeared in front of them and Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo disappeared. In the tavern a space crack appeared on the red carpet in front of everyone and two people walked out of it. It was Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. Looking at this scene, those timid people were afraid of the two people in front of them. Waiter, serve the food. If it's not delicious, I'll tear down your tavern. Long Fei's voice was very calm. As he spoke, he and Yao Tianhuo came to a seat and sat down. I lit a cigar and took a puff, feeling refreshed. Withdraw the pressure and the surrounding oppression disappears instantly. The waiter Dion quickly went to prepare. The shopkeeper came to Long Fei and greeted him with a smile. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Long Fei reminded him and took a breath. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Don't worry sir, it coming soon. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. What to do? Of course I'm going to urge you. After eating, Long Fei and the two continued to wander around Fanfiction city. Suddenly Long Fei stopped. He frowned, feeling something was not right. What's wrong, gang leader? Yao Tianhuo asked curiously. He looked where Long Fei was looking and found nothing wrong. I felt a little strange from the beginning, but I didn't pay attention to it, Long Fei said lightly. Yao Tianhuo was curious and confused. What's weird? Have you ever felt that there is a disgusting evil atmosphere in the air today? Long Fei said. As the inheritor of the Chaos Blue Dragon bloodline, he essentially has the instinct to ward off evil spirit. In this regard also very sensitive. Before Yao Tianhuo could reply, Long Fei's pupils changed and the chaotic green dragon pupils suddenly appeared. I saw the scene in front of me clearly. The energy elements in front of me were wrapped in a layer of strange black energy. This black energy was very evil and disgusting. Long Feilong's power shook and the power of his orcism instinct suddenly came out and directly destroyed the strange black energy. Yao Tianhuo was stunned and shook his head. Gang leader, I can't find anything, but it does make people feel a little more uncomfortable than usual. The origin of evil, Long Fei muttered. In his eyes he soon saw wisps of thick black energy filling the streets and alleys. These strange black energies were invisible to ordinary people. Long Fei was special, so you can see it, and the sources of these black energy are all emanating from those people. Although not all people are, but most of them are. There is something strange like a danshan moving in the bodies of these people. Long Fei's mental power rushed out and scanned the entire Fanfiction city. He was shocked to find many strange black energies and strange danshan-like things in the entire Fanfiction city. Although he didn't know what was going on, Long Fei's premonition was very accurate. Something big would happen in Fanfiction city soon. It seems that I have been leaning on you wherever I go, Long Fei muttered in a low voice and then said, there is something wrong with these people. They all have a strong black energy on them. Black energy? Yao Tianhuo frowned and couldn't see anything. Gang leader, I can't see anything. Here we go. Yao Tianhuo became depressed. Long Fei raised his hand and passed it in front of Yao Tianhuo's eyes and a green light flashed. A blue light appeared in Yao Tianhuo's pupils and he opened his heavenly eyes. These strange black energies are an evil form of death. Although he is a living person, why does he have this completely opposite aura of death on his body? After opening his sky eye, Yao Tianhuo clearly saw what Long Fei saw and his e-pression suddenly became astonished. This is the weird black energy that you, the gang leader, are talking about? Yao Tianhuo was stunned. Long Fei analyzed this kind of death energy should not appear on living people unless these people are already dead and are now being controlled. Why don't we catch him and see what's going on? Yao Tianhuo suggested. I think so too. Long Fei disappeared from the spot, grabbed a passerby and appeared in the narrow passage of 5 people, and Yao Tianhuo also followed. The person who was caught looked terrified. What are you doing, gentlemen? Passerby asked in fear. Don't move. Long Fei hit him in the chest with a palm and a force surged into the passerby's body, and then the black original gas was forcefully pulled out. Well, at the same time as it was being pulled out, passerby's pupils turned black but soon returned to normal pupils. Both Long Fei and Long Fei were curious as they looked at the source of the strange black energy in their hands. I would like to see what you have here. After Long Fei finished speaking, he cast the spell directly. As for passerby, he was still on the side and fell to the ground. He didn't know whether he was dead or fainted. Chapter 216 Rock Climbing Battle. After some inspection, Long Fei discovered that these strange black auras were quite similar to the aura emitted by the puppet technique in the tomb of the Mofeng Saint. The net moment the original black energy in his hand disappeared, Yao Tianhuo came to the passerby to check. This man's pupils were white and not black at all. all. His eyes were bulging and he was dead. Yao Tianhuo frowned, feeling confused, then turned to look at Long Fei and asked, "Gang leader, what did you find?" Long Fei said lightly, "This black energy is somewhat similar to the atmosphere emitted by the puppet technique in the tomb of Saint Mufeng." Yao Tianhuo's brows tightened even more. "So the person behind this is related to the Mufeng saint or a relative or something?" Long Fei nodded, not intending to veto but actually agreeing. "Things in the world are very weird. Maybe they are really weird, or maybe I have obtained a technique similar to that kind of puppetry and I have never. The black energy is found to be incomplete, which means that these people have not fully mastered it and the people in front of them are their experimental subject." Yao Tianhuo snorted coldly and said angrily, "What a group of heartless people using such vicious magic on the people." Then he raised his head and asked, "Gang leader, have you found the suspicious person in Fangqian City?" Long Fei shook his head. "No, if there really was one I would have caught him first." Yao Tianhuo sneered. "It seems that these people left Fangqian City after taking this step. They were really cautious." Long Fei raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't feel this way yesterday. I guess it started last night." Continued, "I would like to see what trick these people are going to play." Yao Tianhuo looked at the body of passerby A and said, "Gang leader, look at this man's death date and the characteristics on his body. It doesn't look like he just died. Instead he has a body that has already died." Long Fei quickly looked at it. "It is true that he died long ago, but it was not too early. If my guess is correct, this person should have died late last night. It seems that those people with black bodies are also dead." Long Fei looked at the people outside the road and there was a thick black air floating on their bodies. "What to do now?" Yao Tianhuo asked. Long Fei said, "Let's burn this body first. As for what to do, then just wait and see what happens. I think it won't be long before the person behind the scenes appears. Moreover, the death of people in Fangqian City has nothing to do with them. The Douchi continent is so big and has an extremely large population, so the death of some people who have nothing to do with him is nothing good." Bright flames appeared in Yao Tianhuo's hands and the fire burned the corpse directly. This kind of handling of corpses is what he specializes in. "Let's go and find a place to practice." After Long Fei finished speaking, he took the Yao Tian fire directly and escaped into the void. "Take out the flame crystal and continue to absorb it." Last night they spent the night absorbing this. There were originally 50 coins, but now there are only 40 SI left and half of Yao Tianhuo. "If you take 2 pills a day, it will take more than 10 days to absorb. I don't know how far my cultivation will reach after all of it is absorbed." Long Fei is looking forward to it, and so is Yao Tianhuo. Soon the two entered into meditation and absorption. Today outside Fangqian City everything was lifeless, but no one noticed anything was wrong, even the huge families of the Scarlet Xiao sect. But everyone in the Scarlet Heaven sect is preparing for tomorrow's competition to recruit students. Time flies. Another day passed in a blink of an eye. Today is a prosperous time. Many young practitioners in Fangqian City gathered at the foot of Zonggu Mountain of Chiao sect. The purpose is to wait for the Chiao sect to open the sect and allow them to enter the place of martial arts competition. The competition between Scarlet Heaven sect is not outside but inside. There are prescribed places within the territory of the Chiao sect. According to the custom of previous years, the first level requires climbing the valley with bare hands. There is corresponding pressure in the valley, but it is not that easy. Only by climbing up can you be qualified to join the competition and become a famous person. List. In previous years many people could not even pass the first level and were eliminated. The elimination rate of Scarlet Xiao sect is very high. It's already 7 o'clock. Why isn't the gate of Scarlet Guy sect open yet? Several passers-by spoke. Just when these people sounded doubts, the door of Scarlet Sky sect opened and a sacred light bloomed. Everyone looked up, their mouths slightly opened, golden light flashing in their pupils, and everyone looked eager. Then a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe flew out from the gate. The body was upright as if it could not be shaken no matter what force it was. The terrifying power aura on his body enveloped the entire area under the Chiao sect. "I am the deacon of the Scarlet Heaven sect and I will be in charge of the enrollment for this competition." With a serious look on his face he spoke. "The enrollment for this year's Scarlet Sky sect youth competition has officially begun. The first level is climbing the valley. Only those who have passed the valley can proceed to the NET level. During the process of climbing the valley, flying abilities and fighting skills are not allowed. You can only use act in the flesh. Violators will be eliminated. Without too much nonsense, let's get started directly." Everyone also likes such a straightforward deacon. "Come on, I want to join the Scarlet Sky sect. Come on, I'm coming from the Scarlet Sky sect." Rush! A large group of people shouted. Their morale surged. They rushed towards the valley and began to climb. Among the crowd, 2 people have not yet taken action. The 2 men were quite far apart. One of them wearing black clothes and a black hood was Mao Yan, and another young man with long hair in Qingshang is Mao Ji. The cultivation of these 2 people is at the level of Do Wang. Such a young Do Wang has great potential potential in the future. It's a pity that the two of them are life and death enemies and one of them will definitely die, otherwise this grudge will not die out. At this moment Mao Ji has not discovered the existence of Mao Yan because in his eyes Mao Yan died 3 years ago. How a waste could appear here is a complete fantasy. But Mao Yan immediately recognized this enemy, the so-called brother who harmed him. Mao Yan clenched his fist, fighting spirit energy swirled in his fist, his pupils widened, endless hatred came out. He wished he could kill Mao Ji right now. If he could, he would cut Mao Ji into pieces with thousands of knives, peel off her skin with cramps and torture her to death. Although I hate it, but now he is still very rational and cannot be opposed yet. Now is not the time. According to the information he inquired about, there are 3 levels to clear the Scarlet Sky sect. The first level is climbing the valley. The second level is to enter the psychedelic realm. The third level is the competition. This is an absolute screening, step by step, eliminating a lot of people, and those who remain in the end are all elite. And Mao Yan plans to eliminate the scourge of Mao Ji in the second level of the psychedelic realm. Time passed little by little and many young people were eliminated in the first level of this year. Many people are basically reaching the top. At this moment Mao Yan, Mao Ji and other smart geniuses who had been waiting for a long time began to take action. They jumped up one after another and jumped towards the high valley ahead. Soon these people felt a pressure approaching. Chapter 217 Everyone's Choice. This grand event naturally attracted the attention of the entire Fanfiction city because it itself brings a huge amount of attraction and traffic. Under the valley in front of Chiao sect, everyone's eyes were cast around. They knew that they were not strong enough, so they naturally watched from afar. There are some who are capable, but their age is outdated and their qualifications are not enough. So we watched together and put the dreams that we could not achieve when we were young on these younger generations. Everyone is very curious about how many geniuses from all over the world can be admitted to Scarlet Sky sect in today's class. Although we can only see the first level, it is enough. At least it was completed under the witness of so many people. As for the discouragement of those who are eliminated, it is only temporary. As long as they are still young, they will have a chance in the NET session. As for the 2 levels inside, they are not qualified to enter, let alone observe. Seeing these young women in front of them working so hard to climb the big valley in front of them, many of them showed worries and excitement on their faces. There is desire in their eyes. They hope that one of the many people above them is themselves or their children. The large valley in front of Scarlet Heaven sect is hundreds of meters away in the sky. At this moment there are 2 particularly familiar figures. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo stood in the sky and looked at the grand scene in front of them. How can such a major grand ceremony be omitted without me? Looking at the scene of everyone working hard in front of him and the young girls who were eliminated one by one, Long Fei pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Does the gang leader want to play house with these little noobs?" Yao Tianhuo smiled brightly and became playful. Long Fei laughed mysteriously. Watching it here is the same as participating. I tell you that there will definitely be something good to watch this time. It depends on whether you believe it or not. Does the gang leader know? Yao Tianhuo blinked with a suspicious look on his face and looked ahead, which seemed normal. Maybe it's because his other cultivation level is not high enough. My perception is never wrong. Did you see those 2 people? Long Fei pointed to the past. With a casual glance, it happened that these 2 people were Mao Yan and Mao Ji. Although Long Fei didn't know who they were and it was his first time meeting them, he could feel that there was some kind of plot relationship between the 2, such as brothers killing each other, the hatred of taking away his wife and family status, fights and other bloody plot. Anyway, it definitely not ordinary. Yao Tianhuo frowned and said in a childish voice, I have been following the gang leader for so long and I have never seen a time when the gang leader was wrong. If the gang leader said this, then I am also interested in these 2 little guys. The screen changed ahead. During the climb, Mao Yan was bearing the pressure emanating from the deacon. He gritted his teeth lightly and quickly jumped upward. The pressure became stronger as he reached the back. He is not the only one who can feel the same scene, but the others are also the same. Anyone who can reach this point can prove that he has some foundation, but it is not enough. At this moment Mao Yan's eyes under the mask moved lightly and he saw Mao Ji not far away. Suddenly he felt an urge to test it out, but now is not the time, and the deacon did not stipulate that no one is allowed to take action while climbing, so he will wait for a while to find a suitable time to take action and test it out. It's been 2 minutes. The crowd was getting higher and higher and their physical strength was also increasing. Many people gritted their teeth and persisted. Even if they were tired, they would hold on to a corner of the valley gasping for air, taking the ELIR and resting, otherwise they would fall because there was only one chance once. At the same time Mao Yan saw an opportunity and planned to take action now to test how capable Mao Ji is 3 years from now. Suddenly he drew his sword directly, stepped hard and dived directly towards Mao Ji and then slashed out. Mao Ji, who was concentrating on climbing, was already sweating on his forehead. Even though his cultivation had reached a very advanced level, it was still very difficult to face this increasingly powerful pressure. But the second he felt the sense of crisis coming from his instinct, he turned around and his pupils narrowed slightly. Someone was actually attacking him. Who is it? Since Mao Yan was dressed in black at the moment and had a big hat covering his head, and it had been 3 years since he left, he would never think it was Mao Yan, but he couldn't think of who it was. Since you attacked yourself under the nose of the deacon of the Scarlet Heaven sect, aren't you afraid of being disqualified? The scene that happened here naturally could not escape the eyes of the deacon of the Scarlet Sky sect. When he saw the scene, he just gently stroked his white beard, narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I couldn't help but take action at the first level. He is really an impatient guy, but his courage is indeed good, but this kind of behavior will only increase his physical strength and is unwise. As he said this, he shook his head secretly. The moment Mao Ji turned over and threw out her long sword to hit him. A burst of power directly blew away some of the people around him who were already tired or had low cultivation levels and could not stop him. Just such a confrontation caused a large number of people to be eliminated. Damn it, what are you two doing? Everyone who fell down roared angrily, but there was nothing they could do about it. The Scarlet Sky sect had rules and you only had one chance to climb the valley. If you fell, you would be ineligible and would have to wait until the NET session. Mao Ji and Mao Yan didn't pay attention to the people's angry protests and roars. However, the rest of the people who were still in Pangu took a look and were surprised as to why the two were fighting. However, after a few glances they ignored it. Soon someone was the first to reach the top. He became the first person in this session. He was a burly and strong man. He was a young man. He should be around 22 years old, completely in line with the age range, properly the younger generation. Soon people came up successfully one after another and basically no one was eliminated. There are men and women, the number is quite even. Mao Ji said with a gloomy face, I don't know who you are, but I don't want to waste time with you now. If you have the ability, go to the second level to decide the outcome. After hearing this, Mao Yan revealed a light arc under his mask and said sarcastically, okay, then your death will be over. Seeing this scene, Mao Yan and Mao Ji gave up their confrontation and headed directly upward to the summit. After the simple change just now, Mao Yan has roughly tested out the strength of Mao Ji 3 years later, which is similar to him, but in some aspect he is still better. 3 years later, Mao Ji's cultivation level also reached the 3-star peak fighting king. Although his cultivation level is higher than him, he is still stronger in terms of explosive power. 3 years have passed before he was promoted from a 7-star fighting spirit to a 3-star peak fighting king. In Mao Yan's aloof eyes at the moment, he is still too rubbish. He has a family. Are these the resources? He rebuilt the spear flame from waste, and in 3 years he cultivated from the fighting chi stage to the realm of the 3-star fighting king. One can imagine how abnormal his cultivation talent is at this moment. Of course, these are also inseparable from the relationship between the inheritance of the powerful semi-saint and the magnificent resources. Otherwise, no matter how awesome he is, he would never have been able to achieve this in just 3 years. Chapter 218. Looking into the maze. Soon the first level was over. A total of 30 people passed. There are many young people in and around this grand Fanfiction city, and there are also many wizards. And the 30 in front of you are typical instances. The deacon looked at the 30 different people in front of him. Everyone had their own strength and weaknesses, and he was no exception. With so many years of experience, although he may not host every recruitment competition, it is not necessary. The deacon flew high and looked at the 30 people in front of him who didn't care about what happened during the rock climbing. As long as they could pass some of the method and were not cheating, there would be no problem. The deacon stroked his beard and a smile appeared on his solemn face, and he said, congratulations to all 30 of you for passing the first level. I will take you to the second level NET. After saying that, he turned around and led away regardless of what the other party did. In the crowd, you look at me, I look at you. Everyone looks at each other several times because the NET person NET to you is likely to become your opponent or enemy. However, these are nothing in the crowd. Mao Yan and Mao Ji, who are wearing black robes, black hats and black masks, are opposite each other, forming an obvious oppositional aura. Who is Mao Ji? A tall woman walked up to Mao Ji and then looked at Mao Yan, who was dressed in black with a hostile face. As a woman, she always felt that the guy in black in front of her was familiar, but I can't even remember it. It's just something that is dressed in black and dare not see people. When Mao Ji saw the woman approaching, her face changed slightly. She couldn't help but that this woman was too beautiful, and she was also from his Mao family, so she was the elder's granddaughter. When Mao Rong saw this woman, Mao Yan's eyes moved lightly under the mask and he read 2 words in his heart. Then there was a trace of resentment. Mao Rong was the granddaughter of the second elder of the Mao family, and she was also involved in the plan to kill him in the secret training realm of the Mao family. This woman looks good on the outside, but the other side is not so so good. The forward femme and scorpion woman besought her. Let go. Mao Ji glanced at Mao Yan, who was dressed in black with cold eyes, turned around and left, while Mao Rong also glanced at Mao Yan a few more times before leaving. It's so strange, why do I always feel? Suddenly a coldness flashed across Mao Rong's eyes as if he had discovered something, but he didn't find anything, so he left. Mao Yan murmured in his heart, could this woman have discovered him? No matter what, everyone who participated in that plan or even had a share in it will die. This time I'll start with you, bitch. Originally he only planned to kill Mao Ji and the others would take their time later. He would never forgive those who betrayed him, especially his former good brothers. Everyone followed the deacon into the outer gate of the Scarlet Sky sect. The people below watched these people enter. Most of them left, but some people still stayed. Some people want to see who will be eliminated later. Some people are family members of the younger generation. People from the Mao family saw the previous scene. Mao Nanwan is the boss of these people and Mao Ji's father. Naturally he doesn't want anyone to threaten his son. Moreover, the talent shown by Mao Ji has become one of Mao Ji's key training target. You go back to the Mao family and inform the head of the house about what just happened. The head of the house knows what to do. Mao Nanwan's face was cold and ugly. He ordered to the attendant beside him. Yeah, several people went back. Mao Nanwan is waiting here. After 30 people entered, Long Fei and the two disappeared. Gang leader, we won't be able to see them even if they go in. Yao Tianhuo protested. Long Fei didn't care. His mental power swept across the screen and he was following the broadcast in real time. It's okay, I have a lot of ideas. Long Fei raised his hand and directly brought up the mental image screen. The picture shows the current situation of more than 30 people at this moment. Inside, everyone followed the deacon to a new place. They all know that this is the second challenge. The deacon cast a spell and a space hole appeared in front of everyone. The deacon turned to everyone and said, the second level is to go in here. There is a maze inside. You will be separated when you enter. What you have to do is to collect the energy of the monsters in the maze. There are 3 of you. The time of the hour will be transmitted when the time is up, and those who have less than 30 energy statistic or less than the average number of the team will be eliminated. After saying that, many rays of light appeared in the deacon's hands and entered the minds of 30 people one after another. This is how to obtain energy. Okay, if there is no doubt, let's get started. Looking at the silent person in front of him, the deacon said again. Someone spoke, a female voice. Master Deacon, what will happen if you die in the confusion? The deacon said, death in the confusion is real death, so be careful. There will be blood on the way to the strong. If you are afraid, you can eat it now. Once you enter it, it will take less than 3 hours. There is absolutely no way he can come out. Life or death will be decided within 3 hours. His tone was very calm, as if he didn't care at all how many people would die. What he cares about is who can come out. This is enough. After all, no matter how talented a dead person is, it is useless. If he is dead, he is dead. No one wants to die. No one here wants to die. 30 people were all human beings after all. The deacon's words really shook all 30 of them. Some people do want to quit. After all, if you die after entering it, you will really die. I quit. I'm quitting too. Soon some people raised their hands and the others looked at them with contempt and arrogance, but they soon disappeared. After all, they also thought in their hearts that the person who died inside was themselves. What to do? No, we will not die. But the net moment these people's thoughts became stronger. They may not really die. At worst, they will be eliminated after 3 hours of hiding and not gaining energy. It can be regarded as seeing the world in the confusion, which is profitable for their cultivation. Soon a person left and entered the second level. There are now only 21 people left among the original 30 people. Everyone who left was thankful that someone asked this question, otherwise they would have died except for a few accidents when they entered. You're not backing down now, are you? The deacon asked calmly. No. 21 people answered. Very good, then you can go in. The deacon stepped aside. Everyone was nervous and excited. One after another they went inside. The whole body was submerged in it until the last one. Long Fei's screen outside also disappeared when he saw it. Gang leader, is it gone now? Can you see the scene in the puzzle? Yao Tianhuo asked curiously while eating ice cream. Chapter 219. The Battle of the Two Mao. Long Fei said, we promised that old boy to be there today, so we can just enter the Scarlet Sky sect directly. By the way, I have become confused due to cultivation now that I have forgotten this matter. Yao Tianhuo immediately patted his head when he heard this. The two people's bodies moved, tearing apart the space directly forward. Within the Chiao sect, in the arena of the sect competition, there were many people sitting. All of them were hall masters and elders. The place where they are now is the final level of the competition, but no one has come out yet. The place where those people will come out 3 hours after passing the second level is the center of the arena in front of them. Everyone closed their eyes and meditated. Suddenly space fluctuations appeared in front of them and everyone was affected by the fluctuations and opened their eyes one after another. Spatial fluctuations. Bold. Who dares to break into the Scarlet Sky sect? A hall master shouted angrily. The 10 elders Dozun looked over and said the level of this space fluctuation can only be achieved by Dozun's realm. Could it be the two of them? Zhu Sui frowned and spoke. Everyone looked back. Maybe it was possible. After all, those two guys haven't shown up yet. Let's see. There is no trouble in our Scarlet Sky Sect's territory, Songzi said calmly. Everyone nodded, and they were right. Not only did people leave the territory of the Scarlet Sky Sect, but also the secretaries and formations. Even the semi-saints could touch it when they came, but the price of a touch is very miserable. The space fluctuations became larger and larger, and a space crack appeared in the sky, and then two people came out of it. Seeing this familiar figure, everyone in the Scarlet Sky Sect breathed a sigh of relief and immediately gave up the intention of taking action at any time. Moreover, their sect leader still has some things to deal with and will not be here until a while. As Yi pected, it's the two of you. I wonder who has the guts to break into our Scarlet Sky Sect at this time, Ziyueshan said in a high-pitched voice. Long Fei looked at the people in front of him. His expression suddenly changed and he laughed. Ha ha ha, long time no see. Today we too have come to fulfill our previous agreement, although the time is a little off. Please see me. Not too long, it just been a day. A hall master muttered. You two hurry up and take your seat. Those two seats are specially reserved for you two. Songzi pointed to the two empty seats on the side and said, okay, but Yao Tianhuo nodded and then asked doubtfully, why don't you see Master Huan coming? Isn't today a grand event for the Scarlet Sky Sect to introduce new blood? Long Fei said in agreement. My lord, the sect leader still has some things to deal with. He will come over when he is finished, Ziyueshan said calmly. He was originally unhappy with Yao Tianhuo, but there was no need to say so much now, and luckily he didn't join the Scarlet Sky Sect. Otherwise, if the one above his head was originally the sect leader, he would have to hold another one to become the sect leader. Sit down. Long Fei flew over first and Yao Tianhuo also followed. Sitting down, Yao Tianhuo looked at the empty competition field in front of him and immediately started to have fun. Yao Tianhuo pretended not to know and asked, why is there no one in such a big place like you? Are those newcomers? Where are the newcomers in the competition? Here there may be only 10 dozen elders from the Chiao sect who can discuss matters with Yao Tianhuo. After all, the other party is a 7-star peak dozen. Not just anyone can say a word to him. Only those with enough weight can do it. The 10 hall masters of Scarlet Xiao sect are quite self-aware, but what they don't know is that after a day and a night of practice with the help of the flame crystal energy, the two people's cultivation has been further improved. Ziyueshan said, you are late. Those disciples passed the first level and have now entered the second level of confusion. Then can we see what's inside the puzzle? Yao Tianhuo asked curiously. Ziyueshan shook his head. That can't be done. The mysterious realm is a special instance of our Chiao sect. We can't interfere with the people who enter it, but once the 3 hours are up, everyone inside will come out. You only need to wait carefully for 3 hours. It's really boring if you don't even understand your own things, Yao Tianhuo complained. The rest of the people suddenly became angry when they heard this, but they still shook their heads secretly. It was indeed true. It was no wonder that others had said it if they didn't understand their own things. When a few people started talking, Long Fei wanted to see the scene in the puzzle, and he was also very interested. Summon the Chaos Blue Dragon pupils and try to see if you can wear them all. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. He is still very confident in the Chaos Azure Dragon pupils. His vision is constantly penetrating, seeing through illusions and breaking through space. The moment I saw a different scene. Within this confusing land is a huge forest, but it is a pity that currently only he can see the scene here and cannot show it. It feels good to eat alone. Within the confusing realm, Mao Yan and others have been scattered to various places at this moment. There are many magical beasts here. The strongest magical beasts are at least the 5th level. You must know that the 5th level magical beasts have the strength of ordinary fighting kings, and the 5th level of the peak is almost as strong as a strong human fighting emperor. And among the 21 people, the strongest one is only the 4-star fighting king. If you encounter a slightly stronger 5th level monster, it will be difficult to survive, but if you run away as soon as possible, you will have no problem surviving. Everyone quickly searched for the monsters and obtained energy according to the energy obtaining method that the deacon had introduced into their minds. The easiest way to obtain energy is to kill monsters and obtain their magic cores. As we all know, generally speaking, the monsters that can explode the magic core are generally 3rd level or above, but there are also 1st and 2nd level ones, but the chance is not high. It all depends on luck. The higher level or rarer the magic core you obtain, the more energy you can obtain. In order not to waste time, most people choose 3rd level monsters to try their luck. Among the 21 people, the weakest one has a 5-star peak fighting spirit and the strongest is a 4-star fighting king. It is still possible to deal with a 3rd level monster, but the danger is also quite high. For Do Wang, it is a small matter. Here there is basically no such thing as pure friendship because everyone is in a competitive relationship. At least there will only be a temporary ally, and this ally will only maintain basic energy needs. At least it will not lag too far behind the others, and if a riot really breaks out, at least the allies will take action lightly or even choose to fight the enemy in unison to capture the energy in the hands of competitors. After the passage of time, many things happened in this confusing place in just 1 hour. Some people really regretted coming in, especially the novice Douling novices who were chased by some monsters and hid and dared not come out. Some Douling were unlucky and not only couldn't escape but were even killed by powerful groups of Warcraft. He was killed and his body was eaten clean. This maze is really dangerous. Long Fei's vision was like that of God and he could see the whole process clearly. The same was true for the death and processes of these people. Nothing could escape his discernment, but even so he remained unmoved. After all this time was so cruel, it was either you or me who died. Humans can kill monsters and eat their flesh, and monsters can also kill humans and eat their flesh. The world is fair in this regard. In terms of strength there is no fairness. Chapter 220. Coming out. A total of 2.5 hours pass quickly. At this moment within the confusion only 15 of the original 21 people are left. Since SI people died in just 2.5 hours, the mortality rate in this maze is really high. The rest who are not dead either have gained enough energy and are hiding, or they are afraid of death and have gained almost enough energy and are hiding. There is no one in the maze now is intact. At this moment in the confusing realm, Mao Yan and Mao Ji met again. Both of them had consumed a lot of energy and physical strength through the previous Warcraft battles. They are all exhausted. However, after taking the Eli IR, the power of the Eli IR gradually took effect in his body, making them not look so tired. Mao Yan, who was originally dressed in black, now has a lot of blood on his black robe and there are many signs of being torn apart by monsters. The robe has been damaged a lot. The mask is still there but it is still stained with blood, and the big hat is also stained. It had a lot of holes in it, and now that he wasn't wearing it he put it in the back of his mind. Even so, Mao Ji couldn't recognize who was in front of her, and Mao Ji's situation is not much better than Mao Yan. His clothes were also damaged in many places. I felt a familiar aura from your body. I didn't expect you to be similar to me. Mao Ji was also surprised when she saw the man in black in front of her, but he quickly disappeared and was replaced by ridicule. Finally I found you. I have to go out in half an hour. Mao Ji, today this is your burial place. Just as the enemy's eyes turn red when they meet, Mao Yan said this viciously. As he spoke there was a cold air about him. A long sword appeared in Mao Yan's hand and he stepped directly towards Mao Ji. He quickly approached Mao Ji and the sword was enveloped in crimson flame fighting energy and he slashed down. The Do Wang's blow is very powerful. Mao Ji's pupils shrank. Her expression changed on the spot and she reacted instantly. He was also a 3-star peak person after all. Feng Do Wang, although it consumes a lot of energy, the attack of Mao Yan is still very fast. After all, Mao Yan's condition at the moment was not much better than him. His speed was also slower and he had many flaws. After evading, Mao Ji spotted a flaw in Mao Yan and instantly condensed her sword. She also displayed her fighting spirit wings, speeding up and stabbing with her sword. Mao-style sword battle. Mao Ji shouted angrily and the Do Chi energy fluctuations in her body violently rioted. You know the Mao-style sword technique, so can I. Mao-style sword technique. At this time Mao Yan planned to reveal some information about him step by step. The two of them used the same sword technique to attack. Seeing this scene, Mao Ji's eyes trembled lightly as if she thought of some possibility and exclaimed in shock, how is that possible? How do you know Mao-style sword skills? After a few bang-bang sound waves, the impact caused both parties to retreat. Mao Ji stood on the spot pointing her sword at Mao Yan with a trembling, angry and frightened voice. Who are you? He ha ha ha. Mao Ji, do you really not know who I am? A cold laugh sounded under Mao Yan's mask and his voice was extra special under the filter of the mask. Weird. The net moment I saw him tearing open the damaged black robe with one hand and he was still wearing a thin white dress inside his body. Then he took off his mask, revealing the face that belonged to him, but his face was particularly cold with resentment and anger. Mao Yan's face was ferocious. I am your good brother Mao Yan. My good brother Mao Ji, you won't really forget me, right? It was you who set it up in the first place, conspiracy to turn me into a waste. Seeing this scene and hearing this voice, how could Mao Ji still not know? His pupils suddenly shrank and his face changed drastically again. Are you Mao Yan? No, impossible. You have obviously been destroyed by the clan leader and have become a waste. How can you be the Do Wang? Mao Ji's face was full of disbelief, couldn't believe it and was horrified. Mao Yan looked disdainful. Haha, I'm really grateful to you, otherwise I wouldn't have encountered such a great opportunity. Compared with this, the experience opportunities in the clan are nothing. Mao Ji was shocked and showed a hint of greed. You mean you have received the inheritance of a strong man or a mysterious opportunity and you have come back to seek revenge from me. But this is finally collusion. No wonder you are rock climbing. The time came to attack me, it turned out to be to test me. Mao Ji's greed deepened and her murderous intention became more apparent. In just 3 years you have been promoted from a waste to a 3-star fighting king. It seems that you have an incredible opportunity, really incredible. Mao Yan's voice became cold and stern. It's been 3 years, Mao Ji, you are still this damn greedy person. If I hadn't trusted you I wouldn't have been plotted by you. I'm here today to understand the hatred between us. Then I will do it again. Go to the Mao family for revenge. Mao Ji's voice became colder and sarcastic. Kill me? You, a mere 3-star fighting king, want to kill me, a 3-star fighting king? Even if you have the most incredible opportunity you are still lower than me. Mao Yan only needs you to kill me. Leave your chance to me. I can let you go and pretend that I have never seen you. Otherwise I will tell you today that you will definitely die today. This time I will kill you with my own hands and completely smash you to pieces. Cannot do this. You are so vicious, Mao Ji. You should die and I will show you how powerful I am after my rebirth. Mao Yan couldn't bear it any longer. His desire to kill Mao Ji completely clouded his mind. Now I just want to kill this bitch beast. He rushed forward, the murderous aura in his body completely blooming, and a cold chill accompanied his sword. Die! Mao Ji roared angrily and rushed forward. The two swords flew straight into the sky with their fighting energy. The two swords collided, spark flew everywhere, and the power of the fighting king swept across the sky, causing a brief but continuous roar. Ha ha ha! That's it. That's the only chance you have. After several face-to-face encounters, Mao Ji thought she had tested Mao Yan's abilities, and she immediately laughed even more without disdain. Mao Yan's face remained angry, but he became more calm. He said coldly, really, do you really think you can see through me so easily? Are you sure I didn't mean to see through you? What do you mean? Mao Ji was stunned, and suddenly her expression changed drastically. Round crimson beads made with flames appeared around him at some point. The beads were as big as half a palm. What this? Mao Ji said blankly. Fire saint style explosive crazy flame. Mao Yan moved his hands and terrifying power burst out. Then the flame beads around Mao Ji exploded instantly. This explosion was no ordinary explosion. It was so powerful that it seemed like it was inhospitable to consume one after another. This is the true inherited skill of the half-saint, the flame saint style that he obtained, and that powerful half-saint is called the flame saint. Do you think this is over? The main event comes. Net. An extremely scorching halo appeared from Mao Yan's body. The halo quickly dispersed and enveloped the explosion map. Huge mad fires shot out from the halo. The moves hit in unison and Mao Ji's entire figure was submerged in it, and the sound of participation could be heard from time to time. Chapter 221. The final game. Seeing this scene, everyone above was shocked. 21 people entered and only 10 came out. A total of 11 people died. Everyone in the Scarlet Sky sect looked shocked. The survival rate this time was lower than before. None of them could see what happened in the maze, otherwise they would really wonder how those people died. Some people frowned and wondered, is it killing people to gain energy? This idea may well be reality. The strongest ones in the confusing realm are only the 5th level peak monsters. Even if they can't defeat those fighting spirits, they can just hide and bully some of the smaller ones. Guild leader, the death rate in this confusing realm is really high. Seeing the tired looks of these 10 people, Yao Tianhuo frowned and was a little surprised. Indeed, Long Fei nodded. He was the only one present who saw all the scenes inside and passed by. While the two were whispering, Huan Tian was also a little stunned. There were only 10 of them, and with their appearance it seemed impossible for them to engage in a direct martial art competition. Moreover, among the 10 people who survived, the ratio of Do Wang to Do Ling was quite even, 5 each. There is 1 1-star Do King, 2 2-star Do King, 1 3-star Do King, and 1 4-star Do King. There are 3 9-star fighting spirits and 2 9-star peak fighting spirit who are only 1 step away from the fighting king. The 10 people who can survive are all elite beings. No matter what the result of the final competition is, these 10 people have been recommended to the Scarlet Yao sect, but Huan Tian will not tell them any news at present. At this moment Huan Tian's voice rang out. 10 people, very good. You are all the 10 strongest people in this session. All the energy in your hands is invalid. All 10 of you have entered the final level. As for obtaining, you can handle all the magic cores yourself or give them to the sect in exchange for sect points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources, including the rest of the Scarlet Sky sect. Everyone was surprised by Huan Tian's operation, because in the past the magic core was put away, but since the sect leader has already spoken, they will naturally not refute. The 10 surviving people below immediately looked overjoyed when they heard this. Thank you, sect leader. The 10 people quickly bowed their hands. Huan Tian said, it is undoubtedly impossible for you to directly enter the competition in this state. I will give you 1 stick of incense to adjust the time. Take medicine when you should take medicine, practice when you should practice. After 1 stick of incense you will officially draw the competition. Yes, this guy is quite humane. Long Fei nodded and muttered. The 10 people did not dare to neglect because Huan Tian had already thrown out a stick of incense and stuck it in front of their eyes. Quickly take the Eli sit cross-legged, meditate and absorb it. The fighting spirit energy belonging to them soared out of everyone's bodies, and soon the field was dominated by colorful colors. Soon the time for burning incense came. Okay, the time for the stick of incense has come. The third level of the competition has begun. All 10 of you come up and draw a lottery. There are 10 numbers in total. The number you draw in order will be the opponent you want to fight. Number 1 will fight against number 2. Number 3 will fight against number 4. Just take turn. The deacon in charge of this term came to the 10 people and held a wooden bow in his hand which contained the lottery item. He looked at the 10 people and said lightly. 10 people stood up one after another. After a stick of incense they recovered. Although they had not reached their peak state, there was no big problem anymore. Everyone took the lead and started drawing prizes one after another. After seeing their numbers they all had an idea in mind. Which of you is number 1 and who is number 2? The deacon said. I. 2 voices sounded and everyone looked over. 1 man and 1 woman. The woman said I am number 2. The man said I am number 1. The deacon nodded. Very good, tell me your names. The female said my name is Tian Meier. The man said my name is Songjiang. Tian Meier Songjiang. Very good. This is the first match for you two. The rest of you will go to the spectator area. After the deacon said, he waved his hand. His fighting spirit turned into a pen and a scoreboard appeared in the distance in front of him which said the first match. The words of Tian Meier and Songjiang. Soon everyone went to the audience stage and only Tian Meier and Songjiang were left on the stage. The cultivation levels of these two people are both 9-star peak fighting spirit. What a coincidence. It just happened to be the two of them. The game begins. Deacon said directly without any nonsense. I won't let you offend just because you are a woman. Please give me some advice. Songjiang raised his hand and a green long sword suddenly came out and was held in his right hand, and the green fighting energy on his body also appeared. No need, Tian Meier gives me some advice. Tian Meier snorted coldly and a long whip appeared in his hand. The long whip and her body were enveloped by a red flame fighting energy. The auras of the two 9-star peak fighting spirit collided directly. Everyone on the stage watched. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo are now the audience. They are only responsible for watching and not meddling in other people's business. Songjiang was very rude and rushed towards Tian Meier quickly. The long sword pointed out and the blue fighting energy condensed. Tian Meier was of the same level as Songjiang, so naturally she wasn't afraid of him. She swung her flaming whip and faced him directly. With a bang, one red and one green energy collided to form a fighting energy magnetic field. Songjiang danced his sword quickly and the bang bang looks like he was slashing randomly, but in fact he was in an orderly manner. After several rounds of testing, the two sides officially entered serious mode. Fighting skills, flaming whip flurry. Tian Meier stepped forward and wildly swung the long whip in his hand, using extremely chaotic long whip energy and flame air blades in order to cause scars in the ring. Seeing this, Songjiang's expression changed and he tried his best to stay calm. As soon as his body moved, he started running quickly using his sharp body skills to quickly dodge from a small distance between the whip blade. When he saw the opportunity, he jumped up and threw out two fierce sword energy. Bang bang! The two attacks of the 9-star peak fighting spirit are very strong. The impact that erupted directly knocked back both sides. The two people who were able to come out of the confusion alive really had a lot of skill. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Scarlet Sky sect nodded secretly. These two people were only between 23 and 4 years old. They were both very good. After being introduced to the Scarlet Sky sect and trained, they would achieve success in the near future. They took a fancy to Songjiang's calm temperament in the face of danger and also took a fancy to Tian Meier's fiery temperament, but they were more inclined to the former. Only with a calm mind can we live better and achieve great things, but everything will still be decided by the final outcome of the game. Songjiang, who had just landed, jumped up and rushed out of the smoke of the explosion. The long sword in his hand pointed at the sky and the surrounding cyan energy gathered quickly like 100 strands of blue thread. Fighting skill Xian Qing cross slash. The long sword in Songjiang's hand slashed down continuously and the two terrifying blue sword energies formed a cross shape and his sword pointed at the center of the cross and then fell towards Tian Meier. Tian Meier had no intention of evading and it was too late to dodge at this distance. After several blows, she directly rolled up the long whip and the flames suddenly swept into a tornado and headed towards Songjiang. Fighting skill Whirling Dragon Flame Breaker. Bang! Long. Chapter 222. The competition is over. Prepare for the follow-up. Seeing this scene, everyone above was shocked. 21 people entered and only 10 came out. A total of 11 people died. Everyone in the Scarlet Sky sect looked shocked. The survival rate this time was lower than before. None of them could see what happened in the maze, otherwise they would really wonder how those those people died. Some people frowned and wondered, is it killing people to gain energy? This idea may well be reality. The strongest ones in the confusing realm are only the 5th level peak monsters. Even if they can't defeat those fighting spirits, they can just hide and bully some of the smaller ones. Guild leader, the death rate in this confusing realm is really high. Seeing the tired looks of these 10 people, Yao Tianhuo frowned and was a little surprised. Indeed, Long Fei nodded. He was the only one present who saw all the scenes inside and passed by. While the two were whispering, Huan Tian was also a little surprised. There were only 10 of them and it seemed impossible for them to compete directly in a martial art competition. Moreover, among the 10 people who survived, the ratio of Do Wang to Do Ling was quite even, 5 each. There is 1 1-star Do King, 2 2-star Do King, 1 3-star Do King and 1 4-star Do King. There are 3 9-star fighting spirits and 2 9-star peak fighting spirit who are only 1 step away from the fighting king. The 10 people who can survive are all elite beings. No matter what the result of the final competition is, these 10 people have been recommended to the Scarlet Yao sect, but Huan Tian will not tell them any news at present. At this moment Huan Tian's voice rang out, 10 people, very good. You are all the 10 strongest people in this session. All the energy in your hands is invalid. All 10 of you have entered the final level. As for obtaining, you can handle all the magic cores yourself or give them to the sect in exchange for sec points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources, including the rest of the Scarlet Sky sect. Everyone was surprised by Huan Tian's operation because in the past the magic core was put away, but since the sect leader has already spoken, they will naturally not refute. The 10 surviving people below immediately looked overjoyed when they heard this. Thank you, sect master. The 10 people quickly bowed their hands. Huan Tian said, it is undoubtedly impossible for you to directly enter the competition in this state. I will give you 1 stick of incense to adjust the time. Take medicine when you should take medicine, practice when you should practice. After 1 stick of incense you will officially draw the competition. Yes, this guy is quite humane. Long Fei nodded and muttered. The 10 people did not dare to neglect because Huan Tian had already thrown out a stick of incense and stuck it in front of their eyes. Quickly take the Ir, sit cross-legged, meditate and absorb it. The fighting spirit energy belonging to them soared out of everyone's bodies and soon the field was dominated by colorful colors. Soon the time for burning incense came. Okay, the time for the stick of incense has come. The 3rd level of the competition has begun. All 10 of you come up to draw. There are 10 numbers in total. The number you draw in order will be the opponent you want to fight. Number 1 will fight against number 2, number 3 will fight against number 4. Just take turn. The deacon in charge of this term came to the 10 people and held a wooden bow in his hand which contained the lottery item. He looked at the 10 people and said lightly. 10 people stood up one after another. After a stick of incense they recovered. Although they had not reached their peak state, there was no big problem anymore. Everyone took the lead and started drawing prizes one after another. After seeing their numbers they all had an idea in mind. Which of you is number 1 and who is number 2? The deacon said. I. 2 voices sounded and everyone looked over. 1 man and 1 woman. The woman said, I am number 2. The man said, I am number 1. The deacon nodded. Very good, tell me your names. The female said, my name is Tian Meier. The man said, my name is Songjong Tian Meier. Songjong, very good. This is the first match for you two. The rest of you will go to the spectator area. After the deacon said, he waved his hand. His fighting spirit turned into a pen and a scoreboard appeared in the distance in front of him which said the first match. The words of Tian Meier and Songjong. Soon everyone went to the audience stage and only Tian Meier and Songjong were left on the stage. The cultivation levels of these 2 people are both 9-star peak fighting spirit. What a coincidence. It just happened to be the 2 of them. The game begin. Deacon said directly without any nonsense. I won't let you offend just because you are a woman. Please give me some advice. Songjong raised his hand and a green long sword suddenly came out and was held in his right hand and the green fighting energy on his body also appeared. No need, Tian Meier gives me some advice. Tian Meier snorted coldly and a long whip appeared in his hand. The long whip and her body were enveloped by a red flame fighting energy. The auras of the 2 9-star peak fighting spirit collided directly. Everyone on the stage watched. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo are now the audience. They are only responsible for watching and not meddling in other people's business. Songjong was very rude and rushed towards Tian Meier quickly. The long sword pointed out and the blue fighting energy condensed. Tian Meier was of the same level as Songjong, so naturally she wasn't afraid of him. She swung her flaming whip and faced him directly. With a bang, 1 red and 1 green energy collided to form a fighting energy magnetic field. Songjong danced his sword quickly and the bang bang looks like he was slashing randomly, but in fact he was in an orderly manner. After several rounds of testing, the 2 sides officially entered serious mode. Fighting skills, flaming whip flurry. Tian Meier stepped forward and wildly swung the long whip in his hand, using extremely chaotic long whip energy and flame air blades in in order to cause scars in the ring. Seeing this, Song Jiang's expression changed. He tried to stay calm as much as possible. He moved his body and started running quickly. He used his sharp body skills to quickly dodge from a small distance between the whip blade. When he saw the opportunity, he jumped up and swung the two swords fiercely out. Bang bang! The two attacks of the 9-star peak fighting spirit are very strong. The impact that erupted directly knocked back both sides. The two people who were able to come out of the confusion alive really had a lot of skill. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Scarlet Sky sect nodded secretly. These two people were only between 23 and 4 years old. They were both very good. After being introduced to the Scarlet Sky sect and trained, they would achieve success in the near future. They took a fancy to Song Jiang's calm temperament in the face of danger, and also took a fancy to Tian Meier's fiery temperament, but they were more inclined to the former. Only with a calm mind can we live better and achieve great things, but everything will still be decided by the final outcome of the game. Song Jiang, who had just landed, jumped up and rushed out of the smoke of the explosion. The long sword in his hand pointed at the sky, and the surrounding cyan energy gathered quickly like 100 strands of blue thread. Fighting skill Xuan Qing cross slash. The long sword in Song Jiang's hand slashed down continuously, and the two terrifying blue sword energies formed a cross shape, and his sword pointed at the center of the cross and then fell towards Tian Meier. Tian Meier had no intention of evading, and it was too late to dodge at this distance. After several blows, she directly rolled up the long whip, and the flames suddenly swept into a tornado and headed towards Song Jiang. Fighting skill Whirling Dragon Flame Breaker. Bang! Long. Chapter 223 Burning. Boom. The fighting skills of both sides collided, and once again there was a terrifying energy impact. Well done. It's not over yet. Song Jiang shouted loudly and used his own strength again, forcefully pushing the Xuanqing cross lash over. Tian Meier gritted her teeth and looked tired. Boom. Ah! The net second her attack was interrupted. The whole person was blown away. Song Jiang saw the right opportunity, dodged and stabbed him with his sword. Seeing the cold light emanating from the sharp sword in front of her, Tian Meier felt the crisis. She lost her balance in mid-air due to the strong force and forced herself to wave the flame whip in her hand and move forward. The flame whip was like a snake's body, slick and twisting, binding Song Jiang's blue sword. What? Song Jiang was shocked. He could still be like this after reaching this point. It seemed that every 9-star peak fighting spirit was not as easy to defeat as he thought. When Song Jiang's internal energy came out, it was very powerful. The internal energy was guided by the long whip, and the strong shock wave made Tian Meier's hand numb. At this moment the flame whip in his hand flew out, and there was another powerful impact spread. Tian Meier screamed and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Song Jiang was neither careless nor relaxed. When he saw this extremely good opportunity, he jumped up on the spot, quickly mobilized his body strength to integrate into the long sword, and then swung it toward Tian Meier. Too fast. Tian Meier had no time to dodge or defend. Oops. Tian Meier looked ashen. I give up, help! Tian Meier shouted. At this moment the prepared deacon flashed, and the after image appeared in front of her. Then he waved his hand, and the long sword flew away with a bang and landed on the ring with a clang. Song Jiang also fell down, picked up the sword and handed it over. I accept it. In the first game, Matsu wins and Matsu advances to the top 5. Let's move on to the NET match number 3 vs number 4. After some manipulation by the deacon, the second game started soon. The contestants in the second game are two 2-star fighting kings. With time, minutes passed by, and soon the game came to an end. The final competition ranking is: first place 4-star Do Wang Ronggu, second place Samsung Fighting King Mao Yan, third place 1-star Do Wang Qian Yang, fourth place 2-star Do Wang Wan Qian, fifth place 9-star Peak Do Ling Song Jiang, SITH place 7th place 10th place. Most of the day passed like this, and the results were already out after all the painstaking selection. This competition is officially over. The top 5 can be selected by the 10 elders to become disciples. The last 5 can be selected by the 10 hall masters to become disciples. This is not enough point. However, it is not a random selection. The hall masters and elders of Scarlet Sky sect are selected based on their own fighting spirit attribute. Those who don't have it will be gone, and they can only wait for the NET session. The game is over, and there is no need to stay here. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo planned to leave. However, he was soon stopped by Huan Tian, saying that he was going to discuss going to Bingtian Valley to fight Bingtian Snow Dragon tomorrow. In the ancestral hall, Huan Tian 10 elders Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were sitting here. Huan Tian's voice sounded, and the sect was very quiet. Everyone heard clearly. We have sent people to Ice Sky Valley to investigate. Considering that tomorrow's weather conditions are the rare day with the strongest sun in the sky, this is also the fierce and scorching sun can reduce some of the strength of the monsters in Ice Sky Valley, and there are very few of them. We plan to launch a surprise attack tomorrow morning. Except for Long Fei, the opinions and thoughts thoughts of everyone here are completely consistent with Huan Tian. Those people also know? Long Fei asked casually. Huan Tian nodded with a hint of arrogance on his plain face. This action is all centered on me, so naturally they agree. After all, as long as the evil beast Ice Sky Snow Dragon wakes up completely, it will definitely endanger me. The areas inside and outside Fanfiction City. After hearing this, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo nodded secretly. Now we just need 2 people to express their opinions and the matter can be settled. Huan Tian looked at Long Fei. Of course there is no problem, then let's head off tomorrow morning. Long Fei nodded. The plan has actually been finalized. Huan Tian nodded with satisfaction, smiled slightly and said, it's already getting late today and we're setting off together tomorrow. How about you 2 rest in our sect tonight? Okay, Master Huan has actually spoken, so we won't be polite. Long Fei also laughed. Ha ha ha, good. Huan Tian was very happy and said, get ready for the feast. It's the sect master. Xiao Tian nodded. While everyone was chatting, the servants in the sect quickly prepared the banquet and it was ready to be served soon. It took an hour to finish this meal. The crowd dispersed. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo returned to the big room. Before gang leader, I have to say that the food of the Scarlet Sky sect is really good. Yao Tianhuo grinned while lying on the bed. It's indeed delicious. Long Fei nodded. Naturally he wanted to take advantage of the free banquet. Yao Tianhuo sat up, frowned and said, gang leader, why do I feel that these guys seem to have other meanings? Long Fei's face was calm, not surprised at all. What do you think it is? Yao Tianhuo said suspiciously, I always feel that these people have a secret hidden in Ice Sky Valley, and this secret is used to deal with us and the beast in Ice Sky Valley. If nothing else, they may already know that we are the murderers of Fanfiction auction house. Long Fei said lightly. Yao Tianhuo said a bunch of words. This can be used. After all, those few people are not dead. They must have gone back to inform their Xian family, and the Xian family may have a good relationship with the Scarlet Xiao sect, so they put this. The news was told to the Chiao sect. After all, Fanfiction City is dominated by the Chiao sect. If you don't even care about what happens in your own city, it will really chill the forces in the city. Be careful tomorrow. After all, there are many Douzun on the other side and we only have 2. Long Fei just gave Yao Tianhuo a reminder and then said with an unconcerned expression, if they really want to take action, I will not talk nonsense with them. They're just a bunch of little Douzun. Now we don't have to worry about our cultivation. Yao Tianhuo nodded. After this day and night of absorption and practice, their cultivation levels have all been greatly improved. Yao Tianhuo's original 7-star Douzun has broken through to the 8-star Douzun, and Long Fei has also been promoted from the SI-star Douzun to the SI-star Peak Douzun. The strength of the 2 of them was already terrifying. Now that Long Fei has upgraded, his cultivation will only become even more terrifying. Moreover, the 2 of them deliberately hid their cultivation from Huan Tian just now. So if we really take action this time, the other party will definitely be very miserable. Chapter 224. Gathering outside Ice Sky Valley. When night came, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo opened a space tunnel from Chiao sect and arrived in the sky of Fanfiction City. They have a hunch that they will see something they want to see tonight. Yao Tianhuo opened his enlightened eyes, looked at the world in front of him and said, it's late at night and the air of death in the sky here is cautious. It seems that the people who were originally infected will have strange characteristic. Long Fei put his hands behind his back faintly. He said calmly, otherwise I wouldn't have appeared here. At this moment in the dark area below, groups of people appeared like zombies. These people's eyes were colorless and their whole bodies exuded a thick black death aura. Here we come, there are really a lot of people. Long Fei instantly scanned the entire Fanfiction City image into his mind. Anyway, these people are dead. It would be a disaster if they were left alive. Let's burn them all. A huge flame appeared in Yao Tianhuo's hand. Draw the walking dead people to one place and burn them collectively. Long Fei said. Okay. Yao Tianhuo pointed and several wisps of flames fell from the sky and flew towards the largest open area in front. Seeing this wisp of flames, there was a ray of light in the eyes of the walking dead. They were pulled to follow the flames and ran at a very fast speed. If these zombies who had lost their senses saw a living thing, they would definitely pounce on it and bite them crazily. All the flames soon came to the largest open space in Fanfiction City and were suspended, and all the walking dead people in Fanfiction City also gathered here. There were as many as 5 or 100 people in a dense crowd. I didn't expect that the intensity of the spread would be so terrifying. It's really terrible. I'm going, Yao Tianhuo said to Long Fei. Then he disappeared on the spot. On the clearing, all the flames merged together and turned into the body of a teenage child. It was Yao Tian Fire, which was also one of his abilities. Seeing the child Yao Tianhuo appear, the zombie people below went completely crazy. One after another they collided and roared out. The attack power of these people has been enhanced, and there are also some people who were originally cultivators. After turning into black, he was extremely powerful, but in front of Yao Tianhuo Huo the 8-star Dozun, he was like a mayfly. You are already dead, but don't blame me. I will send your bodies to be liberated now. Yao Tianhuo took a deep breath, and after speaking a huge formation appeared on his body. Huge sky burning flames covered the sky area. Luo Fenshin. Below it soon became a sea of fire. Combining the upper and lower parts, the terrifying flame temperature instantly submerged this large group of zombies. The zombies were completely annihilated amid the roars. Yao Tianhuo waved his hands violently. Everything in the venue returned to calm and the zombies completely disappeared. Rest in peace. Damn it, I didn't expect that it would attract the attention of those powerful people in Fanfiction City so quickly. Outside Fanfiction City, in a particularly cold place, an angry and gloomy voice sounded. Another voice sounded. This voice was particularly calm. Although they are all dead, our experimental subject have also succeeded. Tomorrow those people will go to Ice Sky Valley. If those people are gone, then there will be no fight in Fanfiction City. Your Majesty, we must not miss this rare opportunity. Ha ha ha, tomorrow is the day when Fang Tiancheng becomes the puppet of my blood Hades sect. Ha 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 ha. Unrestrained and unbridled laughter sounded from this area. At the same time, black shadow phantoms appeared here, and each shadow revealed an extremely evil aura. Fang Tiancheng Xian family. In the mansion of the head of the Xian family, Xian Zhongtian was practicing a bowing technique similar to Tai Chi. He was doing it smoothly and without any sloppiness. However, it was not Tai Chi but the Xian bowing technique of their Xian family. Every power is extremely strong, the foundation is solid, the strength is full, the movements are in place, and the aura of dominance is unparalleled. After you finish playing, take a deep breath and calm down your body and mind. Suddenly his heart palpitated, his eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at the sky in shock. Xian Zhongtian frowned. What's going on? Why does my family leader feel very uneasy? It seems that something big will happen in the near future. Sighing, there have been too many things recently. It seems to be a side effect of working hard. He held his head as he spoke. He murmured to himself, we will attack the Bingtian Snow Dragon early tomorrow morning. Whether it is the Bingtian Snow Dragon or those two guys, it is an extremely difficult task. I hope everything goes well. Not only did he feel uneasy, at the same time the masters of the major forces in Fanfiction City had this very bad premonition, but they all thought it was an illusion. Long Fei came to Yao Tianhuo with a surprisingly calm expression. He stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder and said, now that it's done, let's go back. There are still 4 hours until morning. If we go quickly, we should be able to absorb one piece flame crystal. Oh, are you leaving now? Don't you plan to wait and see the people behind the scenes? Yao Tianhuo was stunned and asked in confusion. At this moment, Long Fei's pupils of the Chaos Azure Dragon appeared, and he looked around inside and outside Fanfiction City but found no suspicious characters. He shook his head and said, the people behind the scenes haven't appeared yet. It seems that these people are really just experimental subject. After hearing this, Yao Tianhuo muttered, I don't know what the hell these people behind the scenes are up to. No matter what the other party wants to do, the life and death in Fanfiction City has nothing to do with us. Long Fei, it is our kindness to help, and it is not our duty not to help. We are just passers-by after all, and we may not have the chance to come back in the future. After hearing this, Yao Tianhuo felt that it made sense and nodded, that's true. Then let go. After Long Fei said that, he tore through the void with Yao Tian fire and returned to the Chi Iao Sec Pavilion. The two of them absorbed one flame crystal each as usual, woke up. The time of cultivation passed quickly and the night turned into day in the blink of an eye. Listen. Outside the room was the sound of running water. Listen. Outside the room was the chirping of birds. Listen. Outside the room is the sound of dancing green leaves. Listen. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were not late this time and gathered together with the 11 fighting masters of Scarlet Sky Sect early in the morning. Good morning, everyone. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo cupped their hands and laughed. When everyone met, they also laughed. On the outside he looks friendly and smiling, but on the inside he doesn't know what he is. You two were quite punctual today. I thought you two would arrive about 5 minutes late, Ziyueshan said with a smile while stroking his beard, but there was indeed a sense of ridicule in his tone. Everyone could tell, but Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo didn't care. This old guy's mouth really needs some work. There is a hidden meaning in Yao Tianhuo's words. Haha, today is the day of the crusade. The two of us are very excited and impatient, so there is no way we will be late. Okay, everyone is here. Let's go to Bingtian Valley to meet the rest of the Dozun. At this moment, Huantian opened his mouth to bring the farce into a circle. Huantian looked at Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo and was shocked. Now even he couldn't see through these two people. Did these two people make another breakthrough? If this is the case, things may be a little tricky after that. Chapter 225 Ice Mysterious Eagle. At this time, a large group of people have gathered here in the area thousands of miles away from Ice Sky Valley. Some people were talking and laughing as if they were meeting old friends they hadn't seen for a long time, but some people remained silent. Suddenly, just as they were talking they felt an extraordinarily unusual force coming from behind. They immediately fell silent and looked back in the direction behind. Then they saw another group of people. The most prominent figure in this group was a big shot. They were all familiar with the leader of the Scarlet Sky sect and the 8-star peak Dozun Huantian. Here they come, our leader this time. Someone said here. Everyone here is a Dozun level venerable, but the most powerful ones are still respected. Adding these people together, the total number of Dozun here is as high as 27. This also includes Long Fei and the other two, so they are the only two Etra people. Among the crowd, Long Fei glanced at these people. All of them are strange faces. I don't know any of them. I have never seen them before. Zhongzhou is Zhongzhou. If this kind of lineup is placed in the world outside Zhongzhou, it will definitely be a powerful and super top force. It is very difficult to find a place, not to mention one Dozun or even two Dozun, let alone enough. 27. The ones outside Zhongzhou are definitely the ones who rule the continent. Under Long Fei's gaze, the cultivation levels of the 14 unfamiliar Dozun in front of him were all penetrated by him. Among the 14 people, 10 have cultivation levels within the range of 4-star Dozun to 4-star peak Dozun. As for the remaining 4 people, 2 are 5-star Dozun, 1 is a SI star Dozun and 1 is a late-stage SI star Dozun. It seems that most of them are composed of low-level Dozun. This lineup look very powerful, but after entering the Ice Sky Valley the changes are huge. After all, the Dozun monsters in the Ice Sky Valley are much better than the average human Dozun. All great. Now Long Fei's cultivation has reached the level of a half-step 7-star Dozun. I have to say that this flame crystal is really a good means of cheating, but unfortunately it may not be of much use when he is a semi-saint. It is normal for such awesome things to have limitations, not to mention that when you reach the peak of 9 stars you still need to go through 9 turns to become a semi-saint, and this may not be possible. The experience required for each turn is surprisingly huge, which can be understood as the total experience from a line of Dozun to a 9-star peak Dozun. Therefore the difference in strength between each of the 9 turns is terrifying and huge, and the energy of a flame crystal at the back may not be enough to upgrade. They are used by 2 people interchangeably. They come the security, everyone of the Scarlet Heaven sect, Master Fantasy, elders. Soon everyone became enthusiastic and said hello. These 14 people include people from the families and sects in Fangtian City. For example, there are 2 gates and 3 families in Fangtian City, and even people from the Xian family are here. Although he is keeping a low profile now, he will still stand up when the safety of the entire Fangtian City is concerned, although not everyone will stand up. Master Huan, for such a big event, why did you bring 2 babies here? At this time Xian Zhongtian in the crowd fired his eyes on Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo and asked teasingly, and his look and tone showed that I didn't recognize the unpected look I saw for the first time. As soon as his word came out, he immediately attracted the attention of the other 13 people. Their eyes had not noticed Long Fei and Long Fei on Huantian before. If Xian Zhongtian hadn't opened his mouth, he would have been buried like this. Yes, Master Huan, we are going to a dangerous place. Are you bringing these 2 dolls here to feed the monsters? Haha. Some Dozun laughed and joked. Some Dozuns, however, had their eyes firmly fixed on Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. There was no ridicule, only solemnity and shock. These 2 people couldn't see through their cultivation. I don't know if it's true that I don't know yet. He was pretending not to know, and maybe not all of these people had joined Huantian's clan, but the old guy Xian Zhongtian definitely knows. Those joking Dozuns are all low-level instances, but when they saw the serious looks of some people they immediately stopped laughing. The smile solidified and he saw Long Fei and the 2 again. Taking a closer look and feeling this different aura, everyone's pupils narrowed and their expressions changed. These 2 little brats are not children. So strong. That aura is not weaker than them at all, it is even better than them. Huantian looked at Xian Zhongtian and said with a smile, haha, these 2 are not children, and the head of the Xian family must not say nonsense, otherwise this sect will be in trouble when something happens. Xian Zhongtian also laughed. Oh, so these 2 people are indeed not simple. Could it be that they are old monsters rejuvenated? I think so. Pretending to be ignorant, he asked, what are the cultivation levels of these 2 people? If they can't even reach Dozun to enter Ice Sky Valley, it would be a burden and a dead end. There was a trace of condolences in his words, as if caring about these 2 people. Ha ha ha. The cultivation of the 2 of us is higher than everyone here except Master Huantian. Yao Tianhuo laughed in a childish voice. After everyone heard this person's arrogant tone met with a hint of old age, they all acquiesced in their hearts. Is it really the old monster who has rejuvenated me? No, could this be the body of a child who had been snatched away? It seems that this person is not easy to deal with. Yes, except for Huantian sect master, he is more advanced than everyone here. Long Fei raised his forehead slightly and spoke calmly. These people dare to trivialize the 2 of them. What kind of greed green onion and carrot skin are they? It's really funny. After saying that, a terrifying pressure was released from the two of them. One is the 7-star Dozun and the other is the 8-star Dozun. The two oppressive auras cannot be tolerated by these garbage things in front of them. Moreover, Long Fei himself is a plug-in and the pressure will only become stronger, surpassing Yao Tian fire. Huan Tian's pupils shrank, his e-pression changed drastically and his heart was filled with turmoil. How can it be? 7-star Dozun, 8-star Dozun. What on earth did these two people do? How could there be such a terrifying improvement in just 3 days? Could it be that they were hidden with treasures that concealed their cultivation before? Thinking of this is the most likely possibility. When it comes to the first air conditioning, what else are these two hiding? If this is true, then this will completely disrupt the previous plan. In addition, the faces of everyone who felt this terrifying coercion also changed. As Dozun of such a level, they now only feel like there is a big stone pressing on their bodies and it is difficult to breathe in their chest. Since it's a high-level Dozun, the other 14 people look frightened. Even people from the Scarlet Heaven sect are like this. These people were just 5-star peak Dozun or 7-star Dozun 3 days ago. Who would have thought that 3 days have passed since the changes have been so terrifying? Everyone's eyes turned to Huan Tian, and Huan Tian's e-pression was not much better. His e-pression was unpredictable, but he still managed to stabilize himself. The plan has changed. Don't take any action without my order. Huan Tian's lips moved very slightly to transmit the message to the person in the plan. Chapter 226 8th level Warcraft. Long Fei said lightly, if you have any other opinions now, it's best to tell them before entering. We have no objection. They looked ferocious and shook their head. Please take back the pressure. Everyone looked sincere. When Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo saw that these people were not bad, they were quite sensible and did not continue to embarrass them and directly took back the pressure. Feeling that the huge stone on their bodies disappeared all of a sudden, everyone's bodies relaxed instantly. They also slowly breathed a sigh of relief with cold sweat on their forehead. Let's go. Not during party time. Huan Tian looked at the light in the sky and said. Soon everyone was flying directly toward Yanbing Valley under the leadership of Huan Tian. It took less than 5 minutes for 27 people to successfully reach the sky above Tianbing Valley. It is extremely cold here all year round. Huge ice blocks accumulate into ice veins that spread from north to south and east to west. There is not a single green vegetation. Only dense trees of ice and snow survive here. The trees of ice and snow accumulate into ice and snow forest. The people live up to their names and the trees live up to their name. These trees of ice and snow are as translucent as their name. Anyway, even the leaves are translucent and snow white. Layers of snow covered the area, and even in mid-air everyone could feel the terrifying chill brought by the flow of extremely cold air above Tianbing Valley. Some Dozun claimed, oh my god, it's really cold. We are all already at Dozun level. I didn't expect that we can feel such cold outside the ice sky valley. Dozun then claimed, yes, if we go inside, how cold will it be? How can the mere cold make me surrender to my flame? Yao Tianhuo snorted coldly and spat out the dirty words from his mouth. Then his body was thickly wrapped in flames and he became a flame man. Long Fei did not choose to become a flame man but said lightly, it is so cold but it is a good resource for body tempering. Haha, that makes sense, I don't even need it anymore. Yao Tianhuo laughed and the flames all over his body were immediately dissipated. The remaining 25 people watched. The corners of their mouth twitched when they heard this drama. Among the 25 people there are also Dozuns with fighting spirit and fire attribute. These people are not as crazy as Long Fei and the other two and chose to use flames to protect their bodies while the others used related energy attributes to protect their bodies. Okay, let's go in quickly and fight quickly, Huan Tian said. 27 people rushed directly towards the Ice Sky Valley. Ice Sky Valley is very big, very cold. Even Dozun may not be able to bear it. In the outer areas of the road everything went smoothly. Apart from the extreme cold and flying ice and snow, there were no major problems. Everyone can drive them away with a wave of their hands. Huan Tian looked solemn and reminded ahead is the central area of Bingtian Valley. There is no easy way to get around in the outer area. Whether it is cold or snowy, it will be more intense and there will be storms and tornadoes. There are monsters that are inferior to human beings, so be careful. After hearing this, everyone's e-pressions became more solemn. Everyone entered a state of preparation for battle and the fighting spirit energy on their bodies was ready to attack at any time. On the periphery everyone can still fly, but due to various environmental factors around them, except for Huan Tian, a few Si-star Dozun and Long Fei Yao Tianhuo, the others may not be able to fly. Already ready? Everyone nodded. Then under the leadership of Huan Tian a powerful force of Dozun gathered and everyone was directly carried in. In the central area of Bingtian Valley everyone felt a super beast magnetic field formed by a powerful magical beast energy as soon as they entered. This super beast magnetic field will cause some people to lose their sense of direction and appear extremely confused. How to do it? Then just wait to die. Haha, of course this is impossible. Everyone is a Douzun and these super beast magnetic fields only affected them for less than a second and then disappeared. Douzun is not so easily influenced, nor can he be defeated as easily as imagined. The reason why those Douzun seemed to be killed so easily before was because they were unlucky enough to meet Long Fei the dead king. If they met someone else the result would be different. Everyone continued to move forward. Soon the area around the snow valley began to vibrate violently. At this moment a roaring sound of a monster filled the area. Everyone looked up. Anyone who was not a fool could tell that the source of the sound came from the sky above. As soon as I looked at it I saw a huge snow sculpture flying across the sky, and the huge body of the monster covered the sky completely, blocking the fierce sunlight. Oh no, it's the ice mysterious condor eagle. This aura of a magical beast is at least at the 9-star peak Douzun level, but the attack that the body of a monster can unleash are at least Douzun level. This beast is terrifying, but it's still not fierce enough to face us. The other Douzuns were shocked and made a lot of nonsense. Suddenly the ice mysterious eagle soared into the sky, its huge wings waving wildly, and its densely packed wings turned into terrifying sharp ice pendants suspended under its huge body and in the sky around it. The cold light flashed, the cold energy charged, and the extremely cold and murderous aura was fierce. The net moment dense icy plumes fell rapidly and crazily downwards like heavy rain. Fuck, this beast has indeed attacked us. It's just going to attack us. Damn it, I'm going to meet this beast for a while. This little 9-star peak beast is looking for death. A 4-star Douzun bravely left and used fighting energy to protect himself and flew up with red flames all over his body. Energy blooms riot. He is one of the Douzun in the group who possesses fire attribute fighting energy. Suddenly the whole body was surrounded by flame. The sound of ice explosions sounded one after another. The sky covered with the flames of this Douzun happened to catch these falling ice cones. The Douzun level flames are compared to the Warcraft fighting skills of a 9-star Douzun. Even if its explosive power can reach the Douzun level, it is only a 1-star Douzun. In the eyes of a 4-star Douzun it is not enough. What's more, the current Warcraft skill of ice pick falling is far from reaching the realm of Douzun. Then it would be even more impossible to be Flame's opponent. With the thought of this Douzun, huge flames turned into long dragons and shot out into the sky. All the ice cones falling in the sky were plotted and turned into steam under the scorching flame. A huge dragon of flames rose up into the sky and went straight into the body of the ice mysterious eagle. Boom! Hit. The ice mysterious eagle screamed pitifully, but the flames did not penetrate its body. After all, it was also a 9-star peak Douzun monster. Its chance soared into the sky and the ice and snow energy on its body completely rioted. The cold came again to resist the ice shadow giant eagle that transformed into it and collided with the flaming dragon. Like a roar, the sky instantly erupted into waves of ice and fire. Countless freezing snowflakes fell. At the same time, at the moment when Douzun was about to pursue, the sound of monsters suddenly sounded all around. The net second there were vibrations in all directions and a large group of terrifying monsters in the ice sky valley rushed from all directions. Holy shit! Chapter 227 Yao Tianhuo was beaten. Facing the incoming wave of monsters in the ice sky valley, the remaining 24 Douzun made their statements one after another, and the Douzun who was dueling with the ice mysterious eagle also quickly joined the team. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other and then flew directly into the sky as if they were connected. Everyone cooperates to fight against this group of monsters. Chow, all the skills that should be used are used. This group of monsters are all equivalent to the strength of human 8-star to 9-star peak fighting sex, and the power earned by true anger is even higher than that of instances of similar strength. Although everyone is a Douzun facing such a large number of monsters that basically number in the thousands, even if they are all Douzun they dare not be careless. After everyone used their fighting skills to fight off several of them, their faces turned dark and they cursed, "These beasts just want to play cartwheel with us and consume us." The bodies of these beasts are also terrifyingly stiff. Damn it, the scorching sun has been blocked. Not only have these beasts not been weakened, but they have become even more powerful. The head of the Mao family said with a gloomy presence. Having said that, continue the attack. The surrounding temperature became even colder. The terrifying power of extreme cold makes them all afraid of Douzun. Sure enough, this ice sky valley is not as easy to deal with as imagined. Everyone fly! Someone shouted. Everyone gritted their teeth and violently stirred up the fighting spirit energy in their bodies, suddenly soaring into the sky from the extreme cold. The monsters below already have intelligence and are not worried about these people flying up. He also showed a sarcastic look. Look, this is humankind's Douzun, so what? When you come to our ice sky valley you will still be suppressed. The collective beast roar sounded. Net moment. Collectively they launched an attack of Warcraft skills with the power power of ice towards the sky. And there are not only magical beasts on the ground but also flying magical beasts in the sky. In addition to the ice mysterious eagle just now there are dozens of other flying magical beasts. Their levels are not at all different and their attack power and deterrence are also the same. The scene is shocking and terrifying. You beastly thing, do you really think our Dozun is easy to bully? You're looking for death. All the fighting masters were angry. The skills of the fighting masters immediately came into close contact with the skills of the monsters. The power that destroyed the world came out and the energy suddenly formed a terrifying super energy storm that plotted in all directions. The demon beasts below shrank their pupils when they saw this and they all planned to turn around and run away because this energy storm was so terrifying that even if they were demon beasts they would die in it. And Dozun is not much better. This terrifying force is beyond their control, but it is still possible to break through. From the beginning to the present, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo did not participate in this written emanation. Instead they chose to escape into the void and directly move towards the depths of Ice Sky Valley. They did not care about the life or death of these people at all. The terrifying super energy storm caused the butterfly effect. Many ice tornadoes suddenly appeared in Ice Sky Valley, which was also very terrifying. Many of the surrounding monsters were inevitably affected and died. Run! After the scene just now, the more than 20 Dozun who were originally gathered were now scattered to unknown places. The Dozun who were still here chose to protect themselves and left this ghost place first. They quickly headed towards the depths of Ice Sky Valley. Fly away! Somewhere deep in the Ice Sky Valley, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo appeared from the void. As soon as they came out, a terrifying and extremely cold wind hit their faces. Long Fei's body was very strong and his ability to withstand cold was very strong. These extremely cold winds could not cause him harm, but it was different with Yao Tian fire. He immediately felt the cold and quickly released the flames, but these flames became sluggish. Moreover, frost appeared around the flame and the temperature of the flame was also suppressed. Yao Tianhuo narrowed his pupils and said in shock, what a scary place. I didn't expect that the temperature in this deep place is even scarier than the outside in the middle, inner and outer areas. It's not on the same level at all. It is indeed different here, but now I have a very important question. Long Fei said lightly, even if a person of your strength comes in the flame attribute is like this, so what about those people? At this temperature those people's spies will definitely turn into popsicles as soon as they come in. Naturally they will not be able to get out, let alone get close to the innermost. How did they discover that the Ice Sky Snow Dragon and it were about to wake up? Where's the news? After hearing what Long Fei said, Yao Tianhuo was also stunned and nodded with the same feeling. Yes, there must be something fishy about this matter. It seems that there is something wrong with this matter from beginning to end. Long Fei's eyes moved. He could clearly feel that there was a terrible power fluctuation just in front of him. This terrible power fluctuation was completely better than the 8-star peak Dozun's Huantian. So what is in front of him was probably the 9-star peak Do Master, the venerable Ice and Snow Dragon. Yao Tianhuo looked serious and said, no matter what, gang leader, don't you have a saying, take it as it comes, but we are already in the game so we have to break it. Net. A ray of light flashed from Long Fei's deep mountain and he said, yes, if you come let's take care of it. If you are already in the game then break it. Let's go. I want to see how strong this Ice Sky Snow Dragon, which is equivalent to the 9-star pinnacle human Dozun, can be. Long Fei flew away and Yao Tianhuo increased the output of flame fighting energy, breaking through the ice and frost. Followed quickly when charging a terrifying shock wave of extremely cold energy rushed towards Long Fei and the two from the front. Careful! Long Fei and the two immediately resisted. Then he raised his fist and punched out with an extremely domineering punch, completely defeating the offensive in front of him. Roar! At this moment a beast roared into the sky. Boom boom boom. In front of Long Fei and the two of them a demonic beast that was nearly 100 meters tall and covered in snow-white body like a snow ape came trampling heavily on the ice and snow ground. Bang bang bang! It posed its huge and thick arms, clenched its fist and slapped its huge chest and roared again. Is this thing an ape? Long Fei narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what it was, but he was sure it was a monster creature from the monkey family. Yao Tianhuo's voice was a little shocked. Gang leader, I have seen it in ancient books before. This beast is very similar to the one above. It is the 8th level magic beast, the explosive snow ape. This beast is equivalent to a human being, the instance of the 5-star Dozun, and the body of the monster is very strong. I didn't expect this beast to be in the Ice Sky Valley. Long Fei was stunned for a moment with the instance of the 8th level monster, the crazy snow monkey, and the 5-star Dozun. I feel that even that guy Huantian would not be able to deal with this power. Fortunately those people did not come in, otherwise there would really be a fight. This thing is easy to say, but this place is deep and all the top leaders of the Ice Sky Valley Warcraft are here and many people will definitely die when those people come in. Chapter 228. The 10 generals of Ice Sky Valley. Long Fei's E-Press Zion quickly became calm. No matter how strong it is, you just entered the 8-star Dozun yesterday, so just use your domineering flames to practice with this thing. As for the other warcraft that will appear later, I will also personally take action. I have exactly what I mean. Yao Tianhuo couldn't wait and his face showed excitement. Human, I think it's not easy for you to cultivate, so leave this place immediately or you will die. A threatening sound sounded from the huge mouth of the violent snow ape. After he finished speaking, his voice wavered, making the air vibrate. It's not surprising that this thing can talk. After all, it is already an 8th level monster and its intelligence has already matured. But what's a little strange is why doesn't this thing turn into a human being when it reaches the 8th level? And the same is true for those Dozong level monsters in front. Long Fei may have been influenced by Medusa, who believed that when the 9-star peak Do Huang entered the Do zone he would transform. In fact, this was wrong. To transform you need to meet certain conditions which are very strict. First, it is the safest and fastest to directly use the transformation pill, which is also the easiest, but the transformation pill is not easy to appear, not to mention that only humans are alchemists and human alchemists will not help a monster unless there is huge benefit. The second is to evolve by blood like Medusa in the original work, using a kind of heavenly wealth and earthly treasure similar to alien fire to burn the evolution. But these are not what Long Fei considers. Long Fei flew high and prepared to watch the show. Yao Tianhuo has already charged towards the violent snow ape. The huge power of Dozun on his body is condensed and the manic flames are completely rioting. It's impossible to leave, great ape, just let me come and meet this 8th level monster of yours for a while. Yao Tianhuo blasted out with one move, seeking death. The violent snow ape was furious, jumped up suddenly and hammered down with its huge fist. There was a loud bang and the impact spread wildly. The two offensives plotted directly and the earth was shaking. Boom! The violent snow ape's body was extremely strong. It fell down from the explosion without any injuries. The ground shook even more. Then it raised its fist and hit the ground hard. Suddenly the ground below suddenly bulged. High Ice Valley peak. Boom boom boom. With extremely fast speed, Yaotian fire flew up quickly, but the net moment it was completely trapped inside these Ice Valley peak. From the outside it looked like an ice prison in the sky. Magic skill, Frozen Valley Prison. This is the warcraft skill of the crazy snow ape. Yao Tianhuo's E-Press Zion was calm, but he was still a little worried in his heart. Yao Tianhuo's face changed unpredictably and he said, I didn't expect this beast to have such an ability, but as an 8-star Dozun, how could I be trapped so easily? The net moment a huge flame formation appeared. It was his famous stunt, the 5-round fire formation. Seeing this scene, the violent snow ape below realized something and immediately flew up. Its huge fist condensed the terrifying power of the monster. Although its body was very large, its speed was not slow at all and it hit the ice in the net second. Seal the valley and go to prison. Bray. At this critical moment, Yao Tianhuo inside the Frozen Valley prison shouted angrily. The power of the flames on his body surged in vain. A huge Vulcan arm appeared and powerful domineering and high temperature scorching flames burst out. The energy directly plotted the Frozen Valley prison. As the huge explosion sounded, the crazy snow ape did not flinch. The Frozen Valley prison turned into fragments and scattered around his fist and body. Within this surging explosion fog, the fist of the crazy snow ape has already met Yao Tianhuo's Vulcan arm fist to fist, but the fist of the crazy snow ape is bigger, half the size of Yao Tian Fire Vulcan's arm. But being big doesn't mean anything. Being powerful is truly powerful. In the sky, as the two fists collided, huge sonic boom circles rolled out one after another. A lot of steam floated up in the battle between ice and fire. I didn't expect this beast to be so powerful. After the confrontation, Yao Tianhuo looked shocked. Although he is an 8-star Dozun, the opponent is the body of a monster and the power he releases far exceeds the level of a 5-star Dozun. Yao Tianhuo's Vulcan arm madness yan is constant, but the hand was obviously shrinking slightly. It seems that the power of the crazy snow ape is even better. The crazy snow ape was shocked at first. He didn't expect that this human Dozun warrior was not weaker than him, but then he completely restrained himself because his power was not fully used. He pushed forward again and the flame arm in front of him. It's not enough. Death to human. The violent snow ape roared angrily. A layer of red energy surged around his body, entering a violent form. The net moment he punched his fist extremely fast and the terrifying power shattered the space. Yao Tianhuo's E-Press Zion changed drastically and he quickly defended and attacked. However, the strength of the violent snow ape was too strong and his defense was broken. After a while, he received many punches on his physical body and his body fell hard like a meteor, smashing a lot of ice and snow. The trees only stayed in a snow-capped mountain. Wow! Yao Tianhuo spit out a mouthful of blood. Just now, except for the first few punches of the crazy snow ape which were blocked, all the subsequent punches were taken. Even if his body has the Wuji body training technique. I can't bear such a big and powerful fist. Yao Tianhuo was lying in the snowy mountains looking at the huge snow ape that fell on the ground high in the sky in front of him, showing doubts about life, and reluctantly complained, "This beast is too strong. He is also an 8-star Douzun after all. Why can't I show my advantage at all?" At this moment he only felt that the crazy snow ape was the 8-star Douzun and he was the 5-star Douzun. "Human, you are nothing more than that. Ha ha ha." Crazy snow ape laughed and taunted Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo's face turned crimson and his old face was completely lost. "Damn beast, I'm going to crush you." Yao Tianhuo roared angrily and the power in his body rioted again. The surrounding ice and snow plotted and then he stood up. Although he was seriously injured and vomited blood just now, the powerful force also completed the body tempering absorption of the Wuji body forging technique. At this moment Yao Tianhuo's physical strength is even stronger than before. The Wuji body training technique quickly repaired the wounds inside and outside his body. After a pill enters the body, the whole person is healed, the face is rosy and the whole person feels a few years younger. Sure enough, following Long Fei the bastard king, he could also become a little bastard. When the crazy snow ape saw how well this human was doing, he was immediately surprised. "You're a human being, it's interesting. You should have been seriously injured after receiving so many punches from this ape, but now you can just stand up like this. It's interesting, it's so interesting." Yao Tianhuo snorted coldly and said softly, "Snow monkey, the few punches you just received were indeed painful. Now it's my turn to attack. Ha ha ha. Come on human venerable, I'll take it." The crazy snow ape laughed wildly. Yao Tianhuo's body shook and a flame rushed away. 5 rounds of Luo formation appeared on his body instantly, and then the surroundings of the violent snow ape changed. The fire flashed and then this huge body was in the sea of fire. Got it. Chapter 229. Damn, it's so miserable. Wait for me here, watch my operations carefully. While the warcraft below were discussing, Long Fei said to Yao Tianhuo. Before the latter could recover, Long Fei had already appeared in front of the 10 monsters with his hands on his hips, a big cigar in his mouth and a pair of sunglasses. "What kind of material is this guy?" a monster asked the crazy snow ape. "I don't know, he didn't take any action from beginning to end." Crazy snow monkey shook his head. "Ahem, please be quiet," Long Fei shouted. "Damn it, who are you, you brat? How dare you do that in front of us?" One of the 10 monsters roared angrily. Long Fei's voice was calm. "I am the leader of the Qinglong gang. Seeing that you are destined to me, I will give you a chance to surrender to me." When Yao Tianhuo from behind heard this, he jumped up in fright and couldn't help but spit out the word "fuck me" from his mouth. As expected of his gang leader, he is really domineering and he has a different routine when he appears. What a arrogant tone. This kid doesn't know what we are, so he underestimates us. This kid makes me so angry. Damn that little human kid. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? You sharp-tongued human brat, just die. After listening to Long Fei's words, the 10 monsters suddenly became furious. There was a human-shaped tiger-like monster that jumped up impulsively and Long Fei kicked it out. Long Fei looked at it calmly and felt that this humanoid tiger monster was equivalent to the strength of a 5-star peak human being. Long Fei snorted coldly, "You little tiger beast, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" He just glanced briefly, then raised his hand and waved it with a little force. Bang! A force came out of his hand, very powerful. The humanoid tiger bee suddenly shrank its pupils and it felt a powerful force rushing towards it. The net moment a transparent wind screen seemed to appear in front of it and it hit it with a bang. It was extremely painful immediately and then it was directly blown away. Ah! A sound of participation sounded and the humanoid tiger beast fell hard on the snow and the snow suddenly flew into the air. Snow Suanhu. Seeing this scene, the Warcraft warrior was shocked and shouted out loudly. They knew the strength of Shue Suanhu, but he was defeated like this in front of this human being. A simple wave of your hand? How is this possible? This human who didn't take action is even more powerful than the 8-star Douzun human just now. The violent snow ape looked horrified. Even the snow black tiger, who was more powerful than him, was defeated so easily. As its voice sounded, coupled with the shocking and unexpected scene just now, the 9 Warcraft generals no longer dared to be careless. They instantly withdrew their original contempt and replaced it with solemnity and seriousness. Shue Suanhu was soon rescued by his teammates, but his whole body was sore as if he had been hit by a big stone. Damn it, why is this human brat so scary? Shue Suanhu's eyes showed fear. This human gives me a more dangerous feeling than that little red-haired kid. Suddenly a strong voice sounded. The eyes of all the monsters were focused on it. It was a humanoid monster that was 2 meters tall. It had 2 water chestnuts on its forehead and 2 water chestnuts on its chin. Its snow-white hair was fluttering and its pupils were the color of ice crystal. The body is extremely strong and a very terrifying power is manifested in it. This monster is the shortest among the 10 monsters, but it is true that the strongest instance among the 10 monsters is the smaller head of the other 9-headed warrior. warriors. Their big heads are naturally the ice and snow dragon. The name of this monster is Hansen Beast. It is equivalent to the human 8-star Dozun level Hansen Beast, but at this moment the aura erupting from its body is infinitely approaching that of the 8-star peak Dozun. This thing is very powerful and all the 9-headed monsters are afraid of it. The Hansen Beast is the number 1 monster under the Ice Sky Snow Dragon in Tianbing Valley. All the monsters were shocked. This person in front of them even felt the danger to Hansen Beast, so this person is really strong. Long Fei's eyes scanned below calmly and he spoke again. Everyone, it's not easy to achieve your current level of cultivation, especially if you practice cultivation. You think you are very powerful, but you are nothing in front of me. Now I will give you one more chance. I hope you will cherish this opportunity to surrender. Damn it, the monsters must not surrender. That's right, the monsters will never surrender. The beast roared out, their anger overwhelming. Let this beast come and meet you for a while. Snow Concept Beast roared angrily and soared into the sky. The terrifying power rushed directly towards Long Fei. It was very terrifying. Only by experiencing it personally can one understand the current situation. Most people would be frightened to death. Well done. Long Fei snorted and punched forward. Bang, boom, ah. Snow Concept Beast shouted and was knocked back by Long Fei's punch. That's it. Long Fei was disdainful. The number 1 monster under Ice Sky Valley's Ice Sky Snow Dragon. That's it. Defeated with just one punch. Long Fei clasped his hands behind his back with an arrogant look on his face, mocking, haha, I thought you a monster with the highest level of cultivation could be very powerful, but that's not the case. You're too weak. Come on together. You are looking for death. The shocked Snow Concept Bee suddenly became furious, turned over and flew up again, and the energy around it quickly rioted. A terrifying energy vortex formed on his fist and suddenly disappeared in mid-air. A flash came to Long Fei's body and smashed into Long Fei's body. Boom, bang. The two voices sounded at the same time. Long Fei remained motionless and just received the blow from Snow Concept Beast. How is that possible? The Snow Beast looked incredulously and claimed a flash of fear flashing through its pupils. I don't believe this beast. The muscles in Snow Beast's arms plotted. Its energy was boosted to the extreme and it kept hitting Long Fei. Long Fei continued to remain motionless and resisted with his body. His presence was calm, as if the attack of the Snow Beast could not cause any harm to him at all, and it felt like it was being scratched. His eyes were staring at so many dazzling after images of fists. Now that he had seen through them, he seized a flaw and struck directly. His hand turned into a blade very fast, like an after image in an instant. Bang! Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Snow Concept Beast's mouth with a ferocious look on its face. Suddenly Long Fei punched again, hitting its chest with a bang. The Snow Beast had a painful presence on its face and blood and stomach acid vomited out of its mouth. It was very uncomfortable. The Snow Beast screamed and flew out. Long Fei's figure disappeared from its original position in the sky. When it reappeared, it was already at the position where the Snow Beast had flown away. Self-created fighting skill. Non-stop crazy 18 combos. Long Fei's figure turned into many after images in the sky, moving very fast. Each figure dealt a terrifying blow to the Snow Beast. Ah! Bang bang bang! Help! The Snow Beast spat out blood for free and the thought of death suddenly enveloped its mind. This time it was completely enveloped in fear. Chapter 230. The terrifying Long Fei, the terrifying monster. Wait for me here, watch my operations carefully. While the Warcraft below were discussing, Long Fei said to Yao Tianhuo. Before the latter could recover, Long Fei had already appeared in front of the 10 monsters with his hands on his hips, a big cigar in his mouth and a pair of sunglasses. What kind of material is this guy? A monster asked the crazy snow ape. I don't know, he didn't take any action from beginning to end. Crazy snow monkey shook his head. Ahem, please be quiet. Long Fei shouted. Damn it, who are you, you brat? How dare you do that in front of us? One of the 10 monsters roared angrily. Long Fei's voice was calm. I am the leader of the Qinglong gang. Seeing that you are destined to me, I will give it to you. This is your chance to surrender to me. When Yao Tianhuo from behind heard this, he jumped up in fright and couldn't help but spit out the word fuck me from his mouth. As expected of his gang leader, he is really domineering and he has a different routine when he appears. What a arrogant tone. This kid doesn't know what we are, so he underestimates us. This kid makes me so angry. Damn that little human kid. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? You sharp-tongued human brat, just die. After listening to Long Fei's words, the 10 monsters suddenly became furious. There was a human-shaped tiger-like monster that jumped up impulsively and Long Fei kicked it out. Long Fei looked at it calmly and felt that this humanoid tiger monster was equivalent to the strength of a 5-star peak human being. Long Fei snorted coldly. You little tiger beast, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? He just glanced briefly, then raised his hand and waved it with a little force. Bang! A force came out of his hand, very powerful. The humanoid tiger bee suddenly shrank its pupils and it felt a powerful force rushing towards it. The net moment it was like a transparent wind screen screen appeared in front of it and it hit it with a bang. It was extremely painful immediately and then it was directly blown away. A sound of participation sounded and the humanoid tiger beast fell hard on the snow and the snow suddenly flew into the air. Snow Suinhu. Seeing this scene, the Warcraft warrior was shocked and shouted out loudly. They knew the strength of Shue Suinhu, but he was defeated like this in front of this human being. A simple wave of your hand? How is this possible? This human who didn't take action is even more powerful than the 8-star Dozun human just now. The violent snow ape looked horrified. Even the snow black tiger who was more powerful than him was defeated so easily. As its voice sounded coupled with the shocking and unpected scene just now, the 9 Warcraft generals no longer dared to be careless. They instantly withdrew their original contempt and replaced it with solemnity and seriousness. Shue Suinhu was soon rescued by his teammates, but his whole body was sore as if he had been hit by a big stone. Damn it, why is this human brat so scary? Shue Suinhu's eyes showed fear. This human gives me a more dangerous feeling than that little red-haired kid. Suddenly a strong voice sounded. The eyes of all the monsters were focused on it. It was a humanoid monster that was 2 meters tall. It had 2 water chestnuts on its forehead and 2 water chestnuts on its chin. Its snow-white hair was fluttering and its pupils were the color of ice crystals. The body is extremely strong and a very terrifying power is manifested in it. This monster is the shortest among the 10 monsters, but it is true that the strongest instance among the 10 monsters is the smaller head of the other 9-headed warriors. Their big heads are naturally the ice and snow dragon. The name of this monster is Hansen Beast. It is equivalent to the human 8-star Dozun level Hansen Beast, but at this moment the aura erupting from its body is infinitely approaching that of the 8-star peak Dozun. This thing is very powerful and all the 9-headed monsters are afraid of it. The Hansen Beast is the number 1 monster under the Ice Sky Snow Dragon in Tianbing Valley. All the monsters were shocked. The person in front of them actually felt the danger even to the Hansen Beast. So this person is really strong. Long Fei's eyes scanned below calmly and he spoke again. Everyone, it's not easy to achieve your current level of cultivation, especially if you practice cultivation. You think you are very powerful, but you are nothing in front of me. Now I will give you one more chance. I hope you will cherish this opportunity to surrender. Damn it, the monsters must not surrender. That's right, the monsters will never surrender. The beast roared out in anger. Let this beast come and meet you for a while. Snow Concept Beast roared angrily and soared into the sky. The terrifying power rushed directly towards Long Fei. It was very terrifying. Only by experiencing it personally can one understand the current situation. Most people would be frightened to death. Well done. Long Fei snorted and punched forward. Bang, boom, ah! Snow Concept Beast shouted and was knocked back by Long Fei's punch. That's it. Long Fei was disdainful. The number 1 monster under Ice Sky Valley's Ice Sky Snow Dragon. That's it. Defeated with just 1 punch. Long Fei clasped his hands behind his back with an arrogant look on his face and mocked. Haha, I thought you a monster with the highest level of cultivation could be very powerful, but that's not the case. You are too weak. Come on together. You are looking for death. The shocked Snow Concept Bee suddenly became furious, turned over and flew up again, and the surrounding energy quickly rioted. A terrifying energy vortex formed on his fist and suddenly disappeared in mid-air. A flash came to Long Fei's body and smashed into Long Fei's body. Boom, bang. The 2 voices sounded at the same time. Long Fei remained motionless and just received the blow from Snow Concept Beast. How is it possible? Snow Concept Beast showed an incredulous look and claimed a flash of fear flashed in its pupils. I don't believe this beast. The muscles in Snow Beast's arms plotted. Its energy was boosted to the extreme and it kept hitting Long Fei. Long Fei continued to remain motionless and resisted with his body. His presence was calm as if the attack of the Snow Beast could not cause any harm to him at all, and it felt like it was being scratched. His double staring at so many dazzling after images of fist, he has now seen through them. He seizes a flaw and strikes directly. His hand turns into a blade very quickly, just like an after image in an instant. Bang! Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Snow Concept Beast's mouth with a ferocious look on its face. Suddenly Long Fei punched again, hitting its chest with a bang. The Snow Beast had a painful presence on its face and blood and stomach acid vomited out of its mouth. It was very uncomfortable. The Snow Beast screamed and flew out. Long Fei's figure disappeared from its original position in the sky. When it reappeared, it was already at the position where the Snow Beast had flown away. Self-created fighting skill. Non-stop crazy 18 combos. Long Fei's figure turned into many after images in the sky, moving very fast. Each figure dealt a terrifying blow to the Snow Beast. Ah! Bang, bang, bang. Help! The Snow Beast spat out blood for free and the thought of death suddenly enveloped its mind. This time it was completely enveloped in fear. Chapter 231. Awakening Furious. Boom. Ah! Long Fei's 17th move made the Snow Concept Beast so weak that it couldn't even speak. Its body soared upward and the entire beast's body seemed to fall apart. Every part of its body was severely damaged both internally and externally, and its bones and meridians were damaged. Many things were broken, the body was uneven, and it no longer had the majestic appearance it had before. This is the tragic end of being the first to make mistake. The weak eyes were squinting and it was difficult to breathe. Looking at the figure that appeared above, which frightened him, he immediately shouted, "No, don't." Long Fei reached above it in a flash. This was his last move. Move 18, get down, brother. He raised his foot and slammed down on the snow beast's abdomen. The terrifying force broke through the speed of sound, forming a sonic boom. Bang! Ah! The snow beast screamed and its entire body fell directly with a loud bang, like a huge meteorite hitting the ground of the university, forming a terrifying large hole. Snow beast. The 9-headed monsters below saw this scene. The snow demon beast was the strongest among them, but it was brutally tortured by this human from the very beginning. It had no power to fight back. The gap in strength was really terrifying. The monsters took a breath of cold air, their bodies trembled, and they also showed signs of fear. Is this the horror of human being? This seemingly long scene actually lasted less than a minute. The speed was too fast. They tried to save them, but they were too late and couldn't find a chance to cut in. In the center of the large cave, the snow concept beast was paralyzed here. He secretly thought in his heart that it was finally over. It was a little glad that it was over. If he continued to beat it, it would really be dead. There was not much difference between it and death now. His face was pale. Although he was originally white, now he could see the difference between snow white and pale. He was vomiting blood, and there was blood all over his body. Every muscle and every position in the whole body is so painful. Now it only needs to move a little bit to feel what is called excruciating pain. Seeing this scene in front of me, not to mention that the monsters couldn't bear it, even Yao Tianhuo, who was watching the show behind him, couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly felt the same pain as the snow beast, and he immediately felt sorry for it. Yao Tianhuo also felt cold all over, trembling and muttering to himself, "It's too cruel, I don't dare to look at it. I didn't expect that the strength of the gang leader has become so terrifying. Just the 7-star Dozun is like this. Fortunately I was smart and decisive and chose to become a family. Otherwise his end would not have been much better at that time." The 9-headed monsters all ran to the snow demon beast, trying to help it up, but were quickly rejected. Now it just wants to lie down and ignore everything. "If you hold on a little longer, I will wake up and he will be dead by then." Snow concept beast spoke in a weak voice. The 9-headed monster is full of hospitality and plans to hold on for a while longer. It will be easy to say when the ice and snow dragon wakes up. "I am asking you one last time, surrender or die." Long Fei spoke condescendingly, looking down at him with a cold tone. "Although you make our eldest brother behave like this, we have this beast here and I don't believe you can handle it alone. It is absolutely impossible for us to surrender. Warcraft will never surrender." The 9-headed monster snorted and roared angrily. Long Fei was not angry but smiled. "Ha ha ha, never give in. Very good, very good. I like the ambitious monsters. You are so ignorant, then I will not surrender to you, I will." Long Fei paused for a while, licked his lips with his tongue, showing a greedy look, and his face became strange. "I will swallow all 10 of you monsters and become my power. Seeking death. Brothers, come together." The 9-headed monster was completely furious and used the strongest and most terrifying blow to attack Long Fei from all directions. Bang! Their speed was very fast. Long Fei did not move but stood quietly at his current position in the sky. The moment he was hit by the 9-headed monster with all his strength. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, the 9-headed monster burst into laughter, but the laughter solidified. A blue holy light came out of Long Fei's body. With the rapid operation of Wuji Chang Sheng Gong and Long Fei's original Qinglong ability, these 9 attacks have completely become his body tempering resources. The 9 terrifying attacks gradually melted away on Long Fei, and then a terrifying dragon roar came out and a huge chaotic green dragon virtual entity flew into the sky. The terrifying power brought huge pressure to the 9-headed monster and also brought a huge energy riot. "What? Dragon? Boom! Ah!" A huge explosion sounded and the 9-headed monsters flew out one after another. "Damn it, where did you go? Everyone be careful." Long Fei's figure disappeared and the 9-headed monster looked terrified. Long Fei's first target was the crazy snow ape. The second he appeared in front of it. Here, the crazy snow monkey screamed in fear. The other 8 monsters turned around and went to catch him. However, Long Fei's speed was even faster. He raised his hand and the sharp green light on the blade was extremely fast. In an instant it pierced the heart of the violent snow ape, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar and dragon shadow rushing from in front of it to behind. Blood spattered and the crazy snow ape screamed. Everyone saw a huge hole appeared in its chest. It was empty and its heart was gone. "Just now my heart was swallowed by the dragon shadow." Without its heart, the crazy snow monkey suddenly lost its ability to fight. The power of blood swallowed by the blue dragon. The crazy snow ape fell below and a cyan vort came out of the black hole. The powerful attraction swallowed up the crazy snow ape's body. body. The 8-headed monsters had no time to help and the crazy snow ape died. Snow monkey, no. Damn humans, give back my snow ape's life. The 8-headed monster went completely crazy and launched another killing blow directly at Long Fei. Long Fei was very calm. When he raised his hand he shook it gently and the green dragon swallowed it out in front of him. The energy of the 8-headed monster's killing blow directly entered his black hole and became part of his power. What? The 8-headed monster was completely frightened and screamed, "If you don't surrender, we are no longer a family. I am tired and don't want to play with you anymore. Net, you all go to hell." Long Fei soared into the sky and as he raised his hand the terrifying cyan energy in the sky instantly condensed into a huge cyan light ball. This huge blue ball of light exudes an unparalleled terrifying power of death. When the 8-headed monsters saw this scene, their cyans changed drastically and they shouted in fear, "Run!" They immediately became in a hurry. "Run? Can you run away?" Long Fei sneered, "The power of blood, the Nirvana bomb." At the same time the surrounding space was completely blocked. When the 8 monsters discovered it they quickly attacked to break it, but the space was too strong and they couldn't be broken. What to do? What should I do? If I can't escape then I'll fight him. That's right, this person's power is completely beyond our knowledge. He can hold him back for a second. As long as I wake up our sacrifice will be valuable. The 8-headed monster is quite loyal, but it's a pity. In this world only those who know how to understand the current affairs can survive. These 8 monsters are destined to die. Chapter 232 Annihilation. After killing the snow beast, Long Fei raised his head and looked at the oncoming attack that was as devastating as the sky and the earth. He looked calm, not panicked at all and even less afraid. On the contrary, feeling the death of the snow beast, the ice sky snow dragon's rage soared even more, turning into a complete rage. All the terrifying factors at the scene have been upgraded to a higher level. "Human, I want you to die." The Bingtian snow dragon rushed towards Long Fei together with the attack. What should the gang leader do? Yao Tianhuo panicked, but he is also an 8-star Dozun after all, so naturally he will not be in a daze but activates the 5-round Luo formation to fight together. What should we do? Of course fight. A trace of excitement flashed across the corner of Long Fei's mouth. He flew up and an unparalleled terrifying power immediately erupted from his body. The terrifying power made a loud noise directly blasting away the ice and snow dragon's attack. Huge explosion smoke spread in the sky. The Yaotian fire immediately soared into the sky and flew as high as it could. "As long as you don't suffocate to death." And Long Fei's figure also rushed out from the ice and snow smoke rising rapidly towards the sky. "Humans, don't even think about escaping." Bingtian snow dragon thought Long Fei was going to escape, so he flapped his wings as fast as the wind and chased Long Fei. "High altitude is the real battlefield for the strong," Long Fei said lightly. The ice sky snow dragon was very fast and quickly caught up with him. It opened its mouth and the terrifying power of extreme cold energy quickly gathered into an energy ball in front of the huge mouth. The energy ball shot out waves and rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei flew sideways in one direction. Bang bang bang. The energy light waves that were avoided plotted high in the sky. The ice and snow dragon output continuously like a machine gun. The sound of the explosion kept getting louder and louder. Long Fei suddenly stopped and flew towards the ice sky snow dragon. The holy light of the green dragon came out from his body and a supreme ancient dragon roared out. The terrifying and invincible dragon power came out along with a huge green dragon. What kind of dragon power is so terrifying? The ice sky snow dragon's giant pupils shrank and its dragon face changed drastically. It felt the terrifying pressure from the bloodline of this huge green dragon. Suddenly screamed, "Want to resist?" Long Fei sneered, "You think you are Zukun and you still want to resist the pressure of my bloodline? Delusion. This ice and snow dragon is only a level 3 Dozun. Although Long Fei is only a level 1 Dozun, under the suppression of his bloodline he is the most intimidating to the ice and snow dragon, and it only has 2 more levels. Now he is already completely invincible at the Dozun level. He didn't even look down on the half-saint, let alone this mere dragon of rank 3 Dozun. Roar. What the hell are you, human? Bingtian snow dragon looked panicked. However, Long Fei was extremely fast and appeared in front of him before his voice completely fell. With terrifying dragon power and green dragon they attacked it. The Bingtian snow dragon decisively turned from attack to defense and an extremely cold defensive wall appeared in front of him. Boom bang. The attack hit the Arctic defense wall. Under the suppression of Long Wei, all attributes of the ice sky snow dragon have been greatly weakened, and now it has a feeling of looking up to the supreme existence and feels so small. How could it be possible? How could Ben Long feel like this? No, it must be this human being who did it. But it was a pity that its extremely cold defense wall was breached in the net moment and the phantom-like green dragon penetrated its body in an instant. A shocking scream sounded. "Nai Long, if you can still stand up after taking one punch from me, I will spare your life." Long Fei opened his eyes suddenly and and the cyan light remained in his eyes like flowing gas, and he clenched his fist. The terrifying and invincible power instantly formed a vortex. The surrounding space shattered, void cracks appeared, and the surrounding space and time seemed to have stopped running at this moment. The airflow also stagnated. Soon his strength reached its strongest peak, and at the same time a golden halo appeared behind him. It was the God Emperor ring that he had not used for a long time. As his level increased, the God Emperor ring also became more powerful. Terrible and powerful. Silent, destroy, dragon, punch, hoo. As Long Fei shouted loudly, a huge dragon roar came out again, and a huge solid dragon that was half cyan and half golden appeared in the God Emperor's ring. Along with Long Fei's terrifying fist, he blasted towards the Ice Sky Snow Dragon. Not good. The Ice Sky Snow Dragon broke out in a cold sweat, feeling terrified in his heart. It absolutely cannot take this blow, it cannot take it, and the only outcome will be death. He planned to hide away, but the net moment his face became even more panicked because the surrounding space was blocked. Damn human, you are so despicable. The Ice Sky Snow Dragon roared angrily, but you could clearly hear that it was really scared. Long Fei raised his forehead lightly and said calmly with a calm press, Cyan, this is not called despicable, this is called tactics. Ice Sky Snow Dragon. It is a pity that he fell asleep again just after waking up. This time it is a permanent sleep. There is no escape, no avoidance. Seeing the terrifying attack in front of him, Bingtian Snow Dragon was furious. Fuck, I will fight you. The net moment he crazily activated his energy, unleashed it without any reservation, and charged forward to attack in front of him. Bang, boom. The two attacks completely matched up. The Ice Sky Snow Dragon gritted its teeth with difficulty, but soon it discovered how naive it was. No matter how it mobilized its power, the attack in front of it showed no sign of being broken or even retreating. The net moment its attack was crushed like tofu skin, and after the attack was broken it completely fell on it. No, like an indestructible thing, the golden green dragon fell directly with the Ice Sky and Snow Dragon at a very fast speed. The Ice Sky and Snow Dragon could no longer escape because it was an inertial force. Its huge body clung to the terrifying fist dragon shadow, breaking through the space blockade. Sure, it hit the ground hard. Suddenly a scene like a hydrogen bomb explosion occurred. The terrifying energy magnetic field came out and the shock wave spanned the entire Ice Sky Valley. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the surrounding ice and snow and other ice and snow vegetation and the earth were all instantly annihilated under this terrifying energy. It's so hot around, so hot. And Long Fei also decisively left here with Yao Tianhuo. At the moment this scene happened, he may not die, but Yao Tianhuo definitely will. This explosion is too terrifying. The terrifying high temperature emitted by the explosion reaches a terrifying value exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius in an instant. At this moment an extremely thick energy from Long Fei poured into his body crazily. This is the appearance value of Ice Sky Snow Dragon, so the Bingtian Snow Dragon is dead. But this is normal. After all, with such a terrifying attack and an instant high temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius, so what if this thing is extremely cold? You must also become a roasted dragon. But it's a pity that now there isn't even a bit of scum left. Yao Tianhuo's pupils were as big as each other. Seeing this scene he was frightened, his legs were weak and his back was soaked. Yilu said tremblingly, gang leader, this power is too powerful. But at this moment Long Fei no longer paid attention to these things. He felt the changes in his body. After absorbing the appearance value of Bingtian Snow Dragon, his cultivation level was upgraded from the 1st rank to the 4th rank. Peak Dozun 9-star peak level 4 peak fighting master. Chapter 233. The cruelty of the Blood Hades cult. System open the character panel. Long Fei gave the order after a long time. Soon a familiar picture appeared in front of me. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age 30 years old. More than this age according to Douluo star. Kung Fu Wuji longevity Kung Fu 130 levels. Blood and cell development and activation 24%. Martial Soul Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline package. Fighting Chi level 9-star peak 4th rank peak Dozun. My own divine position Qinglong. Weapon Qinglong ancient sword of the god. Control the strange fire 423 Qinglian earth core fire Xian Huang flame sea heart flame fallen heart flame field dragon god realm void realm resurrection realm of all things killing realm plane realm divine emperor realm. Bloodline package talents developed eternal youth attribute increase lifespan increase evil and evil orcism super healing invulnerability to poisons super growth supreme dragon power 1% development right hand transforms into a blue dragon 2% development the left hand becomes the blue dragon 3% the blue dragon becomes the back of the torso 4% the blue dragon becomes the predecessor 5% the blue dragon becomes armed 6% the blue dragon becomes the whole body 7% Azure Dragon splits the sky and reigns 8% Azure Dragon swallows 9% Azure Dragon blessing 10% 11% Dragon Kingdom in the palm, 11% Chaos Azure Dragon photographs, 100% Part 12 Green Dragon ascends to heaven, Nirvana Elemental Bullet skills, Burning Desolate Guy Seal Transformation, Chaos Green Dragon Eyes, Lightning Flash Step, Martial Soul, True Body, Nirvana System Warehouse, Divine Tibetan Skin, 100% Copying Mirror, Random Space Travel Scroll, 1 God Realm Teleportation Card, 1 Finger Breaking Opportunity, 1 Flame Crystal, 42 The World of Cells in the Body, Douluo Heavenly Plane. The system interface is for reference only. Everything is displayed by Long Fei. His eyes swept across from top to bottom. It is really a familiar word that is very familiar in every scene. I haven't appeared for a long time. It would be nice to call you out once in a while, Long Fei muttered in his heart. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the broken sky in this area. A green energy appeared from his body, a mysterious charm, thick and huge life energy. Domain all things revived. The entire Ice Sky Valley suffered unprecedented trauma during the war. After all, this is nature, and Long Fei was very particular about helping the entire Ice Sky Valley recover from the trauma before leaving. At this moment, with his current level of cultivation, he can already surround the entire Ice Sky Valley with his domain. Within the Ice Sky Valley, some seriously injured people were also favored to recover quickly. These people all showed incredible prescience. The energy riot just now was really scary and they almost died. Fortunately, it was far away from the source and it was only injured by the shock wave. After finishing this great thing, he patted Yao Tianhuo on the shoulder. It's over here, we should leave. Yao Tianhuo came back to his senses and said, Sect Master, the murderous mastermind hasn't appeared yet. Where are we going? Fanfiction City. Long Fei said calmly, it's just a good time to go back. Yao Tianhuo was stunned just right then. He was taken away by Long Fei so fast that he almost didn't react. At the same time, Long Fei's voice sounded in the Ice Sky Valley. The Ice Sky Snow Dragon has been killed by me. If you don't want Fanfiction City to be destroyed, those who are still alive should hurry back. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Damn it, this voice sounds so familiar. What does this bastard want to do? Want to destroy Fang Tiancheng while we are away? How dare you? You dare to touch Fang Tiancheng, and when we get out you will be wiped out. Those who were still alive misunderstood Long Fei's words and thought that Long Fei planned to destroy Fang Tiancheng, and they immediately became furious. You can't blame them. Long Fei's words are too easy to misunderstand. Based on the scene just now, everyone understands some of the reasons. With such a terrifying energy explosion, the Ice Sky Snow Dragon is probably really gone. After the incident just now, everyone understands the horror in Ice Sky Valley. Not being able to care about that much, the Dozun who was still alive immediately turned around and fled toward Fang Tiancheng very quickly. And at this moment, just as Long Fei said, Fanfiction City is littered with corpses and war fireworks are everywhere. At this moment, Fanfiction City has changed from its original splendor to a war-stricken area. In less than a day, how did Fanfiction City turn into such a look? Fanfiction City has fallen. Countless death energies are raging in all directions. If the people don't live, they will live. Within Fanfiction City, the strongest sect, the second sect, the third family and the Xian family were the first to fall. As long as these forces are dealt with, the other forces will not be a concern at all. This is the work of the Blood Underworld sect. They have already laid out today's plan. The army of followers of the Blood Hades sect pressed into the territory, and Fanfiction City was occupied by the Blood Hades sect. Huge numbers and terrifying strength. In less than a day, those who resisted were tortured to death by inhuman means by the terrifying strong men of the Blood Hades sect. Without the strong men, Fanfiction City has completely fallen. This sect is the leader of the Blood Hades sect. Today we occupy Fanfiction City. The lives in Fanfiction City are at your disposal. If you surrender, you will live. If you resist, you will die. The corpse hanging high in the air in front of you is the result of your resistance. At the highest point of Fanfiction City, a man in black robes flew high, exuding a terrifying level of pressure, and an extremely evil aura enveloped the entire Fanfiction City together with the other strong men of the Blood Ming sect. Seeing this scene, the surviving lives in Fang Tiancheng were stunned, trembling, terrified. The corpses of the rebels hanging in the sky are undoubtedly the best deterrent. Even such a strong person has fallen, let alone those with low cultivation. Everyone did not want to die, so they chose to put down their weapons and surrender. Very good. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. The leader of the Blood Underworld sect was very happy. Then he shouted, the people of Xueming sect, obey orders. I will obey your orders. The members of the Blood Hades sect stood at attention one after another. Deploy a big formation. Yes. The members of the Blood Hades sect dispersed one after another and set up formation. The remaining senior officials chose to use a very strange method to collect the souls of the dead. These souls have strong resentment, sorrow, anger, joys and sorrows, which is what the Blood Underworld sect needs very much. At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky and quickly returned to the sky from a distance. Seeing this scene in front of them, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were both stunned. These beasts are so evil. Yao Tianhuo was furious. This group of people actually made Fanfiction City such a mess, and they even hung up people who were afraid of killing them. Even he couldn't help but get angry. This bunch of bullshit is so huge, killing innocent people indiscriminately. Yao Tianhuo said angrily. Gang leader, let's take action. Long Fei nodded after hearing this. The damage done to Fang Tiancheng in front of him was really too great. He looked at the crowd forming in formation below, found the formation's eye, and took action directly, shooting out a wave of light. Who is it? Stop it, my leader. Chapter 234 Blood Nether Temple Array. But unfortunately by the time he took action it was already too late. A beam of light fell in the eye of the formation very quickly, and the loud bang directly blew away the surrounding Blood Hades cultists, and the terrifying power instantly took away their lives. The formation eye was also destroyed here, and the formation ecosystem that had been established around it was destroyed. Ah, damn you bastard, who come out and dare to interfere in the affairs of my Blood Hades sect. The leader was furious and shouted at him. The evil anger on the SI surrounding Blood Hades sect elders burst out fiercely. Everyone looked up. Who is here? Come to save us? It's just that even those strong men have fallen. Can these two people really save us? When the enslaved people of Fang Tiancheng saw the figures of Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, a small glimmer of hope appeared on their frightened faces, but it was quickly wiped out. Damn it, you two little brat. Capture these people for me. The leader of the Blood Hades sect pointed to the sky and shouted angrily. The SI elders of the Blood Underworld sect soared into the sky, and a gloomy evil aura spread across them. If you ruin the affairs of my Blood Hades sect you will die. The SI men turned their black energy into swords and stabbed at Long Fei and the two. Yao Tianhuo snorted coldly. Little SI Star Dozun, I alone can kill you. Seeking death. The SI elders of the Blood Hades sect were furious, and the power on their bodies became even more strange and powerful. At this moment Yao Tianhuo's voice fell, and he condensed his magic instantly. As soon as the 5-round fire formation came out, 5 fire spirits appeared, and then the big Vulcan arms carried the terrifying and scorching flame energy directly towards the SI members of the Blood Ming sect. The elder blasted away. Seeing this scene, the Prescience of the SI swimming sect elders changed drastically. Their pupils also condensed, and there was a hint of panic on their faces. But the net moment SI long swords directly faced the huge Vulcan arm, there was a loud bang, and the powerful impact of the 8-star Dozun directly crushed the SI sword. What? Everyone didn't expect that their weapons were shattered with just one move. At the same time the extremely hot flame approached like the sun. Luo Fenshin. Yao Tianhuo came towards them with the Vulcan arm and also displayed other skills. No, retreat quickly, an elder shouted. The SI people used their secret techniques one after another to withstand the attack in front of them. Someone looked at Long Fei behind Yao Tianhuo. Immediately a countermeasure sounded in his mind, and he sent a message to the others. You hold him, I will go over and catch that kid. Then we will have a hostage. This person does not dare to mess around. Okay, we will attract your attention. The other elders agreed to this decision and sent a message back. The SI people used all their strength together to forcefully guide a powerful force from their bodies to hit them, forced the attacks from both sides to implode. The impact of the powerful implosion force immediately blew both sides away. Long Fei was watching not far behind him and had no intention of taking action, at least not yet, because those people will be back soon. His eyes looked in the direction of Ice Sky Valley. With his super mental perception he can now feel multiple strands of Dozun energy flying towards this side quickly. It may only take 10 minutes to get here. Yao Tianhuo, who was highly cultivated, quickly stabilized himself from the implosion. The remaining SI people were a few seconds behind him. Then strange mark formed on the hands of the SI people, and the SI people disappeared into the sky. Blood Shadow Fairy. When they appeared again they turned into identical shadows, attacking towards Yao Tianhuo like a soul fairy, and quickly arrived around him. But the strange thing is that these shadows did not mean to attack Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo looked at this scene coldly. Then these shadows flashed and formed very quickly a scene of dazzling rotating windmills. Immediately afterwards I saw round after round of black stripes appearing across the sky with the Yao Tian fire as the center. The Blood Nether Temple's unformation. As the strange voice of the shadow rang out, Yao Tianhuo suddenly felt a very uneasy emotion. Black light pillars shot up into the sky around him and connected instantly. The world around him suddenly turned into boundless darkness, and various kinds of the fog is confusing. A huge ferocious beast eluding a terrifying and evil aura rushed over in front of Yao Tianhuo. Its huge fangs, scarlet pupils, bloody mouth and ferocious face made people extremely frightened. How could such an evil monster appear here? Looking at each other, Yao Tianhuo's face showed a look of astonishment. Even though he was an 8-star Dozun cultivator he fell into it at this moment. The scarlet blood pupils invaded his heart like an evil and ugly nightmare, making him he generates fear. Ahead a huge bloody mouth was in front of him, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on his his forehead. But Yao Tianhuo hasn't come out yet and is still stuck in the inner dilemma. The net moment the huge bloody mouth submerged him. At this moment his heart palpitated, his whole body came to life, and then he screamed miserably. Looking at his face, he looked very painful and desperate. All of this is caused by the scarlet blood pupils. There will be fear in everyone's heart. As long as it is dug out, no matter how powerful the person is, he will fall. The blood netherworld temple's unformation is based on this principle, causing fear, destroying people's hearts, destroying hope, and creating endless pain. In the formation, the screams of Yao Tianhuo kept ringing out, and at the same time different evil and strange things kept swallowing him up and invading his heart. At this moment even the 8-star Dozun is very terrifying. For him this is a kind of spiritual torture, very cruel. The outside world. At the same time, Long Fei stared at the strange formation in front of him. Chaos King Long's pupils penetrated and saw the real scene. Inside there were black shadows that were holding black swords and constantly penetrating Yao Tianhuo's body. These swords did not cause damage outside the body but directly passed through the body and entered the soul and heart. These figures are the 5 elders of the blood underworld sect, but one of them is missing. It is really a vicious formation. Everything is a deception. What kind of bullshit? Blood netherbra array is actually just a closed black space with some different materials added as auxiliary materials. Long Fei planned to destroy this formation. Just now a black shadow flashed in front of him. It was the elder who disappeared. GG, you little bastard, suffer death. Elder Xueming issued a blood-curdling laughter and struck out with a palm towards Long Fei. You are the one waiting for me. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Long Fei raised the corner of his mouth with a look of disdain, and then a green light flashed out from his body. Elder Xueming felt extremely hot and his body was also burning. Burn. What is this? It hurt so much. Leader, help me. Elder Xueming never thought that the end result of all his efforts would be so cruel. The flame on his body was like a holy fire that could not be extinguished no matter what. Soon Elder Xueming died in pain while screaming. Long Fei's bloodline has the ability to ward off evil spirits and Arcus evil spirit. These things came to his door and were looking for death. This is absolute restraint. Chapter 235 come to an end. What? Damn you bastard. When the leader of the blood underworld sect saw this scene, he had already started to attack Long Fei, but it was still too late. No one in this scene expected that they would understand a person's life so quickly. Although the blood underworld sect is a little more evil, they are still human beings and have life. The evil kind of people. You are looking for death. The leader of the blood Hades sect was furious, filled with murderous intent and filled with evil spirit. The terrifying pressure of the 7-star Dozun was directly released and he killed Long Fei. Blood Ming Kung Fu Shaluo Tao Tian. Once the skill comes out, no one will love it. Everyone below was trembling with fear, but after seeing the previous scene, the enslaved people of Fanfiction City were shocked and saw the light again. You're just an ant. Who gave you the courage to fight me? Long Fei sneered, his face full of disdain, and then he raised his hand and shot out a beam of light with rich blue holy light towards the leader of the blood underworld cult. Loud bang. What? The leader of the blood underworld gritted his teeth, and the net scene made his complexion change drastically. His attack was broken instantly like a tofu film. The net moment the beam of light shot towards him, the speed was so fast it only took an instant. So fast. Oops. The leader of the blood underworld felt the life-threatening danger from this beam of light. The grudge energy defense was activated instantly, but the moment the defense was released with a bang, the beam directly crushed the energy defense to pieces. What? How come? The beam of light penetrated his body domineeringly and blood and flesh burst out in front of his chest. His face was extremely painful and ferociously twisted. At this moment the green holy light enveloped his body and an extremely pure dispelling the evil energy burned the leader of the blood Hades sect. The leader of the blood Hades sect was burned to nothingness in fear and screams. Everyone below was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The leader of the blood Hades sect, the person who massacred their Fanfiction city, was killed like this. Leader. The members of the blood Hades sect shouted in horror. The net moment everyone saw the cyan beam that killed the leader of the blood Hades sect falling to the ground very quickly. A terrifying energy instantly enveloped the entire Fanfiction city, and then violent screams rang out. When the light disappeared, there were still people alive and the original buildings were still there, but those blood Hades cultists and those dead puppets, everything with evil presence, were turned into nothingness. The entire Fanfiction city was suddenly clean. The people below were suddenly shocked and stunned. Long Fei ignored them but directly struck out with a palm, turning into a huge palm shadow, and instantly destroyed the formation of the blood netherworld lord. Several more screams were heard. The ancient azure dragon sword appeared in Long Fei's hand, and with a flick of his hand the azure blade swept out, directly splitting the remaining 5 elders of the blood Ming sect into 2 halves. In the fear, the green light holy fire was burned out. Everyone killed by Long Fei will be fed back to him in the form of Eperience point. The deaths of everyone in the Blood Underworld sect once again brought huge Eperience points to Long Fei. A frenzy of energy swarmed in waiting until it was all filled. Long Fei's level directly entered from the 9-star peak 4th rank peak Dozun to the 5th rank peak Dozun. Sure enough, the Eperience points required will become larger in the later stages, and the Eperience points of so many people will increase by 1 level. Long Fei looked gloomy and looked very disappointed. So many talents have been promoted to 1 level. It's really rubbish. Long Fei complained. At this moment Yao Tianhuo was in a trance, unable to wake up from the torture. Long Fei raised his hand, and a ray of holy light shone on Yao Tianhuo. Quickly purify those negative factors. Only then did Yao Tianhuo calm down. Gang leader, what's wrong with me? Yao Tianhuo asked innocently. Long Fei said, you have been possessed. The people of the Blood Underworld sect have been killed by me. It's time for us to leave here and go to Kitakami province. I've embarrassed you. Yao Tianhuo's memory of the short film was now recovering little by little, and he suddenly said with hatred and anger, the damn Blood Ming cult people are really cunning. Those formations are really terrifying. Long Fei smiled mysteriously. This Blood Underworld sect is not a simple church. Behind it is a force that you are very familiar with. Yao Tianhuo asked, what is it? Soul Palace. Long Fei's face was calm, and he slowly uttered 2 words. This is some information he got from the memory of the leader of the Blood Hades sect. It's actually the Soul Palace. Damn it, why is this bastard thing everywhere? Yao Tianhuo's eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically. The Soul Palace is really a ubiquitous thing. At this moment 10 figures appeared in front. It was those people from Fangtian City. Seeing the miserable situation of Fang Tiancheng, he suddenly became furious. Damn bastard, did you two do this? They pointed at Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. You will know if we did it by asking the people below. Long Fei paid no attention to these idiots. Very good, if you really did it we will never let you go. In the team Huan Tian and others were also present, and their faces were also very ugly because Fang Tiancheng suffered such a disaster and its vitality was severely damaged. Soon someone went down to ask a few people and immediately got the answer. It really wasn't the 2 of them, it was a bunch of damn Blood Underworld sect people who did it. These 2 people destroyed the people of the Xueming sect and saved Fang Tiancheng. Those people were even more furious after learning the truth. What kind of damn bullshit? Blood Hades dared to sneak attack Fang Tiancheng. Master Huan, do you hear about this Blood Underworld sect? Xuan Zongtian's expression changed drastically. Never heard of it. Huan Tian shook his head. Then he said, we have all misunderstood Long Zun and Yao Zun. We will apologize to you. Thank you for saving Fangtian City. We accept your thanks. You can handle the remaining matters yourself. It's time for the 2 of us to leave. Long Fei said lightly, and Yao Tianhuo continued to fly upward. Wait a minute, you two. At this moment someone called out to Long Fei and the others. Long Fei and the others stopped and turned around jokingly. What do you want to kill us? A misunderstanding. We don't dare. What that? Okay, you two can go as long as you want. We still have to deal with the final affairs of Fang Tiancheng. Just when the man was about to speak he was interrupted by Huan Tian's voice. Huan Tian looked deeply at Long Fei and now he could no longer see through him at all. This person is really scary. Okay, see you later. Long Fei nodded. His eyes stayed on Huan Tian's body for a few seconds and then left. Master Huan, why don't I continue talking? Long Fei and the others left. The man asked. It's not necessary. Huan Tian turned around and waved his hand. Fangtian City has been severely damaged. Everyone please settle down and comfort yourself. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then they all went to do things. In the distance Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo flew toward Bais Hongzhou very fast. Long Fei didn't want to delay any more time. He had to absorb the rest of the strange fire as soon as possible, break through to Do Emperor as much as possible and leave this plane after completing the system's task because he was a little tired of it. Chapter 236 North Territory Pool. Because there is no specific location in North Shangzhou and Zhongzhou is too big, it took Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo a whole week of non-stop flying to reach the area in front of them. The large area in front of us is called Bioke. Through inquiring Long Fei learned that the space wormhole tunnel needed to lead to Bais Hongzhou was within the Bio Pond. Long Fei and the others landed and followed the convoy below into the North Territory Pond in an orderly manner. After visiting on the road we can see that this North Territory Pond is so prosperous a place where strong people gather and there are rich people everywhere. Whether it is in terms of prosperity, wealth area or number of powerful people, it is only twice as big as Fangtian City. Yao Tianhuo side Zhongzhou continent is indeed the strongest center of the entire Douchi continent. Each level is really stronger than the other. Not far ahead many people gathered together. It seemed that something big was happening and the discussions were noisy and complicated. It could be heard that most of it was covered up by excitement. The 2 of them were also curious and walked over to join the lively audience. In front is a magnificent and and huge ancient Chinese palace-like building. Magnificent and luxurious, it is completely a status symbol of a tycoon. Long Fei opened his eyes and said jokingly, "Huh, it's really big. It's a standard for rich people." There is a huge plaque above the palace. The plaque is engraved with 5 huge characters. Gold inlaid auction house. These 5 characters are also made of gold. To the naked eye they sparkle with golden light and are full of the smell of money. Yao Tianhuo touched the wealth in his ring and said with a very unnatural expression, "This auction house must be extremely pensive." Long Fei rolled his eyes and complained, "Isn't this nonsense? Anyone with eyesight can see it. Even a blind man will know such a strong smell of money. The consumption here is very high. Even though there are a lot of people gathered here, the only ones who can enter are dignitaries, big families and powerful people. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as Long Fei said what he said, everyone around him heard it. Looking at the two of them, they immediately started to look down on them. They were probably a poor guy in this outfit entering. "Isn't this just wishful thinking?" Yao Tianhuo muttered net to Long Fei, "We seem to be looked down upon." Long Fei didn't reply but walked calmly inside. Arriving at the door, there were 2 people from the auction house. When he saw Long Fei and the others approaching, he frowned. He couldn't find anything valuable in his body, and those who come here are dressed in luxurious clothes, and their personal wealth can be known at a glance. "Stop!" The 2 women looked at each other and nodded as if they had a clear understanding. The 2 women stepped forward and blocked Long Fei's path. The people behind him watched the show with mocking expressions. These 2 bumpkins still dare to come to Jinli auction house. Do they have the money, or did someone invite them? Everyone laughed. "What?" Long Fei said after stopping. The girl raised her forehead slightly, showing a look of pride. "I'm sorry, we are a high-end and luxurious place, and the way you 2 dress up does not meet our entry-level standard." The second female lead also showed disdain. "Please leave." The voice was deliberately raised so that everyone present could hear it. "I have to say, these 2 women really deserve a beating. It's not just for money that you're talking so much." Long Fei's voice was calm and he put his hands behind his back and said coldly and proudly, "How much is the admission ticket here?" "Haha, you can really pretend." The first woman and the second woman sneered. Then he raised it up and said contemptuously, "Admission ticket 20 million gold coins per person. Can you afford it?" The 2 women continued to taunt, this time even more proud. Long Fei waved his hand and took out a huge bag of money and threw it hard on the face of the most prominent woman. Bang! "Ah!" The woman screamed and was thrown away by the power of the money bag. An instant slap in the face. "There are 50 million here, and the remaining 10 million is considered as the gate fee I will give you." Long Fei looked at the 2 of them coldly, and then an extremely terrifying force of intimidation swept over the entire place. Everyone around them felt like this. They were instantly suppressed by a huge stone, and it was extremely painful and difficult to breathe. The 2 women who originally planned to resist, as well as the sidekicks inside and outside who wanted to join in the fun, were immediately suppressed. The legs were weak, as if a huge force of tens of millions of kilograms was smashed down without mercy, and everyone present fell to the ground. Their faces showed endless panic and fear. Their bodies were trembling and their faces were covered in cold sweat. Soon the same was true for all parts of their bodies, and their clothes were soaked with cold sweat in just a few seconds. "Do you still think it funny now?" Long Fei raised the corner of his mouth. They gritted their teeth and wanted to speak, but they were extremely uncomfortable and couldn't say what they wanted to say. "They just want to say it's not funny." "Can't you laugh?" "But it's my turn to laugh and I can laugh." Long Fei burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Your Majesty, please stop." At this moment an old voice sounded. Long Fei's smile stopped. A half-wasted old man walked out in front of him. The old man exuded an aura that permeated the whole place, allowing these people to relax a little. This old man is not simple, but he himself wasn't much better. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and immediately saw the old man's cultivation. A second level 9-star peak Dozun, but besides that he also has a mysterious power in him. Long Fei immediately understood. No wonder this person was able to withstand his suppression and help those people relax with his mere 9-star peak second level Dozun cultivation. "Who are you?" Long Fei asked. The old man held up his hand and said politely, "Old man Jinhai is the pioneer of this auction house." "No surprise," Long Fei said calmly. "These people have offended me. I don't like it very much. What right does an ant have to despise me? I am very unhappy. Once I am unhappy, I want to kill someone. They are the main ones causing trouble here. There are also those outside who are laughing. It doesn't bother the Lord to take action. The old man will personally take action and give the Lord an explanation." After Jinhai finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and murderous intent emerged. "Master, please spare my life." The expressions of the 2 women changed drastically and they shouted in fear. They knew they were doomed, and it wasn't just the 2 of them who made noises. There were also those outside who were mocking. "The power of the Venerable is something that you little ants can humiliate. Let this be a lesson in this life. Keep your eyes open in the net life." Jinhai snorted coldly. His murderous intent became even stronger and the terrifying power of his hand swept across those human bodies. Suddenly there was a loud popping sound and those people thought they were dead. Then Jinhai's expression changed and he smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, how are you now? Yes, you know how to do it, but the ticket here are really expensive." Long Fei mocked. Jinhai hurriedly said, "You too, if we don't do it first we don't need the money. I treat you as an old man. I will also arrange a high quality and expensive house for you too." "Okay, but you don't have to pay back the money. I don't care about the small amount of 50 million. Long Fei waved his hand with disdain. Chapter 237 Jinling Auction House. After Jinhai's operation, Long Fei also came into contact with coercion. Everyone present felt relieved when the pressure on them disappeared. "This time is really dangerous. You too please," Jinhai said politely and gave way. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo walked in, not afraid of any trick he would play. But it's scary that the whole Jinling auction house will stage a scene like Fang Tiancheng Suanmi auction house. Last time he didn't go to the auction house, so this time he had to take a good look. After the two of them entered, Jinhai's expression turned gloomy again with an unparalleled chill. He turned around and looked at the people present and said coldly, "From now on keep your dog eyes open to see clearly. Any time all of you related to him will be, everyone will die." Everyone shuddered with fear and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jin. Let someone clean up the scene." After saying the last cold words he turned around and walked inside. The other side, Long Fei quickly entered the Jinli auction house under the leadership of his servant. Looking at the huge, luxurious and majestic scene in front of them, Long Fei and the others were filled with admiration. "This is the real home court. The life of the rich is really luxurious. You two please follow me," said the woman leading the way. The two continued to follow. After going up the stairs to the third floor, after passing through the corridor, I saw a large pavilion in front of me that was very different from the surroundings. The interior decoration of Dafang Pavilion is extremely beautiful and luxurious. There are two golden dragon statues carved on both sides. You can vaguely feel the sense of furnishings emanating from it. The woman stood sideways and said with a full smile, "Please wait a moment, both of you. This is one of the 3 highest level houses in this auction house. The young lady does not have the right to have the key here yet. She has to wait for Mr. Jin to arrive before she can give it to her. Open the door, you two." Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other, then twitched the corners of their mouths with a hint of mockery in their tone and said, "So if he never comes, the two of us will always stand here and be left alone?" The woman shook her head quickly with some beads of sweat on her forehead and said with a look of shame, "No, please don't worry. Since Mr. Jin has told the little woman to bring you over, he will definitely come over." Just as she was speaking, the sound of footsteps reached the ears of the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked around and saw an old man with a kind smile walking slowly towards them. "Say Cao will be here." "Yes, the old man in front of me is none other than Jinhai." Jinhai said with a smile, "Haha, you two have been waiting for a long time. I just went to deal with some things, so I will open the door for you two now." Jinhai quickly passed by the 2 of them. "We have only been waiting for a while and you came," Long Fei said calmly. "Open the door for you two now." Jinhai nodded and repeated. Then he took out a jade pendant that issued a faint golden light from his ring. Jinhai came to the door and pressed directly on the gap in the door. "No more no less, just right." A Shen Kui's voice sounded and the door slowly opened. "What an auction house does is really high-end, like high-tech." Looking at the scene in front of him, Long Fei complained in his heart. Jinhai took back the jade pendant and said, "You two can enter now. I have told her the rest of the things. She will know how to do it. You two old men will leave first if they have other things to do." "Good." Long Fei nodded calmly. He doesn't care whether the old man leaves or not. He is here just to watch the auction. The 3 of them entered and then appeared outside the door. A golden stream of light connected to each other, very hidden. After entering, everyone carefully looked at the scene here and then sat down. The woman quickly took out the prepared fruit plate and auction illustration from the ring. The picture book records the items in this auction. Then some women were called to serve the 2 of them. The reason why these later women were able to come in was because they all wore half-moon pendants on their waist. Yao Tianhuo was eating a fruit plate while Long Fei was flipping through the ranking illustration book. The auction item on the first page is a 7th grade Eli Ir called Xianlong Dan. It is of very high quality and has a rich fragrance. The starting price is 10 million gold coin. There is only one quantity. The introduction to the 7th grade black dragon pill is also written here. Xianlong Dan, when you are seriously injured or your life is on the line, if you are lucky you can stand up from behind and your body, soul and even fighting spirit can be improved to a higher level. Mysterious dragon pill, Long Fei muttered and immediately lost interest. No matter how high grade it was, this pill was completely useless to him and he could also refine it himself. The finished product would definitely be much higher than this. Yao Tianhuo, who was eating a fruit plate, also leaned over to watch the excitement and sighed, "I didn't expect that the first item to be auctioned at the Jinlin auction is the 7th grade Xianlong pill. It is worthy of being in Zhongzhou. If you put it on your waist you can't get out of it anywhere else. So precious. Gang leader, if you are interested in taking a photo you can treat it as a reward for the disciples in our gang, Yao Tianhuo suggested. The woman beside her was massaging and listening at the same time. She would never speak unless told to do so. Long Fei made an understatement. I need to reward my disciples for spending 10 million gold coins on the auction, not to mention that the final value here must be close to 100 million. I can refine the black dragon pill myself and the finished product will definitely be no worse than this. Then he shook his head. This 7th grade black dragon pill is of no use. You can take a picture of it if you want. Forget it, I don't need it, not to mention that this thing will only work if you are lucky. The chance is not high. After some thought Yao Tianhuo shook his head directly. Then let's take a look. Long Fei turned over the second page. The second item on the lot is a scroll of fighting skills which has reached the advanced level of Yunjinzi. The starting price is 30 million gold coin. Quantity 1 roll. Yunjin means that there are no attribute restrictions in practice. Apart from this introduction there is no other information. Yao Tianhuo was surprised and said, Earth level advanced fighting skills are banned? There is actually an auction of fighting skills of this level here. Fighting skills that have reached this level are generally collected and not made public. Really anyone with money can't buy it. This can be photographed. Long Fei's e-pression was rather dull. It seemed that this advanced fighting skill was as worthless in his eyes. It doesn't matter if there are a lot of fighting skills and other such things. Then Long Fei continued to look down. The items in the auction become more luxurious as you go down. Soon many tycoons entered the auction house one after another. Sit in their place. There are also many elders gathered in the VIP room. The lights are on. At the lower center, a beautiful girl with bulging front and back, purple robe and long hair in braid twisted her body and walked out. The beautiful girl has an extremely exquisite appearance, fair skin and a perfect fit. She is truly a beauty in the world. All the men present were obsessed with it. Hello everyone, my little girl Jinya is so polite. As soon as the beautiful girl's voice came out she winked at her and her tingling voice immediately made everyone fall into a trance. Men love it but women call it a 6N. Chapter 238. The auction begins. Everyone can't wait any longer. I won't say any more nonsense, little lady. Today's auction officially begins. Jinya's voice sounded again and then a woman walked out from behind her holding something covered by a red cloth. The woman brought this thing to the center and placed it on the red table. Then she left it and suddenly a low dragon power appeared. Inside the brocade bow is a blue pill with a dragon pattern. There is a faint light attached to the Eli IR and the rich fragrance of Eli IR is flying everywhere in an instant. It's an Eli IR. What a strong Eli IR scent. This Eli IR is of an extraordinary quality. How come I haven't seen this Eli IR before? Is it some top-notch Eli IR? Suddenly the audience couldn't help but stood up and many people acclaimed. Jinya held up her hands and said, this is the first auction item, this time the 7th grade Eli IR Xianlong Dan. What? Since it is a 7th grade Eli IR. Since it is Xianlong Dan. Jinya's words once again ignited the audience. The effect of Xianlong Dan when you are seriously injured or your life is on the line. If you are lucky you can stand up from behind and your body, soul and even fighting spirit can be improved to a higher level. This is the only one available at the moment. The starting price is 10 million gold coins and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million gold coin. The bidding begins. Jinya's voice fell and the whole place suddenly became a sensation. 11 million. If you want to add 1 million more to get the 7th grade Eli IR, it's really a delusion. 15 million. If these people dare to shout like this they naturally know how valuable the 7th grade Eli IR is. And everyone present is not a rich man from a big family or a powerful family. With money you will naturally have confidence. 20 million, 22 million, 25 million, 20 SI million, 27 million, 30 million. Those who can sit here today are not poor people. I will pay 35 million. These people are like crazy. I am bound to get the 7th grade black dragon pill. I offer 40 million gold coin. A young voice shouted. Suddenly the sound in the scene became much quieter. 40 million gold coin. Is there anyone here who wants to continue bidding? The 7th grade black dragon pill is extremely rare and precious. With only this one there may be no chance for it to appear in the future. Everyone should cherish this. What's another chance? When they heard that the price of the 7th grade black dragon pill had skyrocketed they were naturally happy and they opened their mouths to seduce it. The audience was quiet for a moment. Jinya looked a little disappointed when she saw this scene but she quickly disappeared. She said happily 40 million 1, 40 million twice, 40 million 3. Dingle bell. At this moment a ringtone came from the VIP room. This was the exclusive sound of increasing the price of the VIP room. Hong Long Sec 50 million. The first voice to shout out his power appeared. Although everyone here is a big force. They have all heard of the existence of the Honglong sect. The Honglong sect is very powerful and is one of the top powers in the land of Bioke. Many people present gasp, but there are still people who are not afraid of the Honglong sect. Honglong sect? What kind of existence is this Honglong sect? In the 3 highest level rooms, Long Fei asked the woman Net to him. The woman answered carefully, Sir, the Honglong sect is one of the 5 strongest sects on the land of Bioke, and the Honglong sect can be ranked 3rd. It is said that the leader of the Honglong sect is a 9-star peak fighting master, and the Honglong sect, the hidden ancestor, has even reached the peak of 9-star level 4 Dozun. Oh, how did you know this news? Long Fei looked at the woman curiously. The woman said nonchalantly, it's all just hearsay. You'll know it after you've been in our business for a long time. Long Fei's Zion was still as calm as ever. No matter how many times the opponent turns, he doesn't care, he will be beaten anyway. Damn it, since Honglong Zone has taken a fancy to it, otherwise this black dragon pill will be given to me, the young man said angrily when he heard this voice, but in the end he was discouraged. There was nothing he could do. He wasn't as strong as others and he didn't have as much financial resources as others. Many. If he really wants to keep adding more people, he will definitely not be able to play with it, and this will also directly offend the Honglong sect. The end after going out will definitely be miserable. In the VIP room of Honglong sect, the voice below stopped and the person speaking here snorted coldly, this guy is wise. However, Honglong sect is not the only one here today. There are also several other 4 major sect here. However, the price has not been increased until now, maybe because they don't like this Xianlong pill. Finally, as Jinya's final voice fell, the first auction item Xianlong pill successfully fell into the hands of Honglong Zone at a high price of 50 million. Pay the money in one hand and deliver the goods in one hand. After getting the 7th grade Xianlong pill, Honglong Zone and others opened it and claimed, good pill. We have achieved what the sect leader ordered us to do, and the rest will be much easier. The ones who came this time were just the direct disciples of Honglong sect and an escorting elder. The elder said the first lot at Jinmao auction house is like this. It seems that the later the items are, the better they will be. As long as they are from good universities, we will take them all and let the Qiankai sect go out. Everyone nodded. It's the elder. The auction will then continue. Net is the second auction item. Just like before, the woman came to the red platform with something covered in red cloth, put it down and opened it, revealing an ancient and mysterious parchment scroll. The color of the parchment scroll is dark brown. The flavor of Lao Chen is very strong. Jinya's hand touched the sheepskin scroll and she said in a soft and sweet voice, the second lot is a scroll of fighting skills. The level of Yun Forbidden Finger has reached the advanced level. Earth level advanced fighting skill. The whole audience cheered. Even if it is placed on a top continent like Zhongzhou, very few forces possess such advanced fighting skills at this level. Generally speaking, there are the most middle level and low level earth level people. Generally speaking, this level of fighting skills would not be used. I didn't expect to meet him in Jinling auction house. I was really lucky. It's a lie if it can make people not crazy. Everyone in the audience opened their eyes wide. Even the characters in the VIP rooms are like this. I didn't expect it to be an earth level high level fighting skill. It must be photographed. At the same time, several major sects made their decisions. It seems that the second auction item is going to be a bloody struggle. The auction price starts at 30 million gold coin. Each bid increase shall not be less than 3 million gold coin. The bidding begins. Jin Yati's voice fell again. Soon a price war began. Ding bell. Honglong sec 50 million. A loud voice sounded and most of the prices were definitely too high. Ding bell. Jian Ao Zong Si Tai million. As soon as this voice came out, the others were also shocked. The Jian Ao sect is one of the 5 major sects in the North Territory pool. Its strength level is comparable to that of the Honglong sect. At this level, these 5 major sects are actually among the top. There aren't much changes afterward. Chapter 239. 2 sects fighting for hegemony. After hearing this voice, the others were shocked. 2 of the 5 strongest sects in Bioki had already arrived. In the Honglong sect, several direct disciples were stunned for a moment, then looked at the elders on the side and asked, I didn't expect people from the Jian Ao sect to come too. What should the elders do? Should we continue now? The elder of the Honglong sect stroked his long white beard and after thinking for a moment he said coldly, listen to the voices of those people. They are the same people as us who are accomplished disciples of the sect. Since it is not the main master and those old guys coming here, then we don't have to worry and will increase the price. Our Honglong sect's wealth is beyond your imagination. Yes, elder. The disciples nodded. With the support of the elders, they became more confident and then pressed the bell. Dingle bell. Honglong zone bid 70 million. A voice came from the Honglong sect chamber. The sound suddenly spread throughout the audience. It seems that these 2 sects are directly involved. The NET step is the competition between these top sects. If we don't want to die, it's better not to get involved. The ranking viewers said that they all know that although there is a lot of money, this world is a world where the strong are respected. Money is useless and offends the top forces. Even if the items are auctioned and sold out, they will not escape the disaster of death. The rest of the people in Jianaozong also frown. It seems that this Honglong sect is really planning to confront us. The man with long hair said coldly. He is the representative of the direct disciples this time. There are a total of 5 direct disciples here plus an elder, which makes SI people. Among the direct disciples, his cultivation is the most powerful. At this moment another direct female disciple naturally folded her hands in front of her chest and said coldly, our Jianao sect and Honglong sect have always been at odds with each other. Everyone in the North Territory Pond knows that, but because of the face of the Territory Lord, it's just not a direct war. The Territory Lord of Bio Pond is the strongest being in and around Bio Pond. His strength has reached the terrifying half-step peak and semi-saint realm. Although he has not yet truly entered the semi-saint realm, his strength can EERT his holy power. However, usually this instance is in seclusion and cannot come out. Generally, coming out is not a trivial matter. It will either cause turmoil or a breakthrough. It is rumored that this territory master's retreat this time is to attack the semi-saint realm. Once it succeeds, a truly powerful person in the semi-saint realm will be in charge of Bioke. Under this territory lord there are 9 great pool lords. These 9 great pool lords are all subordinates who follow him, and the cultivation level of these 9 pool lords are all the same, and they have all reached the peak of 9 stars, the 9 turn Duzun. So these people are collectively called the 99 Supreme. The 5 major sects are very powerful, but they are nothing in front of these people. As long as there are powerful instances, there will naturally be instances more powerful than them. This is an unchanging law. Fang Tiancheng is not even an ant in front of Bio Pond. Elder Jian Aozong clasped his hands behind his back and said slowly, the emphasis of the auction is that the one with the highest price gets it. The rich can take it and the poor will be disappointed. This is fair. The Honglong sect will not even do this. You don't know any common sense. Keep raising prices. Yes. He pressed the bell. Dingle bell. Jian Aozong bids 80 million. If you continue to increase the price, the Honglong sect must win this local high-level Yun Forbidden Finger. The elder of the Honglong sect snorted coldly and said, Ding bell. Honglong zone bids 90 million. Dingle bell. Jian Aozong offers 100 million. 100 million. This voice spread throughout the entire venue and the scene became quiet early because it was a battle between 2 people. Those people were just watching. Jin Ya below is the happiest. What she likes most is that these large sects are shouting at each other, which is the fastest way to raise prices. Unexpectedly, just the second auction item reached the unit of 100 million. Then the things behind it will definitely not be that bad. 100 million. Damn bastard, this Jian Aozong has gone too far. Is he really planning to start a war with our Honglong sect? Isn't their sect majoring in swordsmanship? This Yunjin is not even close to what they practice. Why do they have to spend such a high price to bid for this Yunjin? The people on Honglong sect looked gloomy and spoke angrily. Damn bastard, this sword Ao sect is clearly having trouble with us. Honglong sect's strongest direct disciple smashed the table handle and said angrily, Elder, do you want to add more? The man turned to look at the elder, who also looked ugly. At the same time, on the other side, Jian Aozong's room. Elder, our bid has reached 100 million. Will the other party really continue to increase the price? Our sect specializes in swordsmanship. Although this Yunjin Z is an advanced fighting skill at the earth level, it is not compatible with our practice. In fact, the disciples think that we don't need to pay too much attention to it. Maybe there will be skills related to swordsmanship later. The disciples of Jian Aozong said one after another. The elder of Jian Ao sect nodded. Yes, the old men you mentioned all know that this Yun Forbidden Finger is indeed not important to us, but it will be more important to our sect foundation if it can contain general advanced fighting skills. Our upper limit is 200 million. As long as the Honglong sect exceeds 200 million, we will give up. Elder is wise. This way you can kill Honglong sect severely. Ha ha ha. He he he. On the Honglong sect side, the elder gritted his teeth lightly and spit out one word. Anyway, Honglong sect is not short of money. Add 30 million. Elder Honglong sect paused and added, he plans to directly monopolize high prices to deter Jian Aozong. The disciple was stunned for a moment, then nodded yes. Dingle bell. Honglong zone offers 130 million gold coin. As soon as the voice came out, everyone took a breath of air. My god, as expected of the Honglong sect, they added 30 million in one go. The auction audience claimed, that's great, keep going. Jin Ya thought happily with a smile on her face. We will also add 30 million. Elder Jian Aozong said. Good. Soon, a ding bell followed. Jian Aozong bids 160 million. Wow. Suddenly there was another commotion. The elder of Honglong sect clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said, immediately increase it to 200 million. If the other party continues to increase, we Honglong Honglong sect will decisively give up. Although the Honglong sect is not short of money, a sect is a sect and people are people. They did not bring so much money here and there are still items behind them. If there are good items they can grab them. It's the elder. Dingle bell. Honglong zone bids 200 million. It's reached 200 million. Although high-level fighting skills are very precious, the price depends on the use of the fighting skills. The price of 200 million is quite good, to be honest. The most important thing is that there are many high-level fighting skills in Zhongzhou continent. There was a discussion below. Good guy, you have directly locked our price limit. The Jian'ao sect disciple gritted his teeth. It's already 200 million, we won't add any more. Elder Jian'ao Zong said lightly with a trace of smile on his lips. Soon the scene became quiet and Jian'ao Zong did not add any more. Finally, as Jin Yu's voice fell, Yun Jinzi, a high-level earth-level fighting skill, was captured by the Honglong sect again. Chapter 240 99 Supreme. The second item is auction. The third item was also presented by the woman. When you open it you will see that it is a peach-like fruit. The surface of this peach-like fruit has a different pink color attached to it. What this? Everyone is curious, but Long Fei knew that it was within the highest standard, and only those with this level of specifications can view the auction menu, but the other VIP rooms do not. Long Fei looked lazily at the screen in front of him and muttered, Huang Jian Tao. This is really a peach, but it has a very strong effect. Long Fei was quite interested in this. There were some similarities and differences between the Huangjian peach and the Xian Tao. The appearance is similar and it has the effect of increasing lifespan, but it is too small compared to Xian Tao. The most powerful effect of Huangjian peach is that it can double the cultivation speed of the user for life, and at the same time it also gives a 30% chance of successfully breaking through the shackles of difficulties when faced with difficulties. Jin Ya simply introduced this as the Huangjian peach, which is the fruit of the extremely rare and super precious Huangjian tree. The Huangjian tree blooms once every 100 years and will bear fruit in another 500 years. It will take another 300 years to reach its current mature appearance. Calculating this, it will take 1,000 years for the Huangjian tree to bear mature Huangjian peaches, and each Huangjian tree will not bear more than 10 fruit. It is one of the rarest treasures in the world. After pausing for a while, he looked at the reactions of the surrounding audience, and then his smile became more intense as he realized that he was in control of everything. He continued, the effect of the Emperor's peach can increase the lifespan of those who take it. As for the number of years, it should not be less than 500 years. Moreover, the most powerful effect of the Emperor's peach is that it can double the speed of the person's cultivation for life, and at the same time, let's give you a 30% chance of successfully breaking through the shackles of difficulties. What? Since there is such a god-defying creature, increase lifespan, double the speed of cultivation for life, and successfully break through 30% of the shackles. This kind of divine fruit can make countless forces jealous in Zhongzhou continent. Soon the whole place was in a sensation. This time the 5 strongest sects in Bioki all came, but except for Jian'ao sect and Honglong sect, they had not spoken before. But this time it's different. She will definitely speak because this Huang Jian Tao is so attractive. We must take pictures. Elder Honglong Zong breathed rapidly, his eyes flashed and he was extremely excited. We must take pictures. Elder Jian'ao Zong also behaved in the same way. The Sword God sect must win this sacred fruit. The same is true for the elder of the Sword God sect, one of the 5 major sects. The Yan Sheng sect must take this thing. The Tianlong sect must capture this object. Soon members of the 5 major sects were shouting in their respective VIP room. This imperial peach is exactly what the territory lord need. We need to take a photo of it to help the territory lord successfully break through to the semi-saint realm. There are 9 old men sitting here in one of the highest standard VIP rooms. An old man said in surprise. These 9 old men are the 9 pool owners of the North Territory Pool, the 9 Supreme. It is also the dominant level instance of Bio Pool. One of the 9 pool masters, the old man, stroked his beard and said, I didn't expect that the legendary Huang Peach would appear here. It seems that we need to see this emperor. The real owner of the peach is the auction owner. If we can get the rest of the peach or even the legendary tree, it will be good news for the 9 of us. Another old man said coldly, no matter what, we must take a picture of this imperial peach. As for the other sect forces, don't blame us if they don't know how to praise it. An old man softened his tone and said, haha, Zi Yumo must be so impulsive. This is an auction house and the highest bidder will win. What's more, do you think that the financial resources of the 9 of us are not as good as those of the 5 major sects and other major forces? An old man laughed loudly, haha, brother is right, as long as we want it, this Huangjian peach is ours and our financial resources are the number 1 instant. Net Jinya continued to speak. The starting price for the third auction item this time Huangjian peach is 100 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million gold coin. The bidding begins. As her her voice sounded, people from all walks of life took a breath of air conditioning. The starting price was 100 million. Although those people were not short of money, they were still surprised. However, thinking that this was the most authoritative and luxurious Jinlang auction house in Bioka continent immediately made them feel relieved. However, his face is still twitching unbearably. The richer he is, the more different he feels. They do have money, but they can't just throw away hundreds of millions with a straight face. The NET step is a showdown between the big forces. Those people are raising prices like crazy. 110 million, 120 million, 130 million, 140 million, 200 million. Soon the price of Huangjian peach easily reached 200 million gold coin. Jian Aozong 230 million, Yanzheng sect 250 million, Sword God sect 260 million, Tianlong sect 280 million. Just when these voices appeared, there was no price increase in Honglong sect on the other side, because they had already spent 250 million on the first and second auctions. Now the money they bring is limited. In the VIP room of the Honglong sect, the elders said, we have already taken pictures of two things. Although this Huangjian peach is very good, it is indeed a very hot potato. There are many jealous people, so we the Honglong sect will not take pictures. Save the items for later. Everyone is excited, but it is not so easy to get it back. 300 million. At this moment a strange voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a man wearing a black robe. Damn it, who dares to fight with us? Tianlong sect and others gritted their teeth, but they also saw the black robe. They don't know its power or appearance, so it's not easy to deal with it at the moment. Moreover, no action is allowed within Jinnai auction house. This is a rule that even the 5 major sects must abide by, because Jinnai auction house is one of the favored ones of the 99 supremes, and Jinhai is a subordinate of one of the 99 supreme. The backstage is very hard, but why did he compromise in front of Long Fei? This is because the structure of Jinhai is huge. 500 million from the Yansheng sect, si Tai million Tianlong sect. To be honest, I have a bit of a toothache, and the other major sects also lost their voices. It seems that their upper limit has been exceeded. What's more, if you let these people spend more money now, they will often have more opportunities later. As soon as Tianlong sect's 600 million voice fell, the whole place became quiet. No one raised the price. Jin Ya said happily, 1 time for si 100 million, 2 times for si 100 million, 3 times for si 100 million. Stop fighting, I'll pay 1 billion from the 9 great pawns for this imperial peach. At this most critical moment an old voice appeared with terrifying majesty. Chapter 241 241 2 billion 9 large pawns 99 supremes. This old and majestic voice appeared for the first time in this venue, and the one that lit up the auction price increase lamp was the highest standard VIP room of Jinlang auction house. This is a VIP room that even big forces like the 5 sects are not qualified to enter. I didn't expect them to come out. It seems that this time the 5 major sects and the other powerful forces have eaten something cold. The audience in the auction house gasped. At the same time, the 5 major sects of Honglong sect, Jian Ao sect, Sword God sect, Yansheng sect, Tianlong sect, and other big forces all looked bad. I didn't expect that these 9 terrifying figures would appear at this time. It seems that they need this Wang Jiantao very much. It is said that the territory lord is in seclusion to break through to the semi-saint realm. This emperor's peach was probably given to him. If this is really the case, then there is a strong semi-saint in the North Territory pool to protect you. Even though all 9 of them have come forward, we naturally have to give them face. What's more, the fact that the other party didn't lower the price directly from the beginning shows their intentions. If we don't know how to do it, the consequences will be hard to predict. The faces of the talkers from the 5 major sects and the other major forces in each VIP room all darkened, showing deep fear and sighed. We will not fight for this Emperor Peach. They all said this at the same time. Talk. There is no way that 9-headed thing can reach 9-star peak. 9 turn dozun enough for 9 people. In their eyes, the 5 major sect and other so-called major forces are nothing more than ants that can be destroyed easily. At the same time, in the VIP room of the highest standard, where everyone in Long Fei was, Long Fei's right finger was on the sand knocking on hair. Listen to the woman Net to Ue plain the legend of the 9-headed and 9 turn dozun. Suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up and he became interested in these 9 people. Long Fei thought in his mind, I don't know if I can break through to the semi-saint realm if I devour these 9 people. If I can quickly rise to the level of Do Emperor through continuous devouring, then I can directly open Old Man Tuo's cave and go directly to the alien realm. If you absorb all the strange fires in the fire square, you don't have to walk around so much. However, there are still void swallowing flames and pure lotus demon fires outside, but at that time these are not a concern. Currently he has 2 system tasks. The first is to absorb the 23 kinds of strange fires on the list of strange fires, and the second is to collect 8 Tuo Yu Gu Di Jade Fragment. Long Fei looked at Yao Tianhua with a smile. Yao, as a member of this gang you have been with me for so many years and it's time to give you a reward. Do you like this imperial peach? There was also a look of desire in Yao Tianhua's eyes just now. Although the Wuji body training technique can also increase lifespan, it can only be increased with each level. Moreover, the practice of Wuji bodybuilding technique is not as easy as imagined, not to mention who would find it objectionable. What about your own longevity? Nodded gang leader. I like it, but if you take a picture like this you will offend the 9 pool leaders. After all, those 9 people are 9-star peak 9 level Dozun. Long Fei looked disdainful and said lightly, as long as you are not a real fighting saint I won't worry. After stopping Long Fei's words, Yao Tianhuo nodded doubtfully. Although the gang leader was very powerful, after all 9 of the other party's members had just turned to Dozun, the women around him felt that Long Fei was aggravating, but due to his status it was difficult for him to speak, so he could only begin to look down on this braggart in his heart. While the two were talking, Jinya below also understood that once this voice came out there would be no second voice in the audience, so she directly said 500 million once, 500 million twice, 500 million three. Haha, this Wang Jian peach has been in our pocket for a long time. On the Juju Supreme side there is no worry at all now. He eats what he should eat and drinks what he should drink. However, an unpected scene that they and even everyone in the audience did not expect was just when the word second in Jinya's third sentence fell, a ding bell sounded in the audience. The whole place was quiet and the sound of the bell was very sweet and clear. The Qinglong gang offers 1 billion gold coin. This voice is very dull. The person who finished speaking was none other than Long Fei. Gold coin? Sorry, 1 billion gold coins are nothing in his eyes. He is a man who has 100% replica mirrors. He can have as many as he wants and he can produce them wholesale. He is not short of money at all. Therefore the direct increase of 500 million this time is intended to shock the entire audience, including the so-called 99 Supreme. Naturally, Long Fei would not think that these 9 people would give up so easily. He would definitely continue to increase the price later, thinking that this imperial peach was very important to them. No, it should also be very important to the territory lord who was making a breakthrough. Very important, but Long Fei doesn't care about these. What? Someone is actually raising the price at this juncture, and they added 500 million directly. What a blessing. The Qinglong gang? What kind of gang is this? Why haven't we heard of it? This is blatantly going against the 99 Supreme. This man is really stupid. Both the people below and Jinya were so shocked. Jinya was shocked and whispered that direction is also the highest standard VIP room. Who could he be? So courageous? Or is he ignorant? In the Juju Supreme's chamber the smiles of the 9 people solidified. Since there is a second VIP room with the highest standard, Juju Supreme was surprised. Down below, Jinhai looked at the direction where the sound came from and was horrified. Aren't those 2 people in that room the same? The Qinglong gang? What kind of force is this? Don't you know how powerful the Northern 99 Supremes are? Jinhai muttered and shook his head secretly. It's okay, it would be nice to have someone to deal with these 2 people who don't know how to live or die. The boss looked coldly and said, Old Ju, go ahead and call Jinhai to ask who the person in this room is who is so fair and square against us. When the most critical moment comes, if others interrupt the joy, no one will be happy. It will take some time to call over. Now the audience has reached 1 billion. Jinya below will definitely shout that we must increase the price. Lao Ba reminded. How can we have so little wealth in Juke? Today we must win the imperial peach. How much will it cost? Let's test it first and add 200 million. Good. Ding bell. Judaki bids 2 billion. It coming. It coming. Everyone below was excited. Long Fei pressed it easily and lazily. Ding bell. The Qinglong gang offers 5 billion. Long Fei just planned to use this time to make a start and spread the name of his Qinglong gang. When he came to this world of Dochi continent he had not done much advertising yet. Juju Supreme added to 2 billion. Dingle bell. Judaki offers 2 billion. Holy shit. Oh shit. The imperial peach is indeed rare, but 2 billion is a bit too much. Someone below said excitedly. Some people disdained to retort, you know nothing. If this imperial peach can make the territory lord become a semi-saint, they will take pictures even if it costs 10 billion. No 24 chapter 242. Someone coming angry. Gang leader, it seems that we really need to keep filming the 9 great pawns. If we continue like this it will only be a waste of time. Yao Tianhuo said in the pavilion. It doesn't matter, I have plenty of time. Long Fei said. Yao Tianhuo said, but the chapters we are auctioning have already been written for 5 chapters. If we add this chapter it will be SI chapters. Book friends will say that we are overcounting. After hearing this, Long Fei frowned at 5 chapters, so it's a lot. Well, I'll just buy it at a Fi-Ed price. Anyway, I'm not short of money. Dingle bell. The Qinglong gang offers 10 billion. A total increase of 8 billion. Who can withstand this? People in each room squirted out the water that had just been put into their mouth. mouth. His face changed in shock. What? 10 billion? 8 billion directly? What kind of power does this Qinglong gang have? If you have money you won't be like this, right? How can people play with this? As soon as the price of 10 billion was announced, the whole audience immediately went into a frenzy of discussion. 10 billion. Jin Ya was also dumbfounded. 10 billion gold coins? 10 people in the Judica Fang pavilion were dumbfounded, and the 10th person among them was Jin Hai, who had just been called in. The eldest School Master asked Jin Hai, what kind of force is this Qinglong gang? Not only are they more generous than our Judiki, but they are allowed to openly oppose us. The rest of the people's eyes were focused on Jin Hai. Jin Hai sighed and told what happened before. So there are only 2 of them? Do you think the strongest one is the 9-star peak 5-level peak Dozun? The 9 great pool master frowned and thought to himself, such a majestic power, a mere rank 5 peak Dozun dares to go against our 9 great pawns. The boss of the territory lord said coldly. Lao Chi said 10 billion, that's a big statement. Jin Hai, go and ask them now if they can really pay for this money. If it's just a pretense, it's breaking the rules of the auction house. You should follow the rules of the auction house. Deal with. Yes, master of 7 pawns. Jin Hai nodded. He quickly turned around and left. Wait, I'm going with you. I want to see what these 2 people are capable of. Lao Ba stopped Jin Hai and stood up. Yes, the master of 8 pawns. Soon the 2 of them left the room. The NET step is to wait. Yao Tianhuo said excitedly. There is no sound, no increase in price, so this imperial peach is ours. 10 billion gold coins. Gang leader, you are really willing to part with it? After hearing this, Long Fei smiled faintly. It's only 10 billion. I have a lot of money. If my guess about this news is correct, someone will come to verify it soon. With that said, Long Fei touched the ring in his hand, and then streaks of golden light appeared. In the eyes of everyone in the room, a huge mountain of money bags was piled up in the empty space in the entire room. Each money bag was extremely full. When the other women saw it, they were dumbfounded and speechless. They were all dumbfounded. A lot of money. The room was suddenly filled with a strong smell of money. At the same time, the auction below temporarily stopped because Jin Hai had given an order to Jin Ya. Jin Ya also followed suit and announced the matter. Everyone is also very curious about whether the Qinglong gang is just talking about it and can give out 10 billion gold coins as soon as it is spoken. Soon 2 people entered the Streamline Energy Gate in front. These 2 people are Lao Ba and Jin Hai. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the house full of gold in front of me. Good guys, these 2 people have predicted their return. What's the news about Mr. Jin's sudden visit? Long Fei ignored the old man beside Jin Hai. However, he could feel the powerful aura of the venerable from this old man, and his cultivation level must be above him. If the guess is correct, this old man is one of the 9 pond masters. I wonder what your name is? Jin Hai asked. Long Fei. Jin Hai said with a smile. Haha, Longzun made a generous move and added 8 billion gold coins in one word. Logically speaking, although the Huangjian peach is precious, it does not have such a high price. The main reason why I came here this time is to take a look whether Dragon Lord can really come up with 10 billion gold coins. Depends on the current situation of this room. As he said that, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no need to look any further. Longzun is really rich. He can get out with only 10 billion. Oh, Huangjian peach isn't worth 10 billion? Then how much do you think it's worth? Long Fei said playfully. Up to 4 billion. Jin Haideo. Long Fei looked indifferent and said indifferently, it's okay. I have money and don't care about these 10 billion. This was difficult for Jin Hai to do, so he looked at the master of 8 pawns beside him. The 8 pond master laughed. I am the 8th of the 9 pond masters. Fair competition in the auction is normal, but can Xiao Long give me some face? This imperial peach is of great significance to us. Can you give it to me? Our Judiki. Note that he also mainly mentioned the Judiki. This is the first deterrent, but Long Fei doesn't accept this trick. Long Fei shook his head and said, it's said to be fair competition. Why do you still need us to give it to you? You can increase the price if you want, not to mention that I still have to reward my helpers for taking the photos, which is also meaningful to us. Ordinary, sorry, we can't let it go. Immediately the prescions of the 8 pond masters darkened, including Jin Hai's. A mere rank 5 peak Dozun, he was so polite, but he didn't even know how to show appreciation. The master of 8 pawns felt cold and angry in his heart. My little friend, do you really want to go against our Judiki? Now I'm giving you face so you can do this. You really don't think that you, a rank 5 peak Dozun, can be our opponent? No, you can't even give me face. None of his opponent. The 8 pond master finally couldn't bear it anymore. He was so polite and now he was really angry. He opened his mouth with hostility and pressed towards Long Fei with the pressure of the 9 rank Dozun. Long Fei's face was calm and he didn't seem to be suppressed at all. When Master Bacchus saw this, he was immediately surprised. How is it possible that a small 5th level peak Dozun can withstand the pressure of his 9th level Dozun? The 8 pond master was surprised and his voice did not continue. Could it be that this boy has has a treasure that can withstand this level of pressure? I thought about it again and finally had to continue to look at it. Long Fei said calmly, it is impossible to intimidate me with this kind of coercion. Now you can either continue to compete fairly or give up. The one with the highest price will win. I will abide by this rule. Haha, good, very good. You have been talking to us like this for so many years. Boy, you really have the gut. In this case, let's wait and see. The 8-pond master was furious, and here it was not easy to take action. After all, it would damage his identity, so he turned around and left immediately after speaking angrily. Mr. Jin, is there anything else? Long Fei said with a smile. Hey, you are so young and reckless. I really don't know what to say about you. Jin Hai also shook his head angrily, turned around and left, ignoring him. There's a good show coming, net. It seems like our trip to the auction house won't go well this time, and we have to use the formation of Byoka to enter Kitakami province. Yao Tianhuo stepped forward, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Chapter 243 243 The Great Sword of Semi-Saint Power. Long Fei's tone was low for a second and he said coldly, haha, do what you should do and let him come when he should come. I don't cause trouble and I'm not afraid of trouble. After saying that, he turned around and continued to sit down. When the women in the room saw this, they all felt admiration in their hearts. Such a person feels so safe. The women didn't know if Long Fei was arrogant or if he really didn't know the horror of Judaki. Anyway, it was just fierce. Jin Hai and Bakim Master said goodbye. Bakim Master, with an angry and cold expression, returned to the room and sat down. Then he told some of what had just happened to the other 8 people present. What a arrogant brat. But since a brat who is only a rank 5 peak dozun doesn't give us Judaki face. Very good, then let compete with the madman to see who has the strongest financial resources. While everyone was discussing angrily, the voice of the boss of the pool rang out, no, we won't add any more. It's not cost effective to win Huangdian Peach for 10 billion. Besides, since they dare to ignore us like this, we will definitely not let go afterward. It is impossible for us to escape from Byoki unharmed even if we offend them. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately understood the meaning of these words. Brother is right, let this Qinglong gang taste the consequences of angering our Judaki. The second child nodded. 10 billion if they want it, give it to them. It will only be temporarily stored with them. We must win the Emperor Peach. The territory lord is still waiting for it to advance. Soon everyone agreed to this countermeasure. Net, the auction house will start normally. Jin Yat and everyone else were surprised. They didn't expect Judaki not to increase the price. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. Congratulations to the Qinglong gang for buying the Huangjian Peach at a high price of 10 billion. Finally, amid her shouts, the 10 billion priced Huangjian Peach was snapped up by the Qinglong gang. Holy shit, that's awesome. The Qinglong gang, the Qinglong gang, the Qinglong gang. Suddenly the whole place was boiling. These people are excited, but some people are unhappy, especially Judaki. All these honors have been deprived and they are constantly slapped in the face. This Qinglong gang is so courageous. Since they dare to provoke even the 9 great pawns, it seems that time is running out. I think this Imperial Peach will only be theirs for the time being, and it will no longer be the case. The rest of the big forces, they all laughed and joked. Haha, spending 10 billion and causing a fatal disaster is really stupid. They have already thought of the scene at that time. In the room, Long Fei received the Huangjian Peach carefully delivered by the staff at the auction house. The mountains of gold coins in the room were also moved away by those people. The Huangjian Peach, which was extremely precious in the eyes of others, was just an ordinary fruit peach that he played with casually in Long Fei's hands. It didn't look precious at all. This peach taken by 10 billion is nothing special. Forget it, I am in a good mood today and everyone here has a peach to eat. Long Fei took out the 100% replica mirror from the system warehouse and then put the Emperor's Jiantao, copied more than 10 girls in the room and all received 2 of them. Long Fei also planned to plant one in his gang at that time and copied another one and threw it into the system warehouse together with the copy mirror. Inside, the girls were captured by the dragon. Fei had experienced this magic trick, and when he saw the 2 Huangjian peaches in his hands, he was trembling with excitement. You should eat it now, otherwise I'm afraid you will be killed if you are discovered. Long Fei reminded him kindly in an understatement. Then he and Yao Tianhuo also started eating bite by bite. 10 billion to buy this thing? After eating, Long Fei was stunned for a moment, and the net moment he felt immortal energy floating in the air. After eating another one, his level suddenly improved from the 5th rank peak dozun to the SITH rank dozun, and Yao Tianhuo has also been promoted from the 9-star peak dozun to the level of the 1st rank dozun. For several days he had been absorbing the flame crystals given to him by Long Fei. Long Fei stopped absorbing them because the flame crystals were of no use to him, and although the flame energy of this thing is very strong, it does not have much effect as it becomes more advanced. These Tianyeo Skyfire continuously absorbs flame crystals to get 1 or 2 levels of improvement. No matter matter, the experience required for upgrading is too much. More or less anyway, the flame crystal can no longer bring much improvement to the two of them at this moment. At present Long Fei still has a better thing in his hand, which is the woodwind crystal of the woodwind sage. This is a complete inheritance of the peak half saint. If you find a suitable disciple you can pass it on. And he still has the complete remains of the woodwind saint, the complete remains of the peak half saint. This is a super treasure that can make countless people jealous and greedy even if it is placed in Zhongzhou. The girls were lucky to have this opportunity. They didn't dare to neglect and started eating one after another. They quickly ate the two in their hands and didn't dare to stay. They were really afraid that it would lead to death. Everyone was very grateful to Long Fei for his gift. Thank you for your gift, young master. I don't know how to repay you, little ladies. If you don't mind it, we can follow him and serve him. All the girls spoke with flushed faces. Long Fei looked at these people. There are 3 women in total. Long Fei readily agreed. Okay, from now on you are members of my Qinglong gang, but those who join our gang must sign an agreement. Are you willing? Although these 3 people are women, their highest cultivation level reaches the SI star Duzong and the 2 lowest ones are both 4-star Duzong. This is the result of just eating the Huangjian peach. This can also add a big boost to the Qinglong gang, which is currently short of people in the world of Doqi continent. We do. The 3 women were excited. Long Fei nodded, quickly took out 3 sheepskin scrolls and then let them bleed. After the blood dripped, the parchment disappeared. Thunder suddenly rolled in the sky outside the auction house and then disappeared. At the same time, a lot of unfamiliar knowledge emerged in the minds of the 3 women. You should digest this knowledge and leave with us when the time comes. Long Fei said. Yes. The 3 women entered deep meditation. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei and his 2 eyes continued to return to the screen. The 4th item is currently being auctioned. This is a big blue sword that contains a hint of the power of a semi-saint strongman. The power is said to be very terrifying. Moreover, it is still a thing without an owner. As long as you shed blood to identify the owner, you can inherit and use this trace of the power of the powerful semi-saint. This is another thing that may countless people jealous. The starting price is higher than that of Huangjian peach, reaching 100 million. But even so, many people are still raising prices crazily. A large number of powerful people threw away their money. The price is as high as 15 billion. But in the end they were intercepted by people from Judaki. Judaki directly bid 2 billion gold coin. It is indeed the 9 great pawns. Long Fei murmured and nodded. With the power of the semi-sacred power, it would be good to copy a few of them and equip each member of the Qinglong gang with one for self-defense. Then the bell was pressed. The Qinglong gang offers 10 billion gold coin. Holy shit, another 10 billion. You Qinglong gang can't afford it. Damn it, shameless. How can you go so far with money? This time we must win the 9 great pawns. Dingle bell. Judaki offers 15 billion. I can't believe that this Qinglong gang, whom I have never heard of, has spent 10 billion and still has so many gold coin. Chapter 244 Ancient Dragon and Fini Sacred Fruit. Wow. Long Fei breathed out and lazily pressed the ding bell again. The Qinglong gang offered 20 billion. As soon as the sound came out, the whole place was shocked again. 20 billion. 20 billion. Everyone was heartbroken. Ah, damn the Qinglong gang brat. No matter what, we must take down this big sword this time. Otherwise our Judaki's face will not be saved. Give me 30 billion. I can't believe they still have so much money. The boss of the pool was furious. Dingle bell. Judaki offers 40 billion. Ding bell. The Qinglong gang offers 50 billion. Damn bastard. Are you going to add more? No more. Jin Ya saw that there was no movement after 50 billion, so she simply asked without an answer and then sealed the deal. Congratulations to the Qinglong gang for taking the 4th item again. Soon someone carefully came to Long Fei holding a big sword in the room. Dear master, please check your belongings, the little woman said respectfully. Long Fei opened the long bow and picked up the big sword like a toy. He looked at the woman in front of him and asked casually, does this big sword have a name? No. The little woman was stunned and shook her head. Okay, 50 billion gold coins are in this ring. Go and count them. You should be very tired. Long Fei casually threw a blue ring into the long bow. At this moment Jin Ya came in. After greeting Long Fei, he picked up the Naja and entered some soul power. He was immediately shocked by the scene inside. In this Naja there are only gold coins and there are huge mountains of gold coins piled up. She came back to her senses and looked at Long Fei in shock. Why does the Qinglong gang with so much money have to be super powerful? How is it? Long Fei smiled faintly. Jin Ya nodded blankly. The horror is more than 50 billion. Long Fei waved his hand. Those that come out will be considered as my reward for running errands. Go ahead and go ahead. NET is the last lot. I am also very interested in it. Yes, there are a total of 5 auction items in this auction. Among them Long Fei has already occupied 2 of them and the last one must be his. Again, I Long Fei am not short of money. It's Mr. Then Jin Ya left with the people. Long Fei took out the big sword and continued to realize that there was indeed a hint of the power of a semi-saint strongman on it. Then he took out a mirror and made 4 copies of the big sword and distributed them among them. Yes, it's not a loss for me to come to this auction house this time, and I got these good things, Long Fei said with a smile, now very happy. Then the 3 women opened the red wine and continued to fill it up for Long Fei. Long Fei drank it all in one gulp and felt so good. Gang leader, I think the people over at Judaki must be very angry to death, ha ha ha. Yao Tianhuo laughed. This damn Qinglong gang slapped us twice in the face. We must not let him go. The NET item will be the last one. After the auction is over we will let him know how to write the word cry. Soon the last item below came out. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. This is the 5th and last auction item this time. This is the best item at our Jinling auction house this time. After Jin Ya finished speaking he stretched out his hand to pull it open. It is an object that is half red and half cyan, resembling a flame. What this? Everyone became confused. Jin Ya said this is the ancient Fini dragon sacred fruit. It is a fruit that was born from the combination of the blood of the ancient Fini and the ancient azure dragon after countless long years after their death. This is a divine thing. As long as you eat this ancient Fini dragon sacred fruit, those who achieve success in the future will be able to achieve the level of a semi-saint. She herself was extremely excited. I wish I could eat it now. What? Since there is a fruit that is even more heaven-defying than the imperial peach? If that's the case, then why don't you eat it yourself and instead put it up for auction? That's right. Why do you or the auctioneer put such a heaven-defying divine item up for auction instead of taking it yourself? Is there something fishy here? Everyone is not a fool. Since we all know that this treasure is so precious, we must be even more vigilant. Such a wonderful divine thing, why would the person put it up for auction if he didn't want to eat it? There must be a huge trap at this end. For a time the people from the big sects, big forces and Juka lost their excitement as before. Calm down and think about it. Yes, there is something very fishy here. Jin Ya knew that this scene still happened and then said, everyone be quiet. Jin Ya sighed and said, the little lady is here to tell everyone that those who take this ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit must meet one of the ancient blue dragon physique or ancient Fini physique. They must be born human beings and cannot be humans in the form of monsters. Moreover, the ancient Fini dragon sacred fruit has an 80% failure rate, and failure means death, and the success rate is only 20%. Although this is a pressure substrate, the conditions for taking it are too strict and it is difficult to find. However, due to the rarity of this ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit, it is still positioned as the last item. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by something that can make you a semi-saint? At this moment everyone understood. This ancient Fini dragon sacred fruit can be said to be a door leading to death. Let me ask you, who here can meet one of these 2 conditions? What's more, it must be a human being. A natural human being cannot be transformed into a monster. In this silence, Long Fei in the room did smile proudly. I am the inheritor of the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, and I also have the constitution of the Chaos Azure Dragon, which will be even more advanced than the ancient Azure Dragons of the Fighting Chi continent. This ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit is the semi-holy treasure prepared for him. It is already very demanding to meet this condition, and the chance of success is only so small. Although the ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit is a treasure, it is not something that anyone can enjoy. However, taking a picture of it and putting it in the 9 realms, it's not bad to be in the treasure house. The people of Judaki discussed it. As a result of this condition, I think the Qinglong gang won't fight with us, right? The second child said. The starting price of the ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit is 200 million. The price will increase every time. If you get less than 10 million, the bidding begins. As Jin Ya's voice sounded, no voice from the audience raised the price, because they can't control it. If no one increases the price after the price increase, then they will have to spend more than 200 million gold coins to buy a fruit that they can't use. What a loss. But just now, Dingle Bell, Judaki bids 250 million. Let this farce end as soon as possible. Long Fei said in the room and then pressed the button. Dingle Bell, the Qinglong gang offers 1 billion. Holy shit, it's the Qinglong gang again. Why is he everywhere? You Qinglong gang want this fruit to be of no use. The people in Judaki were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Chapter 245. Auction ends. Damn it, Judaki offered 5 billion. They were furious and planned to make a show of force. The Qinglong gang's 3rd and 4th items have already spent 60 billion gold coins, and they don't believe that the other party still has so much money. To be honest, this is also a gamble, but they are confident that they can win. So who gave them the confidence? Dingle Bell. The Qinglong gang offers 10 billion. Wow, another 10 billion. Oh my god, what kind of big force is this Qinglong gang? Since they are so rich, including this time, they have lost a total of 60 billion gold coin. The whole place rioted and everyone couldn't help but stand up one after another. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone wants to see who this person from the Qinglong gang is. Damn it, check it for me. this time I don't believe they still have so much money. The boss of the 9 great pawns said angrily. After receiving the order, Jin Hai quickly came to Long Fei's room. Then he saw a ring thrown in front of him. Check it out. I have nothing but I have the most money. Long Fei's plain voice also sounded. Jin Hai was stunned and quickly caught it and took a look. The scenes inside were all filled with gold coins, which was definitely enough for 10 billion, and it would be much more. Mr. Long, this is too much. Jin Hai was dumbfounded. Long Fei waved his hand and said indifferently, the rest will be considered as the tea fee I will give you. You can tell Judaki that if they don't increase the price, bring me the last thing. After saying that, Long Fei took back the ring directly. After all, he wouldn't give money until the goods were received. Yes, Mr. Long, wait a moment, I will go and report it right now. After saying that, Jin Hai quickly exited the room. Long Fei sneered, what a bunch of superficial people, they come to test my background. Is my background something you people can test out? It's ridiculous. After all, even I myself don't know how many gold coins I have. As long as he wants to have gold coins at any time, let alone 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion, 1 trillion, 2 trillion, he can take it out. These gold coins can kill countless people. In the Judaki room, Jin Hai came back quickly after completing the confirmation and immediately reported, dear pool masters, I have confirmed it. The other party does have such financial resources, and it is bigger than we thought. This Qinglong gang is probably the center of Zhongzhou. There are some super powerful forces here. Jin Hai's words also indirectly asked the 9 great pond masters not to be enemies with each other. You mean this Qinglong gang is likely to have a powerful being at the saint level? A pool master guessed. Jin Hai nodded. I'm just guessing. But he guessed right. There really is a saint level strongman in the Qinglong gang, and this upgraded strongman is the Dragon King Zukan, who has reached the quasi-fighting emperor realm. However, it has not been seen for a long time, and many people have forgotten this powerful and terrifying instant. If Long Fei hadn't had the cheat to control the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't have been Zukan's opponent. The second child muttered, in a continent like Zhongzhou there are indeed a lot of powerful Dozun people everywhere. Although there are saints, they are also extremely rare. Moreover, the saints who have survived are all from the older generation characters, and there are really only a few new ones. Jin Hai's guess made everyone present feel solemn. Just throw out 30 billion. The mountain behind such a person may really have a saint. Even a half saint is not something they can compete with in the Northern Territory pool. That kind of gap cannot be made up with words, only with actual combat. Come and watch. In this case, let's not make any rash moves first. When the time comes, we will simply test it out. The boss, the pool master, said. Okay. The other 8 people nodded. Jin Hai asked carefully, then the price is still higher for 9 people? The boss shook his head. Forget it. Anyway, the ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit is so demanding to take, we can't use it. If we can find such a suitable one in the entire Dochi continent, it is terrifyingly rare, and it will be impossible to find it in our lifetime. Since so this fruit is useless to us, we won't add it. 10 billion. The other side is really generous. I understand, old man. Then Jin Hai left. 10 billion has been stuck here for a long time without rising. The net moment, Jin Yai received a message from Jin Hai and nodded secretly. Time's up. Once for 10 billion, twice for 10 billion, 3 times for 10 billion. Deal. Let us congratulate the Qinglong gang for acquiring the ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit for 10 billion. As Jin Ya's voice fell, the normal procedure soon appeared. She followed the woman to Long Fei's room carrying the fruits on the plate. Long Fei waved a ring over and then took out the ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit. Well, it's a good fruit. You can go back. Long Fei nodded. Jin Ya said, you too. This time you have made a big splash in our auction house. Our owner hopes to invite you to the backyard to have a few cups of tea and chat after the auction is over. I don't know. Okay, Long Fei said lightly. Jin Ya breathed a sigh of relief, and her smile became even stronger. Then the little lady won't disturb the young master anymore. After saying that, he didn't forget to give Long Fei a wink, then turned and left. Tisk tisk, what a goblin. You feel numb when you see me, Long Fei muttered. Then he picked up the ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit, copied one and put it away, keeping it for future use. For the net one, he could feel the dragon blood in his body seemed to be eager to swallow this fruit. Guild leader, can this ancient dragon and Fini holy fruit help you break through to the semi-saint level? Yao Tianhua walked up and asked. The other 3 women were also curious. Half-saint, that is the instance that many people long for, but it's a pity that none of them meet the conditions for this fruit, otherwise Long Fei would definitely give it to them. Maybe. Long Fei himself wasn't sure. After all, I haven't eaten it yet. This auction is over. It's time to end. As Jin Ya's voice sounded, all the elders present stood up and left. This time I didn't find anything good, but it was good to see a shocking showdown. You 3 please go down first. We will notify you when we leave, Long Fei said to the 3 women. It's the gang leader. The 3 women left decisively. Net only Long Fei and Yao Tianhua were left. Come on, let's go meet those so-called elders for a while. Long Fei led the way out and Jinya was waiting in the distance not far away. You two please come with me. Jinya walked with a very hot figure. This girl has a really nice figure. The enthusiasm coming from the dragon's blood showed greed in his eyes and he suddenly had the urge to knock Jinya down, but he quickly suppressed her. I feel distressed in my heart that this dragon nature still cannot be eliminated. Following Jinya's pace, he walked through corridors and came to a spacious courtyard. Chapter 246 Fight. There was an old man standing in the yard. When he turned around, it was the familiar Jinhai. Jinhai glanced at Jinya. You should step back first. Jinya bowed slightly and said yes. She turned around, glanced at Long Fei and left. Only 3 people, Jinhai, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo, were left in the courtyard. Long Fei asked calmly, why did Mr. Jin call us here? Jinhai slowly walked to Long Fei and stopped and said kindly, I just want to have a good relationship with you two and ask a question at the same time. After saying good destiny, Long Fei said it's okay to ask, but we also need Mr. Jin's help. Oh, what are you busy with? Jinhai was surprised. Long Fei said we need to borrow the teleportation formation here to go to Bais Hangzhou. Jinhai thought about it and relieved his frown. I see I can help with this, so now I'm here to ask a question. Long Fei asked Jinhai, I wonder what kind of force this Qinglong gang is? Long Fei was not surprised, as if he had already guessed the question Jinhai would ask. He calmly answered, it's just a gang that is temporarily unknown. Jinhai sighed. I understand, old man. As he spoke, his crouching body retreated slightly. At this moment Long Fei felt 9 auras that were very powerful for everyone except him. The net moment 9 old men were seen gathered in the sky above the courtyard. Long Fei watched calmly and Yao Tianhuo frowned. Old man, is this what you call forming a good relationship? Long Fei looked at Jinhai calmly and said, what does Mr. Jin mean by this? Jinhai shook his head. You two, this is not Lao Chan's original intention, but Lao Chan hopes that you two can cooperate well and they will not hurt your lives. Stop talking nonsense. Jinhai stepped back. From now on, leave this place to us, the boss among the 9 said. Then a terrifying coercion came. Yao Tianhuo's face darkened. Damn it, this group of gang leaders are the 9 9th level Dozun from the 9 great pawns. Now that he is a Dozun, he is completely unsatisfied. Jinhai also came, not resisting too much but decisively choosing to retreat. The boss looked at Long Fei coldly and said, boy, you are very brave and have a lot of money. You dare to confront our Judaki like this? You are not giving us face and we will naturally not make it easy for you. Long Fei asked, hey, why did you come to see me? First, boy, hand over the Huang Peach and the big sword and we will spare your life. Second, join our 9 great pawns. After hearing this, Long Fei's expression remained calm and did not change at all, and he calmly said, I have already eaten Huang Jian Tao and I can't give it to you. Here are the words of the big sword. As he said that, a sword with half a sword appeared in his hand, the great sword of holy power. As soon as this sword was released, the 9 Supremes all showed a hint of fear. After a pause, he continued, as for joining you, sorry, I'm not interested. You are very calm, you don't seem to be afraid of us. The second child suddenly became interested. Long Fei smiled contemptuously and said, why should you be afraid? It's just a 9-headed ant, it's just a little bigger. Young man is looking for death. Don't think that a great sword with semi-holy power can defeat us. It's just a trace. Why talk nonsense with him? If he is looking for death, then kill him. Shiju Supreme was already angered by Long Fei's humiliating word. Regardless of his face, he immediately attacked Long Fei Lidaing with strong murderous intent. Haha, come on together. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Today I will use the big sword to kill your so-called 9 Supreme. Long Fei's mocking voice rang out and he took a step forward with the big sword in his hand and disappeared in a flash of lightning. In place. It's so fast, be careful. Shiju Supreme's expression changed drastically and he was surprised by Long Fei's operation. What kind of physical fighting skill is this kind of speed, since it can be unleashed by a rank 6 fighting master? Wrong, etc. Didn't Jinhai just say that this boy is a rank 5 peak Dozun? Why is it now rank SI? It seems that this hateful boy really ate the Huangjian peach. The thing that the territory lord needed for promotion was gone. The 9 Supreme was furious and was bound to kill this bastard. The net second Long Fei's figure appeared in front of an old man holding a big sword with the blessing of terrifying dragon power and slashed it down without holding back at all. Old Ju, be careful. Everyone's eyes narrowed. I'm not just a decoration. When Lao Ju saw that Long Fei actually stabbed him first, he looked down on him and became even more angry. He performed a huge fighting skill and with the terrifying majesty suddenly sweeping across the sky, he and Long Fei the sword faced each other. Boom! The big sword came out instantly, piercing Lao Ju's attack and then fell hard on him. How is that possible? Lao Ju was horrified. Long Fei's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and thrust a sword into his body. Poof! Blood and flesh splattered all over the sky. Wow! Lao Ju screamed, vomiting blood. His face was ferocious and pale and he fell down due to to the huge impact. Boom! Lao Ju, how dare you! The 8 people were furious and used thunderous means to kill Long Fei directly. 8 levels of terrifying power. When Long Fei saw this scene, his Zion was indifferent and suddenly a golden light bloomed from his body. What is this? The 8 people only felt a force that blocked the attacks of the 8 of them. The 8 people looked in disbelief. The net moment all 9 people including Lao Ju, who was shot down, entered a golden and chaotic space world. Where is this? The 9 people looked stunned and shocked. Welcome to my dragon god realm where I am the master. Suddenly a cold voice sounded. Long Fei's figure descended from the sky and the big sword in his hand turned into countless swords hanging in the air and erected on everyone's head, and each big sword contained the power of the golden dragon god of annihilation. As Long Fei's cultivation level improved, the power that swallowed up the dragon god in his body also continued to increase. Being nurtured by the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, he became even more terrifying. Now I give you a chance to surrender. You surrender to me. Long Fei looked at the 9 people coldly. The 9 people shouted angrily, impossible. We will never surrender to you. The only people we surrender to are territory lord. Long Fei's words undoubtedly humiliated them. Stupid ant, become my nourishment. Long Fei said no more. His tone became even colder, and the net moment he waved his hand, countless sword matrices fell down and the meteor shower was terrifying and invincible. Let's work together to defeat him. The 9 people got up. Even though Lao Ju was injured, he still took the Eli and gritted his teeth to hold on. The 9 people worked together to make seals quickly, and a formation quickly separated with the 9 people's bodies as the center. Then a huge humanoid shadow appeared. This man has long flowing hair holding a huge long blade, and blue light blooms all over his body showing terrifying power. This is their territory lord. This formation can summon the phantom of the territory lord, and its power has reached 100% of the territory lord previous strength. In other words, the current phantom has a strength that is infinitely close to that of a semi-sane. Bang bang bang. As soon as the phantom appeared, it shattered the falling swords around it. However, the 9 people activating this formation consumed a huge amount of fighting energy. Their Zions were not very good at the moment, and now the 9 people were in Long Fei's domain world. Everything was destroyed. Cut it, it's the sickest. I am the most respected person under the holy level, and even a mere shadow dares to defy me. Die. When Long Fei saw this phantom, he shouted coldly. He immediately moved his body and countless swords were unified. The huge sword rose into the sky, and with the power of the dragon's roar it attacked the phantom of the domain lord. The killing sword energy, overwhelming killing intent, and the power of annihilation. Chapter 247 Qinglong Refining Service. Boom. Huge energy impact. The tip of the giant sword and the big blade have collided together. How can a mere brat be the opponent of our territory lord? Give me some Etra strength. Just kill this brat and the space will be transformed back into a cracked one. The boss, the pool master, shouted also to boost everyone's morale. Although the Doqi energy consumed by this formation is extremely terrifying, the Doqi in their bodies now seems to have been drained crazily for free, and their faces have become weak. But at this critical moment, Lao Ju, who had been attacked, suddenly changed his face drastically, opened his mouth and vomited blood, felt extremely uncomfortable and fell backward. With the loss of the support of his strength aid, the formation was missing a corner that could not be made up, and the shadow was immediately weakened. It had already been weakened in this field, and now it has become a secondary weakening. Everyone could not take care of Lao Ju at the moment. In order not to delay Lao Ju, he immediately took medicine and sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. In this world I am the master. Long Fei snorted coldly, gathered another force in his hand and shot it out again. Net moment, there was a loud bang and a harsh sound that cut through the sky. The phantom of the territory lord was directly penetrated by the huge sword in the sky, and the phantom was instantly shattered. As the phantom shattered, the formation also shattered. The 9 people who maintained the formation suffered huge backlash and vomited blood. Their bodies plotted and flew out with the impact. The scene was extremely chaotic. Bang bang bang. Damn it, how can a little rank 6 Duzun be so scary? Everyone's faces showed fear and their bodies suddenly trembled when they felt the terrifying power in front of them. This is a feeling they have not encountered in many years since they came to the realm of 9 Turn Duzun. Except for the domain lord, there is no one else. The boss clutched his painful abdomen and gritted his teeth and said, it must be because of this weird space. All our powers have been weakened by some kind of force, and in addition Lao Ju was injured. Otherwise how could a rank 6 Duzun be the opponents of the 9 of us brothers? The second child said, what should we do? Now we are all seriously injured and the energy consumption of fighting spirit is almost at the bottom. It is impossible to use the formation again. Everyone looked at the huge sword standing erected on the land in front of them. The aura of the power of annihilation emanating from the sword made them tremble with fear. Long Fei's tall figure stood firmly on the hilt of the giant sword, looking down coldly with his hand hands behind his back, and the cold aura all over his body was accompanied by the murderous aura of death. Since the 9 of you don't surrender, then I will send you to death. As soon as Long Fei's cold word fell, he raised his hand and 9 swords of golden light appeared in the sky. The cold and deadly killing intent emanating from them made the 9 people tremble in fear once again. What kind of sword is this? Everyone was horrified. Superb skill, god-killing sword. Few call out, call out, call out. The 9 god-killing swords were extremely fast. At the moment when the 9 people's prescience changed drastically and they decisively chose to defend, the sword had already landed on the 9 people's defense. The net moment it directly broke through the defense and 9 piercing sounds sounded at the same time. The bodies and ground of the 9 people were penetrated by the sword, but there was no blood, but their souls felt extremely painful. The pain screamed, don't show mercy. We surrender. Ah, it's too late to surrender now. I want the 9 of you to turn into experience points to help me become a half-saint. Long Fei looked coldly. Do you still want to surrender now? Impossible, because he has already made murderous intentions to absorb all 9 people into experience points, so it is impossible to let 9 people go. Ah, the screams started again, and finally the soul was burned away. After absorbing the souls of these 9 people as well as the life energy in his body, Long Fei's cultivation level increased rapidly. In one fell swoop he was promoted from the rank Si Dozun to the semi-saint realm. He, Long Fei, after going through a lot of hardships, I finally achieved the semi-saint realm. It's really not easy. This experience value is so delicious. Long Fei groaned comfortably. There is a very good advantage in the dragon god field. It can absorb complete experience points even without devouring those people's bodies, and those who have lost the body of soul and life energy is undoubtedly just 9 empty shells. The bodies of the 9 people remained in a kneeling posture. Already dead. 9 corpses, yes. Rather than letting your souls take up residence, I would rather turn you into obedient puppet. After Long Fei finished speaking, a green light of energy suddenly bloomed from his body. The power of blood. Qinglong refining. This plug-in can forcibly refine all defeated creatures or creatures with lower strength than him into obedient puppet. The strength of such puppet can reach 100% of the original. This is very terrifying energy. A chaotic green dragon phantom instantly penetrated the 9 bodies. The net moment the dark pupils of the 9 bodies were filled with green light. Strange cyan stripes appeared on the skin of the 9 of them. These cyan stripes finally converged on the heart of the body. There was a mark on the front and back, and there was also such a mark on their forehead. This kind of mark is quite nice. The cyan energy was flowing in the cyan stripes. The net moment the 9 dead bodies moved and bowed respectfully towards Long Fei. See you, master. Not bad. Long Fei nodded lightly, very satisfied with what he saw. Now that I have been promoted to the semi-saint realm, I will give you the opportunity to upgrade net. After Long Fei finished speaking, 9 drops of chaos azure dragon blood emerged from his fingers and went directly into the foreheads of the 9 puppets within the mark. Under the influence of the blood of the chaos azure dragon, the strength of these 9 puppets was forcibly enhanced to the strength of the 9th level peak Dozun. At present this is all Long Fei can sit on. When he reaches the peak of semi-saint in the future, he may be able to upgrade these 9 puppets to the realm of semi-saint. In addition to being upgraded in this way, puppets can also be upgraded in other ways. For ample borrowing, eternal factors will appear later. Thank you for the gift, master. The 9 puppets said with prescienceless and emotionless voices. Long Fei issued the order again. From now on you will be called Ju Puppet. As for individual names, the names of individuals will be changed from Puppet 1 to Puppet 9 according to their original status. Yeah, thank you, master, for the name. 9 puppet voice came out again. Very good comeback. Long Fei stretched out his right hand and the 9 puppets turned into streams of cyan light and turned into 9 small cyan beads in Long Fei's palm. After squeezing it, the 9 small beads melted into Long Fei's flesh and blood. These puppets, refined by the blue dragon refining of bloodline power, are among his blood drops, and he can integrate them into himself and transform them back into the 9 drops of his original blood. Isn't this ability awesome? Long Fei also thought it was awesome. After the introduction of the battle here, the world of Dragon God Realm was directly contacted by Long Fei. As for the outside world, 5 minutes have passed since Long Fei and 10 people disappeared inapplicably. Yao Tianhuo and Jin Hai stood quietly, not knowing what to do. You have been with Mr. Long for so long, don't you know what just happened? Jin Hai asked Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo shook his head. Old guy, although I am very unhappy with you, but I see that you are a pretty good person. I advise you to choose a team to stand on. Although I don't understand what is going on in this situation, I can guarantee that I will win in a while. He is definitely my gang leader. Jin Hai smiled faintly after hearing this. Haha, it's hard to say anything until the result come out. But the net moment a person appeared in front. Yao Tianhuo's smile was extremely thick. Jin Hai's smile froze instantly. This slap in the face came so so fast, but neither of them were sure whose face it was. A slap in the face. Chapter 248 Chen Tianfeng. Boom. Huge energy impact. The tip of the giant sword and the big blade have collided together. How can a mere brat be the opponent of our territory lord? Give me some extra strength. Just kill this brat and the space will be transformed back into a cracked one. The boss, the pool master, shouted also to boost everyone's morale. Although the Doqi energy consumed by this formation is extremely terrifying, the Doqi in their bodies now seems to have been drained crazily for free and their faces have become weak. But at this critical moment, Laoju, who had been attacked, suddenly changed his face drastically, opened his mouth and vomited blood, felt extremely uncomfortable and fell backward. With the loss of the support of his power, the missing corner of the formation could not be made up and the shadow was suddenly weakened. It had already been weakened in this field and now it has become a secondary weakening. Everyone could not take care of Laoju at the moment. In order not to delay Laoju, he immediately took medicine and sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. In this world I am the master. Long Fei snorted coldly, gathered another force in his hand and shot it out again. Net moment, there was a loud bang and a harsh sound that cut through the sky. The phantom of the territory lord was directly penetrated by the huge sword in the sky and the phantom was instantly shattered. As the phantom shattered, the formation also shattered. The 9 people who maintained the formation suffered huge backlash and vomited blood. Their bodies plotted and flew out with the impact. The scene was extremely chaotic. Bang bang bang. Damn, how can a little SITH level Duzun be so scary? Everyone's faces showed fear and their bodies suddenly trembled when they felt the terrifying power in front of them. This is a feeling they have not encountered in many years since they came to the realm of 9-turn Duzun. Except for the domain lord, there is no one else. The boss clutched his painful abdomen and gritted his teeth and said, it must be because of this weird space. All our powers have been weakened by some kind of force, and in addition Laoju was injured. Otherwise how could a rank 6 Duzun be the opponents of the 9 of us brothers? The second child said, what should we do? Now we are all seriously injured and the energy consumption of fighting spirit is almost at the bottom. It is impossible to use the formation again. Everyone looked at the huge sword standing erected on the land in front of them. The aura of the power of annihilation emanating from the sword made them tremble with fear. Long Fei's tall figure stood firmly on the hilt of the giant sword, looking down coldly with his hands behind his back, and the cold aura all over his body was accompanied by the murderous aura of death. Since the 9 of you don't surrender, then I will send you to death. As soon as Long Fei's cold word fell, he raised his hand and 9 swords of golden light appeared in the sky. The cold killing intent emanating from them made the 9 people tremble in fear once again. What kind of sword is this? Everyone was horrified. Superb skill, god killing sword. Few call out, call out, call out. The 9 god killing swords were extremely fast. At the moment when the 9 people's prescience changed drastically and they decisively chose to defend, the sword had already landed on the 9 people's defense. The net moment it directly broke through the defense and 9 piercing sounds sounded at the same time. The bodies and ground of the 9 people were penetrated by the sword, but there was no blood, but their souls felt extremely painful. The pain screamed, don't show mercy. We surrender. It's too late to surrender now. I want the 9 of you to turn into experience points to help me become a half saint. Long Fei looked coldly. Do you still want to surrender now? Impossible, because he has already made murderous intentions to absorb all 9 people into experience points, so it is impossible to let 9 people go. The screams started again and finally the soul was burned away. After absorbing the souls of these 9 people, there are still among those life energies. Long Fei's cultivation level improved rapidly. In one fell swoop he was promoted from the rank Si Dozun to the semi-saint realm. Long Fei, after going through a lot of hardships, I finally achieved the semi-saint realm. It's really not easy. This experience value is so delicious. Long Fei groaned comfortably. There is a very good advantage in the dragon god field. It can absorb complete experience points even without devouring those people's bodies, and those who have lost the body of soul and life energy is undoubtedly just 9 empty shells. The bodies of the 9 people remained in a kneeling posture. Already dead. 9 corpses, yes. Rather than letting your souls take up residence, I would rather turn you into obedient puppet. After Long Fei finished speaking, a green light of energy suddenly bloomed from his body. The power of blood. Qinglong refining. This plug-in can forcibly refine all defeated creatures or creatures with lower strength than him into obedient puppet. The strength of such puppet can reach 100% of the original. This is very terrifying energy. A chaotic green dragon phantom instantly penetrated the 9 bodies. The net moment the dark pupils of the 9 bodies were filled with green light. Strange cyan stripes appeared on the skin of the 9 of them. These cyan stripes finally converged on the heart of the body. There was a mark on the front and back, and there was also such a mark on their forehead. This kind of mark is quite nice. The cyan energy was flowing glowing in the cyan stripes. The net moment the 9 dead bodies moved and bowed respectfully towards Long Fei. See you, master. Not bad. Long Fei nodded lightly, very satisfied with what he saw. Now that I have been promoted to the semi-saint realm, I will give you the opportunity to upgrade net. After Long Fei finished speaking, 9 drops of chaos azure dragon blood emerged from his fingers and went directly into the foreheads of the 9 puppets within the mark. Under the influence of the blood of the chaos azure dragon, the strength of these 9 puppets was forcibly enhanced to the strength of the 9th level peak Dozun. At present this is all Long Fei can sit on. When he reaches the peak of semi-saint in the future, he may be able to upgrade these 9 puppets to the realm of semi-saint. In addition to being upgraded in this way, puppets can also be upgraded in other ways. For ample borrowing, eternal factors will appear later. Thank you for the gift, master. The 9 puppets said with zionless and emotionless voices. Long Fei issued the order again. From now on you will be called Ju Puppet. As for individual names, the names of individuals will be changed from Puppet 1 to Puppet 9 from their original status. Yeah, thank you, master, for the name. 9 puppet voice came out again. Very good comeback. Long Fei stretched out his right hand and the 9 puppets turned into streams of cyan light and turned into 9 small cyan beads in Long Fei's palm. After squeezing it, the 9 small beads melted into Long Fei's flesh and blood. These puppets, refined by the blue dragon refining of bloodline power, are among his blood drops, and he can integrate them into himself and transform them back into the 9 drops of his original blood. Isn't this ability awesome? Long Fei also thought it was awesome. After the introduction of the battle here, the world of Dragon God Realm was directly contacted by Long Fei. As for the outside world, 5 minutes have passed since Long Fei and 10 people disappeared inapplicably. Yao Tianhuo and Jin Hai stood quietly, not knowing what to do. You have been with Mr. Long for so long, don't you know what just happened? Jin Hai asked Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo shook his head. Old guy, although I am very unhappy with you, but I see that you are a pretty good person. I advise you to choose a team to stand on. Although I don't understand what is going on in this situation, I can guarantee that I will win in a while. He is definitely my gang leader. Jin Hai smiled faintly after hearing this. Haha, it's hard to say anything until the results come out. But the net moment a person appeared in front. Yao Tianhuo's smile was extremely thick. Jin Hai's smile froze instantly. This slap in the face came so fast, but neither of them were sure whose face it was. A slap in the face. Chapter 249 10 Puppet. Yao Tianhuo was overjoyed. Gang leader. He knew that nothing would happen to Long Fei, a perverted monster. Long Fei put his hands behind his back and stood calmly. Yao Tianhuo has already arrived in front of him. Master Long, where are those? Jin Hai's tone was a little slow. He didn't want to believe it, and he didn't even dare to believe that the 9 Supreme Lord would be defeated. That is the terrifying instance of the 9 turn Dozun. It would be okay if something happened to one end, but now there are 9. Of course he was killed by me, Long Fei said calmly. Kill? Impossible. How is it possible? Jin Hai felt extremely ridiculous. His whole body was hit like a bolt from the blue and he kept retreating backward. Yao Tianhuo, who had caught the opportunity, immediately started bragging with a very arrogant look on his face and a sky-high Zion. You just think it's impossible? Even the 9-headed old man is not enough to fill the gap in our gang leader's teeth. Long Fei nodded. Indeed. You do not believe? Looking at the stunned Jin Hai in front of him, he raised his hand and palmed his right hand and a green light appeared. The net moment he waved his hand, 9 beads suddenly appeared and 9 familiar figures appeared in front of the 3 people. These 9 figures are covered with green light all over their bodies and their eyes are blue overflowing, giving people a feeling like a body but with vitality. 9 great pool. Jin Hai looked horrified, but he had already noticed something unusual about these 9 people. We will pay homage to the master. The 9 puppets knelt down on one knee in an orderly manner towards Long Fei. Long Fei smiled and said, that's wrong, Mr. Jin. Now these 9 people are no longer the masters of the 9 pawns but 9 puppets of me, Long Fei, and now they are all my trophies. What? Jin Hai's eyes narrowed. His Zion changed drastically. Fear and panic were all over his face. Cold sweat splattered on his forehead and his body was shaking. As expected of the gang leader, he is really awesome. Yao Tianhuo shouted. Long Fei is responsible for the output and he is responsible for shouting 6666 9. That's it. Moreover, the feeling Long Fei gave them was different at this moment, more oppressive than before. The slightest release of breath can cause those present to enter a state of suffocation and die in pain. The 2 sides of the 9 puppets separated and Long Fei walked slowly towards Jin Hai. When he came to a distance of about 1 meter in front of Jin Hai, he stopped with a kind smile on his face and said softly, Mr. Jin, I see you here. Yes, now you are given an opportunity to surrender to me. You must cherish it. These 9 people just didn't know how to cherish the opportunity one gave you, so they became puppet. It's really pitiful. He paused for half a second and then added, you have seen this scene now. If you don't make a good choice I will turn you into Eparian's point. Although Jinhai didn't understand what the Eparian's value in Long Fei's words was, he was shocked and stunned by Long Fei's words and his current record. After a moment of silence Jinhai sighed heavily and nodded. Old man, I understand, I surrender. Even Juju Supreme is like this. It is conceivable that this young man or the Qinglong gang behind him is completely beyond his knowledge and control. Instances like Juju are dead, let alone him alone. It's the second turn of Dozun. Long Fei's smile became even stronger. Very good Mr. Jin, you made a right decision. Holding it in his hand an ancient parchment scroll appeared. Lao Jin, please put a drop of blood on this. Jinhai was stunned for a moment, then did as he was told. After a drop of blood the parchment turned into particles and soared into the sky, disappearing into the thundering sky. Jinhai was shocked again when he saw this scene. What kind of method is this? Immediately afterwards his body froze and countless strange and powerful memories quickly swarmed in his mind like a tide. His soul was slowly being digested inside. He couldn't bear so many memories coming in at once and his head hurt. As a member of this gang you enjoy the benefits of rejuvenation. Just when Jinhai was digesting his memory, Long Fei used the All Things Resurrection domain directly on him. Huge and thick life energy quickly poured into Jinhai's body endlessly. His old body was getting younger little by little, and in less than a minute he completely looked like he was in his 40s. The whole person exudes youthful vitality. Why did he only return to his 40s? That's because Long Fei thought it was enough. There is no need to really go back to being too young. After waking up Jinhai noticed the changes in his body and immediately shed tears of gratitude. I wish I could throw down Long Fei and lick him hard for a few times. What does the gang leader need to do? Jinhai asked, and his tone of voice became more forceful after he became young. Long Fei simply said, for the time being you continue to stay here. In a while I will capture the domain master here and then unify the entire North Domain pool. At that time this will be a branch base of our Qinglong gang. I understand. Jinhai nodded. Take me to find your domain master. Long Fei turned to look at Ju Puppet and gave the order. Yes. North Territory Pool, the main peak of Territory City. What a hidden place. Long Fei looked at the environment here while flying. In front of him Puppet is leading the way. At this moment Long Fei, who was in the semi-saint realm, had received an incomparably huge improvement in his spiritual power. With a thought he instantly swept across the world and all the scenes were projected in front of his eyes. Soon I found a place where someone could retreat. This person is the territory lord of Bia Pool, Chen Tianfeng. The net moment his figure turned into an after-image and disappeared into the sky. When he appeared again he had arrived in an extremely empty cave-like secret room. In front of him there was a tall long-haired old man sitting cross-legged meditating and practicing. This old man exudes a trace of semi-saint power, but he is not a semi-saint, just very close to a semi-saint. This old man is the mysterious domain master of Bia Pool, Chen Tianfeng. Sooner or later you will all be members of my Qinglong gang. I will give you a chance. As Long Fei said this he moved his finger and a green point of light shot directly towards Chen Tianfeng. However, at the moment of contact it was resisted by the magnetic field released by Chen Tianfeng, but it was not a big problem. The net moment the magnetic field was broken through and rushed directly into Chen Tianfeng's eyebrow. Chen Tianfeng felt as if he had been electrocuted. His closed eyes suddenly opened as if he had seen a ghost, with a look of shock and fear in his pupils. The surrounding energy quickly gathered towards it. Who are you? Why are you here? Chen Tianfeng's presence changed drastically when he saw Long Fei, but just as he was about to move he found that his body was locked by a terrifying force, unable to move at all. Long Fei said calmly, stop talking nonsense and fully understand the opportunity one have given you. Whether you can break through to the semi-saint level depends on you. Chen Tianfeng was stunned. No matter what he should absorb this opportunity first. He became serious and then his body couldn't move but his hands could still move. It operates skillfully and prints frequently. Soon he was wrapped in a blue energy. An hour passed. The secret room in the cave suddenly shook. The net moment the light on Chen Tianfeng was taken away. Then he flew up. His face was extremely rosy. Great, I finally became a semi-saint. This is the half-saint. Chapter 250 Kittas Hangzhou. Long Fei had a rash on his ears after hearing this. He waved his hand and said impatiently, okay old guy, I know you've become a semi-saint. Let's take a break. Haha, well. Chen Tianfeng's laughter suddenly solidified. He was so happy that he forgot about the person in front of him. Your aura, is it also a half-saint? Chen Tianfeng looked at Long Fei for a few seconds, then his presence changed and he said in horror. Long Fei nodded yes. After confirming the answer Chen Tianfeng took a breath of air and asked in disbelief, who are you? Long Fei smiled, a person who comes here with a purpose. Chen Tianfeng sounded a little grateful and handed over his hand. I am able to successfully break through to the semi-saint because of your credit. Although I don't know what method method you used, but Chen thanked you. As long as you need help, Chen will definitely not refuse. As he spoke, his body also fell from mid-air. Now he doesn't care at all how the other party got here. The other party is a genuine half-saint strongman. If it was really harmful to him, he would have killed him just now, and he would not help him advance to the half-saint realm. Such a person can be friends with him. Good, and having another half-saint friend is also a great thing. Long Fei raised his forehead lightly. Yes, you are much easier to talk to than those 9 old guys. Otherwise those 9 old guys wouldn't have become puppet. What do you mean? After hearing this, Chen Tianfeng's e-pression suddenly changed. 9 people? Which 9 people? Suddenly Chen Tianfeng seemed to have guessed something, and his whole body was not feeling well. Of course they are your 9 pool masters. The corners of Long Fei's lips raised, and as he waved, 9 rays of green light shot out from his hand. Come out and meet your domain masters. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 figures appeared. Chen Tianfeng's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene, and he was instantly furious. You actually made 9 of them into puppet. Okay, very good. I finally know who you are. You are looking for trouble. Chen Tianfeng was extremely sad. These 9 people are all old friends who have followed him for many years and cultivated him for many years. Since this hateful beast will, these 9 people became puppet. Although these 9 people are 9 ranked dozun, they cannot be the opponents of a half-saint. As someone who has experience this, he knows the difference best. His fists were clenched tightly with murderous intent and anger rolling out. The semi-sacred power aura suddenly bloomed, impacting Long Fei as if he had lost control. Long Fei's body was extremely stable. His face showed amusement, and he was not afraid at all. Why is this your reward for helping you advance to the benefactor? Didn't you just laugh and talk? Chen Tianfeng roared angrily. I will leave your whole body. The net moment, he directly launched the power of the Terror Saint and decisively blasted towards Long Fei. The holy power is revealed, terrifying and invincible. The surrounding space collapsed instantly. The void twisted into a whirlpool, and the uncontrollable flow filled the entire secret room. The cave in the secret room was rapidly collapsing. Do you really think that becoming a half-saint means you are awesome? You are still a younger brother in front of me. Long Fei said disdainfully, raised his hand and punched out. It was also the appearance of semi-holy power. This semi-holy power could directly suppress Chen Tianfeng's semi-holy power. The terrifying and huge tornado fist blast instantly overwhelmed Chen Tianfeng's attack. At the same time there was a loud bang, and the fist hurricane directly hit a huge hole in the entire front, and the fist wind was still spreading outside. This terrifying fist wind lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared. Looking from the outside, a huge hole appeared in the mountain peak. Inside the originally dark cave-like secret chamber saw the light of day again. In the center of the secret chamber, a man with tattered clothes, hair blown out, and a face as gray as a beggar fell to the ground. He was still vomiting blood from his mouth. His face was panicked, his eyes were filled with fear, and he was very weak. This person is Chen Tianfeng, who has just been promoted. 1 second he was talking grandly and mighty, but the second he looked like this. Why is the gap between the two sides so huge even though they are both half-saint? Long Fei beat him as easily as a semi-saint fighter. He was completely defeated with just 1 punch. What kind of terrifying instance is this? Chen Tianfeng's body was trembling and every part of his scarred body was in pain. Long Fei's footsteps were approaching him. Suddenly stopped. He looked at Chen Tianfeng indifferently and said, now you know the difference between us, right? I dare to make you a half-saint and at the same time dare to tell you these things. Do you think I am a fool? Will you seek death? You hee. Chen Tianfeng looked bitter and self-deprecating. Suddenly a force appeared when Long Fei stretched out his hand and lifted Chen Tianfeng up. The net moment he was in front of Long Fei and his right hand pinched his neck. The forceful pulling caused severe pain to every muscle in his injured body. Even the half-saint, he couldn't help but scream. The pain made his teeth tremble. Long Fei's voice was strange. Since you are as disobedient as those 9 old men, I will make you into the 10th puppet, a semi-saint level puppet. I am looking forward to it. No, don't. Chen Tianfeng was frightened and opened his trembling mouth to make a weak and hoarse sound of fear. It's too late, Long Fei said coldly, and a golden light came out from his body and directly dragged Chen Tianfeng into the dragon god's realm. He has not tasted the power of a half-saint yet, and he is really looking forward to how much experience a half-saint can bring to him. Swallow. Long Fei directly drew out Chen Tianfeng's soul power and life energy and swallowed it. Chen Tianfeng's body became an empty shell and fell to the ground. Long Fei could feel the continuous experience points in his body being recharged rapidly, and his cultivation level was also rapidly improving at this moment. Initial level of half-saint, later stage of primary level half-saint, peak intermediate level of half-saint, later intermediate level peak, the late stage of the semi-saint, the peak. It stopped at this moment, the peak of the late semi-saint period. Long Fei suddenly thought he was hallucinating, opened his eyes and stared in disbelief. Long Fei was dumbfounded dumbfounded. No, a half-saint can bring me such an improvement. The peak of the late-stage half-saint, since there is not even the peak of the great perfection of the half-saint. He thought that a half-saint could elevate him to the level of a one-star fighting saint, but now it seems that the saint himself is overthinking. Long Fei sighed and said in disappointment, hey, it seems that after reaching the saint level my experience will be greater than I imagined. But the net moment he cheered up. So be it. Net he used the power of his bloodline's Qinglong refining ability to turn Chen Tianfeng into a puppet. After sending it into his blood he became the 10th puppet. The name is Puppet 10. In the secret room Long Fei returned and summoned 10 puppet. Because there was an Etra 10th they naturally changed their name. Long Fei's Zion was cold. I'll give you 3 days to lead all your original forces to unify the North Territory pool. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without any nonsense. Bring the body back to me. Yes. The 10 puppets sounded in unison. Go. As the voice fell the 10 puppets turned into a green light and left the place. With 9 9th level peak Dozun and 1 half saint the entire Bioki has no strength to resist with this lineup. Long Fei just needs to wait and see. Chapter 251 Refining successful. The North Territory pool is very large. Before the unification began the 10 puppets used formations to seal off the entire North Territory pool just in case outsiders came in and the insiders escaped. Soon turmoil began in Bioki. The huge army began to march against the big forces in the North Territory pool. Anyone who surrendered would be alive. Those who did not surrender would be killed directly. Under the leadership of the 10 puppets those who resisted were ruthlessly killed, leaving them with no ability to resist at all. There is no way. The gap in strength is too big. There is also a semi-saint strongman among the 9 9th level peak Dozun. Although Bioki is powerful the forces inside cannot produce such a super top one. You only have to surrender or die. There is no other choice. She puppet cold and Zionless voice spoke to the remaining people still alive in Bioki. The voice spread like a devil in everyone's ears in Bioki. Everyone who had no energy to resist showed fear. In order to save their lives and to pass on the power many people chose to surrender. Within 2 days all living beings in the North Territory pool surrendered. The reform war has come to an end. All living beings who choose to surrender are forced to shed their blood and join the Qinglong gang until thunder falls from the sky and all dust ends. At this moment Long Fei was flying in the sky with 10 puppets each with 5 people on the left and right. The lineup had a huge aura overwhelming all living beings in Bioki. Long Fei's voice was calm and arrogant. I am the leader of the Qinglong gang and also your gang leader. Everyone can be surprised by the sudden change, but after I unify the North Territory pool everything will change dramatically. From now on the North Territory the pool was officially renamed Belong Territory, which is a large branch of our Qinglong gang. We'll see the gang leader. The voices of the people in the Northern Dragon Territory were loud. After a few long words they left. In one place the 10 puppets placed all the resisting corpses on the ground. Long Fei looked at there were 20 people in total. He doesn't care what status these people had in person. Now they are dead, they will be corpses and they will be puppets later. The 20 people in front of me are all Dozun level up to the 3rd level peak Dozun. I said respectfully. Okay, you go and complete the task I just gave you. Long Fei waved his hand. Yes. The 10 puppets left. Net Long Fei moved. Since these people were already dead there was no need to activate the Dragon God realm to retain the corpses. He directly activated the Azure Dragon refining service to refine the 20 Dozun corpses into puppets at the same time. 20 drops of dragon blood enter the marks between the eyebrows of 20 puppets and the puppets are officially completed. It only took more than 20 minutes to do this. Owner. 20 puppets shouted in unison. Long Fei was already tired of hearing these two titles and his Zion was not turbulent. He directly raised his hand and fired 20 beams of light directly into the minds of the 20 puppet. Go and do it. Long Fei's voice was calm. Yes. 20 puppets left one after another. After finishing some things Long Fei went to meet Yao Tianhuo and then the two of them came to the formation leading to Bais Hongzhou under the leadership of Jinhai. Gang leader, this formation leads to Bais Hongzhou. Jinhai said with a smile. Okay, you go down. Long Fei nodded then raised his hand and terrifying power appeared and was input into the formation. Kiddas Hongzhou, I'm here. Long Fei's lips were filled with a smile. The net moment he and Yao Tianhuo walked in, the spiritual fire of 10,000 beasts is in Bais Hongzhou. Time flies and the days during the teleportation pass day by day. I don't know how much time passed, but Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo finally saw the it and then they quickly ate the tunnel wormhole. Long Fei said lightly, is this the northern state? It really lacks the strong flavor compared to Zhongzhou. Gang leader, how should we look for that strange fire? Net Yao Tianhuo was curious. Although Bais Hongzhou is not as big as Zhongzhou, it is still very big. There are many geographical locations and it is the first time for the two of them to come here. Long Long Fei himself didn't know the specific location of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, but he remembered some memories and quickly took out the parchment he got from the tomb of the Mufeng saint and opened it to take a look. It's still a familiar scene. It only marked the location of the beast spirit fire, but there was no location information. It would be a hell-level search to really find it. Long Fei stayed high in the air and closed his eyes. He used his huge mental power to sweep everything around him and then formed a map before his eyes. Then he carefully searched for all the clues based on the parchment in his hand and the geographical location on the map, the direction of the mountain, topography, etc. After half an hour of comparison, Long Fei finally found a very similar location. Although I don't know if this is true, you will know once you get there, Long Fei muttered. You must know that he now has 4 strange fires and there will be a connection between the different fires. After he gets close to this position, he can judge based on the 4 strange fires in his body. Let's go take a look at this location. After saying that, Long Fei reached out and put his hand on Yao Tianhuo's shoulder before disappearing into the air. Mountains of beasts. The figures of Long Fei and Long Fei appeared in the sky. At this moment, by coincidence, there is a desert rocky area not far ahead. There were 2 teams of people engaged in an accumulated battle. Some people had been injured and some had been killed. Long Fei and the 2 approached slowly. With their current cultivation, it would be impossible for the people in front of them to discover their existence unless they voluntarily discovered them. 2 5-star Do Sec, 3 5-star Do Emperors and 3 5-star Do Kings. This number is quite average, Yao Tianhuo muttered. After watching for a while, Long Fei flew out directly. Suddenly the breath from his body was released. Everyone in front was stunned and stopped fighting. At this moment, the strange fire in Long Fei's body started to move. Long Fei murmured in his heart, the strange fire is affected by a mysterious force. It seems that the spirit fire of all beasts is here. At the same time, he is also happy. Soon he will be able to obtain the 5th strange fire, which is 1 step closer to absorbing all the strange fires on the list of strange fires. What a strong aura! Completely crushed us. Is it Dozun? Who are you? Everyone stopped fighting, sweating profusely and frightened. While thinking about all the possibilities, they also spoke in shock. Long Fei was indifferent, not even bothering to look at them, and said calmly, you don't need to know who I am. Are you fighting because of the strange fire inside? You also want to create a strange fire? Someone asked. A cold light flashed in Long Fei's eyes and an idea came to the man who spoke. Bang! This sudden explosion startled everyone. Looking over, I saw that the originally living man had turned into a pool of blood. Everyone here was trembling with fear. Cold sweat was flowing out from their back and they were holding their breath. After taking a breath of air conditioning, everyone was afraid to think killing a 5-star Duzong to death with just one thought. What a terrifying and powerful existence this is. Long Fei said coldly, there is too much nonsense. You will answer whatever I ask and you still dare to question me? You are just a piece of shit. Then his eyes focused on the people in front of him. Everyone was so frightened that their legs weakened and they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Sir, we say please don't kill us. That's right, we fought over the strange fire inside. There is a strange fire inside. According to the investigation, it should be the rare beast spirit fire that ranks 22nd on the list of strange fires. Chapter 252. The demonic dragon tiger who wronged Bala. It's really here. Long Fei waved his hand. Okay, get out of here. Yes. Everyone was so frightened that they wanted to leave for a long time but couldn't. Now that the other party had let go, they naturally wanted it. After the pressure on their bodies disappeared, they rolled and crawled away quickly, not daring to look back. Let go. Long Fei waved. Behind him the Yao Tianhuo came out and the 2 of them walked directly into the cave ahead. As soon as I entered, it was immediately hot and stuffy. It was completely different from the climate outside. The abnormal climate here is enough to indicate that there is a strange fire here. As he went further inside, the strange fire in Long Fei's body became more powerful. There was no road ahead and looking down there was a bottomless abyss. No one knew what is below. Long Fei swept down with his mental power and soon discovered a ferocious monster. Behind the monster is a huge sea of fire. Under the sea of fire, Long Fei saw another strange monster, and this monster was the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Life is quite comforting, Huo Luzui said before jumping into the abyss with Yao Tianhuo. Sensing someone coming down, the sleeping monster below woke up. After roaring, he saw a day of flames with 2 people standing in the flame. These 2 people are Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo. Yao Tianhuo said disdainfully, a mere human 7-star Duzong level monster dares to block the gang leader's way? The gang leader doesn't need you to take action this time, I will handle it. Long Fei's presence remained calm. Quick fight and quick decision. Roar. Humans, get out of here. The monster spoke human language. After all, the monster of the 5-star Do sect already had strong intelligence and it was normal for him to be able to speak. The monster glared at the 2 people high in the sky with ferocious murderous intent. The net moment Yao Tianhuo directly directly released the pressure on his body and the battle ended. Oh, what is this? How terrifying! You are a human fighting master. The monster was suppressed and fell down. The previous ferocious temperament was suddenly annihilated and it shouted with a look of fear. There was cold sweat on the face of Warcraft. The body was trembling. Either get out or die, it's your choice. Yao Tianhuo's voice was cold. Your Majesty, I just pretend I didn't see you two coming. You two can go there by yourself. The cowardly group of Warcraft nodded quickly. If Yao Tianhuo wanted to say anything else, Long Fei had already taken the lead and flew inside. You know what's going on. Yao Tianhuo glared at the monster and hurriedly followed. After watching the two people enter, the monster finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was really scared to death of this beast. I didn't expect to see such an instant. It seems that the spirit fire of the beast can't be held this time, but it's okay. The beast, once the spiritual fire is taken away, the mission of the beast is completed and it can be free. Arriving in front of the sea of fire, Long Fei stopped and raised his hand. The terrifying power caused the sea of fire to twist and a channel suddenly appeared. Come here, Long Fei shouted in a low voice, and with a squeeze of his hand the terrifying suction force directly pulled up the beast's spirit fire below. The beast's spirit fire that came up roared, but it was quickly suppressed by Long Fei's holy power. How could the terrifying pressure of the semi-saint level be resisted by a mere 22 beast spirit fire? In the end he obediently turned into the original flame and came to be caught in Long Fei's hand. Spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, I have come all the way to find you so hard, and now I have refined you. After Long Fei finished speaking, he opened his mouth and directly threw the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts into his mouth and swallowed it. It is indeed domineering. Eat it alive. Help me protect the law. After Long Fei said this, he jumped directly into the sea of fire. Only Yao Tianhuo was left guarding it. When Long Fei entered the sea of fire, he felt that the temperature inside the sea of fire was very high, but it was still easy for him to withstand it. Sitting cross-legged holding his hand seals firmly, a burst of energy emerged from his body and enveloped his body and began to be refined. The NET moment. The Wuji Chang Sheng Gong uses the conditions of the sea of fire to temper the body and absorb it to strengthen the body. The thick energy was rising. A whirlpool of flames appeared under Long Fei's body, followed by a looming shadow of a beast in his body. This was the characteristic of the spiritual fire of all beasts. After maintaining this state for an unknown amount of time, a wave of lava light rose into the sky from the sea of fire, alarming the Yao Tianhuo and the magical beast outside. What happened? Warcraft exclaimed, dumbfounded. Then the roars of monsters sounded alternately one after another in the light wave. In just a few minutes there were already thousands of different sounds of Warcraft. A strange mark of a monster appeared and the terrifying power instantly turned the film into a sea of flames with a terrifying and invincible momentum. A flaming figure flew up from the center of the sea of fire, his eyes filled with flames but disappeared. The NET moment. The person who came out was Long Fei. Long Fei held a fist in his hand with a look of pity and slight disappointment on his face. It's a pity that the spiritual fire of all beasts didn't allow me to be promoted to a 1-star dosage. Forget it, I will definitely be able to break through to dosage after I absorb the SI paths of samsara flame. In fact, he had already known such a result. The reason why he was so sure was that his current cultivation level had reached the peak of the semi-saint peak. It is equivalent to half a step in 1-star do sheng. Yao Tianhuo was happy. Gang leader, have you successfully absorbed it? Long Fei rolled his eyes. Otherwise, do you think I will fail? Yao Tianhuo scratched his head and giggled. He. Long Fei said, we will go to Nanai Ashu Net. Warcraft suddenly interrupted with a happy voice. Are the two adults leaving? As soon as these words came out, the two people's eyes immediately fell on this big guy. A closer look revealed that this monster was half tiger and half dragon, and there is a hint of the aura of an ancient ferocious beast on his body, which should be an ancient alien species. Long Fei tried to ask, even though he knew it was unlikely, do you have any teleportation array here? Teleportation array? This seems to be true. Come with me, Warcraft said. Then Long Fei and the others followed. Enter a secret room. How come there is such a secret room here? You can tell it is not naturally formed. Yao Tianhuo was surprised. Warcraft said, this is a formation left by a great master a long time ago. I don't know if it can be used even after so long, and the place he leads to seems to be called Nan Iazhu. After Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo looked at each other, they were shocked. What a coincidence. You didn't lie to us. If you did, I will roast you. A cold light appeared in Long Fei's eyes which frightened the monster back. He trembled and begged for mercy. We lied to you. This it is true. Now that the spiritual fire of all beasts has been absorbed by me, you still want to stay here? Long Fei asked casually. Warcraft said, of course I have to leave this hellish place. I want to be free. That's right, you can leave with us. Long Fei looked at the monster with a smile. Okay. Warcraft smiled coquettishly. Long Fei, what's your name? Warcraft, my name is Demon Dragon Tiger. Sir, do you have dragon blood in your body? I feel like there is a kind of blood suppression from you which makes me very uncomfortable. Chapter 253. The demonic dragon and tiger transformed. Long Fei chuckled and said, the dragon on my body is the supreme one. The little bit of dragon blood in you will naturally be suppressed. Demonic dragon tiger, come on, let's go in and take a look first. Everyone came to the altar in front. There was a mysterious pattern here. On the stripe there were dim-colored crystallized unknown objects, but they all gathered in the center, naturally forming the source of a formation. It really is a formation, and judging from the wrinkles and smell of this formation, it has been here for at least 100 years. Let's ignore it for now and let me try to see if it can be activated. Long Fei happened to be interested. His hands moved as if forming a seal. There was a faint cyan mark that disappeared after the gesture ended, and then a faint cyan light appeared in his right hand and poured into the source of the formation. Buzz! With the injection of cyan light, a dull sound that sounded like a bell but not a bell sounded. The cyan energy quickly dispersed from the source into various lines flowing quickly like liquid. Those originally dim crystals were broken and replaced by this energy. The cyan energy flows out from the end and forms a circle after flowing up and down the outer circle of Tai Chi. After the cyan light pillars rise, an ordinarily huge cyan light pillar rises from the source in the center and converges at the top. Looking at the scene in front of him, Long Fei said, it has been in disrepair for so long and can still be used normally. It seems that the person who created this formation has a very solid foundation. The array light formed and a teleportation wormhole appeared in mid-air. Let go. A man and a beast headed by Long Fei entered the teleportation wormhole. Don't you need a space boat? Malong Hu asked. Entering like this is very dangerous. You don't need that stuff when I'm here. Long Fei stopped and looked proudly serious. Then the two people and the beast were teleported. Time flies. I don't know how much time has passed in the teleportation wormhole, but 3 days have passed outside. Suddenly a dangerous space storm appeared ahead of the two people and one beast who were sleeping with their eyes closed. The demon dragon tiger was the first to be awakened, while Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo were indeed ordinarily calm. They also opened their eyes and looked at the coming space storm ahead. Yao Tianhuo, it's a space storm. Well, space storm. Long Fei nodded lightly. The demon dragon tiger panicked. What should we do? It's a space storm. If we get caught in it, we will definitely die. Seeing that these two people were expressionless as if they were wooden, he was dumbfounded and thought they were asleep. Don't panic, I'm here. Long Fei calmly raised his hand and punched out. The terrifying power hit out and instantly dispersed the spatial storm. It done. Long Fei glared at the demon dragon tiger net to him and closed his eyes again, and Yao Tianhuo also closed his eyes. The eyes of the demon dragon and tiger widened. The terrible space storm was solved like this. He is so breathless. My dear, this human being is too scary. Fortunately I didn't fight against it before, otherwise I would have disappeared from this world long ago. Suddenly his eyes changed again and he saw a slightly larger white light in front of him and hurriedly said, it's white light. It is here. Long Fei opened their eyes again. He put his hands on the shoulders of Yao Tianhuo and Mo Longhu respectively and disappeared from the place. After reappearing he had already the teleportation wormhole, but at this moment the sky in this place was dark and it seemed that thunder and heavy rain were about to fall here. Boom! Suddenly a violent thunder sounded and streaks of dark purple thunder struck out from the gloomy dark cloud. It was hard to tell whether it was intentional or not, but it struck in the direction of Long Fei. It was a bit unlucky for two people and one beast to encounter something like this just after they came out. Bang! The speed of the thunder was very fast. Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo did not dodge but directly caught it with their bodies. Suddenly their bodies were tingled by the electricity and felt refreshed. The natural thunder tempered the body, which is a rare good thing. Quite comfortable. How about a few more times? Long Fei and the others raised their heads and looked at the dark purple thunder brewing in the dark clouds in the sky and said excitedly, these two human beings are absolutely crazy. It would be better for this beast to leave them as soon as possible. Although the demon dragon and tiger were not hit, they were still afraid of the thunder in the sky. Although the tribulations of the demon beast were more terrifying than this, I just didn't like it. Two adults, since we have come out now, I want to see the outside world, little bee, so why don't I leave first? Demonic dragon tiger looked at the two of them cautiously and finally his eyes fell on Long Fei because he knew that this one was the boss. He had to agree, and that little red-haired kid said it was useless. We are terrible. Do you want to leave us so much? Long Fei lowered his eyebrows and looked at Demon Dragon Tiger with a meaningful smile. When Demon Dragon Tiger looked at Long Fei's strange eyes, the fur on his body stood up immediately and he was frightened. This smile was malicious at first sight. Yulu. Sir. Demonic Dragon Tiger's voice was a little slow. Long Fei smiled and his voice was kind but made people feel a little uncomfortable after hearing it. Xiaohu, at fate that you can meet us and not die. Since you are destined to us, I can accept you into my gang. Become a part of it. I'd better not trouble you, adult. The Demon Dragon Tiger was so frightened that he decisively turned around and left, quickly running around in a hurry and dripping with cold sweat. This human being is indeed not a good thing, it's too scary. Does the gang leader need to be captured? Yao Tianhuo asked. Long Fei smiled, looked at the escaping demon dragon tiger calmly and said calmly, does he think it has gone? Ever since I took it into the teleportation wormhole, he is a member of my Qinglong gang and it can't be controlled by it. No answer. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and shook it behind demon dragon tiger. A powerful burst of space energy came out and transparent space locks appeared out of thin air around the escaping demon dragon tiger. Bang! Ah! Because he couldn't see it, demon dragon tiger bumped into it and screamed. It was in great pain. Phew! When demon dragon tiger opened his eyes, his e-pression changed drastically. It couldn't believe it and turned around to look. The figures of Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo behind it disappeared, and now the two disappeared people appeared in front of it. Xiaohu, where are you going? I can go with you, Long Fei asked with a smile and concern. Demonic dragon tiger was about to cry but had no tears. Sir, please let me go. I don't want to die yet. I just want to go out and see the outside world. I didn't say I wanted to kill you. I said you were a member of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei said. The demon dragon and tiger roared in their hearts. I'm not a good person. I have never agreed to it and I have never heard you say it. But no matter how angry he is in his heart, his grandson is still a coward on the outside. There is no way the opponent's strength is more than one level stronger than it. This is a super terrifying instance in the semi-holy realm. This is the transformation pill. Just think of it as your first gift when you join this gang. Long Fei threw the pill that suddenly appeared in his hand to demon dragon tiger as if throwing away garbage. Just as demon dragon tiger was holding it in his mouth, the Eli slipped into Banglang and melted into his body. Demonic dragon tiger didn't know whether this was a transformation pill or a poison pill and wanted to vomit it out, but it was too late. Just when he panicked, light splashed out from his body. Chapter 254 Imperial City. What is this? This tiger is glowing. Well, the demon dragon tiger panicked when it saw the sudden changes on its body, but the net moment a very comfortable warm current appeared in its body and then it fell into a deep sleep and the light on its body became more and more intense and soon just submerged its entire monster body into it. At this moment a dark purple thunder struck down from the sky again. This time its target was the group of light. At the same time the clouds in the sky were gathering to form a vortex and the thunder was brewing more densely. The first thunderbolt was not very powerful and hit the light ball directly. Seeing this, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo did not interrupt the thunderbolt. These thunderbolts were a good thing for the transformed demon dragon and tiger, and the third thunderbolt was not very powerful. One step is not dangerous, the net step is the key. The first thunderbolt was absorbed by an energy within the light group. The two of them looked at the huge whirlpool of dark clouds in the sky. This is the real thunder tribulation. High-level monsters will have thunder tribulations when they transform, or they will also enter high levels, but Yao Tianhuo frowned and said in horror, this thing has taken the transformation pill. Logically speaking, it does not need to survive the thunder tribulation. It really can't understand it, and its current imagination has overturned its understanding. Got it. Long Fei frowned and then relaxed and said what he guessed it may be related to his Warcraft bloodline. This Warcraft is different from other Warcraft, but it is an ancient alien species. Even after eating the transformation pill, it will be sensed by the rules of heaven and forcibly rain down the thunder disaster. That's really special care. Yao Tianhuo smiled with split lips. Violent light splashed out and a figure appeared from the light. This is the demon dragon and tiger that has successfully transformed. It is a tall man with long flowing dark purple hair and a delicate face. Now he was extremely excited but also extremely solemn. Looking up, he saw that the terrifying thunder in the sky was already brewing more. This is its thunder tribulation, and only through the practice after getting through it can we become stronger. Boom. The net moment a huge pillar of thunder burst out from the huge mouth of the dark cloud vortex, which was extremely terrifying. The e-pression on demon dragon tiger's face changed drastically, and as soon as his pupils shrank he immediately used dark energy gas to resist. Bang. When the thunder tribulation hit the energy gas, the demon dragon tiger instantly felt the pressure of a huge stone weighing tens of millions of kilograms. It gritted its teeth violently and sweat appeared on its forehead and everywhere on its body. Go back to me. The demonic dragon tiger roared, and the energy on its body became even greater. A stream of energy from the ancient demonic dragon's bloodline was intertwined and swarmed out from its body. Just now it had activated its ancient alien bloodline in its early stages. It was the offspring of the union of the ancient demonic dragon and the ancient demonic tiger, but it had been sealed before and could not activate this bloodline power. Now that it has transformed, it has also initially activated the ancient alien bloodline power in its body, and the stimulation of the thunder tribulation has made him even stronger. Now its strength is close to that of the human 9-star Duzan. strong. But it is not the only thing that will be strengthened. The thunder tribulation will also become stronger as it resists. With a bang, a thunder dragon figure emerged from the thunder tribulation, and the sound of dragon roars filled the sky. This scene was very frightening and terrifying. There was a loud bang, click, bang. The demonic dragon tiger's defense was instantly broken. With its panic-stricken in the net moment, the thunder tribulation dragon directly submerged its entire body. The damage caused by the thunder tribulation dragon made it miserable, screaming and roaring and vomiting blood. Finally it fell hard and hit the ground, causing dust all over the sky. This thunder disaster is so terrible that even it cannot withstand it. The demon dragon and tiger were frightened, but at this moment the dark cloud void in the sky gradually disappeared. Is there only one thunder disaster this time? If you can resist without dying, you will pass. At this moment the demon dragon and tiger were able to hold on, but they were lying dying on the sand dune. The lightning tribulation damaged its origin and it would die at any time. During the whole process, Long Fei and Yao Tianhuo watched quietly. Yao Tianhuo originally planned to take action but was frightened by the thunder tribulation dragon. Even with the current level of the second level Dozun, he could still escape from this thunder tribulation. Long Zhong felt that his life was threatened. He looked at Long Fei, who was standing aside. Long Fei had a calm expression on his face without the slightest worry. He looked at the dying demon dragon tiger below, slowly descended to a close distance above it, and asked lightly, "You will die at any time now. I can save you, but you must join the Qinglong gang." The demon dragon tiger showed a miserable face, pale and coughing, and said bitterly and weakly, "I still have a choice." Long Fei calmly said, "Besides this, you have no choice. Of course you can choose to die. Haha, help me." After saying that, demon dragon tiger finally couldn't hold on anymore and closed his eyes and passed out. In this state there was only one way to die. Since it said these two words, the choice already has the answer. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up, and then a green power from nature came out of his body. Domain all things revive. Huge and mysterious life energy quickly poured into the demon dragon tiger, which was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It only took a few seconds for the seriously injured demon dragon tiger to completely recover, and all the burnt injuries on his body were gone. The moment demon dragon tiger woke up, the whole tiger body shook, feeling extremely comfortable and enjoying it, and his face flushed. Demon dragon tiger was extremely shocked. How could he be cured of such a serious injury? It immediately checked the inside and outside of its body and found that all injuries had recovered, and it has become even more powerful than before. More powerful? Sure enough, the power of the semi-saint strongman is not something that a small 7th level monster can predict. I'm so excited now. All I had to do was kneel down. Demonic dragon tiger was very aware of the promotion and knelt down on one knee, cupping his hands in front of Long Fei. Demon dragon tiger pays homage to the gang leader. Very good, but it's not enough. You need blood. A parchment scroll appeared in front of Long Fei, which was the skin of Shenzang. Demon dragon tiger was stunned for a moment, then nodded and drew a drop of blood from his fingertips and dripped it on. After the same scene appeared, a huge amount of memories emerged in demon dragon tiger's mind. Absorbed immediately. The demon dragon tiger is now in human form, so it can be considered a human being. After a while, the three of them set off. In the sky, Long Fei took out the map and began to look for similar terrain structures around him, but it is a pity that the same and similar terrain structure has not been found. Paths of reincarnation, I must get you. Long Fei's eyes were burning. The strange fire was very important to him because it was a system task. Although the system did not say that it must be completed, it must be completed because after it is completed it will there are mysterious rewards. It was looking forward to it. Its heart was extremely itchy and it wanted to eat all the strange fire as soon as possible. Long Fei and the other three moved forward. Since they couldn't find it, let's take a stroll around Minami Ayasha to see what interesting places there were. Chapter 255 SI Paths of Reincarnation. Yan Imperial City. Today is very lively. News is spreading in the streets and alleys that today is the disciple recruitment ceremony for the three major sects in Huangtian City. It is selected in the form of a competition challenge. In the large square there were a large number of guards surrounding it. Net to these guards were some people setting up street stalls. These people were all watching the fun and shopping. There were so many people here, it is a very good source of traffic and customers. This time of year is their favorite day because they can make a lot of money in these short 3 days. The most important thing is that the people from the three sects have no intention of driving them away. A large number of people gathered here, and three middle-aged men with majestic faces and smiles were sitting on the high pedestal. These three people are the heads of the three sects. On the left is Huan Yun, the leader of the Huangjian sect. In the middle is Bai Chen, the leader of the Baiun sect, and on the right is Dizhou Hai, the leader of the Daizhou sect. In addition, the people sitting in the other seats are the elders of these three sects. There are as few as 2 and as many as 3, and not all of them are counted. They are watching the current current competition and admiring the display of skills of the younger generation. Huan Yun chuckled and said, which of the two sect masters have you chosen? Diz Huerhe stroked his prickly beard and said with a smile, this sect thinks that little girl is pretty good and intends to accept her as a disciple. Bai Chen said in a deep and kind voice, that guy is pretty good and suits my taste. Haha, okay. Huan Yun nodded and then said with eyes twitching, do you two have any ideas about that strange fire? When the two of them heard the movement, they stopped one after another. Bai Chen's voice deepened, isn't that strange fire already reserved by the alchemist in the city? Why should we join in the fun? Diz Huerhe nodded, that's a SITH great alchemist. If you can get the SI path Samsara flame, you will definitely be able to break through to the 7th grade alchemist. It will be a good thing for our imperial city at that time, and we are not alchemists to take it useless. Huan Yun nodded secretly and said, indeed, although strange fire is precious and attractive, it is also very dangerous. People like us who do not refine medicine should not touch it. Diz Huerhe smiled deeply, but we can go over and take a look when the time comes. Fang Zheng just said that we can go there to protect the law. He also wanted to see the power of this strange fire. At this moment, 3 strange figures appeared in the sky of Huangtian City. 3 people. These 3 people are Long Fei and 3 others. Standing high in the sky looking at the scene below, Yao Tianhuo said, it's very lively below the gang leader. It seems that they are competing in martial arts to find disciples. Demon Dragon Tiger suggested, would you like to go down and join in the fun? While the two were talking, Long Fei's eyes fell on the 3 leaders. His hearing is very good. Just now he heard the conversation between these 3 people and the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. He was really lucky. He met me while walking around. Strange fire SI paths of reincarnation. How could he not know these 2 extremely important words? Then let's go down and see the excitement. Long Fei saw through the strength of the people below at a glance. The strongest one is only a 5-star Dozun, and the 2 4-star peak Dozun are infinitely close to the level of 5-star Dozun. These 3 people were the 3 heads of the sect. As for the rest of the elders, Long Fei was not interested at all. They were all Dozong level trash. The 3 of them gradually fell down. Below, I felt an inapplicable depressive force on my head, and the 3 of them looked up in unison. When he saw Long Fei and the others, his pupils shrank. His e-pression changed drastically, and a thought flashed through his mind, these 2 people are so strong. As for the person net to him, he has not reached Dozun and will not pose a threat to them, so he can be eliminated. You manage the order in the field and continue the game, Huan Yun said to the elder beside him. The elder nodded. It's the sect leader. Huan Tian then faced Bai Chen and Diz Huerhe and said, let's go up and see what's going on. Okay. The 2 nodded and already had this plan. The 3 of them flew up into the sky. This scene also attracted the attention of everyone below. Don't even look at it, keep playing, the elders of the 3 sects shouted. Everyone was immediately frightened by the coercion coming from their body. Although they didn't dare to look blatantly, they could sneak a few glances from time to time. In the sky, the 3 people who were landing, Long Fei smiled broadly when they saw the 3 people in front of them rising up to personally welcome them. The landing speed of the 3 people also slowed down, and soon Huan Yun and the 3 people were confronting each other at high altitude. The 3 of them cupped their hands. Bai Chen took a step forward and said in a deep voice, my sect. Bai Chen, why do you need us? What do you mean by coming to our imperial city? Be polite first and then use force, a simple test. Long Fei chuckled and said, haha, it turns out to be sect leader Bai. The 3 of us just happened to pass by the sky above Huangtian City, but we just heard something interesting and wanted to go down and confirm it. Oh, Bai Chen and the other 3 looked at each other, raised their eyebrows and asked, what going on? Is what I just heard about the strange fire from you true? Long Fei smiled. When Bai Chen and the others heard this, their hearts suddenly sank and their e-pressions changed slightly, then returned to their original appearance. The 3 of them were extremely shocked. Could they hear their conversation even though they were so far apart? What kind of skill is this? Or what level of power it is? Taking a deep breath slowly, Bai Chen said, you are really capable of hearing our conversation from such a distance. After admiring, he nodded, yes, the strange fire thing is indeed true. Is it true that you are interested in the strange fire? Have a thought. The 3 people's eyes were fixed on Long Fei. This SI path reincarnation flame is an item ordered by the SITH grade alchemist in their Huangtian city. This alchemist has a good relationship with them. If it is stronger, Huangtian city will naturally be stronger and the amount of pills they can get will not be low. But if outsiders want to pay attention to this, they are probably enemies, so that the 3 of them have already done it, prepared for battle. Long Fei chuckled and said, yes, this strange fire is destined to me. I intend to take it into my body. Please tell me the location of the strange fire. In exchange I can help you. After hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other again and were silent. This person is so shameless. He came up and said that he was related to the strange fire. Such shameless people are terrible, and the cultivation level is not low. After a while, Bai Chen took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry sir, we don't need your help. This strange fire is an ownerless thing and we the people of Huangtian City have fate and cannot give it to you. Please understand. Long Fei's President remained calm after hearing this and he nodded. That's right, that's such a pity. I originally like to talk peacefully but you guys don't want to, so don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Long Fei stretched out his hand directly to Bai Chen. When Long Fei's word came out, the three of them knew that the conversation had collapsed and their Presidents changed. Take action. The three of them joined forces and launched their prepared attacks instantly. Long Fei smiled and said, it turns out that I have been prepared for it, but these garbage attacks are not qualified to touch me. His eyes moved. Bang! The three people's attacks collapsed instantly. What? When the three of them were shocked, a force directly pulled Bai Chen out and into Long Fei's palm. Bai Chen, Huan Yun and the other two looked horrified and took action immediately, but as soon as they were about to take action they realized something was wrong. His body could not move and was controlled by a mysterious force. Wow! The net moment his internal organs were shaking, his face was painful and ferocious and he opened his mouth and spurted out blood. What power! Too horrible! The other party didn't make any moves, just looked at each other closely. What a terrifying instance this is. Chapter 256 SITH Reincarnation. Facing this terrifying instance in front of them, the three of them immediately regretted rejecting the conditions just now. At this moment Bai Chen had been caught by Long Fei, whose hand was squeezing his head. Bai Chen tried his best to break free but to no avail. When his face turned pale, a force poured into his mind and absorbed the memories in his mind. Long Fei closed his eyes and read his memories and soon found the location of the SI paths of Samsara Yan in Huangtian City from these unfamiliar memories. According to the memory prompt, the current SI paths of Samsara Yan has been moved to the residence of the SITH Great Alchemist by the city lords in the city, and it was transformed back into refining it in the past 2 days. After reading this, Long Fei opened his eyes, ended the memory intake and threw the painful Bai Chen away. A powerful force flew out and hit Dizhuerhe and the two of them hard. The two of them vomited blood and pain and the three of them flew out like meteors. Long Fei ignored the three people and looked in another direction. A cold light flashed in his eyes and murderous intent came out. He said coldly, a mere SITH Great Alchemist dares to contaminate my strange fire. He is seeking death. Gang leader, do you want to kill these three people? Yao Tianhuo asked. The three of Bai Chen had fallen below and were seriously injured. They were protected by the elders below. They wanted to take action but were stopped. Those elders who went up would only die in vain. The scene below also became chaotic and the young people competing did not know what to do. The people above are so strong. One of the long-haired young men and a young girl looked up at Long Fei, their eyes full of awe and admiration. If you can learn from such a person, your future will be prosperous. No need to pay attention, Long Fei said coldly, and then led the two of them to fly directly towards the mansion of Xuanzhu, the SITH Great Alchemist. Without even looking at the person below, he just ignored them. Seeing this scene, many young people below showed disappointment in their eyes. It seems that these beings don't care about weaklings like them. Bai Chen covered his painful head and said, that person was ingesting my memory just now. Now he must have known the location of the strange fire. Dizhou and Hai also stared at the pain and said, no, they are going to Xuanzhu's mansion now. Should we notify him? Dizhuerhe looked at Bai Chen. Bai Chen shook his head. It's too late. We are too seriously injured and need to recover. We can only send people to the city to quickly deliver a message to the city lord. Leave this matter to us. The elder said, you three go and heal your wounds quickly. The elder continued. Long Fei and the others were very fast and soon they arrived at the residence of Xuanzhu, the SITH Great Alchemist in Huangtian City. Based on the memories they read, is this here? Yao Tianhuo said, and Malonghu looked at it curiously. This outside world is really a different environment. It is really comfortable to be out. This man's mansion is quite big and it quite comfortable to live in. Long Fei showed a playful look. At this moment the 5 strange fires in his body started to move. This was the resonance between the different fires. Sure enough, it here. Long Fei's mental power suddenly enveloped the entire mansion and he quickly found the specific location of the SI paths of Samsara Yan. You guys stay outside and wait for me, Long Fei ordered, and then disappeared into the original sky. At this moment a man was sitting in front of the SI paths of Samsara Yan in the mansion. This man was the SITH Great Alchemist Xuanzhu. Xuanzhu looked at the SI paths of Samsara Yan in front of him and showed excitement and greed. He was even more impatient to refine this strange fire now, but he was not carried away by this greed brain. His brain is still very clear now. It is very dangerous to absorb it rashly now. It can be said to be a dead end. Alien fire is inherently dangerous and he will never absorb it without complete preparation. Now he just comes to see the alien fire that belongs to him in the future for eye relief. SI paths of Samsara Yan, you will soon become my first strange fire. fire. I will definitely protect you even more. Before that I only had beast fire. Although it was the beast fire of a SITH level monster, it was not as good as the real strange fire. It's a world of difference, Xianzhu said as he thought to himself. A dark blue flame appeared in his hand, which was the beast fire of the SITH level magic beast. There are a lot of materials that need to be prepared to absorb the SI paths of Samsara Yan, because he needs to refine a special Eli IR, and now it will take the city lord at least a day to find the last material. After returning from the search, he needed to spend a day refining the special Eli IR before officially absorbing the strange fire. But at this moment he suddenly felt a bad premonition, but it quickly disappeared. Xianzhu looked startled and then murmured, "What does it feel like? Is it an hallucination caused by the influence of the strange fire?" Haha, the SI paths of Samsara Yan is indeed the SI paths of Samsara flame. It is really powerful. I can be affected unconsciously by just standing by. There was a sense of being spied on, but everything around me was so bland. He didn't know that this sense of spying was real, and the person spying on him was Long Fei, who was outside just now. Xianzhu's eyes were filled with the shadows of the SI paths of Samsara flame. Suddenly he was so startled that he stretched out his hand to touch the strange fire, but before he touched it he already felt extremely hot, which made him completely come to your senses. It's so dangerous. What did I do just now? Since I was so unprepared to touch this strange fire, this SI paths of reincarnation flame is really weird. I can't stay here and watch for it to be affected. Xianzhu breathed out and stood up to plan leave, but at this moment he was stunned. A person appeared behind him at some point. His Zion suddenly became panic. How could a person come up behind him without him noticing? Who are you? The frightened Xianzhu decisively held the beast fire in his hand, and a star of Duzong's strength suddenly appeared in his body. I'm going to kill this strange fire. Get out of here. Long Fei ignored him and his eyes stayed on the SI paths of Samsara Yan. Fart. If you want my strange fire, then you have to see if you have the ability. Xianzhu was furious, yelled and shot directly at Long Fei. Long Fei, look coldly. I originally let you live, but if you think your life is too long, I will send you to reincarnation. Xianzhu's body was startled as he looked into Long Fei's eyes, and a chill suddenly appeared on his body. What does this feel like? Very scary. It's the chill of death. Instinctively his body trembled. At this moment Long Fei took action and waved towards him. No! Bang! While shouting in fear, Xianzhu's body plotted in front and turned into blood mist. His death was very straightforward and decisive without any sloppiness. When the blood splashed on Long Fei's body, it was isolated by a force. Bring me the SI paths of Samsara Yan. Long Fei grabbed the alien fire in front of him. The terrifying power made the alien fire not resist at all. The NET moment he decisively stuffed it directly into his mouth. Yulu. Long Fei licked his lips with enjoyment, showing a happy face. This strange fire is really delicious. Chapter 257. Return to Zhongzhou continent. After Long Fei conveyed the order to Yao Tianhuo and the other two, he directly entered the stage of meditation and absorption. Sitting cross-legged, it was still the familiar one-stop refining operation. The SI paths of Samsara Yan is different from the other 5 strange fires he absorbed. This is a strange fire me-ed with the rules of the SI paths of Samsara. In the original world of Dochi continent, his SI path power of reincarnation will be more powerful than in the projection world, and the SI path power of reincarnation contained in it will be more real. During the process of absorption and refining, Long Fei's soul consciousness was falling into a deep sleep, and his soul consciousness was being pulled by the SI paths of reincarnation flame to continue the SI paths of reincarnation. The SI paths are divided into the path of heaven, the path of Shura, the path of human beings, the path of animals, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of earth. A new life, a new life. In 100 years of life the world will be filled with misery and disease. Entering the way of heaven to observe another life from the perspective of God. The appearance of Shura in the form of Shura is extremely ugly, and he will inherit the power of Shura for another life. The beast transformed into a beast and entered the demon realm to practice inheriting the power of the demon beast for another life. The hungry ghost realm is like a mad dog with a heart full of madness, and you will inherit the power of hungry ghost for another life. Under the Juyu of the regional Dao, he inherited the power of the regional underworld for another life. The SI paths of reincarnation allowed Long Fei to live. SI lives in this short period of time, experience a different life and gain countless new insight. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, pessimism and separation, and the SI paths of reincarnation all est. The moment Long Fei opened his eyes again, there was a trace of deep silence and vicissitudes in his pupil. The power of the SI paths of reincarnation was inherited in him. The flames on the body covered by the SI paths of samsara gradually disappeared. Long Fei's tone became calm and mature. These SI reincarnations are really different. Even in this short period of time I have experienced SI full lives. It can be as little as 100 years or as much as 1,000 years, but in the end their destiny is death. I, who inherited the power of the SI paths of reincarnation, finally broke through to the one-star fighting saint. The experience of these SI lives has made me the biggest reward Long Fei received besides the power of the SI paths of reincarnation was the improvement of his own cultivation. Now he is a genuine one-star Do Saint powerhouse. With 9 stars I can step into the realm of Do Emperor. However, the experience required to improve after reaching this realm of Do Saint is often the largest. It seems that a first-level alien fire ranked among the top 10 is absolutely necessary. It's impossible. It takes at least 2 or 3 flowers to advance to 1 level. The energy required for each level of this fighting saint is unimaginable. Long Fei said to himself, now entering the 1-star fighting saint. Only then can he truly realize how huge the gap between the Do Saint realm and the half-saint realm is. This huge gap is really the difference between heaven and hell. Long Fei continued, I have to get the rest of the strange fire as soon as possible. I can't delay it any longer. There are still 7 remaining Tuotiou defragments to get. I need to personally go to the 8 ancient tribe, and the weakest of these 8 ancient clan leaders also have the cultivation of the 7-star fighting saint. I don't know how many star fighting saints I can compete with. I really look forward to it, he said with an expectant smile. More excitement and excitement. Now he really wants to find a strong opponent to fight. My heart is extremely itchy. The fighting spirit is extremely strong. He really wants to fight now. At the same time, just when Long Fei absorbed the SI paths of samsara, news that Xianzhu was in danger quickly reached the city lord. After hearing the news, the city lord's presence changed drastically and he quickly flew towards Xianzhu's mansion with his old friend who was playing chess with him. In the sky the city lord spoke, the person in the news is stronger than the people of the 3 sect. He can seriously injure them with just 1 look. With such a difference in strength, the opponent should have entered the realm of the 9-turn Duzun. When the old man net to him heard this, his face showed disdain. I happen to be here today, no matter how many times that person is, he is nothing in front of this half-saint. The city lord said, that's right. If that person wants to swallow the SI paths of samsara flame, he must gather all the materials before absorbing it, and the materials required for that special ELIR are not ordinary, but just in case we still hurry up and it happens that Xian, the last material I need, has been found. Soon the 2 of them would arrive at Xianzhu's mansion, but at this moment 2 people appeared in front of them and blocked their way. When the city lord saw the 2 people in front of him and was about to speak, the old man net to him looked contemptuous and said in a disdainful tone, the news said that there are 3 people. These 2 people are accomplices, a 2nd-level peak Dozun and a 7-star Duzong. Just these 2 people are completely indifferent. The strength of these 2 people is not as strong as the city lord. The city lord of Huangtian City is a rank 7 Duzun, and he is a genuine half-saint. It is normal to think that such garbage can easily destroy a large group of people. The strong people do not care about the level of the weak at all. Demonic Dragon Tiger's face became solemn. These 2 are so strong, and the sense of oppression emanating from that person has only been felt by the gang leader. Yao Tianhuo also looked solemn, nodded and shook his head. That person is at least a semi-saint. I didn't expect that there are semi-saints in Nanyazhu. Not surprisingly, this person is the city lord of Huangtian City, but compared to the gang leader, this feeling of oppression is nothing to him. Now the gang leader is at an important moment of refining the strange fire. These 2 people suddenly arrived and their cultivation levels are higher than they imagined. It seems that this battle is destined to be unwinnable. Taking a deep breath, Yao Tianhuo's aura became heavier and he said, net, we have to fight hard. The 2 of them will die until the gang leader completes the refining. Demon Dragon Tiger swallowed his saliva and cold sweat broke out on his forehead when he heard the semi-saint. How could he defeat the half-saint in the current 7-star Duzong? This was a complete instant kill, and there was also a huge Duzun level missing in the middle. Make full use of the Wuji body training technique. As long as you don't die this time, your physical strength will become very powerful. After Yao Tianhuo finished speaking, the 2 of them were mentally prepared to be beaten. You 2 please stay, there is no way forward. Yao Tianhuo stepped forward and tried to dissuade him. The old man looked coldly and disdainfully and get out. The half-saint struck out with his palm. Its power was so terrifying. Is the little 2nd-level peak Dozun qualified to stop him? Extremely ridiculous. Watch me beat your shit out. Yao Tianhuo's eyes narrowed and his presence changed drastically. Damn it, so reckless, taking action at the slightest disagreement. He hurriedly used his skills and body skills to dodge and returned to the Demon Dragon Tiger. Retreat. The 2 of them retreated directly into the mansion. It seems that something happened to Xianzhu. We can't delay it any longer. The city lord looked ugly with a gloomy murderous intent. At this moment Yao Tianhuo and Demonic Dragon Tiger quickly formed seals with their hands, and the formations they had arranged long ago were activated. Yes, formation. Humph, but so what, I will break this small formation for you. The old man waved out with disdain. With a bang, a huge impact hit the formation. The attack disappeared, but the formation was not broken. What? The city lord and the old man were shocked on the spot. Chapter 258 Zifang Pavilion and Hidden Branch. The city lord was shocked. What kind of formation is this that can actually block the attack of a semi-saint? The formation that can block this saint's attack is certainly extraordinary. It seems that this group of people is a bit interesting. Booty, don't believe that this formation of yours can keep blocking you. After I break this formation and capture the three of you, he. The old man narrowed his eyes, and after the move just now he was able to see how extraordinary this formation was, and he showed a hint of deep laughter as he spoke. Fanfic finger. The old man stretched out his fingers and activated his skills. The terrifying half-saint power released a hurricane-like fighting technique, and his big fingers directly attacked with formation. No, this old man is so shameless. He even used his fighting skills to beat us. Yao Tianhuo's face turned red and he said angrily. The two of them stopped talking nonsense and fully supported the formation. The net moment. Boom. The huge shock wave and destructive power caused the formation to vibrate violently, but it did not directly break and seemed to be able to hold on. However, the impact affected Yao Tianhuo and the two people inside the formation, and a mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot. Yao Tianhuo looked pale. Damn, this is the power of a semi-saint. There is no way. The strength gap is too big. When the gang leader comes out, he must be pressed to the ground and rub hard. The demonic dragon tiger was unable to exert its full power in its human form, and the net moment it transformed directly into the form of a magical beast, which further enhanced its power. It's pretty tough since it's a transformed monster. The two were shocked. Break. The old man snorted coldly and hit hard. This time the black wind finger directly crushed the formation. There was a loud boom, and the Xianfeng finger plotted directly in front of the two of them. Not good. The formation was broken, and the internal organs of Yao Tianhuo and Yao Tianhuo's bodies felt like they were being chopped to pieces under the terrifying power impact. They felt extremely uncomfortable. When they saw something was wrong with the attack in front of them, they immediately shouted angrily, but it was impossible for them to escape now. Gang leader, help! Yao Tianhuo and demonic dragon tiger used their last trump card. They only hoped that Long Fei had been refining and awakened successfully, otherwise they would really die. At this critical moment a voice appeared in front of the two of them. Then with a wave the terrifying offensive in front of him was instantly annihilated. The person coming was none other than Long Fei. Gang leader. The two looked excited. Seeing Long Fei was like seeing the life-saving sacred grass, and their eyes sparkled. Seeing this scene, the old man was extremely shocked, but he tried to maintain his composure on the outside. Are you the gang leader? They two say. Since you can annihilate my attack so easily, it seems that you are also a strong semi-saint. Half-saint. The city lord was also shocked by Long Fei's appearance and casual blow. I didn't expect that this young man at such a young age would be a powerful semi-saint. Incredible. When did the half-saint become so easy to cultivate? Why can't I do it? My little brother is something you two mere ant can touch. Long Fei's eyes flashed with cold light and murderous intent emerged. Without too much nonsense he pointed his finger at the old man and tapped lightly out of thin air. In an instant terrifying power surged out in the surrounding sky like a wave, and the sky space twisted and then collapsed. No, this is not a half-saint. He is a fighting saint. Feeling the absolute pressure that far exceeded him, the old man screamed in horror. Die, you ant! Long Fei's lips curved with disdain. The space shook violently at this moment. Bang! The city lord's body was instantly crushed into a blood mist by a terrifying pressure weighing tens of millions of tons. Just like that the old man's eyes stared out in fear and he was sweating continuously. Caou! The old man screamed. It's your turn, old man. Long Fei was not the first to kill the old man because he wanted the old man to watch his companions die helplessly. As he spoke, Long Fei pointed his finger at the old man again. No, don't. Your excellency dosage, I am undoubtedly offended. Please spare my life. I am willing to surrender to you. The old man was filled with fear. The gap between a half-saint and a do-saint was as huge as heaven and hell. No matter what, he cannot be his opponent. His body trembled with fear and there was endless horror in his eyes. Haha, I'm sorry, I prefer puppets to living people. After you die I will make you into a puppet so that you will be obedient for the rest of your life. Long Fei's smile was extremely charming. The old man's face was extremely gloomy and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Your excellency Dosheng, are you really going to do this to an end? Yes, Long Fei smiled. You forced me. I will fight with you. The energy in the old man seemed to have been prepared for a long time and he immediately rioted at this moment. The light blooms on the body. No, this old guy is going to blow himself up. Yao Tianhuo shouted angrily. Self-destruction? You still want to self-destruct in front of me? Long Fei disdainfully shook his hand. The body suddenly disappeared in a flash and then reappeared close to the old man's chest, and a palm with mysterious energy directly penetrated the old man's body. The old man's eyes bulged out and his screams filled the sky. The energy that invaded his body was crushing his soul very quickly and was then forcefully swallowed. Finally the screams disappeared and the old man's soul also disappeared. If Long Fei didn't want to keep this semi-holy body, he could turn it into blood mist with just a snap of his fingers. The power of Blood Azure Dragon refining. Long Fei didn't talk nonsense. After the old man's soul was swallowed, he directly activated the slave refining mode. The NET moment the cyan energy enveloped the old man's body, a familiar cyan color appeared on his body. Then the blood of the first blue dragon entered the mark of the half-saint. Now a one-star fighting saint, he can raise the strength of this puppet to the peak of the late half-saint. So now this puppet is already at the peak level of the late half-saint. Meet the master. What's your original name? Long Fei asked. Chen Tian, and the puppet said. Long Fei, from now on you will be called Tian Puppet. Puppet, yes. Come back. The sky puppet turned into a blue bead and merged into Long Fei's bloodline. Now that we understand the situation here, it's time for us to leave here and return to the Zhongzhou continent. After settling these matters, Long Fei slowly turned sideways and said, then let's set off. Long Fei led the two of them directly to break through the void wormhole. Now that he has the location of Zhongzhou, he does not need to use the previous teleportation wormhole for teleportation. Soon the figures of the three people disappeared. Quietness returned here as if all this had never happened and the three of them had never been to this area again. Now Long Fei has mastered SI strange fires, and the following ones are all at the bottom of the list of strange fires, but it doesn't matter. Everything should be done slowly and the food should be eaten slowly, from the least delicious to the most delicious and delicious. This is the most perfect rhythm. In the void wormhole, Long Fei is now thinking about the disappearance of the other strange fires. Long Fei muttered in a low voice, I wonder where that guy Xiao Yan is now. It's almost time to go get Yao Lao's ancient spirit Lengguo back. Chapter 259. The four people took action in anger. Zhongzhou continent. Long Fei returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar world. This time Long Fei directly chose to enter the core of the plot. The first goal is to go directly to the four major pavilions of Zhongzhou. Sifang Pavilion. They are Xingyin Pavilion, Wanjian Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion and Fenglai Pavilion. Among them the one that concerns Long Fei the most is the Huangquan Pavilion in the Sifang Pavilion. If the guess is correct, this Huangquan Pavilion has something to do with the demon saint of Huangquan. This demon saint of underworld is not simple, he is also a powerful instance, but it is a pity that he still died. But there is a great opportunity in the Huangquan demon saint cave where he is. Long Fei took the three of them directly to the Sifang Pavilion, which was needed for this plot. Zhongzhou is very big and the Sifang Pavilion is also very famous. You can know where it is by just asking someone for its location. According to the news from passerby, Long Fei and the others finally came to the area of Sifang Pavilion. Sifang Pavilion is located on the east, west, north and south sides of the area, so it is also called Sifang Pavilion. There is at least one Dozun strongman sitting in Sifang Pavilion. Of course this is just the content of the novel. Now in the original world this Sifang Pavilion is probably far more than that. There are so many high-level fighting masters in the places Long Fei has experience these days, and there are also a lot of them. This Sifang Pavilion is so, logically speaking, the reputation should not be weaker than those forces. As to whether it is true or not we will know soon. It's very lively here today. Not far ahead is the meeting place outside the Sifang Pavilion center. Below there are two people competing in martial arts, one man and one woman. They both use swords. Many people are watching. Long Fei could feel a trace of Fini blood in this woman from a distance. He was slightly stunned and recalled the plot in his mind. This woman should be Feng Qing'er, the strongest of the younger generation in Fenglai Pavilion. This Feng Qing'er is not a human but a monster. She is the incarnation of the Tianhuang demon clan, one of the three major monsters in Zhongzhou. She is very powerful. Her current strength is the 8-star Do Huang. According to the plot, it will still be 3 years before that guy Xiao Yan comes to Zhongzhou to seek help from Feng Zun, or 2.5 years. Long Fei muttered in his heart and looked at the sky. Years have passed and the 3-year appointment with Yunlin sect is about to begin in less than 2 years. At that time he needs to go back to pick up Yao Chen's ancient spirit Cold Fire and Gu Suner's Golden Emperor Burning Tianyan. Although it is just a sub-fire is enough. As long as the sub-fire is absorbed by him, it can become the true body fire under the nourishment of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. As for the fact that Gu Yuan will be alarmed in the future, Long Fei is not worried at all. His strength will also improve in 2 years. It will be a good time to see how awesome this Gu Yuan is. Publish a hidden side mission to unify Sifang Pavilion under the pseudonym Qinglong Pavilion. Reward a gift hack of strange fire. Failure penalty none. The host can choose to accept or not accept it according according to the actual situation. Just as Long Fei was deep in thought, the system voice that had not appeared in his mind for a long time rang. Since there is a hidden mission, or is it a gift hack of strange fire? God is really helping me. Long Fei was extremely excited. You must know that the strange fires on the strange fire list are all over the entire Dochi continent. If he doesn't have clues, it will be difficult to find them at all, and it will take a lot of time. Just like how could he have done it without the instructions of the map this time? You will know where the spiritual fire of all beasts and the SI paths of reincarnation are. So this strange fire gift package is very important to him. System, how many strange fires are there in this strange fire gift pack? Long Fei asked curiously. System, sound 5 random coin. 5, not too much but enough. I hope there will be such a mission in the future. Long Fei nodded. System, it may appear at any time. Okay, accept the mission. Long Fei nodded. By the way, system, I broke through to Dozun and Dosheng. Is there no reward incentive? Long Fei asked curiously. This system is becoming more and more irresponsible, and he has almost forgotten that he still has a system. The system replied, after the host completes this task, the system will enter an upgrade. During the upgrade there will be a level up gift package reward. The host can receive the gift package reward corresponding to the level it has been promoted to. I have to say that the content of the system's answer this time made Long Fei extremely excited. System upgrade advance gift pack. Long Fei took a deep breath excitedly. Okay, I will complete this mission as soon as possible. Long Fei is looking forward to seeing how many advance gift packs he has and how many good things are in them. System, receive this hidden side mission. Long Fei thought silently in his heart. Received successfully. The system voice sounded and everything became a certainty. A cold light flashed in Long Fei's eyes. He looked at the Sifang pavilion in front of him and said calmly, don't blame me. If you don't surrender you will really die. I hope you will be wiser. Don't blame me for having to do this. Yao Tianhuo and Demon Dragon Tiger beside them suddenly shuddered when they heard Long Fei's words and felt the aura emanating from his body. They knew that their gang leader was going to cause trouble again. At the same time we prayed together in our hearts, hoping that the people in Sifang Pavilion would recognize the promotion, otherwise they would really die miserably. Although I say so, whoever has not surrendered since the beginning has not died in the hands of Long Fei. Soon Long Fei took the two of them and flew directly forward. Today there is a martial arts gathering in the Sifang Pavilion, and the people who come are all the proud children of the Sifang Pavilion. The ones currently competing on the field are Tian Jiao from Fenglai Pavilion and Wanjianj Pavilion. Feng Qing'er fights against Tang Ying. The strength of the two is evenly matched, but it is a pity that Feng Qing'er has learned the 3000 thunderbolts of Fenglai Pavilion, transformed into countless thunder shadows and disappeared in place, catching Tang Ying by surprise. However, his body and fighting skills are not bad, and he is also a powerful fighting skill of Wanjiang Pavilion. He immediately dodged. Coming to the sky, the fighting skills of 10,000 swords Gizong were displayed. Since it is Fenglai Pavilion's treasure 3000 thunderbolts, since the Wanjian Pavilion is not weaker than the treasure of the pavilion, the Wanjian Gui sect. Damn, he's so handsome. Brother Tang, come on senior sister Feng. Soon the Sifang Pavilion disciples watching the show and some passers-by started cheering. The moment Tang Ying used 10,000 swords to return to the clan, his companion became pale and weak. The fighting energy in his body was quickly drawn out, which made him feel troubled. Although my current cultivation level has reached the level of the 7-star peak Do Huang, the fighting energy consumption of this Wanjian Gizong is too strong. It is like an endless abyss that cannot be eaten. The energy of the 7-star peak Do Emperor's fighting energy is not enough to support it. What's more, the previous battle also consumed a lot of his fighting spirit. This blow is his last blow. Victory or defeat depends on it. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Feng Qing'er's face became solemn and she used 3000 thunderbolts to quickly move forward with her sword. In vain a flame phantom of the Fini demon appeared on her body. This is the secret fighting technique of the Tianhuang demon clan. This is it. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed and he gathered the last bit of his strength and pushed it out. The speed and power of Gizong have become stronger and closer. Feng Qing'er transformed into countless after images of thunder to avoid being struck by swords one after another. Feng Qian fantasy demon. Feng Qing'er was also spending a lot of money at this moment. She didn't have much time and had to fight quickly. When dodging, she found the right time to use her fighting skill. The huge Tianhuang demon flew into the sky and shattered many swords directly towards it. He blasted Tang Ying away. Chapter 260 Alien Fire Gift Pack opened. Not good. The President of the Master of Wanjianj Pavilion, who was watching the show above, changed. The referee below immediately dodged and disappeared. I surrender. At the same time Tang Ying's voice also sounded. Get out of the way. Feng Qing'er's President changed. She couldn't control it now. She couldn't hold it back anymore. She swung her hands suddenly to get rid of the Fini, but it was too late. But at this critical moment a figure figure appeared. It was the referee who disappeared. The referee also felt that this extraordinary fighting skill had a solemn look on his face. He slashed out with a sword in his hand and directly forcibly cut through the phantom of the Sky Fini demon. He took Tang Ying and disappeared into the air. Boom! The net moment the phantom of the beheaded heavenly Fini demon plotted in the sky. Seeing this, Feng Qing'er secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this competition, Fenglai Pavilion Feng Qing'er win. After the referee saved Tang Ying, he was a little afraid that the Sky Fini demon he had just obtained was just an phantom, but it was very powerful. Although he was a 3-star Duzong, he wanted to the net step will still take a lot of effort. Feng Qing'er is indeed the #1 young person in Fenglai Pavilion. She is indeed amazing. Thank you, Elder Deacon, for saving me. Tang Ying clasped his fist and said respectfully. The referee waved his hand. Okay, you've spent a lot of time, so you'd better go and rest quickly. Yes. Tang Ying took a deep look at Feng Qing'er and sighed before turning around and leaving. Feng Qing'er also felt weak, so she went down to the competition stage and took a pill. Ha ha ha. At this moment a crisp round of applause sounded. Then everyone's attention was attracted, including the master of Fenglai Pavilion, the deputy master of Xingyin Pavilion, the master of Wanjiang Pavilion, and the master of Huangquan Pavilion, who were watching the game above. Everyone saw 3 strange figures appearing below, walking in the air. Could it be Duzong? The 4 pavilion masters spoke, but their eyebrows were raised. His head quickly wrinkled. No, at least 2 of them are not Duzong. Since they are not Duzong, they must be Duzun. Who are these 3 people? The passers-by below were all curious. Someone above him glanced at the referee below. The referee nodded after understanding and flew directly towards the 3 of them. Who are the 3 of you, and why do you want to come to my Sifang Pavilion? In a world where the strong are respected, the weak are very polite to the strong, and the referee is no exception. He can clearly feel the unparalleled sense of oppression from these 3 people. The 3 people in front are very scary. I, Long Fei, am the leader of the Qinglong gang. I have heard about the reputation of Sifang Pavilion for a long time and came here to pay a visit today. I didn't expect to encounter such a prosperous time as today. Long Fei's face softened and smiled, and he entered clearly every word in the ears of everyone present. After saying this, he paused for a while, raised his head slightly and continued, do the 4 people above have to let someone of an unequal level receive me? After saying that, a terrifying aura was revealed on Long Fei's body and everyone around him was shocked. Their bodies staggered and some of them fell down. The referee was also forced to fall to the ground with one hand on the ground, half kneeling. So strong this terrifying aura. What kind of cultivation level does this person have? The prescience of the referee and others changed drastically. Cold sweat broke out on their forehead, faces and back, and they did not dare to move lightly. The prescience of the 4 people above changed greatly. Their pupils shrank and they were all startled. Master Feng's face was solemn and his tone was shocking. Since there is holy power in this aura. What holy power? Could this person be a semi-saint? Isn't it possible? It's impossible, so young. The master of the Sifang Pavilion took a breath of air and said, have you ever heard of the Qinglong gang? Without the unified answer of the 4 people, it looks like we are in trouble. This person is probably here to cause trouble. The 4 of us together may not be our opponent. We can only rely on the formation. If they were really enemies, although the 4 of them were usually unhappy, they would still choose to stand on the same line against the enemy. When the crisis reached the Sifang Pavilion, they would not make this move until there was no other way. However, Sifang Pavilion has a strong foundation and a large network of relationships. Among them, Fenglai Pavilion is related to the Tianhuang Demon clan, and there are also some in the Glacier River Valley. There are saint-level experts in the Glacier River Valley. Not to mention the Xingyin Pavilion, it has a very close connection with the Dan Pagoda, and there are several fighting saints in the Dan Pagoda. Danta is actually stronger than Glacier Valley. However, these forces are some distance away from their Sifang Pavilion and support cannot come at all. It is terrible that when support arrives they will all be dead. Let's see how he is doing first. Master Feng of Xingyin Pavilion narrowed his eyes and jumped down directly after transmitting the message. The other 3 pavilion masters also quickly took root. The most powerful one here is Master Feng. Master Feng's strength has reached the peak of level 4 Dozun. The strength of the Sword Master has reached the 3rd level of Dozun. Venerable Feng Lei's strength has reached the 3rd level of Dozun. Venerable Huang Quan's strength has reached the peak of the 2nd rank Dozun. Long Fei could see through the cultivation of these people at a glance. I was a little surprised. These people are much higher than the ones in the novel. It seems that the original world is the original world and it is not comparable to those projection novels. According to the original novel, Venerable Feng should be a 4-star Dozun and the other 3 are 3-star Dozun, except for Huang Quan, a 2-star Dozun. The height of this level is different now, but in Long Fei's eyes these 4 people are just ants and they can be killed instantly. You juniors, please leave. The competition will be suspended for now, Master Jian said. The rest of the people understood understood the intention. One after another looked at each other and left immediately. Many of them were passers-by, but a few people stayed and watched from the far corner. These 4 people are Feng Qing'er, the number 1 person of the younger generation in Fenglei Pavilion, Mu Qingluan, the number 1 person of the younger generation in Xingyun Pavilion, Tang Ying, the number 1 person of the younger generation in Wanjiang Pavilion, and Wang Chen, the number 1 person in Huangquan Pavilion, and several elders in the pavilion. You 4 are the strongest people in Sifang Pavilion. Long Fei put his hands behind his back and raised his forehead slightly. Master Feng nodded, and then his tone became serious. Yes, now can we tell you the real purpose of your 3 visits to our Sifang Pavilion? I don't believe that the battle just happened is just for watching the game. Long Fei said frankly, if that's the case then I won't talk nonsense. The main reason for coming to Sifang Pavilion this time is to integrate Sifang Pavilion into Qinglong Pavilion under our Qinglong gang. The 4 of you can lead your pavilion to join me. Snort. Your excellency, you must not take our Sifang Pavilion seriously. These are your words. You are really so confident that you can get out of Sifang Pavilion? The 4 venerables snorted. Cold voices sounded and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Such blunt words were an insult to the 4 of them. After confirming that it was not a good fight, the 4 people decisively released their fighting energy full of murderous intent and hostility. I am so confident. Are the 4 of you unwilling to act like this? Long Fei narrowed his eyes. I'm willing to give you a head. Come to me, let's join forces to kill. Feng Zuns was furious and took the lead to take action, and the other 3 followed suit. Long Fei's face was full of smiles, but the cold light in his eyes flashed, and he said in a deep tone, very good, I like how direct you are. Since you are seeking death, I will send you to the SI realms of reincarnation. The NET moment there was something on him. The power of the star fighting saint bursts out in the late stage of primary level. Why is it at this level? Because it was improved by the experience gained from the Lord of Imperial City and the old man, but it is a pity that it has not even reached the mid-term. Every small stage or even a small stage of Dosheng will be a huge threshold shackle. Chapter 261 Graphite Half Saint. A loud finger-snapping sound spread throughout the Sifang Pavilion martial arts meeting place. It turned out to be Long Fei snapping his fingers. A strange scene appeared. As the snap of fingers sounded, the entire world fell into deathly silence and everything around it was frozen and stagnant. What's going on? Why can't our bodies move? We can't speak. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and the 4 venerables with their bodies off the ground hung in mid-air like paintings without moving at all. When this scene appeared, they were unable to move even if they tried their best. Cold sweat flowed from everyone's forehead, and fear and panic quickly soared from their heart. This is one of my magical skills, Eternal Stasis. This magical skill will only disintegrate unless I lift it personally, or my energy consumption is not enough to support it. However, it's a pity that you won't see that day. Since you don't know how to uphold and disobey me, then now I will send you to the SI realms of reincarnation, starting with the animal realm. Long Fei looked at the 4 people in front of him with a smile. His usually amiable smile looked like an evil, weird and terrifying devil's smile in the eyes of the 4 people. Even his stagnant body could not help but tremble with coldness. Unfortunately, his body could not move. See, but you can feel it. Devil. Everyone's minds echoed with the unified title, Destroy. Long Fei stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers in front of the 4 people, and a flame emerged, which was the SI Paths of Samsara Yan. The NET thing, the SI Paths of Samsara flame, was huge and turned into a large lotus fire shape that issued a cold aura and rushed towards the 4 of them. No, the stagnant people were shouting in their hearts, but unfortunately there was no movement. The huge and cold SI Paths of Samsara Yan enveloped the 4 bodies of Wind Sword, Feng Lei and Huang Quan. The NET moment, the heat wave that burned the sky and boiled the sea swept through everything, and the 4 bodies disappeared from this world. Long Fei suddenly felt that he had some more experience points, but it was far from enough to support him to upgrade even to a small stage. Slaying Dozun is no longer attractive to me. Killing Dozun is still more comfortable. Long Fei muttered. Then he looked at everyone here, revealed a hint of terrifying thought. Since you have seen this scene, you would rather die than give in. I won't talk nonsense to you. All the creatures here will be turned into puppet. As Long Fei's voice sounded, azure light bloomed on his body and a huge azure dragon struck. When it came out, it instantly wiped out the souls and consciousness of everyone here and turned them into puppets instead. The senior officials of Sifang Pavilion are all here. After these people are done, the unification of Sifang Pavilion will be simpler and does not require too much verbosity. After doing all this, Long Fei once again flicked his fingers and the stagnant world resumed operation. A force suddenly appeared in the SI Paths of Samsara in front. When it bloomed, there were 4 bodies that had been transformed into puppet. They were the 4 venerables. Duzun is still a good candidate for the shopkeeper, and Long Fei has just revived the bodies of these 4 people. Then I learned the so-called 3000 thunder movements from the mind of Venerable Feng Lei. The feeling given to Long Fei was that it was not very good compared to his own lightning flash step. Now the Dzogchen's Extreme Thunderbolt Leap step can reach 1,000,000 miles in one step. As long as Long Fei is willing to reach 1,000,000 miles away in just one thought, of course distances below 1,000,000 miles can also be controlled by thought. It does not necessarily have to be go 1,000,000 miles away. In addition to 3000 Thunderbolt, he also obtained other fighting skills and movement secrets, but Long Fei was not interested in them. However, when the time comes, these skills can be gathered together to form a skill pavilion within the Qinglong Gang. The skills within the Qinglong Gang will increase horribly, and the Qinglong Gang members in the Douluo continent will also be able to learn them. This is a good thing. Long Fei wants to develop the Qinglong Gang into the world and make the Qinglong Gang the most terrifying force in the world. Long Fei said, I will give you one day to lead your respective pavilions to merge together and become Qinglong Pavilion. There is no need to announce it to the outside world for the time being. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Yes, everyone left one after another. This place was forcibly cleared. Time passed very quickly, and the sudden changes in the Sifang Pavilion were also confused by the sudden changes. However, in the face of the powerful people, these ants had no ability to resist, and they quickly obeyed and gathered to join the sect with blood. This seemingly ordinary little move has indeed laid the foundation for their future growth path. Tonight Sifang Pavilion merged and the new Qinglong Pavilion was born. From now on there is no Sifang Pavilion, no Xingyin Pavilion, no Fenglai Pavilion, no Wanjian Pavilion, no Huangquan Pavilion, only Qinglong Pavilion in Zhongzhou. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden side mission. The rewards have been distributed, please check. Long Fei, who was relaying, suddenly heard the system voice in his mind. I was very happy immediately. Extraordinary fire gift hack. I am looking forward to 5 pieces of alien fire. Open the alien fire gift hack. Long Fei was a little excited. This is the first time he has obtained strange fire from the system. Naturally I was a little excited. The alien fire gift hack is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 dragon and Fini flames, 18 wind and thunder wrathful flames, 17 volcanic stone flames, 16 fire cloud and water flames, and 13 turtle spirit and earth fires on the list of strange fires. It turned out to be these 5. Although they are ranked at the bottom of the dozen or so, these are indeed the hardest to find. It just happened that the system's strange fire gift package made it possible for me. Long Fei laughed. As long as I absorb these 5 strange fires, I will have 11 strange fires in my body. Most of the remaining 12 are easy to find and I know their locations. Long Fei laughed, and with a thought he directly summoned 5 strange fires and suspended them in front of him. These 5 strange fires all have their own different forms and they all exude their own instinct. Which one should I start absorbing first? Long Fei pointed at Bingbing and then said, only children make choices. I swallowed them all at once. I don't believe you can burn me to death. Long Fei grabbed the 5 strange fires in his hand, 2 in his left hand and 3 in his right hand, and sent them to the end. The process was extremely satisfying. If an outsider saw it, they would definitely be shocked. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to swallow one. He may even die without a burial place. Since this guy swallowed 5 strange fires at once, this pervert is worse than World of Warcraft. After the 5 strange fires were swallowed in his lower abdomen, Long Fei felt something like the truth that if you don't seek death you won't die. Damn, one after another scorching heat was burning, and one after another strange fire came out of his body and burned his whole body. Soon his clothes were burned and his whole body was naked. There was a burning pain in his body. Ah, damn it, it feels so good. Long Fei yelled. The sweat on his forehead quickly evaporated and his body started to tremble. With a pained face and a ferocious and twisted face, he gritted his teeth and said, it's so sour. If it were anyone else it would have been reduced to ashes, but if you meet me I will never give in to your little 5 strange fires. Practice for me. As Long Fei roared unyieldingly, a green light bloomed from his body and many abilities were displayed. The handprints in his hands kept changing. The Wuji longevity skill in his body was running rapidly. The blood of the Chaos Azure Dragon in his body was boiling, and the Chaos Azure Dragon on his skin was the totem tattoo is completely e-posed. The supreme and ancient dragon power soared into the sky, and the huge chaotic green dragon enveloped the entire Qinglong Pavilion. The disciples in Qinglong Pavilion were shocked, frightened and trembling. What this? Chapter 262. The power of formation. What is the gang leader doing? Yao Tianhuo's eyes widened, frightened by this aura. Having followed Long Fei for the longest time, no one knows Long Fei better than him. The Yao Tian fire turned into a bolt of thunder and appeared at the place where Long Fei was, but it was isolated by the cyan magnetic field spread out by Long Fei. His pupils stared out, extremely shocked. This is a strange fire. When did the gang leader get other strange fires? Looking at the constantly changing flames on Long Fei's body and the cyan light. Long Fei was completely wrapped in the flames and entered a very different kind of refining path, and the Wuji Chang Sheng Gong in his body quickly tempers the body and absorbs energy to continuously improve the level. With the help of skills and blood, Long Fei's body soon showed an unpected increase in hardness. Practice the Wuji longevity kung fu for me. Little strange fire, no matter how awesome you are, I will surrender to you. Refining. Long Fei condensed, crazily absorbed and refined. Every bone on his body was crackling like the sound of burning firewood. The blood vessels in his body were clearly visible in the skin. The skin was red and the cells on his body were extremely active. The internal organs and tissues are undergoing unprecedented sublimation. Close your eyes and stay in this state. Time passed. Little by little, the terrifying cyan magnetic field emanating from Long Fei's body has completely covered more than half of Qinglong Pavilion. Everyone listen to the order and protect the Dharma. Yao Tianhuo gave the order and everyone started to protect the Dharma. Time passed quickly. As Long Fei meditated and absorbed the 5 strange fires, the system in his mind also entered an upgraded state. Soon a week passed. In Qinglong Pavilion it is still the same as before. Those who change the law protect the law, and those who should practice. During this week everyone felt much more relaxed after seeing that nothing happened here. With the merger of Sifang Pavilion it became Qinglong Pavilion, but it was not publicized. It was waiting for Long Fei to wake up and issue publicity orders. But now the Qinglong Pavilion is in the form of the previous Sifang Pavilion, so that it can be hidden from others and there is no need to be suspected by the forces and passers-by around the Sifang Pavilion. If someone is suspected it will spread quickly according to the information spread among passers-by. It would be bad if Long Fei didn't wake up and attracted some fighting saints from the Glacier River Valley and Danta, which were originally related forces. There is only one fighting saint Long Fei in the Qinglong Pavilion, but there is the old man's late-stage peak half-saint puppet sitting in charge, but the peak of the late-stage half-saint is still limited. Long Fei must cultivate Dosheng as soon as possible or directly capture a few of them. At the same time, outside Qinglong Pavilion, at this moment there is a tall man with long hair floating high in the sky. The man's long hair is silver, as are his eyes. His facial features are exquisite and his hands are clasped behind his back. His eyes looked sharply ahead and he said somewhat strangely, ahead eyes, it's the territory of Sifang Pavilion, but why seems to be very quiet these days? Even though it's just a few little dozens that don't pose a threat to me, it's too strange. I just happen to be passing by, so go and meet the one from Huangquan guys, just help him solve some of the things that are in the way. As the man spoke his face suddenly turned cold, looking particularly disharmonious and full of evil. He took one step forward at an extremely fast speed, heading directly towards the direction he thought was Sifang Pavilion. Within Qinglong Pavilion, Yao Tianhuo and others felt a particularly powerful breath energy approaching here, and their presence changed. Yao Tianhuo looked at the sky in front of him with a solemn presence. This energy aura is so powerful that it has surpassed us. Now the gang leader is still in the process of absorbing it. This anomaly is really bad luck. Give me the order to form a formation. Yao Tianhuo did not hesitate to treat him directly as an enemy. Whether they are enemies or friends, even if they are friends they are from before, those people now have been refined into puppets, and even the original friends here will become enemies. What he wants to ensure now is Long Fei's normal absorption, and he doesn't care about the rest. The 4 pavilion masters and elder puppets nodded one after another and descended from all directions towards the high ground of Qinglong Pavilion. They moved very quickly and formed seals in unison. A series of green energy light pillars rose into the sky from the high ground inside Qinglong Pavilion and finally formed a formation. On the formation a blue dragon totem appeared. When the man who came over saw this futile scene, he was stunned and stopped. The first thing he felt was that something was wrong. Did something happen? The man swept across with his spiritual consciousness, but when he approached the formation his spiritual consciousness was blocked, and then he was shocked. Since there is a formation in Sifang Pavilion that can stop his spiritual consciousness from sweeping across? Absolutely impossible. I am a half-saint and there is not even a half-saint in the Sifang Pavilion. How can there be a formation that can block the sweep of my spiritual consciousness? Even so, it takes a lot of energy to activate such a powerful formation that surpasses itself. The energy and resources are not those of a small tree, the man said in shock. From his words we can get that this person is a strong semi-saint. In fact, he is really a semi-saint. There are many half-saints in the land of Zhongzhou, but most of them have their own forces and rarely come out for activities unless there are special events. Of course, there are also semi-saints who are casual cultivators, and the man in front of him is one of the semi-saints who are casual cultivators. In his early years he made acquaintance with Venerable Huangquan of Huangquan Pavilion by accident and developed some so-called friendship. This time he didn't know how he came to the Sifang Pavilion area by accident, so he happened to come over to take a look. Even if he is a semi-saint, saint in Sifang Pavilion, it is not easy for him to act arrogantly. After all, there is a large network of connections behind each pavilion in Sifang Pavilion, especially if there are giant forces like Glacier Valley and Danta. If he offends him, he will die. Among these giant forces there are truly powerful fighting saints, and there are more than one or two. Then let me see what's different about Sifang Pavilion now. The gloomy look on the man's face appeared again and he flew forward. Soon several people appeared from inside. One of them is the puppet Lord Huang Quan. I know this person. Knowing from the body's memory, the puppet spoke emotionlessly. Yao Tianhuo asked, who is he? Is he related to you? Huang Quan puppet said his name is Shi Mo. He is a friend of this body before. His strength is at the semi-saint level. His arrival this time is probably entrusted by this body 2 years ago. Yao Tianhuo was curious, what's the entrustment? Huang Quan puppet's emotional voice sounded, suppress the other 3 pavilions and kill them secretly. Yao Tianhuo showed a hint of hatred. Task. He is really insidious. Unlike our gang leader who does what he says and does it openly but also does small tricks behind the scenes, he is really an insidious villain. Then his face darkened again. Since you are a half-saint, although this is not the first time I have encountered it, it is still a bit tricky, but it is not a big problem. He raised his head and looked at the formation in front of him and his face softened and said, yes, with this formation the half-saint can't break it without 100 consecutive attack, and it's still the strongest attack. The formation in front of him was perfected and strengthened by Long Fei when he reached Do Sheng. How could a half-saint be able to break it so easily? And where are they? With the blessing of the formation, it is no problem to deal with a half-saint. Everyone please return to your position. Let's meet this semi-saint for a while today. Yao Tianhuo waved his hand. Yes. Chapter 263. Be proud of breaking the formation. Laugh to death. The huge green dragon slammed into Shi Mo. Mo gritted his teeth and used his fighting spirit to defend himself and abruptly received the fierce attack. A fierce attack and a fierce defense confront each other. Roar. The chaotic green dragon virtual entity roared and suddenly it rose into the sky, splitting into 9 green dragon shadows in the 9 heavens and turning into 9 green swords. On the way of the sword falling energy coiled into a formation, and that was when the dragon shadow comes out. It is extremely powerful and overwhelming. Damn, what? This dragon can still play like this. Just after he caught the blow, he could intimately feel how terrifying the terrifying power of this dragon was. His hands were temporarily paralyzed. Fighting skills. Wind Dragon Furious Sky Strike. As a semi-saint who is familiar with the attribute of fighting spirit, Feng is most indispensable for the fighting skills of the wind attribute. With anger and solemnity on his face, he didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he took action, it was a full blow with the power of the semi-saint. Boom. 2 moves collide. The sky roared and vibrated, the space trembled, and the terrifying energy shock wave emitted by the explosion directly affected both sides. Graphite's E-Press Zion changed drastically and he flew hundreds of meters away after being blown away. He used defensive steps to stabilize himself. Body. His E-Press Zion was extremely shocked and he looked ahead complicatedly. The collision of the 2 offensives plotted into fireworks and the dragon or the 4 green sword disappeared. Seeing this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I didn't expect that this Qinglong gang could have such a terrifying array attack. He turned his head and looked at the Qinglong pavilion formation in front of him, showing an extremely fearful E-Press Zion. Is this formation so powerful because it absorbs my energy? If that is the case, then my attack on it will help the opponent charge up energy to attack me, unless I can kill this formation with one blow, otherwise all attacks are in vain. I thought in my heart, but at this moment my mind suddenly stopped, my eyes widened and I kept chanting, all attacks, all attack. A flash of light flashed across his eyes, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and his E-Press Zion suddenly became gloomy. Then he showed a confident smile, since I can't break this formation at once, then I will use the strongest blow to continuously bombard this formation so that he can't even react until the formation is broken. At this moment inside the formation, Yao Tianhuo's E-Press Zion changed ferociously when he saw this scene. Damn it, our strength is not yet able to unleash the true power of the formation. If the gang leader comes, not a single bit of this semi-holy scum will be left after the attack just now. This is the difference in strength. Just as he was speaking, Shi Mo's figure flashed in front of the formation and then the half-saint power in his body violently rioted. He only saw him take out a pill from his hand, put it in and finally swallowed it. The power of the crazy rioting semi-saint became even more violent. Feng Po 18 style. Today even if I use all my strength I will destroy your formation breaking technique. As Momo Angtian roared the net moment, he launched a fierce and continuous impact directly towards the formation wall. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang, boom boom boom. Damn it, if this continues the formation will be broken. Yao Tianhuo looked at the formation that was being hit continuously in front of him and immediately started to use his skills to fight. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger and the formation was also rapidly absorbing energy, but the formation was the amount of energy absorbed depends on the strength of the person who uses the formation. If it cannot bear it, it is likely that the formation will be directly broken due to backlash. Everyone joins forces, Yao Tianhuo shouted, and all the Duzong and Duzun powers were unreservedly released from their positions to reach the center of the formation. The huge energy is quickly destroyed by the formation, but the power of the Dousheng is too strong and their Douqi energy is also consumed a lot. Except for those puppet demon dragon tiger and Yao Tianhuo were just a little unable to hold on. Click. But at this moment thin cracks appeared on the formation wall. Seeing this, Yao Tianhuo and others' prescience changed dramatically. Oops, this is not good news for them. Ha ha ha. There are finally cracks. I have to say that this formation is really strong and terrifying. If the half-saint can obtain this formation, he will definitely have one more combat power and life-saving mean. This is bad news for Yao Tianhuo, but it is great news for Shi Mo. Seeing the cracks in the formation, Mo let out a hearty laugh. At least the direction of destruction he guessed was correct. As long as he kept fighting, the formation would definitely be broken. At the same time he also showed a greedy look, but even so dense sweat was pouring out from his forehead due to multiple uninterrupted outputs, and he was even panting a little and his face was a little pale. But he has to continue constantly interrupting and cannot give the opponent time to rest, otherwise his efforts will be in vain once the formation is repaired. He continued to use both hands to output and then summoned the Eli Irs in the Naja with a thought. As long as the Eli Irs related to increasing strength etc. related to violence and recovery, he came with several Eli Irs. As a semi-saint strong man he has plenty of Eli Irs and such things, so there is no need to worry about running out of Eli Irs. Just grab any alchemist to refine it for you. Those who refuse to refine it will be tortured directly. Ordinary alchemists can't stand it and will give in. The alchemist is a treasure. The alchemist cannot be offended. Sorry, it also depends on what level he is and where he is. Looking at the alchemists in the Zhongzhou continent, there are a lot of them like rubbish. However, there are only a handful of 8th grade or even 9th grade alchemists, and it is even more impossible to have imperial grade alchemists. But they didn't know that Long Fei was an imperial grade alchemist. Break. After taking the Eli Ir, Shi Mo felt that he had returned to his peak. His strength was continuously replenished and he concentrated the strongest blow and struck the center of the crack. Click, 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 bang. The net moment the cracks spread rapidly and then the entire formation plotted instantly. Below, Yao Tianhuo and the others suffered backlash and large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from their mouth. Damn, it's like this again. Yao Tianhuo clutched his chest and looked painful and ferocious. The demon dragon tiger was not having a good time either. He almost fainted. The formation was broken and all the Duzuns in the Qinglong pavilion fell one after another. Ha 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 ha. What? This holy inheritance made your formation very strong, but it was still broken by me. The net step is your death. Mo laughed and suddenly his smile became ferocious and he faced directly. The Yaotian fire below kills chickens and scares monkeys. Haha, a half-saint is actually proud of destroying a formation? You really have to live in the garbage heap. But just now, crisis, a voice of disdain and ridicule sounded like thunder. Then came a terrifying coercion. Graphite's smiling face froze and instead the color of terror rose into the sky. There, I don't know when a young man appeared. The young man's look made him fear out of his own potential. His eyes widened, fear shrouded him, his body and voice trembled with fear. Fighting Saint. Chapter 264. Scared half to death. Trash, take advantage of me to absorb the strange fire and bully my gang members with my high cultivation level. Long Fei looked at Shi Mo, paused and shook his head secretly, then laughed. I have to say, you really are too long to live. You. Shi Mo's pupils were constricted, filled with endless fear. His voice was trembling and he kept repeating one word in his mouth as if something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from spitting out a second different word. It was extremely uncomfortable. The cold aura and faint look emanating from Long Fei's body shocked him. It's unmistakable, absolutely unmistakable, this terrifying feeling of being dominated. The young man in front of me is a strong fighting saint. He took a breath of cold air and cold sweat continued to flow from his back. Your Excellency Dousheng, there is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Shi Mo slowly backed up, trying to find an opportunity to turn around and run away. He took a deep breath and slowly allowed his slow brain to recover. After hearing this, Long Fei smiled and nodded. Misunderstanding? Yes, this is all a misunderstanding. As soon as his word came out, Yao Tianhuo and others were confused, but they quickly realized that based on the analysis that he had followed Long Fei for so long, there was another meaning hidden in the gang leader's word. After hearing this, Mo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, as if there was still room for discussion in all this. At least the other party would not kill him. Then, Your Excellency. He took a deep breath and spoke. As he spoke, his presence Zion suddenly changed with shock and his words were suppressed by the scene before him. In front, Long Fei raised his hand very calmly. His smile was thick but there was still a hint of coldness in it. Then his mouth moved slowly and his voice was heard. I'll kill you first and then I'll tell you it was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't mind. With a slight tap of his finger a flame shot out. This was the flame that Long Fei had absorbed and combined with the alien fire. This flame looked extremely gentle and had no lethality, but his true appearance was not what it seemed. Simple. The flame turned into a laser and shot directly towards the graphite. I'm going to fuck you, Shimo screamed, and as soon as he used his body skills he quickly retreated, and at the same time he quickly gathered his fighting skills and blasted out. Cold sweat kept flowing out on his forehead and the clothes on his body were soaked with cold sweat. His heart beats extremely fast and the melody of this heartbeat can be heard in the slightly quiet sky. He was still uneasy and continued to attack. Long Fei watched this scene with a smile from a distance, his Zion unmoved and extremely confident. Bang! The flame laser easily penetrated the graphite's attack layer by layer and shot directly towards the graphite. How can it be? The speed was extremely fast, and at the moment when Shimo was panicking and screaming in fear there was a puff. He felt a moment of pain in his body. The flame laser penetrated his body and flesh and blood immediately spattered out. He looked stiffly and lowered his head, his pupils shrinking in fear. There was a big bloody hole in his heart which went straight to his back. The heart is gone. Momo looked in pain, covering his heart, and blood spurted out from his mouth. The blood from his heart was like a spring splashing and it was worthless at all. Then a flame burned in his heart, instantly covering his fearful face with graphite, and then the laser behind him plotted with a roar, submerging his entire body in it. Don't you plan to make a semi-saint puppet leader? Seeing this, Yao Tianhuo couldn't help but came to Long Fei and asked. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. It's just a half-saint. Zhongzhou can grab a lot at will. I don't care about it. Then he looked at the puppets with his wooden tube and said calmly, now I have reached the peak of 3 stars. Fighting saint, it's time to raise your level. As he said that, he shot out a few streaks of blood into the puppet's mark. The net moment the puppet that received the blood, the Dozone, was directly upgraded to Dozun, and the rest of the Dozun were all promoted to semi-saint. This so awesome. Yao Tianhuo's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. For a moment he wanted to become a puppet. This benefit was too good. He is envious. Yao Tianhuo's mind started to heat up and he asked, gang leader, do you have any way to turn people into puppets while retaining their intelligence and enjoying this kind of benefit? Don't ask. After that he felt a little regretful, but Long Fei did smile and then shook his head. No, my method of refining puppets is a bit special, at least not for now. After hearing this, Yao Tianhuo was a little disappointed and secretly relieved. I am very torn about whether I want it or not. It's best to be yourself. Yao Tianhuo sighed. Yao Tianhuo asked, gang leader, I feel that my cultivation level has reached a bottleneck. Now it is very difficult to upgrade. I will only be a hindrance in the future. I wonder if there is any way, gang leader? After hearing this, Long Fei pondered for a moment and then took a look at Yao Tianhuo's body. Logically speaking, this recondensed body should have great potential. This is not wrong. The reason why Yao Tianhuo feels that it is slow to upgrade is because Long Fei upgraded too fast. You must know that it has not been a year since the two left the Jiama Empire novice village. At that time Yao Tianhuo was just a 7-star Dozun. It would be impossible for anyone else to improve so much in less than a year, except of course the protagonist Xiao Yan. Long Fei comforted, your upgrade is not slow. You have improved so much in less than a year. It's just that the reference you chose is wrong. You shouldn't choose me. The potential of your current body is extremely huge. You haven't really realized it yet. Show it and I will help you dig it out. Upon hearing this, Yao Tianhuo nodded secretly and then excitedly said, it all depends on the gang leader's orders. Long Fei said, now I give you a task to break up the Jiama Empire and the forces outside the Qinglong gang in Zhongzhou and form a connected teleportation array. I understand. As soon as Yao Tianhuo finished speaking, he turned to leave but was stopped by Long Fei. Wait a minute, you can eat this fairy grass. It will be beneficial to you. Long Fei took out a bright fairy grass from the soul guide and gave it to Yao Tianhuo. This is the fairy herb in Douluo continent's ice and fire eyes, and it is also very valuable here. In addition, Long Fei also took out a Na ring and gave it to Yao Tianhuo. You have been with me the longest since I came to Dochi continent. There are rich cultivation resources here. If you use it alone you can still break through to semi-saint. No problem, I will help you after you become a half-saint. Yao Tianhuo took the fairy grass and Naja and was extremely moved with tears streaming down his face. Thank you so much, leader. I will definitely not embarrass you. After I finish the task I will go into seclusion and never become a semi-saint. I will never leave seclusion. Okay, if you're interested go ahead. Long Fei nodded. He takes good care of his own people, especially Yao Tianhuo who has followed him for so long and has more benefit. I'll leave this old guy to you. Long Fei waved his hand and a green old man appeared, officially the semi-saint old man of Huangtian City. Now with the help of Long Fei, his strength has also leapt forward to reach the peak of half-saint, one step away from entering the one-star Do Saint. Yes, gang leader. Yao Tianhuo stood at attention and saluted, then turned around and left. All those puppets were handed over to Yao Tianhuo's management. Long Fei didn't need to have a headache. In fact, he could directly take these puppets back into his blood, but there weren't so many of them. As for you, I won't treat you badly if you follow me. This Naja also has cultivation resources which are enough for you to cultivate to the level of Dozun. Long Fei turned to look at the envious demon dragon tiger beside him, smiled lightly and threw "Give me a ring." Demonic dragon tiger was excited and held it as a treasure in his hands. Thank you, gang leader, for the gift. I will definitely not disappoint you, gang leader. Long Fei nodded and waved go. The demon dragon tiger also left excitedly. Chapter 265. Medusa is coming. The world is moving very fast and a month has passed. A year has passed since Long Fei came to this world. In Qinglong Pavilion, Long Fei was lying comfortably on the old man's chair with his eyes closed. In front of him was a clear blue lake with ripples on the lake surface from time to time, and the water below was very restless. In the woods ahead, one after another, the swan-like spiritual beast landed on the water surface and caught the underwater fish very quickly, one bite at a time. Long Fei slowly opened his eyes and the spiritual goose in front of him flew decisively. Long Fei said to himself, it's another month, it's already been a year, and many big and small things have happened in this year. The memories of this year are all in his mind. During this year, Qinglong Pavilion and Qinglong Gang's outer branch areas Dozun and Half Saint teamed up to open up all the distant teleportation arrays of Qinglong Gang, including the Gamma Empire. At this moment a figure walked into the Tinga courtyard. He is an old man. The old man raised his hands and said respectfully, Qi Gang leader, we have found Xiao Yan's location. After hearing this, Long Fei yawned. You guys are really slow. It's been almost half a month since I gave you the task. The old man was frightened. Gang leader, the Dochi continent is too big and Xiao Yan's whereabouts are strange. Someone seems to be protecting him. He is no longer within the Juhama Empire. Oh, really? Long Fei was not that surprised because this was something he did not expect. Because of his intervention, many things in this world have undergone unprecedented changes, but some things are still running normally as before. It's not in the Juhama Empire, so where is the location you found? Long Fei said. The old man said, a small state outside the Gamma Empire. Yingyuanzhou is now located in the Yingdu of this state, and the participants are young and strong. Then a short black thread appeared in the old man's hand and he continued, this is a piece of hair that fell when he was fighting. It was picked up by our hair people. Got it. Long Fei took it, narrowed his eyes and said, okay, you can retreat. Yes. The old man turned and left. Yao Chen, I finally found your place. Your bone spirit cold fire will soon be mine. Long Fei breathed again and then stood up. His eyes looked deeply into the distance. Yao Tianhuo hasn't left seclusion yet. It's a pity that I'm the only one here to play this time. Long Fei turned around and walked inside. Walking into Qinglong Pavilion, he suddenly felt a particularly strong energy. When he looked over, he saw that this familiar aura belonged to the demon dragon tiger. Have you broken through to Dozun? It seems that this tiger has good luck. With the help of my resources, he was promoted to Dozun in just 1 month. It seems that this trip will not be boring. At least he has a little tiger to accompany him. Forget it, I won't let him accompany me anymore. The queen is coming today, so let her accompany me, Long Fei said with a smile, and then changed his mind. The changes here also attracted the attention and curiosity of the other people in Qinglong Pavilion. They greeted Long Fei respectfully when they saw him. Ha ha ha, Gray, I have finally become a Dozun. Then an extremely laughing and excited voice sounded. A pillar of light shot out from the front of the sky, and in the pillar of light a familiar figure appeared. It is the demon dragon tiger. Okay, come down, Long Fei said calmly. Demonic dragon tiger was immediately frightened and quickly landed in front of Long Fei, bowing his hands in a respectful manner. Gang leader, I did not disappoint you. Successfully broke through to the realm of Dozun. Long Fei chuckled and said, I see it. Net, you can go to Qinglong Pavilion to receive the corresponding rank, position and salary. Yes. A semi-saint puppet Net to him left with the demon dragon tiger. Let's all disperse. Let practice in the afternoon. After Long Fei finished speaking, he came to the formation. After a while the formation moved and a hole appeared. From inside walked out a tall, graceful, long-haired beauty with a plump face protruding front and back and exquisite facial features. This person is Queen Medusa, whom she has not seen for almost a year. Now with the help of Long Fei's resources, Medusa has become a 9-star peak fighting sect. Long Fei could see through her cultivation level at a glance. His eyes flashed. How could a man not like beautiful women, especially for this kind of peerless beauty? Long Fei is the heir of dragon blood. The dragon nature in his body is quite boiling at this moment and he wants to immediately throw down on the beauty in front of him and show his love. You're here, Long Fei said with a calm press Zion. I am coming. Medusa looked at Long Fei. She hadn't seen him for almost a year. The cheap gang leader in front of her seemed to be much stronger. At least now as a peak fighting sect she couldn't see through the man in front of her. And after not seeing each other for so long the person in front of her gave her a strange feeling. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk. After Long Fei said that he turned around. Medusa's eyes were filled with stunning colors. Has anything happened in the Gamma Empire recently? Long Fei's voice sounded. Medusa was stunned. She didn't expect Long Fei to ask this. She thought for a moment and said everything is developing according to the order of the Qinglong gang. No one from the Soul Palace appeared at Canaan College. Everything seemed so peaceful. Long Fei nodded after hearing this. It can be said that the world there is already his, so he will naturally arrange for some informants to be stationed there. However, the powerful manpower at hand is limited and it will be necessary to get more high-level puppets when the time comes. You came just in time. I plan to go to Yingyuanzhou. You can accompany me. Long Fei looked at Medusa. It's just a small state net to the empire. Where are you going? Medusa was curious. Long Fei suddenly showed a weird smile, stretched out his hand and pulled Medusa into his arms with a suction force. What are you doing? Medusa was frightened by the sudden scene. Her cheeks turned red and shy. Long Fei did not answer Medusa's curiosity but sniffed Medusa's body without any scruples. Actually, I have wanted to eat you for a long time but I have never had the time. Now that I have found the opportunity, let me have a taste first. Medusa resisted and struggled but it didn't work at all. No, please let me go. Medusa's heart was beating very fast. After struggling, Long Fei let her go and said, let's go, I will take you to visit. Medusa followed carefully. Soon the two of them finished visiting the interior of Qinglong Pavilion. At noon it's time to eat. Long Fei took Medusa to enjoy the delicious food. Your strength is one step short of being able to step into Duzun, but if nothing unexpected happens you will be able to break through Duzun tonight. There was some unknown meaning hidden in Long Fei's word. Is it Duzun after tonight? Medusa didn't react at once. What's going on? But her face turned red unconsciously as if she had just thought of something. What do you want to do? Medusa asked shyly. Long Fei smiled. You will know tonight. After dinner I will take you to Yingyuanzhou. Chapter 266 Yingxuanzhou. Long Fei took out Xiao Yan's hair and used a mysterious power to quickly read the previous location of the hair. Coupled with his clever use of space and void, a large hole in the void appeared directly in front. Let go. Long Fei said something and took Medusa directly inside. Medusa didn't expect that it would be less than half the time he carried out 2 void teleportations during the day. Yingyuanzhou Yingdu, a grand martial art competition for the younger generation, is currently being held in Sakura City. The scene was spectacular and among the crowd there was a young man with long black hair wearing a light brown long coat and an eye mask. This person was Xiao Yan, who had traveled all the plot line, but at this moment his eyes were really and seriously staring at the real martial art contestant on the stage in front of him. The main reason why he came all the way here in this competition was that Yingxuanzhou offered a 5th level magical beast fire as a reward for the first place. He has been looking for strange fire this year but unfortunately he can't find it at all. In the end he can only find beast fire as a substitute, and beast fire is far less powerful than strange fire, so the amount of beast fire he needs is more than the strange fire. There is more fire. In addition, although there is no strange fire, there is an earth fire that is not different from the strange fire. This is what he finally found after running around for a year. Although earth fire is still far less powerful than alien fire, it is only stronger than beast fire. But there are not many earth fires, maybe even less than the strange fires. It takes a lot of luck to find one. But what he doesn't know is that as the protagonist he has the aura of the protagonist. It is actually very easy to find the earth fire. Maybe there is a second earth fire in Yingxuanzhou. Currently there are 3 types of beast fire he has absorbed. The beast fire of the 3rd level magic beast, the beast fire of the 4th level magic beast, and the other one is the earth fire. Even so, he will not give up the idea of looking for the strange fire. As long as there is a chance he will definitely seize it. He has already missed an opportunity and cannot miss it again. After a year of training, his cultivation has now reached the level of a 5-star master. At the same time he has also learned the flying fighting skills. Except for a few, these things that originally belonged to him are all his. Teacher, I have advanced and tomorrow is the finals. Xiao Yan whispered, clenching his fist. There is still a crouching tiger hidden dragon in Yingyuan Prefecture. This time the age limit for the younger generation is no more than 30 years old. There are also countless people under the age of 30 who are higher than him. Study your opponents carefully. These 2 people in front of you may become your opponents tomorrow. After this game is over, go back and continue refining Eli IRS. Don't miss any of the training and refining Eli IRS for your own strength. Yao Lao's old voice came out of the ring and only Xiao Yan could hear it. Xiao Yan nodded. At this moment the battle on the field is very fierce, but it can be said that it has entered a white-hot stage. Use this trick to decide the outcome. I think so too. The two shouted angrily. With one spear and one knife, two red fighting energy ejected fiercely. The flame gun penetrate. Wave flame slash. Boom. After the two attacks collided, everyone in the audience could see a figure appearing behind another person. A bloody light erupted from the person who used Lanjian slash and then fell to the ground. And the last person to stand up was the long-haired young man holding a spear. With the appearance of this scene, victory emerged. It's not a big threat, Xiao Yan said calmly from the crowd, then turned and left. A hole appeared in Sakura City. Two people walked out of it. One man and one woman. It is Long Fei and Medusa. This is Ying Yuan Zhou. The two of them muttered at the same time. Now the two of them are in a deserted forest and there is a large city-like building in front of them, heavily guarded. The Sakura capital should be ahead, Long Fei said, and took Medusa to the back of the crowd convoy. Line up one by one to enter. When Long Fei and the two arrived, Long Fei had already thrown out 2 gold coins. This was the cost of entering the city. It was very expensive for ordinary people, but it was nothing to him, etc. But at this moment a voice stopped the two of them. He is a heavy soldier, should be the captain of these soldiers. What? Long Fei looked at him. You are dressed strangely and you two are very strange. You are not from here at all. Who are you two and what are you doing in Sakura? The captain of the heavy army had sharp eyes. The people passing by were all people he had seen before, but Long Fei was the only one who was too bright. Everyone's eyes were on Medusa and some men showed greed and lust. What a peerless beauty! This beauty is truly a stunner. Someone couldn't help but sigh, but it was heard by Long Fei and Medusa. Medusa's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She turned around and moved her hand, and a sharp blade of energy shot out to kill those who criticized her and looked down on her. What this? A large amount of blood appeared, causing everyone here to panic and their expressions changed drastically. The heavy soldiers were on alert. This aura is powerful. Stop it. The captain of the heavy army was a high-level man. When he felt something was wrong, his eyes suddenly condensed, his face changed drastically and he shouted angrily. Then he stepped forward and raised his hands to Medusa without the sharpness before. Are you a dozone? Medusa looked at him coldly and then her body floated. What do you think? Seeing this scene, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Queen Medusa's aura suddenly emerged and a cold voice sounded. Those who just verbally humiliated me, either they will die or you will die. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Just killed those few people are just killing chickens to scare monkeys. Everyone was frightened and panicked. The heavy-duty captain frowned, but the fear could not be concealed, and then he showed a cruel look. I'm sorry if you want to blame it, it's your own fault for talking too much. He looked at the people around him who had just opened their mouth and waited, including some heavy soldiers. No, do not want. Everyone screamed in fear. However, for the sake of safety, the captain of the heavy soldiers immediately and decisively killed those heavy soldiers and the rest with thunderous means. Suddenly the scene was filled with blood and the smell of blood was strong. After doing all this, his back was soaked with cold sweat. He came to Medusa with the big knife in his hand and bowed his hands respectfully. Dear Lord Dozong, are you satisfied with this? Queen Medusa said coldly, you are wise, otherwise everyone here will die. Can we enter now? Can you two please come in? The heavy soldier captain nodded repeatedly. Let go. Long Fei was tired of these tricks, so he took the lead and flew directly in. Medusa also flew over. The heavy soldier captain and those others fell to the ground with weak legs, gasping for air and panicked. 2 Dozone. You must know that there are only a handful of Doseks in the entire Yingyuan province, and it's one-handed. Now there are 2 of them at once. How could this not be scary? Chapter 267 Xiao Yan medicine dust. After Long Fei entered the city, they quickly attracted the attention of the people around them. This news soon reached the ears of the city lord and the leaders of the major forces, especially the forces organizing this competition for the younger generation were even more shocked. Most of these people are Dowang, but there are more Dowang, but the city lord of Yingdu is one of the few Dozongs in Yingyuanzhou. Although the level is not high, he is still a genuine 2-star Dozong. As for why they did not invade the Juema Empire, this is unknown. Maybe they are not interested. Our arrival has made this place very interested. Anyway, I still like to keep a low profile. Long Fei looked at the scene in front of him and disappeared in an instant with Medusa. When they reappeared, the two of them came to a small street and alley, net to an inn and restaurant. Shall we go to dinner? Medusa asked curiously. Long Fei shook his head. Go find someone. Then the divine consciousness swept directly across the entire Sakura city. At the same time, in a pavilion in Yingdu, Xiao Yan was refining medicine and began to operate it carefully and skillfully, and the soul of an old white man is floating net to him. This man is Yaoken Yalao. Teacher Xiao Yan suddenly felt uncomfortable if he dared to say anything. Yaoken was startled and his expression changed. changed. This is what's wrong, teacher? Xiao Yan quickly changed his question and asked. Yaoken pinched his long beard and looked extremely solemn. This energy wave is the sweep of divine consciousness. Now there is a powerful being sweeping here with divine consciousness. This person is very strong. His soul power is still under his guidance. Come on. Xiao Yanzi entered first. After saying that, Yao Chen hurriedly returned to the ring. Xiao Yan said in shock, a strong person and soul power stronger than the teacher? Look at the ring in your hand again. Can you sense where this teacher is? Xiao Yan asked desperately. Yao Chen's voice came from the ring. Xiao Yanzi, please don't tempt me. This person is very scary. As long as he discovers my existence, he will probably come to cause trouble. Moreover, I can't find out where this person is. This person is very scary. The power of a person's soul is greater than that of a teacher. Be careful. Xiao Yan's face was extremely stiff and the color of shock could not dissipate for a long time. They are probably not looking for us. I'd better concentrate on refining the medicine first. He clenched his fist. Is this the tyranny of the strong? No. Xiao Yan must grow up quickly and let those who think they are superior see what he can do. Then he continued to sit down and practice the unfinished Eli IR. Soon the Eli IR was refined. When I opened it, I saw that there were 2 complete Eli IRs in total. Eat it quickly and enter meditation practice. What he didn't know was that everything he did was seen by Long Fei. I found you, Yaoken. In the alley, Long Fei whispered, and the corner of his mouth outlined a smile that said everything was under control. Who is Yao Chen? Medusa asked curiously. She caught the key point immediately and said, could this person be the person you are looking for this time? Long Fei raised his hand and rubbed her head, nodded and said, yes, this person is the person I'm looking for. He. I hate it, go away. Medusa's face turned red with embarrassment and she struggled to get rid of Long Fei's hands. Ha ha ha. Long Fei smiled openly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's go find this old guy now. After finishing speaking, he reached out and grabbed Medusa's arm and the two of them disappeared into after images. In Xiao Yan's room, he was still seriously striving for his so-called concept of becoming stronger, meditating and practicing, but Su didn't know that something would happen soon that he couldn't control at all. Just when Xiao Yan was deep in meditation, the figures of Long Fei and Medusa appeared here. As soon as he came out, Yao Chen was alarmed. He was a 9th grade alchemist with extremely powerful soul power. He immediately noticed the appearance of Long Fei and the others. As soon as Long Fei appeared, he directly blocked all Xiao Yan's perceptions and an energy barrier enveloped his body. Separate him from the ring. Who are these 2 people? What did they do to Xiao Yanzi? Yao Chen hid in the ring and did not dare to come out because he felt that these 2 people were very strong and the weakest one was also a peak Dozong. This is bad, and that young man who can't see through is probably Dozun. Yao Chen's complexion completely changed. He didn't know whether they were enemies or friends, but he guessed that most of them were the former. The spiritual scanning just now was probably done by these 2 people or that young man. He didn't dare to speak now. He could only hide in the ring to hide his aura. Yao Chen prayed silently. Xiao Yanzi, my master can't help you at the moment. It's just a fool's errand to think of escaping in the hands of a peak Dozong and someone who may be a Dozun. But Xiao Yan couldn't understand what he meant at this moment because Xiao Yan was shielded by Long Fei and was meditating deeply, and he didn't know anything about the outside world. Long Fei looked at Xiao Yan's ring and said, Yao Chen, come out, don't hide. Hearing this, Yao Chen's soul hiding in the ring started to tremble, showing a look of fear. Yao Chen looked shocked and said, how is it possible? How could this person find me? And he also knows my name? Not coming out? Then don't blame me. Long Fei's tone deepened and then he raised his hand and grabbed it out of thin air in front of him. A strong force directly sucked the ring out and the ring fell away from Xiao Yan's finger, but poor him had no idea what was happening now. Long Fei snorted coldly and said coldly, pretend to be deaf. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't come out, I will crush this ring. Long Fei didn't mean to be joking at all. As soon as his voice fell and he was about to use his hands, Yao Chen's panic voice sounded, no, stop. When Yaoken's voice sounded, the shadow of his soul also floated out from Naja. Oh, you're out, why don't you keep hiding? Long Fei was full of fun staring at Yao Chen. Yao Chen looked solemn and asked, who are you, sir, and why do you know about my existence? It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that I'm looking for you, that's enough. Long Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. What do you want from me? Are you from the Soul Palace? Yao Chen's power soared when the words appeared. Although he does not have the heyday and does not have a body now, he must not be like the evil forces. Lower your head if you can resist for a while. Long Fei said disdainfully, don't waste your efforts, Soul Palace. I am not a rubbish person. I am looking for you this time for the bone spirit, cold fire and strange fire in your hand. Hand it over to me in exchange. I can help you rebuild your body. Yao Chen was very angry when he heard that Long Fei wanted to hit his bone spirit Lang Huo's attention, but when he heard that he was recasting his body later, he was stunned and the anger in his heart also disappeared. appeared a lot. The condition of rebuilding the body is too tempting, but he is not a fool and will not agree to it on his own. Chapter 268 Yaoken compromise. Yao Chen frowned, never letting down his guard, and said solemnly, recast your body? How can you make me trust you? Long Fei's voice was calm. You can only believe that you have no choice. I came here today just to get your bone spirit cold fire. A cold flash flashed through Yao Chen's eyes and his tone was full of hostility. Your excellency, you want to take action? Hearing this, Long Fei's face showed contempt and coldness. Do you think you can resist? As he said that, a particularly astonishing aura appeared on Long Fei's body. This aura formed an absolute aura and suppressed Yaoken instantly. Yao Chen gave up resistance in an instant, broke out in cold sweat. His soul and body trembled and his face was horrified. Holy power, are you a half-saint or a fighting saint? He took a breath of air. He looked terrified and uneasy. Long Fei's eyes flashed coldly and his tone was extremely cold. If I wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with you before, I would have killed you directly if you didn't give it to me. Now I'm giving you enough opportunities. Don't be ignorant of Yaoken. The promotion finally led to the disaster of soul destruction. Yao Chen's pupils narrowed, and after looking at each other with Long Fei, he instantly felt that he had fallen into an endless abyss, unable to resist at all. When he woke up, there was even more cold sweat on his forehead. After a few seconds of silence with a complete prescience, he felt deeply. He took a breath and sighed. Sage, you are right. I have no capital to resist in front of you. As long as the saint can help me reshape my body, I will give you this bone spirit cold fire. Very good. The corner of Long Fei's mouth raised. He stretched out his hand and released a burst of strength. Don't move. I can save you the pain of alien fire leaving your body by doing it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Chen's soul body was wrapped in a blue energy. Then just when Yao Chen was about to say something, he closed his mouth again because he felt a very mysterious energy appear in his soul body. The net second his prescience changed and he discovered that he had lost contact with the bone spirit Lengguo, and the bone spirit Lengguo had been peeled off from him. Who is the opponent of this shocking method? Not only did his fear not lessen, but it became even more intense. He was frightened and terrified. The young man in front of me is really terrifying. Soon a ball of milky white and slightly transparent flame appeared in Long Fei's hand. This was Yao Chen and the bone spirit cold fire that Long Fei wanted. Just healed off, Yao Chen said with a trembling voice, and the cyan light on his body also disappeared. According to he understood that this would be an extremely painful process, but now it was so dull and painless at all. He checked his body again and found that there was indeed no bone spirit Lengguo. This alien fire that had followed him for so many years was still very reluctant to let go. Bone spirit cold fire, I swallowed it. Long Fei showed greedy and impatient eyes, opened his mouth and directly put the strange fire into his mouth and swallowed it in front of Medusa and Yao Chen and licked his lips. Yao Chen's eyes widened and he shouted, you're crazy. This is a strange fire. You swallowed it without any means of defense. Medusa's prescience also froze. This was the first time she had seen someone who could absorb strange fire like this. He was domineering, decisive, ruthless and full of courage. If the person here at this time is Yao Tianhuo instead of Medusa, then Yao Tianhuo must have a dull prescience. Swallowing strange fire. These are all small things. There is no need to be shocked because he has been shocked and numbed by Long Fei's ability. It's a pity that he is still in seclusion and can't come. Douluo. Long Fei raised his head slightly. A look of comfort and enjoyment appeared on his face and then he smiled. Ha ha ha, I don't need to prepare any means here. I can refine even the smallest strange fires. You still want to resist? It's ridiculous. Flames emerged from Long Fei's body, as did his pupils. These flames were as colorful and beautiful as air current. It's all strange fire. Yao Chen was dumbfounded and shouted in horror. He counted 11. Since you absorbed 11 strange fires before, add this one to make 12. Medusa's beautiful eyes were also extremely shocked now that a person has absorbed 11 strange fires. Green Lotus, Earth Heart Fire, Xuanhuang Flame, Sea Heart Flame, Fallen Heart Flame, Spirit Fire of all beasts, Si Paths of Reincarnation Flame, Dragon and Fini Flame, Wind Thunder and Furious Flame, Volcanic Stone Flame, Fire Cloud and Water Flame, Turtle Spirit Earth Fire. As expected of Yao Chen was extremely knowledgeable. He recognized these strange fires at a glance and his voice became louder than the last. Monster, monster, fear. This was the influence Long Fei had on him. Although they are all strange fires at the back, the number is enough to frighten people. I can't believe it. How can one person absorb so many strange fires without plotting? Who are you? I remember it. Yes, you appeared in Medusa's territory. Are you the evolved seven-colored sky-swallowing python? Yao Chen watched Long Fei and Medusa chattering and a lot of words suddenly spat out from their mouth like a tide. He kept sucking in the air conditioning as if he could never finish it. Yes, I am Medusa. Medusa is full of style, arrogant and cool. It seems that there is nothing wrong. Yao Chen sighed. No wonder it looked familiar before, but he couldn't recall it for a short time. Do you have the skill to swallow strange fire and become stronger? Yao Chen looked at Long Fei with a complete prescience. Under the suppression of the 11 strange fires, the bone spirit cold fire instantly lost its ability to resist and was refined into the 12th strange fire in Long Fei's body. And Long Fei's level also improved after absorbing all these strange fires. He who is a 3-star peak fighting saint has now successfully entered the 4-star early stage fighting saint. Maybe he was too shocked. Yao Chen was already numb and his shock face couldn't be any bigger. No, I don't need those skills. If you let that kid Xiao Yan practice the burning technique, wouldn't it be able to help you condense your body when the time comes? But it's a pity that I won't let him out of the strange fire. Let him and get rid of this idea. The strange fire belongs to me. Anyone who dares to touch me will destroy it. Long Fei's cold and murderous voice sounded and 12 strange fires appeared on his body, overwhelming everyone. Splash! Yao Chen couldn't breathe and felt extremely uncomfortable. He sighed in his heart. It's so terrifying. It seems that it is unlikely that Xiao Yanzi will obtain the strange fire in the future. It seems that he can only consider animal fire, earth fire or other flame. But it doesn't matter. Although those flames are not as good as strange fires, they are still very powerful if they absorb more. What will happen net depends on Xiao Yanzi's future growth. An instance of the level of Do Sheng is still too scary now. He was sure that the young man in front of him was already a fighting saint and it would be effortless to kill the two of them. Yao Chen nodded with a composed look on his face and said with emotions, don't worry saint, we won't be contaminated by the strange fire. But does the saint's previous promise to me to reshape the body still count? The person in front of me possesses 12 strange fires and the conditions for reshaping his body are even more satisfying. Naturally, I figured it out. I am very happy today and will give you a great opportunity. Long Fei said happily and took out a complete body from the ring. This body is the peak half-saint skeleton of the Mofeng saint. This body, how can I feel the aura of a saint? Yao Chen breathed quickly and his face flushed. He thought boldly, could this be the body given to him? If that's really the case, then he will be a semi-saint after his resurrection. I am extremely excited. Chapter 269 Recast the body as a star fighting saint. Long Fei nodded with a smile and said Yaokin is indeed an 8th-grade alchemist. He is really knowledgeable. Yes, this body is the skeleton of a semi-saint. I found it in an ancient tomb not long ago. The difference is that this body, you are not a half-saint now but a peak half-saint, only one step away from becoming a fighting saint. How about this body being resurrected for you? After Yaokin heard this, he was extremely shocked and his breathing was extremely short. Half-saint peak. Before he thought that the half-saints were very satisfied, which was something he couldn't even imagine. But Yaokin stabilized himself and said, are you willing to give me the bones of a peak half-saint? After hearing this, Long Fei burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Long Fei laughed and said, it's just the skeleton of the peak half-saint. If I want the skeleton of the fighting saint, I can come here. The skeleton of the peak half-saint is extremely valuable in your eyes, but in my eyes it is just that, not to mention it still dead. I'll ask you if you want it or not. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. If you're a man, please be patient and don't be too nagging. My patience is limited. Long Fei had already said this, but Yao Chen still had the guts to say anything. He nodded quickly. I want it. I want this. I spoke quickly, fearing that I would miss this big opportunity right in front of me if I waited. But Yao Chen has his concerns. But resurrection and fusion of the body require the blood and bone melting pill, and the current conditions are not sufficient. Besides, it is inconvenient for me to have this disciple. There's no need to go to such trouble. Since I'm here, I'll just let you fuse with him and revive him. With that said, Long Fei took action directly and a stream of life energy was injected into the bones of the woodwind saint. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yao Chen's soul body. Yao Chen was directly twisted by a terrifying force and turned into a ball-shaped thing in an instant. A drop of blood flowed out from Long Fei's hand and floated in the center of the skeleton and soul pellet. Then he moved his hands again, forming seals quickly and sequentially. Every time you perform hand seals, different imprint patterns will appear again and again. Very mysterious. 12 different strange fire energies appeared in his hands. He was using Yao Chen to try different methods of reshaping his body. This method was created by him based on some specifications. If it succeeds, Yao Chen is likely to directly breaking through to the 1-star Do Saint level and relying on one's own mutated potential to continuously improve. However, if one fails, one can still successfully recast one's body, but the level will always remain at the peak of half-saint and cannot be improved. This is a drawback, but no matter which one he takes, it is a great opportunity for Yaokin. The different energies of the 12 strange fires were directly integrated into the bones, blood and medicine soul balls of the peak half-saint. The light completely enveloped the three of them. A flame ball was formed and 12 different colors flowed out of the surface surface of the flame ball which were continuously interlaced. Some Yaokan don't know because Yunzi is Long Fei's blood, so after he is successfully resurrected he will be Long Fei's person. This is equivalent to another kind of refining, living refining. This is to give a living puppet who is intelligent and will not betray. Yao Chen is still very useful. He is very useful. If he returns to Sifang Pavilion after his resurrection and learns about the changes in Sifang Pavilion and that his friend Feng Zunzan has been turned into a puppet, he will definitely cause trouble for Long Fei. Naturally Long Fei wouldn't be afraid. At worst he could just destroy him. But Yao Chen was different from the others, so Long Fei planned to keep him and he would be used a lot when the time came. The first use is to monitor Xiao Yan. Is this okay? Medusa asked curiously. Long Fei, yes. The NET step is to wait. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. At this moment Xiao Yan was still silent in his own cultivation world, so indifferent to everything in front of him. As time passed, little by little 2 hours passed. The strange fire energy ball that had been indifferent until now took action. The energy on it was quickly sunk inwards. Soon the original circle of strange fire energy turned into a humanoid body lying in mid-air, and there was a faint hint of dragon roar power flashing out. The light gradually faded away. The original appearance of Yaokan's soul body was revealed, but now he is a human being with a living body. His combat effectiveness has also been restored to a peak and is even more terrifying than at a peak. After all, the current body has mutated under the refining of 12 kinds of strange fire energy, directly breaking through the peak of half-saint and reaching the strength of 1-star fighting saint. But Yaokan was still asleep with his eyes closed tightly. 2 cyan lines appeared on his arms and there were strange marks on Yao Chen's heart and forehead, but the mark on his forehead disappeared a few seconds after it appeared. It finally fine. Long Fei breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand and waved, causing Yao Chen's body to rotate passively. Then there was another injection of energy. The NET moment Yaokan, who was sleeping, opened his eyes. Okay Yaokan, your body has been recast. Long Fei's light voice sounded. Yao Chen Manman got used to his new body and his face was full of excitement. Only he can directly understand the mystery and uniqueness of it. The new body is so perfect. Yao Chen's voice was extremely excited. Now he felt a steady stream of power emerging crazily in this body. It's good to have good health. He is completely different from his soul state. Long Fei looked at Yao Chen and slowly said, Yao Chen, your body has mutated after being refined with the energy of the 12 different fires of this seat, allowing you to break through to the 1-star dosage, and the potential of this body has also increased. I have been inspired by terror. I hope you will use it well and don't let me disappointed. Now you are mine. Yao Chen nodded. Gang leader, I understand. In his consciousness there was a will that could not go against Long Fei. This is the effect of that drop of dragon blood. However, this also has a drawback. Long Fei cannot turn the medicine dust into blood droplets and absorb it into his blood. The medicine dust will always exist in a current form. Gang leader, what do I need to do now? Yao Chen asked. Long Fei said, get used to your new body and then follow him to complete the previous Eparian. Your body is somewhat special and can be transformed into a soul body. You can try it and return to the ring in the form of a soul body. Yao Chen nodded. I'll give it a try. After saying that, he tried it. Somewhere in his mind, or maybe it was his body's instinctive reaction, his body became illusory and then floated in the sky. It is not much different from the previous soul body, but one thing is that there are some more green stripes. It's really okay, Yao Chen said in surprise. Chapter 270. 5 people from Yanzhenman came to kill. After doing all this, Long Fei took Medusa and left the pavilion. Feel free to take a stroll around Sakura City. However, on the way I thought that Medusa's outstanding beauty attracted some unsighted people to cause trouble, but they were all killed one by one. There are 3 major forces in Sakura City: the Wu Yuan family, the Alang family and the Bi family. The forces holding this competition this year are jointly organized by the 3 major families in Yingdu, headed by the captain. Some fighting kings and fighting emperors from Yingyuan Zhou have all been invited to visit because this time the competition is limited. They are all the younger generation of Yingyuan Zhou under the age of 30, regardless of their cultivation level. And the news of the arrival of Long Fei and the 2 Dozongs was quickly spread among the people and heavy soldiers. Several major families and other Do Huang were surprised and very interested. However, it was a pity that Long Fei and the 2 deliberately concealed themselves and did not pose too much. Everyone sent people to search to no avail, but they were not too determined to give up. Everyone is wondering why these 2 people came to Yingdu. On the martial arts high seat, the heads of the other 3 major families in Yingdu, headed by the captain, all sat down according to their position. Looking at the martial arts competition below, a tall and thin man wearing a long green coat walked up from behind and came directly to the leader of the group, Du Chang. The man said respectfully, "You're all good." The remaining 3 family heads cast curious glances, thinking about a question question. Have they already taken it and found it? Long Bing, how did you find it? Du Chang's eyes slightly squinted and his voice was a little expectant. Long Bing clasped his fist, shook his head and said in a solemn voice, not yet. We sent all the people to check the passers-by. There was a man and a woman seen in the passers-by, but they couldn't be found behind. It was like they suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Du Chang stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the purpose of these two people coming to me is not simple. A cold light flashed. However, if there is a real fight between Douluo, the impact will be great. They can attack here unscrupulously and the people in Yingde will become innocent victims, but he can't do that. He still has too many things to consider. Long Bing ventured a guess. It's possible that this man and woman just passed by Yingde for a while, lost interest and left directly. The captain did not answer immediately but closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Then he opened them again and said in a deep voice, continue to send more personnel to search. It is not the best to cause trouble. It is naturally best to leave. If there is anything wrong, report it immediately. Long Bing, yes. The captain waved his hand. Go. Long Bing turned and left. Everyone continued to watch the game, but at this moment, as Long Bing guessed, Long Fei and the two lost interest and left Yingde to play in the rest of Yingyuanzhou. The mountains and rivers were all fun places, but at this moment several figures with powerful auras appeared in front of them and came towards them. Long Fei looked up and saw 5 people. 3 of these 5 people are 1-star fighting saints and 2 are 1-star peak fighting saint. As a 4-star fighting saint, Long Fei could tell the level of cultivation of these 5 people at a glance from the auras emanating from them. Soon the 5 people came to a stop 100 miles in front of Long Fei. Is it them? A woman said with a cold tone. Yan Zhenmang looked gloomy. Yes, he has the aura of hunger and others. It seems that hunger tried his best to leave it on before his death. Who are you? Medusa looked solemn. She felt an unprecedented sense of pressure from these 5 people. She was very small in front of them. You're just a peak fighting sect. Get out of here, the woman said coldly and directly knocked back Medusa with a powerful holy power. Medusa's body fell back, her complexion changed drastically and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Boy, let me ask you, did you kill Yan Heng? Yan Zhenman's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent and he stared at Long Fei with an extremely cold and gloomy look. Everyone's energy was enveloped in him. However, what surprised the 5 people was that Long Fei's presence was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. But something strange was that Long Fei's face was so calm and scary that it looked like the calm gaze of a demon. Yes, Long Fei was angry. These people dared to hurt Medusa. Medusa was his intended bride tonight. He beat his wife and even vomited blood. How could Long Fei not be angry? It's just that he was so angry. The mind is very different from the brainless person, but the anger towards this kind of calmness is often the most terrifying. Long Fei ignored Yan Zhenmang's question and came to Medusa's side in an instant. A light full of life energy rose up on her body and Medusa's injuries soon recovered. These people are all fighting saint. You are no match. Stay back and I will seek justice for you. Long Fei said. His extremely cold eyes looked at the 5 Yan Zhenmang and his tone was instantly cold. These 5 people are all dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei disappeared into the original sky. Damn kid. No, this kid is extraordinary. Someone roared gloomily and then was stunned. At this moment Long Fei's figure appeared in front of the woman who hurt Medusa. He looked at the woman with cold eyes. The woman's body was startled. Looking at her, the whole person seemed to have fallen into an abyss. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape. The woman showed fear. Then Long Fei's cold and murderous voice slowly came out. The person who hurt me, woman, you are dead. You. An after image appeared. It turned out to be Long Fei's extremely fast hand. The net moment his right hand penetrated directly from the front of the woman's chest to the back. The speed was too fast. There was a clear sound of broken bones and blood and flesh splashed. The woman woke up and was immediately miserable. He shouted, ah, ah, Yan Ing. The presence of the 4 people changed drastically and they roared and took action one after another. The fighting energy turned into light sword and stabbed Long Fei with holy power. Yan Xing is a 1-star dosage and his body was penetrated like this. It is conceivable that the opponent is far more terrifying than a 1-star dosage. He can be so terrifying at his age. This person is definitely the murderer of Yan Heng. Long Fei raised the corners of his mouth and threw the woman's body out of his hand. When the 4 of them saw each other, they shouted angrily, stopped. But it was too late. Yan Xing's body was penetrated by the 4 weapons and blood continued to flow out. After losing his heart, Yan Xing's eyes widened and he refused to close his eyes. At this moment, adding such a blow directly regarded him as dead. Yan Xing. One of the men quickly hugged Yan Xing's body in pain and the other 3 roared angrily, you are looking for death. The 3 of them launched a thunderous killing method against Long Fei without reservation. Long Fei said coldly, she hurt my people and I hurt your people. This is fair. Why are you angry and sad? This sentence is really very irritating. Those who can can't bear it are likely to die as blood spurts from their 7 orifices. Shut up, the 4 roared. A long green knife appeared in Long Fei's hand and he slashed it down. How dare a few 1 and 2 star fighting saints even try to kill me? It's ridiculous. Let me show you the difference in strength. Boom. Chapter 271 Confrontation. The 4 people were blown away and their bodies were also injured. There was blood from the corners of their mouth and their Epresians looked a little embarrassed and shocked. The cultivation level of the person in front of me is far above the 4 of us. This kind of terrifying attack is at least at the level of a 3-star fighting saint. How is it possible a 3-star fighting saint at such an age? If that's the case, then we, the 4 people, spoke one after another, and one of them had a look in his eyes. Medusa in the back had a shameful and humiliating thought. Superior. The 3 of them launched a fierce attack on Long Fei, and the other one took this opportunity to decisively turn around and kill Medusa. Seeing the target's sharp blade turning toward herself, Medusa panicked and quickly launched an attack to retreat. The man laughed angrily and said, "It's useless, little peak fighting sect, just surrender and capture him." Medusa bit her silver teeth and cursed coldly, "Shameless." On the other side, Long Fei rushed out from the explosive attack and broke the secondary attack of the 3 people. When he saw the scene in the distance, his Epresian became even colder. "If you dare to try against her, you are seeking death." The net moment she turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the place. "No, Yan Tuo, be careful." The eyes of Yan Zhen and Mang narrowed. Their Epresians changed in shock. Their eyes turned behind them and they shouted in anger. Another man shouted, "Damn it, this man still has this hand. Go up and support him." The 3 people rushed over directly. Yan Chuo is just a 1-star fighting saint and cannot be his opponent. They all underestimated Long Fei's true strength. Yan Tuo, who was about to succeed on the other side, heard the voices of these people and was about to react when he saw an afterimage appear in front of him. Yan Tuo was horrified. Why is this person so fast? Just when he was about to say it was impossible, Long Fei punched his face directly. "As a Do sage, you actually want to kidnap Do Zone? You are really insulting this status." At the same time, Long Fei's cold and murderous voice sounded. His fist is the strongest attack. The speed was extremely fast and the afterimages hit the door in front of Yan Tuo in less than half a second. In this half second, even if Yan Tuo reacted, he couldn't dodge because his brain couldn't keep up. Even if he could catch up, Long Fei's fist was faster and had already hit his face. Bang! Ah! The hard fist directly crooked Yan Tuo's nose, causing nosebleeds. His lips were crooked, his teeth flew out, his facial bones were sunken, and his bones and flesh were blurred and splattered. The scene was so brutal that it was hard to bear to watch. After receiving this punch, his brain was bruised, concussed, and his brain was broken. The sound of cracking bones was heard. The powerful fist energy from his fist spurted out behind Yan Tuo's head. His hair plotted. How terrifying! Yan Tuo's body flew out upside down, and the strong wind with such speed it hit the 3 people flying over hard. "Yan Tuo!" The 3 of them shouted angrily. Yan Tuo received this punch and now he is so miserable that he has died. But fortunately, as a fighting saint, he already had the ability to leave the body. His soul came out and was extremely weak. "Don't take revenge. No, run quickly." What's strange is why Yan Xing's soul didn't appear after his death. Let's ask Long Fei. All this was done by Long Fei. The soul of Yan Xing, a vicious woman, has been absorbed by him. The 3 of them were furious and murderous. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had completely lost his mind and transformed into a killing demon. After putting Yan Tuo's soul away, the 3 of them made seals and quickly traced the pattern of flame on their forehead. This is the clan emblem of their Yan clan. As soon as the clan emblem appeared, the cultivation strength of the 3 people increased. His eyes were filled with flames and his cold and angry eyes were terrifying. "Today either you die or we die, and you have become a wanted target of our Yan clan. Everything related to you will be obliterated by the Yan clan." The cold, ruthless and angry voices of the 3 Yan Zhenmang sounded. Their voices had layers of echoes like the burning sound of the avenue. The 3 people were surrounded by flames erupting with the power of the terrifying fighting saint. Long Fei lowered his head slowly, and after a moment of silence, the corners of his mouth raised with a rich evil smile. "Yan clan, very good, I have taken note of it. After I finish killing you, I will find a time to terminate your Yan clan." "You are talking arrogantly. How can the Flame clan be the attention of your little 3-star fighting saint? It's not enough to destroy our Flame clan with your little 3-star fighting saint. 3-star fighting saints are nothing compared to our Yan tribe." The 3 of them laughed in anger. "Oh, really? But so what? You can't see that day coming anyway, so you should just die," Long Fei said coldly and slapped him instantly. Burning the desolate sky seal. Terrifying heaven-level fighting skills emerged. "It's a heaven-level fighting skill." The 3 of them were a little surprised, and then their Epresians became solemn and they felt the monstrous temperature in front of them, and they also showed a look of fear. But soon the 3 of them started to move. "You are not the only one with heavenly fighting skills." Heaven-level fighting skills. The flame dragon swallows the sky. The three people shouted angrily and formed seals one after another with extremely fast hand speed. The three people's marks were all the same, which proved that all three of them had practiced the same heaven-level fighting skills. It has to be said that there are not many families with heaven-level fighting skills like these. There are even fewer people who can practice Dzogchen. Roar! The huge flame dragon roared with roar. The terrifying temperature turned into a heat wave, and its huge body and huge flames flew straight towards the palm print in front of it as if it wanted to swallow everything. Bang! Boom! The two moves collided. A huge heat wave swept across the explosion group, condensed and spread in the center, and the shock ripples were all over the sky. Let's practice with you, Long Fei said coldly, and then the power of the Cyan bloodline came out from his body. After finally encountering the Dosheng, he naturally couldn't kill him directly. It would be very boring. He wanted to give it a good fight. Hit it, have some fun. The skill of blood power appeared, and a blue light rose from Long Fei's body into the sky and then enveloped his body. With his body as the center, huge green card-like things appeared up, down, left, front and back, merging directly towards him. This scene produced a terrifying magnetic field that directly dispersed the temperature and shock wave. On the contrary, Yan Zhenmang and the other three were blasted 100 meters away, looking at the strange cyan light energy emanating from behind the explosion flames in front of them and wondering why. What this? The three of them looked at each other. The clash between heaven-level fighting skills is indeed powerful. The sky and the earth below have suffered huge damage. Yan Zhenmang looked at everything in front of him with a solemn presence. Yan Lai's face was heavy. We may not be the opponents of each other. If we continue to entangle, we will definitely die, but we are not without a chance of winning. Yan Yu guessed this guy may not be a 3-star fighting saint, or he may be higher than I guessed. We have been fighting for so long and we are in such a mess. On the contrary, that guy is so indifferent. Could it be that he is a 4-star fighting saint? It is unbelievable that a 3-star fighting saint can is for someone of such a grade. Is a 4-star fighting saint really possible? Could it be improved by using some secret method that we don't know about? If so, this secret method will not last too long and the sequelae after use will be considerable. It seems we need to make a bet. If we lose the bet, we must use all means to escape. The three of them kept whispering to each other and transmitting messages. Yan Lai showed a ruthless presence. Don't be afraid. He is just one person. There are three of us. If we really fight together, we may not be able to kill him. At worst, we will use the secret technique of the clan. Among the three people now, except for Yan Zhenmang, who is a 1-star dosage, Yan Lai and Yan Yu are both 2-star dosage. No matter what, these three people must bite off a piece of meat from Long Fei today, and even if they can't kill him, they will hurt him to death. After all, they lost 2 1-star fighting saints. Chapter 272. It's over. The three of them moved lightly, and soon after images appeared, and Long Fei and Medusa were quickly surrounded. This is one of the secrets of the Yan clan, the clone of Yan. This kind of clone is connected with the main body but is also an independent individual. However, it only survives for less than 5 minutes, but its strength is 90% of the main body's strength, generally used for group attack or escape, get rid of the enemy. This is already very powerful. If it were released outside, it would definitely arouse the jealousy of many forces. But this is just a secret book, not the secret technique. They say that secret technique cannot be used casually because life will be in danger. Pay for it with your life. A chaotic voice sounded collectively extremely loud. Then came the flame attacks with the power of the saints attacking Long Fei and Medusa. With terrifying power and extremely scorching temperature, a flame dragon appeared from the flames, suspended and entangled with a shocking dragon roar. Seeing this attack, Medusa looked horrified. If she were the only one, she would definitely die. Long Fei's eyes were cold and indifferent, and he did not pay any attention to the attacks of Yan Zhenmang and the others. Then he said coldly, it's all fancy, but in front of an absolutely strong person, no matter how many people you have, it's just the best. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a cyan energy barrier enveloped the two of them. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly several collision sounds were heard violently. However, so many attack and threats at the same time did not break the cyan energy barrier. Damn it, if you push harder, I won't believe that his barrier is so strong that it can continue to withstand it. Everyone gritted their teeth and the sweat on their foreheads was evaporated by the high temperature. As soon as the word fell, everyone moved their hands casually and the flame energy was taken back and rotated in a circular spiral in everyone's hands. Then it disappeared and everyone formed seals again. This time the marks were quite strange. Heaven-level fighting skills falling into flame. Everyone once again displayed their fighting skills. This time the fighting skills were more intense and the fighting energy consumed was particularly surging. The figures of the people merged into the flames at the cost of transforming into true flames and rushed towards the barrier one after another. Die! A roar echoed across the sky. Boom, bang, click. Sure enough, under the combined attack of these people, Long Fei's protective shield was instantly completely broken. This phenomenon also surprised Long Fei, but it was not a big problem. It took so many people to use it twice to break through this barrier, which is enough to show the hardness of this cyan barrier. Many attacks were about to arrive. Medusa grabbed Long Fei's arm and looked a little frightened while Long Fei looked calm. Just at this critical moment, the energy from Long Fei's body just hit out again. A huge blue dragon light pillar falls from the sky. Boom, bang. The huge and powerful energy withstood everyone's attack. The net moment, the walls of light from all directions on Long Fei's body merged and Long Fei directly transformed into armor. Terrifying power erupted from his body and a huge green dragon rushed out to bombard those people's attack. Everyone was shocked by this scene and the violent shock wave sent everyone flying backward. What? Everyone screamed and stood up. The dragon flew and an extremely cold aura appeared on his body. He instantly drew his sword and slashed it out. The sword turned into the virtual entity of a chaotic green dragon. Its power was so terrifying. Without further ado, there are not so many bells and whistles. With just one sweep of the knife, he broke through the explosive layer and directly killed many clones and the three main bodies. Not good. Danger. Hide quickly. Everyone's presence changed with shock and fear. The attack in front of them had seriously threatened their lives. Hide. Is it too late? Long Fei's cold and disdainful voice sounded from the Qinglong armor. Net moment. Rumble. Bang bang bang. No. The clone was destroyed, leaving only the main body, but the two halves of the Yan Zhenmang incarnation of the one-star Do Sheng were bleeding in all directions. His eyes widened and he refused to rest in silence. However, Yan Lai and Yan Yu, who were two-star fighting saints, were seriously injured with blood coming out of their mouth and their clothes were severely damaged. They were in a mess and their strength and fighting energy were struggling to support them. Yan Zhenmang, how could it be possible? Why are you so strong? Why? The opponent only struck with one blow. Their clones were extinguished collectively. One person died and two others were seriously injured. What kind of gap in strength is this? Heaven is unfair. Yan Yu roared and stood up. Unfair? Then go and accompany him now. Long Fei's figure appeared. His cold and emotionless voice sounded and he appeared in front of the two of them. The net moment. What a fast speed. The two people's eyes narrowed. Their presence changed with shock. Their presence were frightened and their bodies were trembling unconsciously. They were completely uncontrollable. Your Excellency, wait a moment. At the moment of crisis, Yan Lai hurriedly roared. Wait for your sister. Long Fei didn't stop and slashed down. This moment, as if the whole world had stopped, a bloodstain appeared on the necks of the two of them. The two people's eyes widened. Their breaths were held. Their head fell to the ground. Blood splattered. As the last two head fell to the ground, the five fighting saints fell. This battlefield is over. There are also four soul bodies floating around, but Long Fei's temper can eradicate the root cause and a force swallows up the four weak soul bodies. A total of 5 fighting saints were swallowed up one after another. Although they are all 1-star and 2-star fighting saints, the experience value they provide to Long Fei is also very huge. Long Fei's level was quickly upgraded from a 4-star fighting saint to a 5-star fighting saint. Oh my god, he can do it. If he still has 5 stars, become a Do Dig. The free experience points can only increase me by 1 star, but it's already very good. Long Fei enjoyed this moment. Long Fei said, the Yan clan, we are going to look for the fragments of Tuaji Gudi at that time. I will kill you casually. Who told you to offend me? Let's go back. Long Fei took Medusa across the void and quickly returned to Qinglong Pavilion. On the other side, the land of the Yan clan. Those high-level officials all knew about the death of 5 people from Yan Zhenmang, and Long Fei no longer deliberately concealed it. After all, he was now a 5-star fighting saint and no one in the Yan clan could threaten him anymore except the phantom of the fighting emperor. They are dead. I must find the murderer. They will be cut into pieces by 1,000 cut. A roar of anger rang out among the Yan clan, and the warriors within the Yan clan moved out one after another to leave the Yan realm and quickly headed towards the place where the 5 people died. Soon a month passed and Long Fei took Medusa to play very comfortably in Qinglong Pavilion. What should be done has been done. I've been out for so long, it's time for me to go back and take a look. Medusa leaned on Long Fei's shoulder and said. Long Fei stroked Medusa's head and said softly, go ahead and leave this to me. By the way, the Yan tribe should send people to Yingyuanzhou. Although Yingyuanzhou is far away from the Jiama Empire, it is possible. If you encounter a crisis, remember to contact your husband and kill him in the past. I understand. Medusa's face turned red. After the two were intimate for a while, Medusa entered the void wormhole and left. At the same time, another shock was heard in Qinglong Pavilion. Looking in the blink of an eye, that direction is the retreat place of Yao Tianhuo. It seems that this old boy is about to break through to half-saint. 2 months of being half-saint is not bad. Long Fei nodded lightly. Chapter 273 12 Green Dragon Flame. Within the Qinglong Pavilion, a beam of flame rose up. Along with the violent vibration, it once again aroused the curious eyes presence of many disciples in Qinglong Pavilion. The net moment in the firelight, the figure of Yao Tianhuo stood here. I have finally become a semi-saint. Yao Tianhuo's extremely happy voice sounded. As the firelight disappeared, the rosy color on his face became even more intense. Yao Tianhuo's eyes caught sight of Long Fei and he immediately landed from mid-air, came to Long Fei and said, "Guild leader, I have lived up to expectations and successfully promoted to semi-saint." Long Fei smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, very good. He stretched out his hand and patted Yao Tianhuo's body. During the promotion, Yao Tianhuo's body also changed. He no longer looked like the child before but looked like a young man who was similar to Long Fei, but he was 2 inches shorter than Long Fei, a little tall. "From now on you will sit in Qinglong Pavilion with the other semi-saint puppet. I also have things to deal with." Long Fei gave the order. Yao Tianhuo looked serious and nodded. "Don't worry, gang leader, anyone who offends our Qinglong Pavilion will step on my body." Good. After explaining the matter and after perfecting and upgrading the formation, Long Fei went to the Dan Pagoda alone. Above the sky, Long Fei was flying alone very fast and muttering to himself, "Since the Sifang Pavilion has changed, I think this Dan Pagoda will also change." In the original book, the 3 giants of the Dan Pagoda are the strongest. They are just junior half-saint. I wonder if the strength of these 3 giants will be improved to that extent in this special origin world. I am really looking forward to it. After he finished speaking, he turned into thunder and disappeared into the sky with a roar. The speed of the thunderbolt leap step is terrifying, and now that he is in the great perfection, he has even reached 1,000,000 miles in one step. The Dan Pagoda is actually quite far away from the location of Qinglong Pavilion. After all, it is almost in the center of Zhongzhou, and Qinglong Pavilion is just in the middle area of Zhongzhou. The strange fire possessed by Danta is the 9th ranked 3000 flaming flames on the list of strange fires. This thing is very strong, but Long Fei is not afraid. He has now absorbed 12 kinds of strange fires plus the Wuji immortality skill. With his growth, his physical strength reached a very terrifying height. Moreover, the 12 kinds of strange fires in his body were fused together under the nourishment of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline to produce something similar to the Emperor Flame produced by absorbing all the strange fires. The current flame has 12 kinds of strange fires. The color possesses extremely terrifying and powerful abnormal power. If we look at the number of different fires, 22 types of different fires absorbed to produce the number 1 Emperor Flame, then the current Long Fei has absorbed half of the 12 types, then the new strange fire produced now it should be the instance of the half Emperor Flame. Although it is far less powerful than the Emperor Flame, it is more terrifying than half of the half Emperor Flame because it is contaminated with the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon. But Long Fei gave it a name called 12 Green Dragon Flame. The 12 Green Dragon Flames can also be disintegrated and refused according to Long Fei's needs with complete freedom and no restriction. The central area of Zhongzhou is very big and almost all the powerful forces are here. At one point a bolt of thunder flashed across the sky, half turning into a human figure like a magic trick. This person is the little boy Long Fei. The Chaos Blue Dragon pupil opened and his vision was greatly improved instantly. He looked thousands of miles away and soon saw a place filled with pills for sale. And this area belongs to Dan City because this name hangs high on it. The Dan Pagoda is within Dan City. Dan the city is very big and it is a holy place for alchemists. There are as many high-level and low-level alchemists as An. There are many 5th grade, SITH grade and 7th grade alchemists here who are extremely rare in those small places. Anyone who goes to a small place can become a top measuring pillar supporting the power of an empire. But it doesn't work here. Alchemists of these levels are completely out of the eyes of these people and they look even more ordinary. Dan City, Dan Pagoda, I finally found you. The 93,000 flame on the alien fire list will soon be mine. Long Fei showed a winner's crazy smile and a piece of extremely coquettishly colored flames appeared in his hand. When it comes out, the flame has a cyan brilliant. This is the 12 blue dragon flame. Soon you will be the 13 green dragon flame. Long Fei looked at the strange fire in his hand with satisfaction. The more he looked at it, the happier he became. In a good mood, he set off directly to Dan City. In less than a few minutes at his current speed, he arrived outside Dan City in an instant. To enter Dan City, you need to have the Alchemist Badge certification. Unfortunately, Long Fei did not have the Alchemist Badge certification, so he was stopped outside by the guard. The guard said coldly, "Please show me the Alchemist Badge for certification, otherwise you will enter the Dan City. This is the place for the alchemist." And this guard also has an alchemist's badge on his chest. There are 5 stars in total. He is a 5th grade alchemist. A 5th grade alchemist here in Zhongzhou is just a gatekeeper. In a small place such a thing is unthinkable. The 5th grade alchemist is already worshipped as a demigod. Long Fei frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this person talking to him like this. As the supreme leader of the Qinglong gang, he naturally had an arrogant attitude and could not be insulted. How could he bear this kind of anger? Come on, Long Fei said coldly, I really don't like the way you talk to me in this way. You'd better have a nicer attitude, otherwise I won't mind sending you to the SI realms of reincarnation. With that said, Long Fei flipped his hand and 12 green dragon flames appeared directly in front of the guard, and there was also a terrifying pressure. This guard was a 5th grade alchemist, but he was only a 1-star dozong. He was immediately frightened and his whole body was trembling with fear. Strange fire? No, what kind of strange fire is this? Why haven't I seen it? And you, the guard claimed in fear. Humph, you are only a small 1-star dosek, so you have seen very little. Am I considered an alchemist if I have a strange fire? Long Fei snorted coldly and sarcastically. The guard swallowed his saliva and nodded. Forget it, this is Dan City and inside is the Dan Pagoda. Although your cultivation level is much higher, the forces in the Dan Pagoda are not something you can fight against. You are like this, are you afraid of Danta's revenge? Long Fei shook his head. You just don't know how to behave. If you were dead before, I would still be a 5-star fighting saint. How many people do you think can compete with me in the Dan Pagoda? Little thing, you are only a 1-star dosect. How can you possibly feel the power of a 5-star dosage? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Long Fei continued to shake his head, but as soon as he performed like this, the aura on his body suddenly shocked the 3 giants in the Danta. Xian Kongzi, Xuanyi, Tian Liaizi. The 3 people felt that the power of Do Sheng was coming from outside, and they happened to be in the same place again. This aura is so powerful, at least at the 5-star fighting saint level. Who is coming to my Danta? This breath comes from outside Dan City. I think a strong man of this level should not be outside the Dan City. It is very simple to enter the Dan Tower. The 3 of them spoke. Come on, let's go out and take a look just in case. The 3 of them reached an agreement and left the Danta. Chapter 274 Dan City Tour. The strong warriors of Do Sheng are so terrifying that with a single movement of their hands they can cause mountains to collapse, the earth to be destroyed and the void to be shattered with ease. But unfortunately, although it can easily break the void, it cannot leave the void and go to a higher plane. Only those who have reached the Do Emperor can do so. The realm of Do Emperor is even more terrifying. In one thought, he is a terrifying and powerful instance that dominates the world. But it is a pity that no Do Emperor has appeared so far, otherwise Do Chi continent will completely change. This kind of power is not something that ordinary people can bear, let alone a mere 1-star dozong. Feeling the pressure of the holy power on Long Fei's body, he knelt on the ground like a soft couch, his body trembling, and cold sweat instantly fell from his face and it appeared on his body, and now he was very scared, fearing that the other party would kill him. This is the pressure of Do Sheng. It's really scary. He regretted it very much now. His attitude and tone just now really deserved death. How could the power of the fighting saint be something that he, a small 1-star dosek, could despise? But he didn't know that the other party was a fighting saint. If he had known it, he wouldn't have dared to do it, even if he had 10 more courages. Absolutely give way with a smile and let the other party enter the city. He gritted his teeth and tried to make a fist with his trembling hands, but was unable to do so. The guard's head was dizzy, his eyes dimmed from time to time, and his trembling and frightened voice sounded intermittently, Sage, please forgive me. I don't know, sir. Please forgive me. I am just enforcing the law impartially. Long Fei glanced at the guard behind his hands, then raised his head slightly and looked at the sky, because at this time 3 figures came in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. The auras emanating from these 3 people made Long Fei slightly surprised. All 3 of them are fighting saint. One is the highest, the 2-star fighting saint. At least the 2 of them are 1-star fighting saint. It seems that the level of the original world has indeed become higher, but why hasn't Yaolao changed? Is it because my appearance has caused the butterfly effect in this world to constantly change? Long Fei muttered, frowning as he thought about the problem. Frowning tightly, even he couldn't understand this particularly mysterious question. At least for now he couldn't give a correct answer. We can only use the changes in the world's specifications and the butterfly effect as a simple analysis. It doesn't matter if I meet a fighting saint. Anyway, I have lost interest in people below the saint level. Long Fei muttered in a low voice. You're lucky. If I don't kill you, get out. Long Fei looked at the kneeling guard again and said coldly, as long as he hums this 1-star dozong, the holy power on his body can implode it into a bloody mist. But Long Fei doesn't bother to do it. Yes. The guard was very lucky. At the same time, the terrifying pressure on him also disappeared. This time he breathed a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly crawled away. Xian Kongzi and the other 3 didn't say anything when they saw this scene. It was lucky that this 1-star dosect didn't die after provoking a 5-star dosage. Xian Yi conveyed his observation. It seems that the fighting saint in front of me is not just a casual killer, but he just doesn't know why he came to my Dan City. Tian Liaizi sent a message. What's the matter? Just go down and ask. The 3 of them were all of a lower level than each other. Logically speaking, they should land in person to be treated as equals. However, just when the three of them were about to land, Long Fei flew up directly. You are the three giants of Danta Xian Kongzi Xuanyi and Tian Liizi. Looking at the three people in front of him, Long Fei looked extremely calm and spoke in a calm voice. Hearing this, the three of them didn't know what the other party was going to do. They looked at each other and nodded. Xian Kongzi raised his hands and spoke in a kind tone. I was offended by my subordinate who didn't know that the saint was coming. The saint didn't kill them, which is enough to show that you came with good intention. Thank you again in advance. Who is this little friend? Are you coming to my Dan city? What's going on? Long Fei said, I am Long Fei, the leader of the Qinglong gang. I came to the Dan Pagoda today to visit this rumored holy land for alchemists. I see since your Excellency Long has come from afar, then our Dan city is naturally a gift to the landlord. You can visit the Dan city as you like. Oh, by the way, there will be an alchemist competition in the Dan Pagoda tomorrow. If your Excellency Long is interested, you can come and sit down in the Dan Pagoda. This is your invitation. Xian Kongzi said with a smile, and then with a wave of his hand a letter with light blue light appeared in the ring and flew towards Long. After Long Fei listened to the content in front of him, he was not in a hurry to express his true intention but took it on. Long Fei smiled lightly and said, for the alchemist competition, it seems that I came at the right time. I am lucky. Naturally, I will have to witness the talents of this younger generation with my own eyes. I will definitely go inside the Dan Pagoda on time tomorrow. Raise. Long Fei said, in that case I will go visit it by myself. You three can go back. I will not cause any damage. Okay. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Since 5-star fighting saint said this, there is no need to worry. Then I'll say goodbye. After saying that, the three of them left. Then the three people sent a message and said, we have to give instructions. We hope that the people under our command will not provoke this person, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Okay. Long Fei still walks alone and doesn't like having too many people following him. A person can just do anything without thinking about it. If you take one person with you, you may become a dragster. Dan city is indeed very big, and every road is filled with a very strong fragrance of Dan. The fragrance of Eli Ir is not offensive to the nose. It smells very good, which is strange. It should smell bad if so many Eli Irs are mixed together, but not here. It seems there is a procedure for this, Long Fei said to himself as he looked at the Eli Irs on the shops around him. The whole place sells Eli Irs and medicinal materials. Anyway, everything related to medicine is sold here. Long Fei was shopping slowly by himself, and the sounds of sellers kept coming from the surrounding area. Selling things is very fierce and fighting for customers. Customers also buy a lot. The children of many families are here, and they are all relatively well-known beings in Zhongzhou, even if they are not famous. There are too many families, and Long Fei doesn't pay attention to this. Turned around and entered another road, but at this moment hurried footsteps came from the front. It hit Long Fei directly. Long Fei's body was very hard, but he didn't feel any pain or itching. However, the person who bumped into him staggered and fell to the ground. When Long Fei looked at her, he saw a beautiful woman with long blue hair, a short dress, and a skin as smooth as water hibiscus. It hurt so much. The woman touched her forehead with one hand and complained. When she looked up, she opened her mouth and said angrily, why don't you look at the road when you are walking? Long Fei looked at her indifferently and said, you ran too fast. Do you blame me? You. The woman was suddenly speechless. Looking back, she still thought that she ran too fast. I'm not sorry. The woman lowered her head. Her face turned red and she muttered in a low voice, this is really her fault. Chapter 275 Kemi. He glanced at her and gave her. Long Fei's first impression was that this woman was very shy. Then he smiled with a hint of teasing, stretched out his hand and put it on the woman's head, rubbed it and said with a grin, it's okay, it's okay. Children should be careful when walking in the future. Not everyone is like my brother. Good temper. Ah, what are you doing? How can you touch my head? The woman screamed, shook off Long Fei's hand and crawled away. Tears welled up in both eyes, very aggrieved, staring at Long Fei and complaining. Found her. She's there. Quick, don't let her run away. At this moment a sharp voice rang out. 5 men ran out in front of Long Fei. Their ferocious looks made people nervous. No, they are chasing me. What can I do if you can't escape at this distance? The woman looked panicked and quickly got up and looked at Long Fei. Her eyes twisted as if she had come up with some weird idea. She looked at Long Fei with a kind smile. Brother, help me forget about what you did when you touched my head just now. After finishing speaking, the woman walked directly behind Long Fei before he agreed. Long Fei also stopped him to see what this chick was going to do. Then he looked at the 5 men chasing him in front of him. What surprised him was that these 5 men were all 5-star Do sect. It's true there are a lot of 5-star fighting sects in this place, and any 5 passers-by are of this level, but the woman in front of me is just a 5-star fighting emperor. Presumably something happened between the two parties. Could it be that this woman stole something from someone else? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. The 5 men stopped and looked at Long Fei and the woman with narrowed eyes. I finally found you, you can't run away. Kemi, please hand over the 7th grade magic core. The man shouted to the woman. No, this magic core is of great use to me and I will never give it to you. Kemi said, looking at Long Fei and saying, brother, help me stop them. Sister, thank you. After saying that, Kemi played a careful trick and turned around and ran away. This made Long Fei a little confused. He glanced at the woman who ran away. As soon as his eyes moved, there was a sudden movement in the space around Kemi. Kemi was directly locked in the space lock, which could not be broken no matter what opened. Ah, let me go. What is this? Space lock? Kemi looked flustered and kept beating the space lock hard, but the space lock was so strong that she, a little fighting emperor, could not break it. The 5 men didn't understand why, but they still said fiercely to Long Fei, boy, we advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is between us and that woman. The second man said, as long as she obediently hands over the 7th level magic core and apologizes to us, we can let her go. Long Fei laughed and looked very indifferent. If I take care of this matter, what will you do? The 5 men were immediately displeased upon hearing this. The fighting energy in their hands formed their own weapons and pointed at Long Fei, saying gloomily, then you will bear the wrath of our 5 Dozong. You have to think clearly. Long Fei smiled and said, I have always been the only one who threatens others. How can anyone threaten me? I came here today to take a walk. I don't want to kill people or see blood. You 5 please leave. After saying this, his Zion paused, his eyes narrowed and his tone became serious. Otherwise you will die. The 5 men were startled by the tone of Long Fei's word. They didn't know why suddenly the hairs in their hearts stood up and they felt as if they were being stared at by a demon. What's going on? Why am I scared? 5 people felt this way at the same time, muttering in their mouths and trembling on their faces. Long Fei's sharp eyes said, get out. Stop being so mysterious here, disturbing the morale of the army. We won't believe it. Give me 5 people and I won't believe that I can't defeat him alone. The man at the head suddenly shouted loudly, not knowing where the courage came from. Although the 4 of them were scared, their courage suddenly came back when he shouted like this, and they felt that they believed him. Go, kill this arrogant guy. The 5 men raised their weapons and slashed directly at Long Fei. High speed. Long Fei looked calm and had no intention of hiding because he was too lazy to hide. He said coldly, what a bunch of people who don't know how to live or die. Bang, 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 bang. The net moment 5 people's weapon attacks hit him one after another. Look, I said this kid is being mysterious. Boss, something seems wrong. Why is it so hard? Is this a human body? This is not good. Get back. Everyone's Zions froze and the boss's smile disappeared. Long Fei said, you take the initiative to take action against me. Do you think you can leave alive? If you don't cherish the opportunity and regret it later, it would be a bad idea. You have made such a low-level mistake in this life. Be a good person in the net life. I will send the 5 of you to the SI realms of reincarnation right now. A powerful and terrifying aura emanated from Long Fei's body and the surrounding sky was frozen for a moment. The temperature has dropped. It's getting colder. The 5 people could not help but tremble and retreated one after another. Run! Someone shouted and the 5 people turned around and flew away as fast as they could. Another group of daydreaming guys. Long Fei's Zion showed contempt and a little light bloomed in the air when he raised his hands and feet. The net moment 5 beams of light were directed at the 5 men, appearing like ghosts on people. 5 voices sounded and the blood on the 5 people bloomed and bright red blood splashed out from their bodies. Ah, ah! The screams of the 5 people rang out, their pupils trembling with fear. Before death, the 5 people all had the same thought in their minds. This person was really afraid. Plop! 5 people fell down lifeless. A Dosheng can easily take away the lives of others with a single blow, let alone 5 mere Dozong ants, which are even less worth mentioning. After killing the person, Long Fei looked calm and everything seemed to be normal. This is indeed a common occurrence. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of the 5 people disappeared with the splash of blood. After doing all this, he turned around and walked slowly towards Kemi. Long Fei's voice was low and he said calmly, I have already taken care of those 5 people. As a reward, you will accompany me throughout Dan City today. Long Fei warned, don't think about escaping because you can't escape and the fate of those 5 people will be yours once you escape. After saying that, he released the space lock. Where are we going? Kemi didn't resist this time. Maybe he understood the difference in strength and became more honest. This is my first time here. If there is anything in Dan City today, I will go there and you will lead the way. Long Fei pointed at Kemi. There is an auction today. Do you want to go and take a look? Kemi asked softly. Go. Long Fei likes to join in the fun. Chapter 276. The 7th grade black dragon pill is given freely. Dan City was crowded with people and Kemi, as Long Fei's personal and independent guide, brought him to the auction house she mentioned. At first sight, there are men, women, old and young, all over the place. Rich young men, princesses, old family heads and so on can be seen everywhere. Today is the auction house in Dan City. It is specially held to celebrate celebrate tomorrow's alchemist competition. There will be this opportunity every 3 years. To enter the auction house you only need to contribute a 5th grade ELIR or above. Consider it an admission ticket. In front of the entrance of the auction house in Dan City stood a beautiful girl in a red robe that covered her buttock. This beautiful girl had a strong and charming posture. Charming and charming. Those big plump eyes with long eyelashes would even cast a flirtatious glance from time to time, fascinating many male compatriot present. This admission ticket is okay, acceptable. You can easily refine a small 5th grade ELIR. I will have a place in this auction house today. There are constant voices of bragging among the crowd, but most of them may not be bragging, they all have real abilities. The queue was quickly formed and the ELIRs were paid one after another, and then they entered the auction house in an orderly manner. They are all 5th grade ELIRs. Why can't I give you a SITH grade ELIR? The woman who received the ELIR looked a bit complaining and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. The queue is so long that people are constantly filling up the queue in the aisles where people are coming and going, giving this queue a will like the immortal Great Wall. Soon they arrived. Long Fei, do you have the 5th grade ELIR? Long Fei looked at Kemi. Kemi straightened her chest and nodded proudly. It's just a 5th grade ELIR, of course I have it. You don't even know what grade of alchemist I am. Wearing the badge symbolizing the identity of an alchemist on her left chest sleeve, SI dots lit up on it, represents the SITH grade alchemist. The junior grade is a SITH grade alchemist. As I say, there are many SITH grade alchemists in the continent of Zhongzhou. That's enough, Long Fei said lightly. Then do you have it? It's okay. If not, I can pay for you together. Kemi looked at Long Fei, a stranger who didn't know anything about Dan City. He knew that this was his first time here, but he was able to get one because of his high cultivation level. Level 5 ELIRs are a piece of cake. Moreover, Long Fei did not have an alchemist badge on his body, which meant that this person was probably not an alchemist, so she became even more proud. Long Fei said calmly, no, I give it to you. After hearing this, Kemi snorted softly and heard the woman's voice, you too, it's your turn. Do you want to pay together? No. Kemi took out a 5th grade ELIR from the ring and handed it to the woman. Now please take a look, this is a 5th grade ice ELIR. There was not much surprise or other colors on the woman's face, but there was a layer of boredom. They were all filled with 5th grade ELIRs. There were only a few 5th grade ELIRs. They were almost the same. Everyone would be bored, but she still smiled and said, it is indeed a 5th grade cold pill, please come in. After saying that, his smile died from laughter, and then he looked at Long Fei. Kaiman pursed her lip and walked directly inside without saying anything. Sir, it's your turn. The woman looked at Long Fei with a faint smile. Long Fei looked calm and took out an ELIR from the ring and handed it to the woman. He said calmly, this is the 7th grade ELIR Xianlong Dan. Let go, and the ELIR falls into the woman's hands. The woman's beautiful eyes widened. At first she thought she would receive a 5th grade ELIR, but she didn't expect that the other party would directly skip the SITH grade ELIR level and directly reach the 7th grade ELIR. Although there are many 7th grade alchemists, there are very few who can refine the black dragon pill of this purity. This pill is top-notch in terms of color and fragrance. She swallowed her saliva in shock and asked uncertainly, sir, do you really want to regard this 7th grade black dragon pill as the entry scroll? Long Fei nodded. Why can't you? The woman nodded fiercely and said, of course, sir, since your ELIRs are of a high level, we will arrange for you to have a separate military room for you to rest and auction. She gave out a 7th grade ELIR with an expressionless face. This person must be a ruthless person, or the power behind him was extremely huge. She would not offend such a person. These talented people need to be carefully served. Okay. Long Fei nodded. The woman smiled and quickly called a woman behind her and ordered, take this young man to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Yes. The woman nodded, then looked at Long Fei and said, master, please come with me. After saying that, he turned around. Long Fei walked away and entered. He stopped and said, wait a minute. The woman's footsteps stopped. He turned around and looked at Long Fei in confusion. Long Fei pointed at the stunned Kemi on the other side and said calmly, this person is my guide and will go to the VIP room with me. Is that okay? The woman quickly shook her head and said with a full smile, of course, there is no problem, then let's go together. Long Fei came to Kemi and slapped her on the head, waking up the sluggish Kemi. She yelped and looked at Long Fei complainingly, why are you hitting me? Follow up. After Long Fei finished speaking, he looked at the woman, let's go. I stop paying attention to this idiot Kemi. Kemi hurriedly followed and said in a somewhat angry and surprised tone, I didn't expect that, since you can take out the 7th grade black dragon pill. Who are you? Long Fei blinked his eyes and said calmly, what's the matter? People who can produce this level of ELIRs are everywhere in Zhongzhou, so why are you surprised? Kemi immediately retorted, no. Even if all but this kind of ELIR is a 7th grade ELIR, others will take it out with conditions and it will be extremely painful. But you are different. Since you seem to be worthless, you just gave it to a worthless person. Don't you feel heartbroken when you know someone? Long Fei laughed directly after hearing this and sneered, the 7th grade Eli Ir is really not straightforward in my eyes. I just grabbed it as many as beans. If you want it I can give you one. Do you want it? Kemi's eyes widened and watered and she said in disbelief, really? If you really give it to me, of course I want it. Only fools don't want it. That is the 7th grade Eli Ir Xianlong Dan. Even if she collects it or puts it up for auction, she can get something of great value. Here you go. Long Fei took out a black dragon pill from the ring and threw it to Kemi like trash. Kemi thought Long Fei was joking, but he didn't expect it to actually come, so he immediately held it carefully in his hands. It's really the 7th grade black dragon pill. This color, this pill fragrance, this fullness, they are all top notch. Are you really willing to give it to me? We just met, you don't have any other intentions, right? Kemi's cheeks were flushed and some inappropriate images for children suddenly flashed in her mind, and she was as frightened as a little rabbit. When the woman leading the way saw this, she was extremely envious, shocked. The offer is to give away the 7th grade black dragon pill to anyone casually. The offer is so generous, how about you give me one as well? Chapter 277 SITH Great Emperor Pill. Long Fei was disdainful. Put away your unhealthy thoughts. I am not interested in a little girl like you. When Kemi heard this, she blushed and glared angrily at Long Fei. She felt Long Fei's deep malice and humiliation. What are you talking about? Who's getting younger? I'm still growing. Ha ha ha. While the two were bickering, the waitress at the front also brought Long Fei into the VIP room. After the arrangements were completed, the woman bowed sharply and said, my family has left first. After saying that, he turned around and left the VIP room. At the same time, the auction house was crowded with people from all the major forces, and they were also sitting in their positions. The same as before, there were most black shadow passers-by, and those who could see the whole picture were the characters needed for the plot of this auction house. As these people entered, the entrance to the auction house was also closed. The auction house also officially started. The light flickered, the beams of light condensed, and a familiar woman walked up from the stage below. The beautiful woman who went to collect the Eli Ir. Under the light, the woman's smile is full, her skin is translucent, and her luster flashes through her face. Her charming figure and charming eyes are perfectly set off by her clothes and the surrounding environment. Bowing slightly, her sweet voice full of smiles sounded, the little girl Xinjia is the person in charge and host of this auction. Today the auction is full of brilliance, rich and powerful, and everyone here is leaving. No relationship. Little lady, let's stop talking nonsense. Since everyone is waiting impatiently, let's go directly to the auction. After Xinjia finished speaking, she turned slightly to the side and a man walked away behind her with something covered by a red cloth in his hand. Come out. Place it on the auction table on the stage in front. Then the red cloth was unveiled, revealing a bow, and he turned around and left, leaving the NET home court to Xinjia. Xinjia's voluptuous figure walked forward with twist and turn. It seemed that every tiny movement, step and twist of her waist exuded a sense of charm and temptation, making the male companions present unable to stop. This little girl is so addictive. It's really exciting. If you can eat for one night, your future will be limitless. Soon everyone in the venue was whispering, and that wretched look came over. Watching and listening to the scene before this, Xinjia's slightly lowered face revealed a look of disdain and disgust for these people, but it quickly disappeared. Then she stretched out her jade hand to open the bow. Her face also changed, covered by a full smile. Smiles appear casually, but whether the smile is true or false needs to be discussed. The bow was opened, revealing a pill inside. In the alchemy city here, most of the items auctioned are inseparable from Eli Irs. Xinjia's voice was soft. The first item in this auction is the rare SITH grade Huangji pill. After appraisal by our auction house, the finished product of this Huangji pill is infinitely close to the peak of the SITH grade, but it is only a hair short of it. He paused for half a second and continued, everyone must know the usefulness of the SITH grade Emperor's pill. Taking it can increase the level of Duhuang by 1 to 2 stars, but you can only take one in a lifetime. The first one is the SITH grade Emperor's pill. Dan City is indeed a Dan city. We have such rare pills. It seems we may have some ideas. If I can obtain this kind of Eli Ir, my son's chances of breaking through the 9 stars of Do Huang will be even better. Although Huangji pill is rare, it can only be used on Do Huang. If the price is right, you can still buy it. In the auction house, the crowd and others spoke one after another, and some even had their eyes flashing. Most of the people here are not short of money, and their families are also very powerful. They are either Dozun or Dozun who has entered the 9th rank. However, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to become a half-saint. It's just Huangji Dan, I'm not interested. In the VIP room, Long Fei looked at the screen in front of him and suddenly lost interest. But the eyes of Kemi Net to her are indeed shining with fire, and her jade hand hands are stroking her own ring. Now she is at the level of Do Huang, but she is still too low level. If the price is good, she can take pictures. If you're lucky, you might be able to improve it by 2 stars. Even if you only improve it by 1 star, that's pretty good. If you want to know that every time Do Huang upgrades a star, it takes almost several months under the conditions of suitable resources. If you directly upgrade 1 star this time, you will save these several months and go directly to practice. 1 star is not good. Long Fei discovered Kemi's strange behavior and understood the importance of this Huangji pill to her, but Long Fei was not a philanthropist and would not buy it for her unless there was a transaction. What, you want it? Long Fei was full of fun. Kemi nodded. Huangji Dan is too tempting for a fighting emperor like me. Just as Long Fei pursed his lips, Xinjia's voice sounded again below. The starting price for the SITH grade Huangji pill is 10 million gold coin. Each increase in price must not be less than 1 million gold coin. The bidding begins. As Xinjia's voice fell, a shocking wave soon erupted in the venue. A large wave of price increases shouted like mad dog. 11 million, 13 million, 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. Soon the price war took off. The price of Huangji pill soon stopped at 30 million gold coin. The Qinghong Gate gives out 31 million. I've heard of that bullshit Qinghong sect and all that rubbish. Get out of here. Our Zui Feng sect bid 32 million. Zheng Xingzong offered 35 million. Suan Longmen bid 36 million. As the price continued to increase, Kemi in the VIP room felt a sense of crisis. So many people want this emperor's pill. Even if I take the picture, can I leave here alive? When she thought of this, Kemi's interest dropped in a daze. The hand caressing Nag also slowly rela-ed. She, the 5-star fighting emperor, was no match for those people. After letting out a big sigh, she decided to give up. Although she could still afford the current price of 40 million, the amount of money she brought with her on this trip was limited and she was still carrying her family behind her back. I can help you if you want. At this moment, Long Fei looked at the frustrated Kemi with a smile. Kemi suppressed Long Fei's words. His eyes darkened and he said, tell me your conditions. To be honest, Long Fei's words made her heart move. After all, she still longed to get this emperor's pill. Long Fei chuckled and said, of course I will not help you for free. Free is often the most expensive. As long as you join my Qinglong gang and become a member of the gang, I can let you get this emperor easily. At the same time, you don't need to worry about being chased to death. Chapter 278 278 100 million shot. Kemi muttered, what kind of gang is the Qinglong gang? I have never heard of it. She was thinking about whether she would be deceived into a big trap as soon as she heard the name of this Qinglong gang. Suddenly I became wary. Long Fei laughed contemptuously. Haha, little girl, the Zhongzhou continent is so huge. Do you understand everything? There are many hidden forces in Zhongzhou. Do you really understand it? You are still not convinced that you are a little girl. I am the leader of the Qinglong gang and I personally invite you. Joining a gang is your blessing and destiny. Why don't you agree quickly? Long Fei continued, I just easily killed those 5 dozong outside. Can you see how powerful I am? Do you think I am a liar? Kemi didn't know what to say for a moment, as if she had no right to speak at all. At this moment a voice from below sounded, SIT million. At this moment the price of the SITH grade Huangji pill has reached 60 million gold coin. This gold coin has almost reached the limit price of the SITH grade Huangji pill. Generally speaking, not many people will increase the price. After all, although this is precious, it is not necessary and it is only a SITH grade Eli IR. There will definitely be 7th grade Eli IRs that are higher than SITH grade. I would make a bold guess that there may be 8 grade Eli IRs, but it should be very unlikely. If the 8 grade Eli IR is successfully refined, the calamity of Eli IR and Thunder at that time cannot be easily overcome. Generally, Eli IRs will experience Thunder tribulation at the 7th level. The Eli IRs baptized by the Thunder will have spirituality. The more powerful the Thunder tribulation, the greater the spirituality. Therefore, 8 grade Eli IRs are extremely precious and are generally not auctioned. Gold coins can no longer be measured and some items need to be changed for equal amount. Of course, people who need gold coins are not clubbed, but this is very rare. People who can refine 8 grade Eli IRs also have high levels of cultivation. They are not short of money, but they are short of cultivation resources. Stop hesitating. It's already 60 million now. If you hesitate any longer, the Emperor's pill will be taken away by others. Long Fei's voice rang in Kemi's ears. Kemi, who was in a daze, woke up immediately and nodded like a ghost. Okay, I promise to join you. Hurry up and help me take the Huangji pill. She looked at the Eli IR that was glowing warmly on the screen, her eyes filled with excitement and excitement. No problem. Long Fei smiled faintly. Since the other party has agreed, there is no chance of going back on the promise, because he will not give the other party a chance to go back on the promise. His hand directly pressed the price increase button several times in a row. On the field revealed the high price of 60 million has reached a feverish stage and no one is raising the price. However, the person from the force who shouted 60 million breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the chair showing a satisfied smile. The SITH Great Emperor's pill is very good. No one is raising the price anymore. There is a chance that my son will be promoted to the 9-star fighting emperor. But the sudden ringtone of the price increase made his face freeze, his heart trembled and he felt very uneasy. Sure enough, the last thing to do was to rela at this time. This is often a moment that becomes more and more frightening later on. The entire studio was awakened by the price increase bell. Xinjia looked at the origin of the ringtone and was surprised. Since it was that person's VIP room, it seemed that he was going to take action. A person who casually threw out a 7th grade Eli IR with no E-Pres Zion would want a SI grade Eli IR. Pin Huang Jidan, what on earth is this person thinking? The Qinglong gang offers 100 million. A voice sounded and everyone on the scene was shocked. What, is this person sick or is he causing trouble? Directly increase the price by 40 million. The SITH grade Huang Jidan sold for 100 million. Oh my god, it's so scary. The scene was filled with shocked sounds and everyone couldn't understand it. Bang! The joyful man suddenly became furious and lowered his hands on the handle of the chair. He looked at the source of the sound with a fierce look on his face and showed a bit of fear on his face. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, damn thing, why do you have to ruin my joy at this time? Hey fuck! The man can only curse and can't do anything. The people who can sit in the VIP rooms in Dangheng auction house are not easy and they are not someone they can afford to offend. This time I can only curse people angrily and cannot continue to provoke them. This person has a lot of money and no place to spend it. How can he spend 100 million gold coins on a SITH Great Emperor's pill? This person is really ambitious. This old man from the Qinglong gang is a little curious. There were many voices in the venue talking about it, but there was no voice about increasing the price. Xinjia said, is there a higher price? If not, then it's decided 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million 3 times. Congratulations to the Qinglong gang for buying the SITH Great Huangji pill at a high price of 100 million. Bang! With Xinjia's voice and the hammer of the auction hammer, the SITH Great Huangji pill was already in the hands of the Qinglong gang. Take it to him, Xinjia said to the man behind her. The man bowed lightly and nodded, okay miss. Then he took the Eli IR and walked cautiously towards Long Fei's VIP room. On the way, the bow was closed. In Long Fei's room, Kemi was also shocked. You are so rich, you added 40 million in one go. 100 million gold coins is a lot. Nothing. Long Fei didn't care. If they knew the price he auctioned at Biopon, these people wouldn't be surprised by the small 100 million now. Anyway, Long Fei is really rich. As for where the money comes from, that is his own problem. Anyway, he is not short of money, not short of money, not short of money. Say important things 3 times. There was a knock on the door and Long Fei said calmly, come in. After agreeing, the door was opened and the man walked in accompanied by a woman. The man carefully brought it to Long Fei and said respectfully, sir, this is the SITH Great Huangji Dan that you have taken. Please take a look at it. Reach out. The bow opens. The fragrance and color of Pin Huang Jidan are all revealed. Kemi net to her swallowed in dismay. This is really the SITH Great Huangji pill. She is not dreaming. She really got the SITH Great Huangji pill. The SI Star Fighting Emperor is not far away. If you are lucky, you might be able to be promoted to the 7-star Fighting Emperor. This temptation is very huge. Give it to her. I'm not interested in this thing. Long Fei waved his hand and then took out one bag after another of money bags from the ring and placed them on the man's plate. The man instantly felt that the plate was extremely heavy. 100 million, no penny more, no penny less. I am the most honest person. Long Fei said. Yes, let's leave first. After seeing Kemi taking the items, the man nodded quickly. With this amount there should be no fraud, not to mention that a person of this level should not bother to cheat. He didn't need to worry too much. He just turned around and left. Now is the right time. Eat it and see how it works. Long Fei also looked forward to it. Chapter 279 Green Polonia Wood Feet. Kemi herself couldn't wait any longer. After Long Fei's suggestion, she put the Emperor's pill directly into her mouth and then immediately sat cross-legged to run the technique, meditating, absorbing and refining it. The auction outside is still going on. After the first item, the second item appears. After Xinjia pulled away the red cloth on the auction table, something was posed. An adult man with such a long body has thick arms and a somewhat special body structure. His whole body is dark green, resembling a tung tree root. What this? Although doubtful voices accounted for the majority, there were also some knowledgeable people present who looked at the second auction item in front of them with suspicious eyes. Could it be? At this moment Xinjia's voice rang out. This is the second lot in this auction, the Green Polonia Foot. After our identification, it belongs to the SITH grade of medicinal materials. It has a lot of essence. It is used to assist in fusing high-grade Eli IRS with a success rate of at least 80%, and the yin-green essence contained in them is of great help to the alchemist's soul power. After hearing Zinja's words, the whole audience plotted again, extremely surprised. It's really a green Paulownia foot. Some people who had guessed it before suddenly became excited after hearing Zinja's words, which shows that they have good eyesight. This green Paulownia foot is a huge boon to alchemists. Among the people present, it can be said that at least 90% are alchemists. It's just the difference between low-level, intermediate and high-level. In the VIP room, Kemi is still practicing. It will take some time to absorb this Huangji Dan. Long Fei looked at the thing in front of him and suddenly became interested. It can enhance the soul power. I will buy this and give it to each of my gang members. It's not a bad idea to enhance your soul power. As the leader of a gang, he needs to carefully consider these benefits for his gang members. Very good, it's settled. I'm attracted to this green Paulownia foot. Long Fei quickly sat up straight. As Pected Dochi continent has everything, there are things here that are not in the novel. It is much richer than Douluo continent. Below, Zinja looked at the scene in front of her. She liked everyone's enthusiastic behavior very much because this would be a crucial part of raising the price and no one would take the initiative to make trouble with money. Zinja blinked and said with a full smile, "Net, we will start bidding on this. The starting price of the green Paulownia wood feet is 30 million gold coin. Yes, the increase must not be less than 1 million. The bidding begin." Bang! With the hammer down, the bidding officially begins. 31 million, 32 million, 33 million, 3,000, 3,000. The sound of crazy price hikes sounded. Ding bell. The Qinglong gang offers 100 million. Long Fei was too lazy to wait and didn't want to dissipate the last-minute enthusiasm of these people, so he raised the price from less than 50 million to 100 million. The Qinglong gang offered 100 million. This voice echoed throughout the entire auction house as if it had been passed down through the ages. Holy shit, it's the Qinglong gang again. What kind of power is this? Don't be so unreasonable even if you have money. Damn it, I won't tolerate you. Tianming sect offers 150 million. A voice came from another VIP room. The sound was broken again. Since it is Tianming sect, one of the two famous sects in Zhongzhou, someone claimed, "I didn't expect that this auction would attract contestants of this level. Looks like there's going to be a big show this time." Many people refused to give in and fought for it, so they quietly ate watermelon and sat watching the show. Long Fei in the room was a little surprised. "Oh, it's actually the Tianming sect? You, the famous sect in the original work, finally have won, but so what? Am I weaker than you in terms of strength? Or am I weaker than you in terms of money?" Long Fei snorted disdainfully. "I will kneel down even if the King of Heaven comes today. If he likes this green Paulownia tree, it must be his." Click to increase the price. The Qinglong gang offers 200 million. Long Fei lay lazily on the sofa again, yawning. If this Tianming sect knew what was going on, they would retreat and stop engaging in so many useless effort. In Tianming sect room, what? Since it's 200 million, what kind of force is this Qinglong gang? Since he is openly confronting our Tianming sect. The leading man is Lu Xianghe, the son of Lu Lincoln, the leader of the Tianming sect. He is now in his 30s and his cultivation has already reached the level of the 8-star Do sect. The other two people in the room are a 2-star Dozun protector and a 3-star Dozun protector. The protector of the 2-star Dozun said in a strange tone, "Young master, the Qinglong gang is so ignorant. We can go out and kill them later. However, it would also be a good choice if such a wealthy person can recruit them into the enslavement sect of our Tianming sect. Ha ha ha. Your idea is very suitable to my taste." Lu Xianghe laughed angrily. No, this 2-star Dozun made him feel very comfortable. Then his face darkened unexpectedly. "This Qinglong gang who doesn't know how to die, and our Tianming sect is doing the right thing, so we can intercept them later. As you said, there is no need to kill them, just leave them to me afterward." "Yes." Protector 2-star Dozun nodded. The 3-star Dozun protector Net to him kept silent, but when he looked at the other person's room on the screen, an evil and cold look flashed through his eyes. The Qinglong gang who dares to openly oppose the Tianming sect is either a fool or the power does not belong to the Qinglong gang, but naturally we will find out after a while. The auction price of the second item also stopped at 200 million. No higher price. 20 million 1, 200 million time, 200 million 3 time. Make a deal. Congratulations to the Qinglong gang for once again winning the second item at a high price. Zinja's voice sounded. As her voice fell, the whole place became excited again. This Qinglong gang is so courageous. If you dare to offend Tianming sect, I don't know whether they are really powerful or not. You care so much? Eat your watermelon. Eat watermelon to calm down the shock. As the voices fell, the items Long Fei had photographed were soon sent to his room. "Please take a look at the green Paulownia wood feet, sir," the man said. Long Fei directly reached out and took it over. He showed no signs of cherishing it at all and just looked at it casually. There is indeed a lot of essence contained in this green Paulownia foot. Long Fei Fei gave the money to the man as before. The man said goodbye and turned around and left. This piece of broken wood cost 200 million. It's really crazy. Long Fei complained and put away the green Polonia wood feet. He glanced at Kemi, who was still practicing. Long Fei recalled that Kemi hadn't shed any blood yet and was not considered an authentic member of the Qinglong gang. However, this was not a problem. It would be fine after she woke up. The NET step is to continue watching the NET auction. Chapter 280. Each has his or her own plan. As time went by, the auction came to an end. Long Fei was alone in the room, lazily watching the auction items on the screen, one after another passing by in his eyes. Since the second one, he was no longer interested in the ones that were of any use to him, so he stopped taking pictures. Those were left to his younger brothers, not to mention that he just ate them all without taking care of them. And now the auction item has reached the 10th one. Kemi is still meditating and doesn't know if she will wake up after the auction ends. Zinja brought up the 10th auction item on the auction table and skillfully opened it to reveal a torn parchment scroll. Parchment? Long Fei muttered, curious to know what it was. He was not the only one who was curious to know, but also the people in the venue. After seeing the items in Dan City's auction, everyone was very satisfied with it. Each of those items was more expensive than the last, and each was more special than the last. What is this? Someone's voice shouted out. Zinja smiled, walked forward with her graceful body and said softly, this is the 10th and last item this time. This is a volume of 8-grade Eli IR recipe. Although it is a bit broken, it contains records. The Eli IR has been identified by our auction house as an ancient prescription for improving physical fitness. As for the specific, the alchemist needs to go back and figure it out. It is very special, but it is not cheap. The starting price this time is 80 million. Each bid increase shall not be less than 1 million. The bidding begins. An 8-grade ancient Eli IR recipe? You didn't explain this clearly. Doesn't this make it difficult for us? It's also so expensive. It's expensive, but after all it's an 8-grade Eli IR prescription. Even if it says ancient, I'll add 1 million to it. 81 million. This person had a playful attitude because he knew that there would definitely be a price increase later and he didn't need to worry about going back to pay. The 8-grade ancient Eli IR has the effect of improving physical fitness. Although I don't know exactly how, it will definitely not be too bad. I think it would be difficult to find something of this level even as medicinal materials, and it couldn't be refined. In addition, whether it can be taken away alive is another serious problem. 83 million. Look, someone is taking action now. What followed was another fierce competition, but this time the price increase was not as fierce as before, even because there were too many issues to consider in this 8-grade Eli IR prescription. Many people are not willing to spend such a high price to buy such a useless thing. A volume of ancient Eli IRS. I don't know what they are. Woolen cloth? Long Fei frowned, his pupils changed color, and as soon as the Chaos Azure Dragon pupils emerged, his vision instantly penetrated the screen in the room and directly decomposed the pill recipe on the auction table. The content pictures on the prescription as well as the materials of the prescription. It actually requires an 8th level Warcraft core. This directly eliminates most of the alchemists. The 8th level monster core is hard to find and even harder to deal with. The 8th level monster is equivalent to the level of a human fighting master, but it's not like there's no chance. If you're powerful, you can crush them directly. Even if you're weak, you can find a few friends to surround them, but they're not easy to deal with either. As for the following materials, they are even rarer and some of them have never been heard of, and there are some missing parts at the back. This thing is still a scrap. Grandma Ni's thing is considered a scam. Long Fei immediately lost interest and originally thought of taking a photo and collecting it. Wait, collect? Long Fei rolled his eyes and suddenly became interested in this ancient Eli IR. If you want to collect it, this ancient Eli IR recipe is good. When I heard back, the price at this moment had been raised to 99 million, which was just shy of 1 million to break 100 million. But at this moment a voice sounded, afterburner 1 million. The price directly exceeded 100 million. Long Fei pressed the price increase button without hesitation. The Qinglong gang bids 200 million. At this moment Long Fei's voice sounded again for 7 auction items. It's the Qinglong gang. They appear again. The Qinglong gang actually increased their strength by 100 million. Don't they have a deep understanding of this ancient Eli IR recipe? Humph, the Qinglong gang has appeared again. I will never let them succeed so easily. Lu Xianghe, the eldest son of the Tianming sect, said coldly, directly raising the price. The Tianming sect offered 250 million. The Yaoshang sect offers 300 million yuan. It's Yaoshang sect again. Lu Xianghe looked at the other VIP room and said fiercely. The Yaoshang sect didn't know where it came from. From the very beginning it was without a doubt that it was deliberately going against their Tianming sect to raise the price. Protector Ering Dozun said with a strange air of yin and yang, no matter what they are, the Yaoshang sect and the Qinglong gang have paid a heavy price. We have just contacted the personnel from the headquarters to come over. When these people leave Dan City they will pay the price. They did this just in case the two sects united to deal with them, and they didn't have enough manpower now. The most important thing is that they don't know how many people there are on the other side and what their cultivation level is. It will be easy to deal with those who are similar to them or lower than them, but if they are higher than them it will be a bit troublesome. Want to play? Then I will play with you. The Qinglong gang offers 400 million. 400 million? Who does this Qinglong gang need? An old man from the Yaoshang sect closed his eyes, gently stroking his beard with his right hand, and said softly, "Are you going to increase the price, elder?" A man net to him said. The old man shook his head and said, "No need, I am even more interested in the Qinglong gang now." The man frowned and said, "According to the temperament of Tianming sect they will definitely not let go of the Qinglong gang, and we have fought against Tianming sect before and they will definitely deal with us. We can join forces with the Qinglong gang when the time comes. Of course this will require it would be better if the other party has a better temper." The old man held up the handle with one hand, stood up, shook his head and said, "It's almost over now. Let's go get ready. The people in the sect have already notified us, right?" The man nodded. "I have been notified." The old man nodded. "Okay, but there is no need to worry too much. Even if the Tianming sect in Dan City gives them 10 courages they will not dare to take action against us, otherwise they will bear the super wrath of those 3 terrifying beings. Tianming's own Hui can't afford it, at least now." The man agreed. "Yes, in the worst case we can just wait in Dan City." While the two were talking, the gloomy faces of the people on Tianming's side were revealed one after another, especially Lu Xianghe's. The auction is about to end and who is the final winner will be revealed soon. Lu Xianghe's eyes flashed with a cold light. No one is raising prices anymore. Xinjia also quickly shouted 3 times to confirm. With one hammer blow the bid was successful at 400 million yuan. The Qinglong gang spends a lot of money. It is really said that they have become famous in 100 million battles. The name of this gang will be spread among the people here. Chapter 281. 281. Xinjia invites you. After the auction ended, Kemi, who had been practicing, also woke up and her cultivation level also improved. Fortunately she improved by 2 stars. Now she is a 7-star Do Huang. It only took one auction to advance from 5-star to 7-star, and she was extremely lucky to meet Long Fei. Kemi smiled and said, "Fortunately you have lived up to your destiny, 7-star fighting emperor." Long Fei smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, keep working hard. Now you need to sign an agreement with us. This is what everyone needs to do to join our Qinglong gang." After saying that, his right hand moved lightly and the net moment a ray of light flashed out. After the light fades there is an ancient parchment scroll. "What do I need to do?" Kemi said. She had already chosen to join, so she couldn't be vague about it. She is not a fool and understands what this mysterious agreement means. "You only need to drop a drop of blood." Long Fei's plain voice sounded again. "Good." Kemi nodded. After understanding how to do it, he decisively took it out with his fingers. A drop of blood dripped into the parchment. After the parchment disappeared, thunder suddenly sounded in the sky outside the auction house and then disappeared. Such a sudden scene also attracted the attention of many people and became hot news in Dan City. The 3 giants of Xian Kongzi in the Dan Pagoda were also a little surprised by the sudden change in the weather outside. Xian Kongzi frowned and muttered, "Is it Dan Lei? Thunder tribulation? That's not right. It should not be like this, even if it is a 7th grade Elir that disappears in such a small amount." Tian Liiza frowned. Xian Yi said, "Is there anyone refining 7th grade Elirs in Dan City?" No, this lightning disaster did not strike and the duration was too short. It seems like it was just a sudden change in the weather. Xian Kongzi waved the long sleeves in his hand and said, "No matter what, just send someone to have a look. That direction seems to be the location of the auction house." "Okay." While bleeding, many strange and powerful memories also appeared in Kemi's mind. These memories included secrets on martial arts and fighting skills that she had never seen before, as well as knowledge on medicinal materials such as jelly grass. There are also some very special instances in the inheritance category. Kemi digested it slowly and Long Fei was not in a hurry to interrupt her. Time passed quickly and Kemi finally digested a lot. At this moment a woman walked in. "This person is Xinjia." "Young masters, our auction house is closing. I wonder when you two will leave." Xinjia's voice was very gentle. The reason why she was able to let Long Fei stay outside of time without disturbing her until now was because of Long Fei's specialness. 7 grade Elirs and then hundreds of millions will come out. Naturally they would not mess with such people. Long Fei smiled and said, "Excuse me, we're leaving now." After saying that he turned to look at Kemi. "Let's go." Kemi nodded. "Okay." Xinjia hesitated but spoke, "Master, wait a moment." The footsteps of Long Fei and Long Fei stopped. The former turned his head and looked curious and confused. "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Xinjia nodded. "The little lady wants to talk to the young master alone about something. I wonder if it is possible." Long Fei showed showed his big heart. No problem Miss Zinja, please choose a place. Then he looked at Kemi and said, wait for me at the auction house first and don't go out just in case someone does something small. Kemi nodded, I understand. Then Long Fei followed Xingya towards a room in the auction house. As the two of them entered, Zinja found a seat and sat down. Long Fei looked at the layout here. Good guy, this boudoir is comparable to others. Long Fei looked at Zinja playfully, showed an evil smile and said softly, Miss Zinja called me here. A man and a woman are alone in the same room. Aren't you afraid of something happening? Zinja didn't seem to be afraid of Long Fei's teasing and even took the initiative to return a wink, her eyelashes bouncing up and down, and teased, what do you want to do, master? Long Fei's tone was meaningful. Today I met Miss Zinja. I finally understand what love at first sight means. Since it has happened again, let's put other things aside for the time being. Why don't we talk about it later? Zinja's face turned red. Young master is really straightforward and can say anything. Young master, please stop being humorous. The young lady is meeting you alone today because she wants to talk to you about business. Zinja seemed to be unable to defeat Long Fei. Her eyes were deliberately avoiding her. Long Fei's eyes were full of huge lethality. Long Fei laughed and sat down. She looked at Xingya and said, okay, I'm all ears. Zinja smiled lightly and poured a cup of tea for Long Fei, who drank it without hesitation. Zinja's words started to ring out. I wonder what kind of force the young master's Qinglong gang is. There are not many people in Zhongzhou continent who want to casually throw away 7th grade Eli IRS and hundreds of millions of gold coins like you. Long Fei chuckled and said, what do you want to do by asking these questions? Xingya said, the little girl wants to cooperate with the young master. Long Fei blinked and wondered what kind of cooperation method. Just be more rela-ed. Xingya, okay. The little girl likes the young master to be so generous. The young master should have more resources. About Eli IRS, right? Long Fei nodded. There are more than you can imagine. Zinja said directly, little girl, don't talk nonsense anymore. If you like the young master's resources to be auctioned in the future, the young lady can give priority to our auction house. We will give the young master a big preferential policy and we will only get the auction money. What do you think about 10% of the fee? Long Fei asked, how much do you smoke for others? Zinja, 30%. Long Fei shook his head. I am not interested in gold coins because my money is beyond your imagination. Zinja was stunned and a little at a loss. What she was most afraid of was people who were interested in gold coin, because there will be some frustration after talking about it. Zinja gritted her teeth lightly and said, this is so. How can the young master be willing to cooperate with this little girl? After hearing this, Long Fei was silent for a second and smiled evilly. What I said before was not a joke. Zinja was startled, recalling Long Fei's words before. Her face became a little dazed and then she gradually turned red with embarrassment. What? Do you think this young master is not good enough for you? Long Fei teased, and Zinja was shocked by a burst of holy power that appeared on his body. This young master is not talented. He is in his 30s, but he just entered the 5-star fighting saints not long ago. What else do you think you need to consider? Why don't you quickly fall in love with me? Long Fei's figure came to Xingya. At this moment there was only one man and one woman in the room. Xingya's figure was so charming. The blood from the dragon's nature in Long Fei's body had already boiled. Now he wanted to eat Xingya. Elegant 5-star fighting saint. Even Zinja gasped, her eyes filled with disbelief. Since the person in front of me is a 5-star fighting saint, if this is the case, I might be able to get the protection of a 5-star fighting saint. Zinja gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, if the young master doesn't dislike the young lady is willing to do what the young master wants. Okay, ha ha ha. Soon Long Fei took Zinja to the big cotton bed. Net to him. The author will not describe much about what happened. Net readers can just imagine it in their own minds. Chapter 282. Chapter 282. The generous Long Fei. 2 hours passed quickly within the room. After finishing his work, Long Fei had just rested for a while and now he got out of bed and put on his clothes leisurely. It is such a rare thing to be able to have a good meal here this time. As a scumbag, he, the representative of Neptune, fortunately lived up to his fate and took the blood of a woman in the fantasy world. It's really fun. After putting on his clothes, Long Fei muttered. At this moment Zinja was lying on the bed dazedly awake. Her face and skin were flushed, her hair was a little messy and she was wrapped tightly in quilt. Are you leaving? Zinja's soft voice sounded a little reluctant. Long Fei looked at her and said gently, tomorrow is the alchemist competition in Danta. I will go back to watch. I will stay here for another day. If you miss me, you can go to Qinglong Pavilion then. Oh, by the way, Qinglong Pavilion, the former Sifang Pavilion, has been unified by me, but the news has not been released yet. Then he took out a na ring from the ring and put it on the table, saying, you are my woman now, so I will not be stingy. This ring contains medicinal materials that are not weaker than the A grade. There are plenty enough for you. Then he took out another token and put it on the table. This token can communicate with me, protect your life and attack the enemy. It can be used to 100 times in total. As long as the opponent is not a 9-star fighting saint, it will be severely damaged. Long Fei said very generously and then pinched his fingers and a green light appeared. It's a puppet. As soon as the puppet came out, Xinjia's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Is this a puppet? Long Fei nodded. This puppet was refined by my special means. Its strength reaches the peak of half saint and is not far from Do Sage. He will be responsible for protecting you when I am not around. He can hide. Xinjia was also shocked by Long Fei's method. I have climbed into a very terrifying instant. Xinjia nodded. I understand, thank you. Later she found that her cultivation level had also been upgraded. This is because of Long Fei's bloodline, and practicing dual cultivation with him can improve his physique. Xinjia, who originally only had the strength of a 3-star Duzong, has now broken through to a 5-star Duzong, 2 stars in 2 hours. The stronger Long Fei's cultivation is, the stronger his bloodline will be to others. Long Fei said, my people have been waiting outside for a long time. It's time for me to leave. People like Tianmingse can't wait any longer. I'm going to deal with something. Go, I'm so tired and want to sleep, Xinjia said softly. Then Long Fei left. Xinjia, who had a complete press Zion, showed a sweet smile again, and then she looked at the puppet in front of her and wondered why it looked a little weird. He said, you could hide? The puppet nodded and replied emotionlessly, okay. Xinjia's beautiful eyes were shocked. You can still talk? The puppet nodded, yes. Then you hide quickly, unless I'm in danger, or don't come out without my order, Xingya said. The puppet turned into a black mist and disappeared into the room. As for where it went, only he himself knows. It's really amazing. Generally puppets lose consciousness after being refined. Why is this completely different? And the other side, Kemi was waiting outside the auction house. 2 hours later, even though she had joined the Qinglong gang, she couldn't help but complain. Kemi complained and muttered, what on earth is this gang leader doing? Did something unspeakable happen to these two people? 2 hours have passed and they still haven't come out. I'm really an ES to death. At the same time, the people from Tianming sect have not left Dan City yet. After all, Dan Pagoda is going to hold an alchemist competition tomorrow and they plan to go and observe it. Moreover, their Tianming sect also has a good young generation of alchemists who are ready to challenge them. Have the people from the Qinglong gang not come out yet? It's impossible, it's been so long. Lu Xianghe said with a gloomy press Zion. Now they are in the courtyard of a Lu Urias tavern in Dan City, and there were SI people standing beside him. 4 of them had just come from Tianming sect. The 2-star protector Duzun came to Lu Xianghe and said, the spies just sent news that the Qinglong gang hasn't shown up yet. I don't know if they left from other places, but there is always a woman at the door of the auction house. There is a person standing there who seems to be waiting for someone. I don't know if there is anyone there. Relationship. Do you need to take action? After hearing this, Lu Xianghe frowned and felt a little unhappy. He said angrily, why didn't this kind of news come back earlier? Is that spy just kidding? It took a full 2 hours to explore this damn thing. The guy from the Qinglong gang might have really left through other means, and we don't know what the other party is like. This is going to be a bit difficult. The new protector said, don't worry sir, we have already set up an ambush outside Dan City. We will not let anyone go if we see anyone suspicious like that. Hearing this, Lu Xianghe was also helpless. He didn't even know what the other party looked like, let alone finding a difficult question. He rubbed his brows and waved his hand. Okay, people outside will do this first. How is the surveillance from the Yaoshang sect? At this point, Lu Xianghe's face became gloomy and angry again. This Yaoshang sect is even more hateful than the Qinglong gang. They compete with them for 7 items and each time they increase the price at critical moment. This comparison must be calculated. Protector Duzun continued to speak. Our people have been following the people of Yaoshang sect. They are currently in Chengxing Garden and it is not convenient for us to do it in Dan City. It seems that the people in their headquarters are also a lot of people came. Lu Xianghe narrowed his eyes and said, it's good to find the Yaoshang sect. Continue to monitor, but be careful about the old man opposite. That old man is not simple. Although Dan City is the territory of the 3 giants of Dan Pagoda, they are not the same. They may be monitored all the time. If there are too many people in this Yaoshang sect, we can let them go first. After a pause, he continued, if there is a big commotion, it will also attract the 3 giants. Then it will be difficult to deal with. Now our target is the Qinglong gang. This damn thing, the woman you are talking about, you go and capture her now. I suspect she has something to do with the Qinglong gang. Leave this matter to you. He looked at Protector Duzun. Yes, I will definitely bring it back to you, master. Protector Duzun nodded. When he turned around and was about to leave, Lu Xianghe stopped him. Wait, what other instructions does the young master have? Protector Duzun was confused. Where is the spy? Lu Xianghe asked. Just outside the courtyard. 2-star Duzun, protect the law. If you don't do the job well, there's no need to keep it. Lu Xianghe looked at Protector Duzun with a murderous intent in his eyes and said, you should know what to do, right? Protector 2-star Duzun nodded. I know. Go. Chapter 283 Kemi's crisis. Kemi was still waiting and suddenly she felt that the temperature around her had cooled down and something strange seemed to have changed. She frowned and at this moment she felt a bad premonition spreading from her body. Who are you? Come out! Kemi shouted coldly and the strength of the 7-star fighting emperor was immediately revealed. In his hand was a blue-silver sword. She was wary of her surroundings. GGG, you are quite capable little girl. The 7-star Do Huang is just an ant in my eyes. A voice came from behind Kemi. Who is this person? Kemi was shocked. The net moment his pupils shrank, his expression changed drastically. He decisively turned around and slashed down with his sword and a sword blade flew out. The person who came was Protector Ering Dozun. When he saw the offensive in front of him, his sinister face showed disdain and indifference. He directly defused the attack with a wave of his hand without even an explosion. GG, this is not good. Such a big movement is likely to attract the attention of those 3 old guys. Girls should be gentler. Protector Ering Dozun narrowed his eyes and a sinister voice sounded in a low voice. The aura emanating from the 2-star Dozun protector made Kemi feel fearful. This person was probably a strong Dozun. He just called himself and this person was Dozun. If it's not good, you have to run away. This person is probably coming for the gang leader. The gang leader still doesn't know what's going on inside. If I'm caught, I will definitely implicate the gang leader. Kemi asked with a solemn expression. Who are you? Why do we not know each other? I'm looking for you to verify something. The 2-star protector Dozun said. Kemi looked wary. What's going on? The tone of Protector 2-star Dozun showed an extremely strong threat. Are you a member of the Qinglong gang? I will only give you one chance to answer. Think carefully before answering. If I find out that you lied, the consequences will be death. That's right, I'm from the Qinglong gang. What do you want? Kemi said with a straight face. Protector Ering Dozun was stunned when he heard this and then GG laughed strangely. That's right. If you can face it straightforwardly, just admit it. Young master's guess is indeed correct. I am the protector of Tianming sect. You guys, the Qinglong gang has offended our Tianming sect. Young master needs to see you and I go away. After saying that, he stretched out his claws directly towards Kemi. Not good. As soon as Kemi had a thought, she broke out in cold sweat. Out of instinct, some thunder appeared on her body and then she quickly dodged. This is the lightning flash step. I didn't expect to learn it so quickly. Although it's still at the entry level, it's not slow at all. This kind of movement is interesting. Protector Ering Dozun looked at Kemi and suddenly became interested. The little Do Huang should also fight against the Tianming sect. If you don't cooperate, then don't blame me for destroying the flowers. The eyes of the Protector Ering Dozun flashed coldly, then a ruthless look emerged. Don't come here. Our gang leader is a fighting saint. Kemi managed to escape, but the pressure here and the operation of the skills consumed her fighting energy and the cold sweat on her forehead continued to flow out, giving her a very special feeling. Feeling embarrassed. This movement skill is learned and performed in an emergency. This consumes a lot of fighting energy. Kemi's heart was pounding. If it hadn't been for this movement technique, she would have been caught. Gang leader, when will you come out? No, I can stay here anymore. It is very dangerous and I must leave. The protector of the 2-star Dozun was stunned when he heard Kemi's word. Fighting saint? You little kid can't tell a lie. Do you think that fighting saint is a cabbage that can be found anywhere? Come and die for me. Although his expression became even more serious, there was still a trace of fear hidden in his eyes. He didn't know if there were fighting saints or semi-saints in the Qinglong gang. Now that he had taken action, he had to fight quickly. This little girl seems to be waiting for someone here. It seems that the gang leader is still in the auction house and has not come out. After thinking about it, he suddenly appeared in front of Kemi. Kemi was desperate. This is the difference in strength. Even with the lightning flash step, it is impossible to avoid the pursuit of a fighting master. I didn't expect that within a day of joining the gang I would become a liability. Seeing the claws of the protector Ering Dozun getting closer and closer to him, Kemi shouted in despair, help! No one can save you. Let capture you without mercy. Protector 2-star Dozun laughed wildly. A Dozun came to deal with me? A Do Emperor, you are really shameless. Kemi shouted. Ha 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 ha. Protector Ering Dozun laughed, but the net moment his smile suddenly became dull and his expression changed drastically. At this moment the air around him suddenly became extremely heavy, like a huge boulder hanging down from the sky. What is this? Bang! The 2-star Dozun protector just hit the ground. Kemi was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Suddenly time around me seemed to have stopped. A soft sound of footsteps came out. Immediately afterwards a cold voice sounded. I haven't come to trouble you from the Tianming sect. Now that you are seeking death and sending me here, you are still bullying my disciples with your Dozun cultivation. It seems that this is the Tianming sect. There's no need to continue living. When Kemi heard this familiar voice, she turned around and was pleasantly surprised. Gang leader, this old man bullied you. I will seek justice for for you. After speaking, Long Fei put Kemi aside and slowly walked to the guardian of Ying Dozun. His tone was sarcastic. That's it? A small 2-star Dozun? Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. The protector of the 2-star Dozun was immediately frightened. He was sweating profusely. His eyes were full of fear and fear. His body was trembling and the coldness of the cold kept sweeping over him. He could feel the extremely terrifying aura of the person in front of him. This aura was like a mountain versus a small gravel. It was unmistakable. The young man in front of him was a fighting saint. Even if he is not a fighting saint, he is at least a half saint. Long Fei's expression changed and he said with a smile, misunderstanding? I like misunderstandings the most. With that said, he directly raised his foot and stepped on the head of Protector Ying Dozun, who screamed in pain. Long Fei's voice was cold. I ask you, what is your name? Then he said, forget it, I don't care about a dead man's name. Go to hell. The moment Long Fei's voice fell, Protector Ying Dozun felt the foot on his head exerting force again, and there was a sense of pressure in his head as if it would implode in the net moment. He used all his strength but was unable to resist at all. This is the difference between levels. This time it was his turn to look desperate. Your Excellency, please forgive me. Your Excellency, please forgive me. I am just following orders. Please forgive me. Bang. Dry tongue. Long Fei kicked it down and said coldly. The ground was covered in blood and flesh and the scene was cruel. Chapter 284. The Tragedy of Lu Xianghe. Tianming Sect. Long Fei looked at the blood curtain in front of him and waved his hand. A breeze blew in front of him and the blood and corpses on the ground disappeared. The consciousness quickly scanned the Dan city. He soon discovered the location of the Tianming sect. As for why he knew what the people from the Tianming sect looked like, it was not easy. The people of the Tianming sect were yin and yang, strange, and the only place in the city that could fit this was the one in the courtyard. Several people were Tianming sect Lu Xianghe and others were Lu Xianghe, who was fishing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and a cold voice sounded, why haven't you come back yet? Is it so difficult to catch a woman? Obviously he is angry. These people are really becoming more and more unreliable. He is very angry. Of course it is impossible for a woman to be the opponent of the 2-star protector, but if the other party comes and the others come, that is not necessarily the case. The voice of the 3-star Dozun protector sounded indifferently. A new 2-star peak Dozun protector looked at the scene in front of him and said what he guessed. In Dan city there are troops with Dan Ta strength patrolling the city. The cultivation level of those people is between Dozong and Dozun. This time period is the peak period for their patrols. Any abnormal movement will attract their attention. If someone comes from the other side, the 2-star guardian is worried about this. If there is a problem, then you have to wait for a while, which will take longer. Lu Xianghe closed his eyes and listened to this person's report before opening his eyes again. He looked at the 3-star Dozun protector beside him and said in a lukewarm tone, go over and see if anything goes wrong. That's good. Yes. What is it? Still going there? Do you want to eat shit? But at this moment a strange and cold voice came into everyone's ears. Who? The 5 people shouted angrily and the auras on their bodies suddenly appeared. This person was able to transmit the voice here, making the 5 of them unaware of its existence. It can be said that the owner of this voice is very powerful and very dangerous to them. Protect the young master. The 3-star Dozun Dharma protector shouted coldly. Lu Xianghe was quickly blocked by 4 people. Look through the middle gap of the body. A light appeared in front of everyone. Then they turned into 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. These 2 people are Long Fei and Kemi. Aren't you looking for me? Now that I'm here in person, why are you panicking? Long Fei looked at the expressions and movements of the 5 people in front of him and suddenly laughed sarcastically. Lu Xianghe suddenly felt an invisible sense of oppression when he looked at Long Fei, and his breathing became heavy and gradually difficult. His eyes sank and his tone was fearful. Are you from the Qinglong gang? Long Fei's lips curved slightly and he said, yes, I am the leader of the Qinglong gang and this is the newly recruited disciple Kemi. Oh, by the way, you don't need to find that person. You send the Dozun who captured my disciple has been killed by me. His palms clenched slightly into fist. Killed. The 4 fighting masters of Tianming sect were startled when they heard this and they all looked at Lu Xianghe. You killed him? Lu Xianghe's angry voice trembled. Well, are you questioning me? Little Dozong is so ridiculous. Long Fei's face showed a cold look. The space between raising his hands trembled, undulating, and a terrifying holy power directly locked Lu Xianghe. No, let's take action together. The other 4 people saw that this was a bad secret, so they took action decisively. They all attack with all their strength and dare not hide at all, seeking death. With a tap of Long Fei's hand, the 4 of them were blown away by a huge force and hit the ground hard. Some of the stones around the courtyard were shattered by the impact. 4 screams sounded at the same time. The 4 of them were wailing and rolling on the ground. They couldn't resist the force just now. It was too powerful. Making a fist is beyond their capabilities. Holy power. He is a fighting saint. Even if he he is not a fighting saint, he is still a half-saint. Everyone was dripping with cold sweat, extremely frightened, and their bodies were shaking. Since they have provoked such a terrifying instant, you must know that the strongest sect leader in the Tianming sect is only a 9th level peak fighting master. Half-saint. Lu Xianghe screamed, his face turned pale and his body struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. The space 1 millimeter away from his body was blocked. He was now as straight as a noodle stick. Even if it was it's impossible to do even a slight slant of the body. Since the leader of the Qinglong gang is a saint, this news is enough to shock Tianming sect. Long Fei sneered disdainfully. Half-saint? Haha, don't compare me with these rubbish. I am a genuine 5-star fighting saint. Ants, if you provoke a supreme being like me, your fate is destined to be destroyed. Go to hell and keep your eyes open in the net life. Gently put your finger in the air. No, Zane, spare our lives. We are willing to surrender to you. We will be slaves forever. Please let us live. The 4 of them were completely frightened. This kind of terrifying instance was not something the fighting masters could fight against or plan against. In the eyes of others they are nothing more than ants and gravel. In order to save their lives, the 4 of them decisively chose to surrender. All of this was the attention of Lu Xianghe. They only went to help because of the majesty of the Tianming sect leader. Otherwise who would be a dozon and obey the orders of a mere dozon? Do not make joke. Oh, surrender? Very good. Do you need some sincerity? Long Fei stopped and looked at the 4 of them with a slight smile. Such a plain smile was indeed as cold and terrifying as a devil in the eyes of the 4 people. The bodies of the 4 people could not help but continue to tremble. You. Lu Xianghe's eyes were red with anger and he was almost angry to death. At the critical moment these 4 people had betrayed him. Betray him, Tianming sect. Betray his father. These people really deserve to die. What kind of sincerity does the saint need from us? The 4 of them gritted their teeth and spoke. Kill him. Long Fei pointed at Lu Xianghe and said, he has 4 limbs. Each of you 4 will have exactly 1 limb. Let do it. When the word fell, the coercion on the 4 people disappeared. The 4 people quickly gathered their swords and walked towards Lu Xianghe. No, don't come over. If you dare to cut off my limbs, my father will not let you go. Don't come over. Lu Xianghe shouted in fear and despair. His body was forced to retreat but could not move. Tears flowed crazily from behind his eyes. He was extremely scared. He was very afraid of death. How could he who was born to stand at high places endure the pain of having his limbs broken off? As a young master he just enjoys his days and enjoys the comfort of calling people back and forth. What Long Fei is doing now is nothing more than completely pampering him. My courage was shattered. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. We have no choice. We don't want to die with you. That's right, you brought this on yourself. Our new master is a 5-star fighting master. Your father is only a 9th level peak fighting master. How can he be my master's opponent? Cut off his limb. No. Phew. The 4 knives fell at the same time and 4 streams of blood emerged. Lu Xianghe's pig-killing scream sounded extremely terrifying. The pain made his eyes bloodshot. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Veins appeared on his forehead and his complexion turned pale. Chapter 285 Fall and Anger. Soon Lu Xianghe's 2 arms, 2 legs and feet were chopped off and fell to the ground. Lu Xianghe's severed limbs kept spurting bright hot blood from the inside out. At this moment Lu Xianghe's scream was extremely low and he no longer had that strength. Drowsy and miserable, his pale and bloodless face was full of despair and tragedy. Now he has officially become a human stick. This is what happens if you take advantage of me. Long Fei looked calm, but Kemi was indeed frightened and a look of unbearability appeared on her delicate face at this moment. She didn't dare to look at it. Even though she as a fighting emperor had many lives on her hands, it was a very decisive killing, not such a cruel killing. After all, she is still a woman. Devil. Lu Xianghe's tone was weak and trembling. Blood kept flowing from his mouth and he looked at Long Fei with blood-red eyes. Tough talk. Long Fei sighed and snapped his fingers. A flame suddenly rose from the ground, covering the blood and limbs on the ground as well as Lu Xianghe's entire body. When the other 4 people saw this scene, they were frightened and hurriedly backed away, sweating continuously. But at the same time his face also showed a look of great joy. This Lu Xianghe didn't pay attention to these fighting masters all day long. It wasn't because of his father's strength that he didn't dare to take action and could only obey orders. Everyone had wanted to kill him for a long time. Now Long Fei gave this natural. They will naturally not miss the opportunity. Lu Xianghe died in pain. Evil people will be punished. It's not that they won't be punished, it's just that the time has not come yet. Now the time has come, so he died. Lord Saint. The 4 of them quickly put down their weapons and fearfully knelt down towards Long Fei with a look of submission on his face. Long Fei looked at these people with a smile, his eyes showing a hint of coldness. Your young master is dead. How can the 4 of you survive? Long Fei said these words at this time, which made the 4 people's faces instantly turn pale with fear. Their hairs stood up, their backs felt cold and cold cold sweat continued to flow out. Saint, we have been yours from the beginning. We are willing to surrender to you and will never disobey you as slaves. Please also ask the master to spare the lives of 4 of us. We are still very useful at the level of Dozun. The 4 of them were so afraid of death that they became as timid as dogs. I'm sorry, I don't like temporary traitors. If one day I encounter a situation like today and the target is me, then you will be the source of betrayal, and I never said I would let you go. Long Fei revealed. With an evil smile he raised his hand and shook it violently. Suddenly fluctuations in the space ahead emerged and they continued to collide. No, the 4 people were afraid. Master, please spare my life. You are so heartless, we will fight you. The 4 of them knew that Long Fei had murderous intentions towards the 4 of them and knew that they could not survive from his hands no matter what, so they decided to fight back desperately. Although the hope was slim, there might be a chance, but how could Long Fei give them this opportunity? The 4 people's bodies swelled up and they were about to self-destruct. Self-destruction? A desperate counterattack? Haha, you're very brave. It's useless if you don't use it. Long Fei squinted his eyes slightly, then sneered with contempt. The 4 of them seemed to feel something and their pupils could not help but shrink. The net second. Bang 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 bang. 4 explosion sounds sounded at the same time. The 4 bodies plotted into blood mist in mid-air. Long Fei's face was presionless ant thing. With a wave of his hand a flame burned in front of him. Everything about the 4 people was burned by the terrifying high-temperature flames. Not even a trace of residue was left. This matter is over, let's go. Long Fei turned around and took Kemi away from here. At the same time, in an area of Zhongzhou continent, this is the territory that belongs to the Tianming sect, and it is also the place that the Tianming sect has relied on for survival since its establishment. The location here is also very good. Feng Shui is very good. Within the Tianming sect, Lu Xiangtian, the leader of Tianming sect, is practicing. Suddenly opened his eyes. Just now he felt a bad premonition. The heart suddenly beat abnormally and violently. Breathing became a little heavy. A coldness appeared in Lu Xiangtian's eyes. What's going on? Why is this sect so uneasy? What happened? He stood up and walked out of the retreat room. There is a servant waiting outside. He is a steward appointed by him. This steward has a high status, second only to the elders in Tianming sect, but he still lowered his head in front of Lu Xianghe, the leader of Tianming sect. Master, you are out of seclusion, the butler said respectfully. Lu Xiangtian narrowed his eyes, glanced at the housekeeper, and then turned his gaze to the sky in the distance and said, suddenly my sect felt very uneasy. Is there anything wrong inside and outside our sect during these days of seclusion in our sect? Something good happened? The butler frowned and did not answer in a hurry. He tried to think back and then shook his head. Sect master, Tianming sect is developing very well and there are no problems that can threaten the existence of Tianming sect. Are you wrong, sect master? Lu Xiangtian's frowned brows suddenly relaxed. He rubbed them and sighed. I hope so. Suddenly asked, by the way, where is he? What about the other guardian elders? The housekeeper said respectfully, by the way, master, I need to tell you about this matter. Not long ago the young master took Lu Xian and Lu San Dharma protector Duzun out for fun, but just now he received the order from the young master to secretly send several protectors. Dozun went to Dan City. Don't you know what happened? Dan City? Lu Xiangtian was stunned. I hope not. As if he suddenly remembered something, he quickly took out Lu Xianghe's jade tablet of life from the ring. But the net moment the prescience of Lu Xiangtian and the housekeeper changed drastically. Broken. The two of them spoke in the same voice. It seems that my previous uneasy premonition was indeed correct. Something happened to here. Lu Xiangtian's face suddenly darkened with a cold and angry look on his face. The jade medal is broken. So the young master has also fallen? The butler's voice trembled. Lu Xiangtian was furious and slapped the housekeeper with his palm. The butler's eyes narrowed, showing a look of fear. Bang! Ah! The net moment the housekeeper screamed, and then the whole person flew out in a low parabola and hit the ground hard. There were burning slap marks on his face. Blood was spitting out of his mouth and a few of his teeth were flying out. Lu Xiangtian said coldly, although our sekir has fallen, the broken jade medal means that he is in danger, but it does not necessarily fall. If you speak rudely net time, this sect will sentence you to death. A terrifying coercion surged out of him, pressing down on the housekeeper. The housekeeper was frightened and trembled, and he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Sect master, please forgive me. I will never dare to do this again. Chapter 286. Lu Xiangtian. When Lu Xiangtian saw this butler's appearance, he snorted coldly and threw his hands behind his back. The frightened housekeeper huddled on the ground and shivered, vomiting blood from his mouth, and felt extremely uncomfortable. Has anything happened in Dan City in recent days? Lu Xiangtian said coldly. The butler's trembling voice sounded. Dan City will hold an alchemist competition tomorrow. Alchemist competition? Lu Xiangtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Does our sect have any alchemist to participate? The housekeeper nodded desperately. Yes, we have already eliminated 3 people. These 3 three are all outstanding leaders of the younger generation. You the sect master should also know these three. I'm too lazy to think about it, just tell me. Lu Xiangtian said coldly. The housekeeper hurriedly said, Suji Wuhuan and Dongji, these three people are under the 35th grade and the 8-star Duhuang cultivation level is already the 7th grade alchemist. Lu Xiangtian looked at the housekeeper coldly. Okay, I want to go to Dan City to have a look in person. I asked a few elders to take good care of the sect while I was away. Yes, I understand. I will go and notify you immediately. The housekeeper kowtowed and said quickly, go away, don't die. Lu Xiangtian shouted. The housekeeper rolled and crawled and gritted his teeth and ran away, enduring the severe pain. He doesn't want to stay here for a minute now. Terrible. It's really terrible. After the housekeeper left, Lu Xiangtian's face became even more gloomy and his murderous intention became more intense. He raised his hand again and looked at the broken jade piece in his hand and said coldly, the jade tablet of life is connected to Here's life. The jade tablet is broken. Here is dead. Here, I want to see you alive and you want to see your body dead. Whoever your father is will find you and avenge you. After putting down the harsh words, he squeezed it hard in his hand and the broken jade token turned into extremely fine powder and flowed away in the air. He knew that his son Lu Xianghe had died since he had just seen the broken jade tablet of life. However, he was not mentally prepared at that time and deliberately avoided the reality of Lu Xianghe's death. But now, after the operation just now, finally he had to admit and face this reality. Let me find all the whereabouts of the Tianming sect inside and outside Dan City and the last place where they disappeared. But be careful not to pose too much. Those three old guys in Dan Tower are not easy to mess with. Lu Xiangtian said gloomily to the sky. Follow your orders. At this moment, three black figures appeared beside him and disappeared into the shadow mist. These are the dead servants of Tianming sect who are directly managed by Lu Xiangtian and obey his orders. They are also top killers trained by him. It's time for me to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away from Tianming sect. The speed is very fast. According to this speed, it will only take 2 or 3 hours to reach Dan City, not to mention that he can pass through the space wormhole. Tianming sect is not far from Dan City itself and he will be able to reach it soon. In Dan City, Long Fei, who had finished killing people, didn't know that his enemies had come to his door, but even if he knew, he just smiled scornfully. He took Kemi and continued to walk around Dan City. Time is gradually passing by. Lu Xiangtian and others have already arrived in Dan City and it is very simple to get in now. Their purpose is to search for the murderer. Deadpool was very fast and extremely Iparian. He quickly found the place where Lu Xianghe had been during his lifetime and soon a path emerged on the floor of a family. When Lu Xiangtian picked up his teacup and was about to drink it, the dead waiter Net to him had already arrived. Sect master, all the young masters' previous whereabouts are here. A deep voice sounded from Deadpool's mouth and then he put a scroll on Lu Xiangtian's desk. Lu Xiangtian put down the cup in his hand and picked it up. Watch from beginning to end. In the end, Lu Xiangtian's traces stopped at the Wanjia Courtyard Hotel. What did you find out about the last place where he was? Lu Xiangtian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Deadpool opened his mouth to report there are several broken stone statues in the courtyard and there are also some messy and unnatural traces. These are obviously left after the fight. There are also traces of the young master living in the room, but following him and coming here, those people and guardian elders have disappeared. After hearing this, Lu Xiangtian's eyes became even heavier. Lu Xiangtian said, can you find out who the person who had the dispute with here was? Or has anyone seen a suspicious person enter the courtyard? Deadpool spoke truthfully. We learned from the mouth of the Yaoshang sect that the young master had a dispute with a powerful person named Qinglong Gang in the auction house. I don't know if the death of the young master and others was related to it. Qinglong Gang? What kind of force is this? Is there such a force in Zhongzhou? But Zhongzhou is so big that there are all kinds of bull-headed and horse-faced people, but they can't get out. It seems that this Qinglong Gang is one of these bull-headed and horse-faced people. Lu Xiangtian's tone was cold. After a few minutes, his eyes were full of murderous thoughts and he said, no matter whether the death of He and others is related to the Qinglong Gang, the dispute between the latter and the Qinglong Gang cannot escape this relationship. Yaoshang sect, have you ever met anyone from the Qinglong Gang? Deadpool shook his head. Never. Then these people are useless. Lu Xiangtian's words were filled with murderous intent. When Lu Xianghe said this, the scroll in his hand was directly turned into powder. After finishing the work, now the scope is shortened and all the Qinglong Gang is reduced. As long as it has anything to do with the word Qinglong, write it down for me. I'm here. Come visit when the time comes. Yes. Deadpool nodded. Lu Xianghe go. Deadpool left. Only Lu Xiangtian is left here. Lu Xiangtian narrowed his eyes. There is no news left. This murderer has a lot of experience in doing things. Now all the clues of the Qinglong Gang point to you. No matter what, I will record this account on your head. As long as if I find you, you will die. You will pay for my son's death. The more he spoke, the more fierce he became. On the way, Long Fei suddenly stopped and looked up. I feel like I'm obsessed with something. Haha, are you here after killing your son? But I like it. Long Fei showed an evil smile as if he had guessed something. Time flies. Night soon came. Long Fei asked Hemi to find a place to live by himself. Then he returned to the auction house to be with Xinjia. Outside the auction house in a restaurant, candlelight flickered and the warm atmosphere was very strong. Long Fei and Xinjia were sitting opposite each other with some delicious food on the table. The two of them drank red wine and ate chew slowly. The two of them were still talking quietly. Under the illumination of candlelight, Xinjia's face and posture were flushed and alluring. After tonight, are you leaving tomorrow? Xinjia said. That's right. Long Fei said, you can go to Sifang Pavilion when the time comes and I will arrange someone to pick you up there. As for these trivial matters here, you can ask someone else to do it. After listening to Long Fei's words, Xinjia was silent for a moment and said, I understand. I will go find my father after tonight. The two chatted and ate and time passed quickly. After taking a bath, the two of them officially fell asleep. Chapter 287. Everyone's fear. Lu Xiongtian's epiphany. When dawn comes, it means that the NET day has arrived. Time flies. Today is the alchemist competition in the Danta. Many people come and go to observe and participate, and Long Fei took Xinjia and Kemi to Danta after washing up early in the morning. The decorations in the Dan Pagoda are even more luxurious and magnificent than those outside the Dan city. As depicted of the famous Dan Pagoda in Zhongzhou, it is truly amazing. No matter how many times you come here and see it, you will never get bored. The atmosphere here is really good. Whether we are mass audiences or alchemist participants, we can all be harmonious in a comfortable environment. The crowd around Long Fei burst into admiration. Everyone entered the Dan Pagoda. The huge tower is magnificent and is the leader here. Under the Dan Pagoda is a huge square. The construction of this square and the surrounding layout are very suitable for the layout of the alchemist competition. This is specially used for alchemist competition. As for the martial art competition, there is no such place for martial arts in the Dan Pagoda. It can only be found in the Dan city. Outside the Dan Pagoda, it is enough to see the Dan Pagoda's concentration. In Danta Square, the bosses of all the major forces are here. As the saying goes, the bosses gather here. They all sat in their seat. At this moment, three particularly conspicuous figures floated out from the Dan Pagoda. They were the three giants of the Dan Pagoda that everyone recognized. Everyone was amazed. The bosses and the crowd below stood up and greeted him respectfully. Tian Xuanzi waved his hand and said with a smile, everyone please sit down. This alchemist competition has just begun. Everyone sat down. In a world where power is respected, these big guys are still worshipping the strong even if they are not sane. Lu Xiangtian, who was sitting on the seat of Tianming sect, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked full of desire. Saint, when will I be able to break through? Even if I can break through to the semi-saint, it will be very good. But now he is still very far away from being a semi-saint. The gap between the 9-star peak Dozun and the 9-turn peak Dozun cannot be easily described in simple words. These 9 turns are 9 huge heavenly thresholds. The future is promising if you can cross it, but it will be like that if you can't cross it. He was not the only one. The others also had such longing looks. Within the crowd, Long Fei and the other 3 also found a seat and sat down. The eyes of Tian Xuanzi and the other 3 people swept through the crowd as if they were looking for some target person. Finally he was found. That one is there, Tian Xuanzi said. The goal of the 3 of them is Long Fei behind the crowd. Before the game started, Tian Xuanzi and the other 2 fell down one after another and flew in the direction of Long Fei. This scene made everyone present curious and confused. Who are these 3 giants looking for in person? Everyone's eyes quickly swept through the crowd. Finally he aimed at Tian Xuanzi and the 3 others staying below. Tian Xuanzi smiled kindly and said, Dragon Saint, it's a bit inappropriate for the 3 of you to sit here. Why don't you join the 3 of us in front to watch the game? Long Fei said with a smile. Haha, okay, that's what I mean. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my wife Xinjia. You should know her as the person in charge of Dangheng auction house. This is my newbie helper Kemi. Yesterday Kemi has seen 3 saints. Kemi stood up slightly and greeted Tian Xuanzi and the others politely. I have met 3 saints. Xinjia also stood up and nodded with a smile. So that's it, what a blessing. You 3 come up with us. Tian Xuanzi smiled happily, stroking his long beard, and he was very happy. Since the person in charge of the auction in Dan City is the wife of this powerful 5-star fighting saint, it is a great blessing for Dan City to have this person as a friend. If it weren't for the occasion, the 3 of them would definitely be laughing so hard. Then Long Fei took his 2 girls and followed Tian Xuanzi and the others. At this moment the crowd was about to move. Looking at the attitude of the 3 giants towards that young man, it seems that this young man's status is not simple. I don't know which young master he is from. That's right, since even the big 3 are so shameless. You noticed that the word saint was not mentioned in the words of the 3 three giants Tian Xuanzi just now. I have a terrifying and bold idea. This young man is probably a half-saint or even a terrifying and powerful person like a fighting saint. I didn't expect that our goddess Xinjia already has someone. Hey, there were countless words in the scene, many of which were shocking and sour. Who is this person? Lu Xiangtian thought as he looked at Long Fei's background. Suddenly someone spoke up. It was the leader of a force. The three saints have offended me. I wonder which big shot of the force this is. Can you tell me so that we can get to know each other, so that the people under your command will not be offended by it? It's not good. The words were said very tactfully, as if he was thinking about the safety of everyone around him. In fact, he just wanted to know who the other party was, and the other people were just objects of use. But those people were still fooled and cooperated very much. However, these people were also very curious about who this person was, since he was so favored by the three giants. I'll do it, Long Fei said lightly as he came above. Then he said to the people below, I am the leader of the Qinglong gang. Some people should have heard of the name of our Qinglong gang in the auction house. I am the 5-star fighting saint. If anyone here wants to take advantage of me, then think carefully about whether you or your forces have this kind of power so as not to kill someone when the time comes. Okay, let's go up. After saying that, Long Fei looked at Tian Xuanzi and the others. Okay. Soon everyone came to the seats above and sat down. The Qinglong gang. Oh my god, this guy is the leader of the Qinglong gang. Soon some people below who recalled it were shocked. Him. Since he is from the Qinglong gang, he is also the leader of the Qinglong gang. 5-star fighting saint. The moment Lu Xiangtian heard the words Qinglong gang, he was extremely angry, but he still endured it. But then after coming down and hearing Long Fei's level, he fell into complete despair. Since the Qinglong gang, a force that flew out of nowhere, has a terrifying and powerful 5-star fighting saint sitting in charge. No wonder the three old guys Tian Xuanzi have such an attitude towards this person. That's it. Lu Xiangtian clenched his fist and trembled. The power disparity was so great that it was impossible to fight against him. His son must have had a bad relationship with him before and was killed. It seems that this revenge cannot be avenged. Alas, Lu Xiangtian sighed his prescience extremely complicated and frightened. If he provokes a 5-star fighting saint, the Tianming sect will definitely destroy the sect. Now that the murderer has been discovered and the murderer is so powerful, all the previous plans can be abolished. No matter how many plans there are, they are worthless and have no effect in front of the strong. Lu Xiangtian also gave up the idea of revenge for the time being and later ordered Deadpool to cancel the investigation. If this person discovered that they were secretly investigating, it would definitely lead to the annihilation of the sect. Lu Xiangtian secretly muttered in his heart, here have you really posed an incomparable problem to my father, or my father's inability to discipline me, causing you to provoke such a terrifying instant. Rest in peace. I will have another one. Of Chapter 288 3000 Flames of Fire. In the Danta Square, many alchemists have taken their position. This is the grand ceremony of Danta and the alchemist. There are 3 levels in the Danta trial. The first level is a test of soul power. The second level is a test of soul strength. The third level is the beginning of refining medicine. Anyone who cannot pass the first 2 levels will be eliminated. Therefore, in order to participate in this competition, many people use various means and even precious medicinal materials to temper the power and strength of their souls. For the result of today's trial, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Many people passed the first and second levels, but many were eliminated. In the end, only 100 people entered the third level to refine medicine. These 100 people are all elite. The elimination rate of this Danta's alchemist competition is really ridiculously high. Naturally, this is also the reason why Danta is famous and powerful. The alchemist competition has officially begun. At the same time, Long Fei and others sitting above looked below, but Long Fei directly used his spiritual thoughts to sweep across the Dan Pagoda where the 3000 Yan Huo was located, and he quickly found it. However, there is a powerful formation here trapping the fierce 3000 Yan Huo. Leader Long, who do you like today? Suddenly a female voice sounded, and it was Xian Yi who spoke. Xian Yi's word brought Long Fei's spiritual consciousness back. He looked at the person below and said lightly, that man is pretty good. Long Fei's words and eyes looked at a man with long black hair who was refining medicine below. Oh, this person? The 3 of them were a little surprised, as were Xinjia and Kemi. Long Fei was actually not interested at all in who would win among the people below. He just said it casually and then said with a serious face, since the 3 of you have reached this point, I won't hide it anymore. In addition to visiting Dan City, I have one more thing that I hope you can agree to. I wonder what going on? Tian Xuanzi and others all looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said lightly, I need the 3000 flames in your pagoda. What? You want 3000 flames? I see this is your real purpose. The 3 of them were a little frightened, but they calmed down after a while, wondering how a 5-star fighting saint could come here for no reason. Dragon Saint should know that these 3000 flames are the most important thing of my danta, Tian Liza said with a heavy tone. Long Fei said calmly, of course I know, but these 3,000 flames are in a violent state now. Even you are not easy to deal with. Staying in the danta and binding them with formations is not a long-term solution. I'm not afraid of 10,000, but I'm afraid that if the 3,000 yen flame really goes crazy one day, the Dan Tower will definitely be destroyed. Right. Looking at the three people, they did not speak but remained silent. Long Fei curled his lips and continued, and these 3,000 flames are the 9th strange fire on the list of strange fires. I am thinking about it. There are many people and forces, including the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan. The power of the 9th on the alien fire ranking must have been experienced by the three of them, right? Tian Xuanzi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, what the Dragon Saint said is true, but if the Dragon Saint can really subdue this beast, it would be a good thing. Now our danta is not as peaceful as it seems, but we can't go in vain. Here it is after all this strange fire. It turned out to be an old FO. Long Fei thought secretly in his heart, but he smiled carelessly. Don't worry, I won't take your strange fire in vain. Tian Xuanzi will tell you the conditions. Okay, it's refreshing. Tian Xuanzi breathed out and said cheerfully, we don't want anything, we just hope that if one day the danta is in danger, the Dragon Saint and the forces behind him can help. What do you think of this condition? Long Fei laughed loudly. Okay, I agree. This 3,000 Yan Huo will be regarded as a good thing for the alliance between the Qinglong gang and danta. Finally, there is no need to do anything. In the past, most of the strange fires needed to be sorted out before they could be obtained smoothly. Now it is different when dealing with smart people. When does Dragon Saint plan to conquer it? Tian Xuanzi asked. Then wait until today's alchemist competition is over. Long Fei said. Good. As time goes by, the alchemist competition comes to an end. Many people left the venue one after another. This was the first game and there will be another one tomorrow. There are 3 days in total and the third day is the final championship game. After today's alchemist competition ended, Tian Xuanzi and the others led the Long Fei and the others to the pagoda where the 3,000 Yan Huo was bound. Ahead is a huge black door. There is a very oppressive atmosphere emanating from this gate. Long Fei thought in his heart that the time for those beasts from the Soul Clan to come to the Dan pagoda to snatch the 3,000 flames is not now. There are still a few years to come. Soul Clan, by then your arrival will be just in vain. But there may be no need to wait until that time. I will become emperor in a year and a half at most. When the door in front of you is beaten, at that moment Long Fei's smile became even stronger. The 3,000 flames of Dragon Saint are inside. The door opened and Tian Xuanzi said, except for Long Fei, everyone else's presence were particularly solemn. As expected, even the 3,000 flames of fire can feel the burning heat of oppression here. Tian Liza said with a solemn presence, it's very dangerous inside, Mrs. Xing and Kemi. It's better for you two to stay outside. Xuan Yi's voice sounded. We get it. The two women nodded. You can feel such heat even here, let alone entering it. Tian Xuanzi, who looked extremely heavy, sighed deeply. This beast has been tied up by our formation. I didn't expect that the scorching heat is still so terrifying. If the formation is broken, the danta will really face a catastrophe. Don't worry, I'll just let you deal with this beast for a while. After Long Fei said that, he stepped out and flew directly inside. Tian Xuanzi and the other three looked at each other, nodded solemnly and quickly followed. After the 4 people entered, the door was closed. Xinjia and the 2 girls could only wait quietly outside. After the door was closed, the originally scorching temperature disappeared, but the heat inside left a very heavy feeling. It makes people very uncomfortable. Let's leave here and wait. The atmosphere here makes me very uncomfortable, Xinjia said. Okay. Kami nodded. Then the 2 women turned around and left the place. Within the gate, the 4 people led by Long Fei came here. This place is very large and spacious, but only 3,000 Yan Huo is imprisoned. The temperature inside is horribly higher than outside. Even though Tian Xuanzi and the other 3 were strong warriors of the Fighting Saint, they could not help but be affected, but Long Fei had a calm presence on his face, and these temperatures were just like that to him. In front of the 4 people there is a ball of black flames suspended in the sky. Surrounding this ball of black flames is a mysterious formation cage. This black flame is the 9th ranked 3,000 flame fire on the list of strange fires, and it is also Long Fei's goal this time. Chapter 289. The fear of 3,000 flame. After feeling someone coming in, one eye opened in the black flames of Sankinyan Yanhuo and then revealed a violent and ferocious look. The entire form also changed into a figure similar to the Taiyu ancient dragon, but it was longer than the real Taiyu ancient dragon, much smaller. The whole body is black and the temperature around it is also heating up crazily amid its rage. The presence of Tian Xuanzi and the others changed slightly, and Tian Xuanzi shouted coldly, Beast, be quiet, human, go to hell. 3,000 Yan Huo has gained intelligence and can speak. It hate humans very much. Long Fei looked indifferent and said calmly, it's really similar to the Taiyu ancient dragon clan. This Sanqian Yanyanhuo was previously raised by the Taiyu ancient dragon clan among the three major warcraft lands. However, due to various reasons separated. So Long Sheng knows this. Tian Xuanzi and the other three were slightly shocked. The three of them also knew some of these things, but they didn't understand it if they were too in-depth. Of course I know. Long Fei nodded and thought to himself, I am a time traveler. How could someone who has read the original novel not know this? Tian Xuanzi looked serious. Dragon Saint, if you want to successfully subdue this beast, you need some kind of medium from the Taiyu ancient dragon, otherwise it will be difficult to subdue it. It difficult. Long Fei murmured, the corners of his mouth raised and the arc revealed a taste of disdain. Bang bang bang. Suddenly 3,000 flames of fire angrily collided with the formation barrier and the temperature in the room increased sharply. The E-pressions of Tian Xuanzi and the three of them became dull and the power of the fighting saint suddenly emerged from their bodies. Sooner or later this formation will be unable to withstand a collision like this. Speed. Tian Xuanzi shouted, his E-pression cold and urgent. Although the three of them are all fighting saints, this beast has somehow become very powerful since the three of them were promoted to the fighting saint level that year. All three of them feel very puzzled. Logically speaking, this 3,000 flames fire only threatens them who have not yet become saints and the semi-saint Tian Xuanzi. Now that the three of them are fighting saints, this 3,000 flames flame cannot threaten them. Could it be that they are also a threat? Is it because of the ancient butterfly effect? This beast is more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the 3,000 flames in the original work. Long Fei thought to himself, raised the corner of his mouth again and softly said 2 words, interesting. Tian Liaizi scolded angrily. This beast was not so terrifying originally, but for some reason it had a strange increase in strength 4 years ago. So far we have not found the reason. It seems that this is God's plan to bring disaster to my Danta Tower. It seems like it's really the butterfly effect, Long Fei said lightly. What is the butterfly effect? Tian Xuanzi and the others wondered. It's a rule of heaven and earth. Long Fei watched as the three of them cast spells to strengthen the formation. The three of them gritted their teeth. No matter what the rules of heaven and earth are, Dragon Saint, you must try your best to subdue him, otherwise it will not be so easy to get this guy back after you release him. Long Fei frowned slightly, then relaxed and said, don't worry, I'm here today to collect these 3,000 flames. Open the formation and let me in. No, this is too dangerous, Xian Yi shouted. Do you want to break the formation? Long Fei's words immediately made Xian Yi shut his mouth. If the formation was broken, the difficulty would become even more powerful. This not what they want to see. Tian Xuanzi and the other three said, I didn't expect that even after we became fighting saints we would still have to be suppressed by this beast. It's really annoying. It's really frustrating for us fighting saint. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Dragon Saint, you must be careful. We will open a gap for you later. Okay. Long Fei nodded and couldn't wait. The three of them used their strength to break open a gap, and unparalleled high temperature seeped out from the gap. As the 3,000 flames of the formation continued to impact the formation, there were already obvious cracks in the formation. Tian Xuanzi and the others immediately used their magic to repair these cracks. The terrifying degree of the holy power is far more than that, but the 3,000 flaming fires in front of them seemed to be very unbearable. That's enough. Long Fei turned into a bolt of thunder and entered directly through the crack. After he entered, the crack also merged. Tian Xuanzi and the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Then it depends on his luck. He is a 5-star fighting saint. Even if he cannot conquer it, he is definitely not invincible to 3,000 flames. Now their pressure is much less but much greater. From now on the things they need to worry about are bigger than before. Inside, Long Fei's entry made Sanqian Yanyanhuo even more angry, but he did not hit the formation anymore and turned his attention to Long Fei. Angry roars sounded. This was the seat closest to the 3,000 flame. The high temperature here was indescribable, but it was nothing to Long Fei. A flame rose from his body. I was frightened by your appearance. Now I will give you 2 choices. The first is to surrender and the second is to surrender. Long Fei's voice was cold. His word completely made Sanqian Yanyanhuo furious. The terrifying high temperature rose again and the black flames all over his body directly bombarded Long Fei. 3,000 Yanyanhuo's attacks are violent and deadly and are full of dangers. The three people outside looked solemn. Everyone was sweating for Long Fei. Ridiculous. Long Fei raised his hand and pinched it forward. Bang! Roar! With one hand he grabbed the head of Sanqian Yanyanhuo, who was in a rage. Catch it with your bare hands. Tian Xuanzi and the others' eyes widened. 3,000 Yanyanhuo became even more angry, feeling that his alien fire had lost face, and it continued to impact while roaring. But Long Fei's hands were like extremely solid walls that could not be shaken. A strange flame emerged from Long Fei's hand. Then it quickly spread towards the 3,000 flame. This is the 12 blue dragon flame. As soon as it came out, it moment brought a terrifying pressure, invisibly making the body of 3,000 flames tremble, and then showed a look of fear. What kind of flame is this in front of me, since it makes it feel fear? The new flame created by the fusion of 12 different fires is even more terrifying than the 3,000 flame. It struggled to get away, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get away from Long Fei's hand. His hands are too strong. Seeing the strange flames that were about to engulf it as it spread, Sanqian Yanhuo was completely panicked. Also, as a strange fire, it can now deeply feel that the flame that is about to surround itself is a strange fire, but since there are 12 strange fires in this strange fire, since the human being in front of him had conquered 12 strange fires before him, how could it not be possible for 3,000 flames to be frightened by this alone? The violent power from before also disappeared at this moment. What kind of flame is this? Is it a beast fire or a strange fire? Tian Xuanzi and the other three were shocked by Long Fei's flame. Suddenly Long Fei threw his hand and punched 3,000 Yanhuo on the ground. A loud bang sounded and 3,000 flames screamed, "Beast, you are lucky that I take you in." Chapter 290. Absorption. The terrifying thoughts of three people. Immediately afterwards Long Fei gave Sanqian Yanhuo a cruel training. 3,000 Yanhuo was trained to scream like an urha, and the situation was extremely miserable. Seeing this scene in front of them, Tian Xuanzi and the three people outside were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened and they almost fell out. Is there any mistake? The 3,000 Yanhuo who made it so difficult for the three of them was so tortured by this person that he had no power to fight back. Everyone is a fighting saint. Although Long Fei is a 5-star and they only have 1 or 2 stars, there are 3 of them. The difference between each star level of this fighting saint is really huge. Once again the three people sighed. This is the terrifying contrast between Do Sheng and Do Sheng. The 3,000 Yanhuo really hit the iron plate this time. Tian Liza said in shock, no wonder Long Sheng is so confident, but he didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. Yes, we were worried in vain before. Xian Yi and Tian Xuanzi nodded. The three of them have been staring at the scene inside the formation. Long Fei is still torturing Sanqian Yanhuo. The tragic situation of Sanqian Yanhuo makes the three of them a little bit unbearable to look at it. Fortunately 3,000 Yanhuo is a flame and other living beings will definitely be bruised and swollen. Do you surrender? Long Fei's voice sounded, and then he punched Sanqian Yanhuo directly with force. Bang! Ah! Bang bang! It can be clearly seen that Sanqian Yanhuo has no anger at this moment, and after being ruthlessly tortured by Long Fei there is only fear and trembling. The flaming body of 3,000 flames was trembling, and the previous Tai Yu ancient dragon body was gone and turned back into the original black flame. At this moment Sanqian Yanhuo is very pitiful. Sanqian Yanhuo was as aggrieved as a baby. With a trembling voice, I surrender to you. Be gentle to me. After hearing this, Long Fei smiled kindly, squatted down slightly and looked at the black balls on the ground and said, don't worry Sanqian, I have always been very gentle with my family. His smile was like a devil's smile which made Sanqian Yanhuo remember it in his heart. The net moment Long Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed him. I will absorb you now. Don't resist, otherwise the end will be miserable. Then he opened his mouth wide. The bloody mouth made Sanqian Yanhuo tremble, and the net moment he was thrown in and swallowed with a grunt. Comfortable. Long Fei's eyes flashed and he quickly sat cross-legged and refined it into the 13th strange fire in this formation. Swallow it directly. He's crazy. This is a strange fire. It's extremely hot and overbearing. Isn't it ridiculous to swallow it without any preparation? The shocked voices of Tian Xuanzi and the other three people rang out, and they all couldn't understand. Anyway, I just thought Long Fei was crazy. Being able to torture 3,000 Yanhuo does not mean that it can be swallowed directly. Xian Yi took a deep breath. His observation was quite careful. Although he was shocked, he didn't make as big a move as the other two. She said maybe the dragon saint has a secret technique or something. He is a 5-star fighting saint and there is no way he would put his life in danger. Moreover, the flame that came out of his body just now is probably a strange fire. This strange fire is probably the most direct way for him to absorb the 3,000 flame. Tian Liza said the strange fire just now is very strange. There are too many colors and there is no such strange fire on the list of strange fires. We have never seen it before. Tian Xuanzi said solemnly, I have read about similar situations in ancient books before, but I don't know if the situation of the dragon saint is the one in the book. What's going on? Tell me. Tian Lizi and Xuanyi were both curious. Tian Xuanzi recalled in his memory and said it is rumored that when a person absorbs 3 to 4 kinds of strange fires in his body, a special magnetic field will be generated between the different fires to form a kind of magnetic field between the human body and the strange fires. The fused medium will then be fused to produce a brand new strange fire. After hearing this, Tian Lizi and Xuanyi's pupils couldn't help but condense. The three of them once again focused on Long Fei in the formation in front and said in shock, so there are more than 3 or 4 flowers in Long Sheng's body. Strange fire. Tian Xuanzi nodded. Since he wants to get the strange fire so much, he probably has this condition. I have a very scary thought. The number of strange fires in his body is more than this. As for the only he knows how much, so of course it would be nice if he could tell us after he wakes up. The three of them were very curious. The last thing is to wait and see what happens. As time passed, the area around Danta also entered a period of silence. Tian Xuanzi and the other three have been staying outside the body to protect Long Fei, but Long Fei is still sitting cross-legged until now, but the strange fire from before is also emerging from his body. The colors in this strange fire are constantly alternating and the three of them have been staring at it. There were a total of 12 different colors before, but just a second ago one more color became 13, and this time the new color was the familiar black, which is the 3000 flames absorbed by Long Fei. In an instant a terrifying thought lingered in the hearts of the three of them, guessing in mind, could it be that this person has absorbed 12 kinds of strange fires, including this time there are 13 kinds. Their idea is very simple. Every color of the flames on Long Fei's body represents the color of a strange fire. In this case everything makes sense, and if this answer is really true, then the person in front of you is too scary. Since one person has 13 kinds of strange fires, the three of them gasped. It was simply unbelievable. He doesn't want to conquer all the strange fires on the strange fire list, right? Tian Liza finally couldn't help but speak. Fear. The three of them already had the answer in their minds. In fact, it was the same whether they said it or not. Boom. Suddenly at this moment an impact spread from Long Fei's body, directly broke the dull atmosphere here. The formation formed by the three saints was easily blown to pieces. The formation was shattered and Tian Xuanzi and the other two people fell back one after another. Even at this distance the three people sucked in the cold air again, and the cold sweat on their forehead couldn't help but flow come out. What a terrifying aura. Just a blast of energy easily shattered the formation we set up to bind the 3000 flame. How come this formation is so useless? It's too scary. Fortunately we have not been enemies with this fighting saint before. This fighting saint is not the same as the fighting saint among the three of us. The shocked tone and shocked expressions of the three people made them sweat in their hands. At this moment when the three people looked at Long Fei, they felt that they had an illusion of insignificance. On Long Fei's body 13 different colors of strange fire appeared. When he opened his eyes there was a cold and harsh sound. The beam of light flashed from it. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 291. Blazing Mountain. After so many hours the 3000 Yan Huo was finally absorbed and refined by Long Fei. Maybe it's because of the fear of being tortured by the 3000 Yan flame. The process of absorbing and refining it is extremely comfortable. Anyway, it's just more comfortable than when Long Fei refined those strange fires before. He slowly stood up, relaxed his body and groaned comfortably. After absorbing the 3000 Yan Huo, Long Fei's cultivation level also improved from a 5-star junior dosage to a 5-star late-stage dosage. Although he has not yet entered the SI star level, Long Fei is quite satisfied. After all, the higher the level of fighting saint, the greater the experience required. Although these strange fires are ranked 9th, they are not as good as those in the top 3 or 4. The gap is very big. Long Fei thought with satisfaction in his heart. 13 flowers, and there are 10 more to come. I know the locations of these 10 flowers except the Emperor Yan. I will go to Burning Flame Valley to get the 12th one. The Kowloon Thunder Gang fire. Long Fei walked forward calmly. Tian Xuanzi and the other three hurriedly held their hands in celebration. Congratulations to Dragon Saint for successfully absorbing the strange fire. I would like to thank you three for your cooperation. Long Fei laughed. Long Sheng, can we ask you a question? Xuan Yi said. Long Fei looked at him and smiled. No problem, just ask. The three of them were happy and Xuan Yi couldn't wait to ask. I wonder how much strange fire there is in Dragon Saint's body. Long Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, said. Currently there are a total of 13 strange fires in my body. In a flash of thought the surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply and then 13 flames appeared circling from Long Fei's body. The new fire can be fused with one thought and the beginning of the fusion can be decomposed with one thought. 13 flowers. These are the strange fires. The three of them were shocked and gasped. They were in disbelief and could not describe it in words. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Dragon Saint, how come you have Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Isn't this the flame of Yao Chen? The net moment the expressions of the three people changed drastically. Among the 13 kinds of strange fires they saw the familiar strange fire, which was also an old friend and a lover. Xuan Yi looked particularly uneasy but a little excited. Has Long Sheng seen Yao Chen? Long Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, Yao Chen was killed by his former apprentice, the traitor, in the United Soul Palace, and his body fell but his soul escaped. But not long ago he met me and I reached an agreement with him. him. To reshape his body he used bone spirit cold fire as reward, and now he is a member of my Qinglong gang. Soon I will lead the Qinglong gang to destroy the Soul Palace. We have the same will, and together I see this as a great kindness. Tian Lizhi and Tian Xuanzi became excited. Yaoken is a rare 9th grade alchemist. Even they can't compare with him, and the opponent has not yet become a saint. Long Fei said, oh by the way, now Yao Chen has successfully broken through to the 1-star Do Saint level. Now he may have advanced to the 9th grade peak alchemist. It may not take long before he can enter the imperial grade alchemist. This is an extremely rare thing. As soon as these words were said, the three of them were once again shocked and excited. Xuan Yi couldn't wait even more and asked with a flushed face, Long Sheng, I wonder where the Qinglong gang is. I really want to meet him. Long Fei smiled meaningfully and said, I understand, but unfortunately he is not in the Qinglong gang now, but is wandering around with his novice disciples. As for where he went, we don't know yet, but you will see each other soon. After what Long Fei said, Xuan Yi felt particularly shy, but she also looked forward to the moment when she met him. Okay, I have understood the matter of the strange fire. If I plan to enter, I will set off for the burning flame valley. This is my token. When your Danta encounters a crisis, you can crush it to pieces. I can do that. I came back in a flash to help you overcome the difficulties. Long Fei waved and said, and then a cyan token floated out of his hand and entered Tian Xuanzi's hand. Thank you, Dragon Saint. Tian Xuanzi asked, Dragon Saint is in such a hurry to leave. Doesn't he intend to leave after watching the alchemist competition? Long Fei shook his head. I actually have no interest in alchemists. My interest is in strange fire. Now that something has happened here, I have to leave. In this case, we won't do anything to keep you here any longer, and we would like to send you off to fellow Taoist Dragon Saint. Long Fei left Hemi in Xinjia's care and then left Dan City alone, and Xinjia will also go to Qinglong Pavilion soon. Anyway, since both sides are their own people, there is no need to worry too much, and Xinjia has a saint-level puppet bodyguard beside her, so there is no need to worry. Long Fei set out on the road alone. The Dan Pagoda is still some distance away from the Burning Flame Valley. The location of the Burning Flame Valley is quite special, as it is a volcanic land which is in line with the development of their valley. The Burning Fire Mountain Range is where the Burning Flame Valley is located. Based on the location on the map of Zhongzhou obtained from Qinglong Pavilion, Long Fei quickly located the location of the Burning Fire Mountain Range. In one thought it turned into a bolt of thunder and quickly disappeared into the air. The lightning flash leaped 1,000,000 miles in one step, and the net moment Long Fei's figure arrived at the Burning Fire Mountains from tens of thousands of miles away. The Burning Fire Mountain Range is extremely hot, with violent flames billowing all around. The heat is so hot that it is not something ordinary people can come to. The fire mountains are extremely hot. The billowing energy is filled with extremely terrifying fire attribute violent energy. Once this energy breaks out with the terrifying large-scale violent energy of the Burning Fire Mountains, the entire Zhongzhou is likely to fall into a sea of fire. The Burning Flame Valley is located in the deepest part of the Burning Fire Mountains, where there is a huge building composed of the burning mountains and rock. It is a superior place naturally formed by heaven and earth. The Burning Fire Mountain Range. I'm here. The fire attribute energy here is really violent, but it's nothing to me. The Burning Fire Mountain Range is indeed the Burning Fire Mountain Range. Their ancestors are at the level of the 9-star peak fighting saint after all, but it's a pity that it fell in the end for unknown reasons. Otherwise Burning Flame Valley would have become like the 8 ancient tribe. Long Fei looked at the world of flames in front of him and began to mutter to himself. Then he flew directly inside, and the temperature and scorching heat became more intense as he went inside, seemingly no less than the temperature of the 3000 flames flame. Is it still only in the outer area, or can it be warmer if it goes deep into the middle and deep areas? That old man Tang Shen has a daughter named Tang Huo'er. In the original novel she is a pretty girl. I stopped by to see you. Currently the strongest person in the Burning Flame Valley is the Supreme Elder Huo Yun. This guy's strength has reached the level of a 2-star Do Sage. This is the level of cultivation in the original work. I don't know if there is any butterfly effect here like Tang Zhen. I don't know if the guy's cultivation level has changed. Going deep into the Burning Fire Mountains, Long Fei discovered that there was something different about these strong fire attribute powers. The net moment the underground lava in front suddenly erupted. Roar. Then a beast roar sounded. Chapter 292 Flame Molten Lion. Burning Flame Valley. After so many hours, the 3000 Yan Huo was finally absorbed and refined by Long Fei. Maybe it's because of the fear of being tortured by the 3000 Yan flame. The process of absorbing and refining it is extremely comfortable. Anyway, it's just more comfortable than when Long Fei refined those strange fires before. He slowly stood up, relaxed his body and groaned comfortably. After absorbing the 3000 Yan Huo, Long Fei's cultivation cultivation level also improved from a 5-star junior dosage to a 5-star late-stage dosage. Although he has not yet entered the SI star level, Long Fei is quite satisfied. After all, the higher the level of fighting saint, the greater the experience required. Although these strange fires are ranked 9th, they are not as good as those in the top 3 or 4. The gap is very big. Long Fei thought with satisfaction in his heart. 13 flowers, and there are 10 more to come. I know the locations of these 10 flowers except the Emperor Yan. I will go to Burning Flame Valley to get the 12th one. The Kowloon Thunder Gang fire. Long Fei walked forward gracefully. Tian Xuanzi and the other 2 people quickly held their hands and celebrated. Congratulations to Dragon Saint for successfully absorbing the strange fire. I would like to thank you 3 for your cooperation. Long Fei laughed. Long Sheng, can we ask you a question? Xuan Yi said. Long Fei looked at him and smiled. No problem, just ask. The 3 of them were happy and Xuan Yi couldn't wait to ask. I wonder how much strange fire there is in Dragon Saint's body. Long Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, said. Currently there are a total of 13 strange fires in my body. In a flash of thought, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply and then 13 flames appeared circling from Long Fei's body. The new fire can be fused with one thought and the beginning of the fusion can be decomposed with one thought. 13 flowers. These are the strange fires. The 3 of them were shocked and gasped. They were in disbelief and could not describe it in words. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Dragon Saint, how come you have Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Isn't this the flame of Yao Chen? The net moment the e-pressions of the 3 people changed drastically. Among the 13 kinds of strange fires, they saw the familiar strange fire, which was also an old friend and a lover. Xuan Yi looked particularly uneasy but a little excited. Has Long Sheng seen Yao Chen? Long Fei laughed. Ha ha ha, Yao Chen was killed by his former apprentice, the traitor, in the United Soul Palace, and his body fell but his soul escaped. But not long ago he met me and I reached an agreement with him. He rebuilt his body and he used Bone Spirit Cold Fire as a reward, and now he is a member of my Qinglong gang. Soon I will lead the Qinglong gang to destroy the Soul Palace. We have the same will, and together I see this as a great kindness. Tian Lizi and Tian Xuanzi became excited. Yaoken is a rare 9th grade alchemist. Even they can't compare with him, and the opponent has not yet become a saint. Long Fei said, oh, by the way, now Yao Chen has successfully broken through to the 1-star Do Saint level. Now he may have advanced to the 9th grade peak alchemist. It may not take long before he can enter the imperial grade alchemist. This is an extremely rare thing. As soon as these words were said, the 3 of them were shocked and excited again. Xuan Yi was even more impatient and asked with a flushed face, Long Sheng, I wonder where the Qinglong gang is. I really want to meet him. Long Fei smiled meaningfully and said, I understand, but unfortunately he is not in the Qinglong gang now but is wandering around with his novice disciples. As for where he went, we don't know yet, but you will see each other soon. After what Long Fei said, Xuan Yi felt particularly shy, but she also looked forward to the moment when she met him. Okay, I have learned about the strange fire. I plan to set off for Burning Flame Valley after entering. This is what I want to do. Your token, when your Danta encounters a crisis you can crush it, but I can come back in a flash to help you tide over the difficulties. Long Fei waved and said, and then a cyan token floated out of his hand and entered Tian Xuanzi's hand. Thank you, Dragon Saint. Tian Xuanzi asked, Dragon Saint is in such a hurry to leave. Doesn't he intend to leave after watching the alchemist competition? Long Fei shook his head. I actually have no interest in alchemist. My interest is in strange fire. Now that something has happened here, I have to leave. In this case, we won't do anything to keep you here any longer, and we would like to send you off to fellow Taoist Dragon Saint. Long Fei left Hemi in Xinjia's care and then left Dan City alone, and Xinjia will also go to Qinglong Pavilion soon. Anyway, since both sides are their own people, there is no need to worry too much, and Xinjia has a saint-level puppet bodyguard beside her, so there is no need to worry. Long Fei set out on the road alone. The Dan Pagoda is still some distance away from the Burning Flame Valley. The location of the Burning Flame Valley is quite special as it is a volcanic land which is in line with the development of their valley. The Burning Fire Mountain Range is where the Burning Flame Valley is located. Based on the location on the map of Zhongzhou obtained from Qinglong Pavilion, Long Fei quickly located the location of the Burning Fire Mountain Range. In one thought it turned into a bolt of thunder and quickly disappeared into the air. The lightning flash leaped 1,000,000 miles in one step, and the net moment Long Fei's figure arrived at the Burning Fire Mountains from tens of thousands of miles away. The Burning Fire Mountain Range is extremely hot with violent flames billowing all around. The heat is so high that ordinary people cannot come here. The energy of the rolling flames is filled with extremely terrifying fire, attribute violent energy. Once this energy breaks out with the terrifying large-scale violent energy of the Burning Fire Mountains, the entire Zhongzhou is likely to fall into a sea of fire. The Burning Flame Valley is is located in the deepest part of the Burning Fire Mountains, where there is a huge building composed of the burning mountains and rock. It is a superior place naturally formed by heaven and earth. The Burning Fire Mountain Range. I'm here. The fire attribute energy here is really violent, but it's nothing to me. The Burning Fire Mountain Range is indeed the Burning Fire Mountain Range. Their ancestors are at the level of the 9-star peak fighting saint after all, but it's a pity that it fell in the end for unknown reasons, otherwise Burning Flame Valley would have become like the 8 ancient tribe. Long Fei looked at the world of flames in front of him and began to mutter to himself. Then he flew directly inside, and the temperature and scorching heat became more intense as he went inside, seemingly no less than the temperature of the 3000 flames flame. Is it still only in the outer area, or can it be warmer if it goes deep into the middle and deep areas? That old man Tang Zhen has a daughter named Tang Huo'er. In the original novel she is a pretty girl. I stopped by to see you. Currently the strongest person in the Burning Flame Valley is the Supreme Elder Huo Yun. This guy's strength has reached the level of a 2-star dosage. This is the level of cultivation in the original work. I don't know if there is any butterfly effect here like Tang Zhen. I don't know if the guy's cultivation level has changed. Going deep into the Burning Fire Mountains, Long Fei discovered that there was something different about these strong fire attribute powers. The net moment, the underground lava in front suddenly erupted. Roar. Then a beast roar sounded. Chapter 293 Ganglong Sky Fire Formation. As the voice of the monster rang out, a tornado of hot flames swept towards Long Fei in front of him, and before it was over, pillars of hot flames were also erupting from the cracks in the lava flow on the ground around him. This attack will completely tie up Long Fei and kill him at the same time. Long Fei narrowed his eyes, slightly raised his hand, and instantly an energy storm came out. The energy storm formed wind barriers around him, including front, back, up, down, left and right. Bang, 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 bang. All of a sudden all the attacks hit this energy wind barrier and violent sounds were heard. The terrifying scorching temperature plotted instantly. The roaring sound was like a flaming phoenix flying. The scene is shocking and dangerous. However, at this moment a green energy light completely enveloped these explosive fireworks. After the light disappeared, these offensive disappeared without a trace. Only Long Fei was left floating in the sky, looking down with indifferent eyes. There is a monster that looked like a flaming lion standing here below. It has a huge body, a long tail, 2 long and sharp lame tentacles on its forehead, a ferocious face, and its entire body except for its face is covered in flame. An extremely ferocious and murderous aura of a magical beast emanates from this monster. Most people really can't do it. 8th level magical beast, Flame Molten Lion. Long Fei muttered his Zion, not showing any fear but showing contempt and disdain. Roar. The Flame Molten Lion roared again, and then a human voice sounded. Humans, leave the blazing mountains. This is not where you should come. How dare a little Flame Molten Lion come out to stop me? What if I say no? What do you want? Long Fei curled his lips and a disdainful and indifferent voice sounded. The net moment a terrifying holy power appeared from his body and the surrounding space was instantly sealed. The surrounding area suddenly became Long Fei's home field. When the Flame Molten Lion felt the aura on Long Fei's body, his hair suddenly plotted and the cold sweat flowing out of his forehead was instantly evaporated by his own flame. The Flame Molten Lion said in shock, "This breath is holy power. Are you a saint?" There was a trace of panic in its tone. At this moment it is only at the level of a 7 or 8-star human dozun. Facing a saint, whether it is a semi-saint or a fighting saint, it cannot defeat it. The opponent can be easily crushed to death in a single blow. So he is timid. Long Fei frowned and said indifferently, "I have some sense and I'm not stupid. Yes, I am a 5-star fighting saint." "Little lion, are you sure you want to stop me?" After listening, the Flame Molten Lion scolded his mother directly in his heart. "Damn it, it's been so long since there was an outsider here, and now there's a saint-level cultivation guy here. How can you let this beast show off? There's no need to fight at all." In an instant the Flame Molten Lion changed its face 180 degrees and the ferocious Zion before disappeared immediately and was replaced by a licking dog-like smile. "I'm sorry about that, saint. I didn't know how offensive the saint was when he came before, so please forgive me. The little lion is wrong. The little lion is just doing his duty. I hope that you, the saint, will have a lot of." As he talked he almost cried. This guy is a 5-star fighting saint. His body shivered and he knelt down. His majestic body seemed to have shrunk to the naked eye. He screamed without tears, "Sage, please don't kill the little lion. The little lion doesn't want to die. The little lion is still useful." Haha. Long Fei made a cold voice, then looked at the scorching flames around him and said calmly, "You know what you are doing, but I don't even bother to kill an 8th level monster of yours, but please let me keep you alive." "Life? What use do you have?" The Flame Molten Lion swallowed his saliva and spoke timidly, "The saint, whatever the use of the little lion is, the little lion will be useful. Isn't your brain stupid?" Long Fei suddenly liked this this lion? Are you familiar with this blazing mountain range? Long Fei glanced at it. Hearing this, the flame molten lion was startled, nodded quickly like a rooster pecking at rice, and said, the little lion is familiar. The little lion is familiar. The saint lion has lived in this blazing mountain range since he was a child and is familiar with all the terrain and ground here. It's so familiar. Long Fei asked, then do you know where the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire is? 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire? That guy. The flame molten lion screamed as if this 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire was unpected. He said cautiously, I remember that this 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire comes from a strange fire. Is this the purpose of your excellency? Otherwise why should I ask you? Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and a cold light flashed through. The flame molten lion was obviously a hot flame, but at this moment he felt a coldness appearing on it. The flame molten lion's hood was raised and he quickly said, I know where it is. The 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire is in the Burning Flame Valley. This is the treasure of the Burning Flame Valley. Saint, if you want to pay attention to this, you must go to Burning Flame Valley. There is nothing here. The flame molten lion quickly continued. Where is the Burning Flame Valley? Long Fei smiled. Although he could scan with his spiritual consciousness, he could ask knowingly. The flame molten lion quickly pointed to the depth of the Burning Fire Mountain Range and said, the Burning Flame Valley is at the innermost part of the Burning Fire Mountain Range. What's your status here? Long Fei asked again. The flame molten lion raised his finger with a bit of pride on his face. He's the second best. Who is better than you? Forget it, I'm not interested. You can take me to Burning Flame Valley now and I'll spare your life. Long Fei's curious charm disappeared in the net second. Disappeared. Sage, please come with the little lion. Then the flame molten lion took Long Fei directly towards the depths of the Burning Fire Mountain Range. Outside the Burning Flame Valley, 2 figures appeared in a seat. What surprised Long Fei was that the Burning Flame Valley was clearly deep in the Burning Fire Mountains, but the temperature here was not hot, almost the same as normal temperature. Although the scene there also had a lava valley, the surrounding areas were similar to those outside. Sand and vegetation. This is really a strange place. Long Fei murmured. The flame molten lion said, in front of the saint is the Burning Flame Valley. The little lion can only send you here. The little lion will not dare to go any further. Please ask the saint to let the little lion go. Long Fei waved his hand and said, go away. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as the voice came out, the flame molten lion ran away without even looking back. One can imagine how terrifying the shadow Long Fei brought to it was. Valley of Burning Flame. Long Fei slowly floated towards it. The environment here has the illusion of being separated from the blazing mountain. The power of Burning Flame Valley is very powerful and the buildings are also very large. All the people here are practitioners of the flame attribute. What was surprising was that there was no one guarding the gate of Burning Flame Valley, but when Long Fei came to the door, a deep voice came from inside Burning Flame Valley. Which strong man from outside came to my area of Burning Flame Valley? Immediately afterwards the door opened a gap and a man in a red robe flew out. Chapter 294 Tang Zhen, the Flame Man. Long Fei raised his forehead slightly and looked at the man walking in the air above him. He could tell the level of this man's cultivation level at a glance. 1-star Dozun. Immediately Long Fei lost interest. An opponent of this level could be destroyed with just one breath. Long Fei said calmly, I am the leader of the Qinglong Gang. There was a hint of contempt in the man's calm tone. The Qinglong Gang? What kind of force is this? Is there one in Zhongzhou? But why are these gangs who are just inferior coming to my Burning Flame Valley? Do not enter, flow. This is not something you, a mere 1-star Dozun, can say. Long Fei's eyes showed contempt. The net moment the man was stunned. Suddenly he felt a sense of pressure from the young man in front of him and it was far above him. He was shocked and couldn't calm down, and he recalled that if he wanted to come to Burning Flame Valley he had to pass through the Burning Fire Mountains outside, and there were more than 1 or 2 monsters at the level of 7 or 8-star Dozun in the Burning Fire Mountain. This person was able to come to the gate of Burning Flame Valley without incident, either because he was lucky or because he was far more powerful than the guarding monsters. I was careless just now, the man thought. I don't like to look up and look at people. It's very tiring. Come down. Long Fei stared at the man with cold eyes. The man could feel a force locking on him in a trance. When he reacted and wanted to resist, it was already too late. The net second, all the fighting energy in his body was stripped away and the whole person fell like a mortal onto the ground. How could this happen? The man was shocked, stunned, and couldn't believe it. An aura emanated from Long Fei's body like the master of heaven and earth. The man's eyes narrowed, his face changed drastically, and his voice trembled with fear. What a powerful force this is! This has surpassed the level of Dozun. Is the other party a Do sage? At the same time, in the Burning Flame Valley, in the Burning Flame Valley main hall, these people are sitting here. One is the Valley Master Tang Zhen and the others are the elders of Fenian Valley. There are 5 elders in total. Suddenly I felt this breath. The eyes of the SI people widened frightened. What going on with this aura? Could it be coming from outside? No. Everyone come with me. This is holy power. Outsiders are either fighting saints or half-saint. It seems we need to alert the elders on the stage. Tang Zhen's face darkened. Tang Zhen issued an order. You guys go out first and activate the valley protection formation when necessary. The owner of this valley wants to see what this saint is doing in my burning flame valley. Yeah. Soon the SI people went out quickly. Outside the two men were facing each other and the man in Fenian Valley was trembling. Sage, please forgive me for the many offenses I have caused before. I wonder why the saint came to my burning flame valley. The man spoke with a trembling voice. Now he felt like an ant being pressed by the toes of an elephant and felt extremely uncomfortable. Sweat was pouring on his forehead. Long Fei flew up, raised his hand and a force directly opened the door. A banging sound was heard and the man's presence changed drastically. Saint, this is not allowed. Long Fei ignored him and flew directly inside. The man wanted to organize when he shouted, but the net moment he was hit by a force and fell softly to the ground, losing consciousness. Long Fei entered the burning flame valley and flew directly towards the burning flame valley at a very fast speed. He soon arrived at a large square. At this moment several voices flew out directly blocking Long Fei's path in front. These people are the 5 elders of burning flame valley. The 5 elders are filled with fighting energy and a strong power of respect emerges. A person flew out from a gap in the middle of them. This person was Tang Zhen, the owner of the burning flame valley. SI people blocked Long Fei's path. The people around him seemed to have been deliberately evacuated. Except for the 7 people at the scene, there was no one else. These people felt a power from Long Fei that was far superior to the SI of them. Tang Zhen cupped his hands and said in a heavy voice, it really surprised Tang that the saint came to our burning flame valley. Tang is the modern valley master of burning flame valley. Tang Zhen, these are our elders. I don't know what it means that the saint suddenly came to our valley. What's the matter? I don't like nonsense. I came to burning flame valley this time because I want to borrow something from burning flame valley. Long Fei said. Tang Zhen's face became even darker. What is it? 12 on the strange fire list. Kowloon Thunder Gang fire. Long Fei was very direct. Upon hearing this everyone's faces showed anger and SI people were angry. Impossible. The 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire is the treasure of my burning flame valley. If the saint pays attention to this, then it will be spared. We can't hand it over. Long Fei's face suddenly became unhappy. These rubbish guys dared to disobey him. He shouted coldly, very good, I have explained what I said. Today I must take away the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire. This is not to let you make a decision but to inform you. In this world where the strong is respected, you don't have the right to choose in front of me. Do you want to surrender or not? The saint really wants to accomplish this. Tang Zhen was extremely angry, his eyes red with anger. The crowd was filled with rage and murderous intent. Long Fei said coldly, yes, very good, let us experience the power of the saint today. Tang Zhen shouted angrily 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. The other elders also followed suit. It may be due to the butterfly effect that the cultivation levels of these people after using the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire are much higher than those in the original work. Tang Zhen's cultivation at this moment has reached half-saint. The other 5 elders are also infinitely close to the semi-saint level, but they are not yet true semi-saint. We are not vegetarian. Let this self-righteous saint see how powerful we are. Form the Ganglong Heavenly Fire Formation. At Tang Zhen's order, the other 5 elders turned into after-images and surrounded Long Fei. They formed seals on their hands and soon energy flowed out and terrifying power suddenly swept across. Long Fei didn't panic at all but quietly watched these people's performances. What he likes to do most is to crush these people's self-righteous chances of victory. Arrive at that time the presence of these people will be extremely rich. The Ganglong Skyfire Formation possesses the power of the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang fire, and at this moment the violent fire energy of the entire burning flame valley is mobilized here. In an instant the power released by the Ganglong Skyfire Formation was even more terrifying. A roar of dragon anger sounded. The strength of the other 5 elders in the Ganglong Skyfire Formation was pushed to the semi-saint level, and Tang Zhen, who was the center of the formation, had reached the middle stage of the semi-saint. I have to say that this formation is very awesome. It's a very good formation. It seems that I can borrow it for use when I'm here. Long Fei said lightly. Kill him. Tang Zhen roared, and SI figures wrapped in flames surrounded Long Fei from left to right, planning a big pincer attack. Haha, I don't know where you got the courage to confront me. A true half-saint is no match for me, let alone you hypocritical half-saints who were pushed to the top by eternal forces. Long Fei secretly thought. He shook his head and mocked. With a wave of his hand the real holy power appeared. It looked low-key but it contains terrifying power. Chapter 295. Tang Zhen was defeated and Patriarch Huayun compromised. Stop talking nonsense, you won't know until you wait. pay the weight. Tang Zhen roared angrily. The 5 people's attacks hit the air blade that Long Fei swung out. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by several explosions, the bodies of SI people were directly blasted hundreds of meters away. The faces of the SI people who finally stabilized themselves by using fighting spirit energy to resist the shock wave all showed looks of shock. The 2 elders looked horrified. How could this happen? With a wave of our hands the SI of us were like this. Is this the difference between a true saint and us saint? Sweat dripped from everyone's forehead and was quickly evaporated. Tang Zhen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, one move, just one move showed the difference in strength. It seems we can't do this. We must use that move. The 5 elders looked at Tang Zhen and Tang Zhen continued, use the second form of the Ganglong Skyfire formation. Good. The 5 elders took a breath and shouted quickly, and then the 5 people started to move their hands and they were completing the hand seals with practice. All the 5 people's hand seals were tied in different ways and the final mark that appeared were also different. Oh, Long Fei raised his lip and said with a bad taste, interesting, I will wait for you to use the skills that you think you should be proud of and then I will completely defeat you. This will be fun. You will regret it. Tang Zhen snorted and said angrily. The anger in his eyes was particularly rich and bright. At this moment the marks of the 5 elders had been formed and the 5 different marks were heading directly towards Tang Zhen, and the 5 violent flaming energy quickly poured into Tang Zhen's body. Using the power of the Ganglong Heavenly Fire Array, the second move is to concentrate the violent flame energy of everyone in the array into a person's body to form a terrifying magnetic field, produce a qualitative change and finally forcefully push the person's strength to the real fighting saint. Tang Zhen, who was absorbing the violent fire energy, roared out under the impact of the energy. The flames in his eyes flashed fiercely and flames spewed out of his mouth. The blood vessels all over his body have disappeared and been completely integrated into the flame. The same is true for his hair. The flames all over his body are more intense and the colors are brighter. At this moment Tang Zhen cannot be said to be a human being and it is more reasonable to describe him as a flame man. Pushed by the violent energy, his cultivation level continued to improve from the middle stage of semi-saint to the peak of mid-saint, the late stage of half-saint, the peak of late half-saint, half-step to 1-star fighting saint. 1-star fighting saint. Bang boom. When his cultivation stagnated here, an unparalleled terrifying flame magnetic field storm suddenly surged out from the flame man Tang Zhen. 1-star fighting saint. Long Fei, who had been watching the scene, muttered. Although the power of the flame man Tang Zhen at this moment was very powerful, it could not move him in the slightest. Long Fei frowned and this thought suddenly came to his mind. This formation is not bad. If there are more people we might be able to create a temporary Do Emperor. Great, the Valley Master is no longer as good as a saint, so let's leave it to him. The 5 elders were already withering at this moment. Their whole bodies were weak and exhausted and then they withdrew from the formation. At this moment the Ganglong Heavenly Fire formation is completely controlled by Flame Man Tang Zhen alone. Although I have become a 1-star fighting saint, this state can only be maintained for less than 5 minutes. I must resolve the battle within 5 minutes. Tang Zhen, the flame man who had just entered the 1-star fighting saint, felt a surge in his heart. Plant the illusion that I can do it. He thinks that Long Fei is no longer his opponent or he can truly compete with Long Fei. Tang Zhen's flaming eyes stared at Long Fei coldly and a cold and ruthless voice sounded. Intruder, this Valley Master said you will regret it. Now is the time for you to regret it. As soon as he finished speaking he stretched his flaming arms to the side and a scorching flame spread from his hand and turned into a huge flaming blade about 1.5 meters long and about 10 centimeters wide. You talk a lot of nonsense, come on. Long Fei showed a look of boredom, then raised his hand and raised his finger at Tang Zhen in a provocative manner. Seeking death, the arrogant people will die. This action of Long Fei made Tang Zhen furious. As the roar sounded he raised his hand. The huge flaming blade rushes towards the limit of Long Fei. Above the sky holy power emerged. The air plotted and sonic booms came out layer by layer. A ray of energy gathered on the flame blade to form the Ganglong Skyfire formation. With the blessing of the Ganglong Heavenly Fire formation the flame blade became huge again and the power of the flames on the blade doubled. This blow has gathered a lot of energy and this blow must be so terrifying. Facing the terrifying offensive in front of him, Long Fei looked calm and raised his hand to hold the flaming blade with his bare hands. In an instant he could feel the scorching temperature and terrifying attack energy on the flaming blade forming a shock wave all over his body. His body retreated crazily under the push of the flame blade. Haha, you are really too arrogant to catch the flame blade of this Valley Master with your bare hands. Tang Zhen was also surprised by Long Fei's move and then a cold and angry voice sounded and he pushed forward crazily. Long Fei's figure suddenly disappeared and when he reappeared he was already on top of the blade. He punched it casually and an overbearing force suddenly broke out and the blade was broken apart. What? Tang Zhen, the flame man, was shocked and turned pale. The net moment Long Fei came directly in front of him and punched him in the face. Bang! Ah! Tang Zhen's body flew out like a wave and hit the ground hard, leaving a long mark. Valley Master! The 5 elders' presence changed drastically and they hurried over. Go away! My Valley Master is fine. However, Tang Zhen's angry and unwilling voice sounded. He endured the pain and climbed up from the ground. At the same time, a force spread out and knocked away the 5 elders who came. The 5 elders who were already weak were once again hit by such a shock. They looked at the world in front of them as if the world had turned upside down and fainted on the ground. Tang Zhen seemed to have gone crazy and lost his sense. He didn't care about the lives of these 5 people at all. He roared madly and jumped towards Long Fei. He came directly above Long Fei and slashed out with crazy sword skills. Is the master of the Burning Flame Valley so capable? I am very disappointed. Long Fei shook his head and a green light flashed between his hands. The huge Qinglong ancient sword appeared out of the sky and its overbearing power instantly destroyed countless swordsmanship blades above it, penetrating and annihilating. Continuous explosions rumbled. The Qinglong ancient sword did not stop but rushed towards Tang Zhen quickly. At this moment Tang Zhen was angry and concentrated his strength on the tip of the blade. He didn't believe that this sword was unbreakable. Bang! Buzz! Bang! In an instant the Qinglong ancient sword broke through the flaming blade in Tang Zhen's hand and headed straight towards Tang Zhen's face. There is no escaping this time. Stop! How dare you! Chapter 296 Long Fei's strength. At the critical moment of Tang Zhen's life, a violent sound came from the Burning Flame Valley and echoed throughout the world. The net moment, an invisible hand that looked like a fighting spirit blocked Tang Zhen's body. Under Tang Zhen's fearful and unwilling eyes, it instantly collided with the ancient Qinglong sword. Loud bang! However, it is a pity that his appearance did not bring much resistance to the Qinglong ancient sword. Instead, it just made rapid progress forward. Ah! A mad scream echoed in the sky. Boom! There was another sudden explosion and the Qinglong ancient sword flew from the sky and turned back to Long Fei. On the other side, Tang Zhen the Flame Man was rescued by an old man net to him. Both of them look frightened and shocked. This old man possesses the cultivation level of a 2-star Dosheng and is a genuine Dosheng strongman. However, due to some reasons he can only appear in an incomplete form and cannot leave the Burning Flame Valley. He is the Supreme Elder Huoyun Patriarch of Fenian Valley. Tang Zhen took a deep breath and said, Shen Yin ancestor, you finally came out. If it had been a little later, this Valley Master would have died here. Due to the previous battle and the terrifying shock of the Qinglong ancient sword, this form that could have lasted for 5 minutes has now entered a period of weakness, and I am afraid that it will not last even 1 minute. How about it? You can still fight, right? Ancestor Huoyun said via voice transmission. Tang Zhen sent a message, I can hold on for less than a minute. We must fight quickly. Ancestor and I will join forces to kill him. Okay. Ancestor Huoyun looked a little gloomier when he looked at Long Fei, and a cold light shone in his deep eyes. The corner of Long Fei's mouth raised with a trace of amusement. Oh, can we still fight? Then continue. Since you are my enemy in the net situation, you either hand over the 9 dragons Thunder Gang fire or die. At this moment his voice became cold and stern. Ancestor Huoyun snorted coldly and said sternly, no one can say what the outcome will be until the end. Just suffer death. As they spoke, the two of them used ghost-like movements to attack Long Fei very quickly. 2 waves of holy power, one strong and one weak, appeared at the same time. In half a breath the two of them had arrived in front of Long Fei, and with one strike he hit Long Fei with a palm. As soon as the power of Dosheng comes out, instantly the earth shook, the space shattered, and it was so terrifying. Bang! Bang! Long Fei smiled disdainfully, stretched out his hands and faced each other to the left and right. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. The terrifying power impacted, completely erupting at this moment. Then all 3 disappeared after fleeing to the high altitude. On the same spot an extremely fierce confrontation began in the sky. The speed was very fast, flashing in different positions, and the figures of the 3 people in the sky disappeared from time to time, leaving only many sonic boom circles. Bang! 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 The fight between Dosheng and Dosheng caused the world to tremble, space to shatter, and whirlpools everywhere. Pressure as heavy as giant waves descended on the Burning Fire Mountain Range and the Burning Flame Valley. The disciples in the Burning Flame Valley and those outside the Burning Fire Mountain Range, the monsters, became afraid. My dear, what kind of monster did this Burning Flame Valley provoke? No matter what, please don't persecute my Burning Fire Mountain Range. When God fight, we little beast can only watch from below. Many monsters in the Burning Fire Mountains raised their heads and spoke in fear. High in the sky, Patriarch Huoyun and Tang Zhen became more frightened as they got older. The more they fought, the more they discovered the strength gap between the other party and them. Even if they joined forces, they could not take advantage of each other. At this moment Patriarch Huoyun had a strange thought in his mind. The net second the two of them combined their fighting skills, and at this moment Tang Zhen was getting weaker and weaker. He is about to leave the flame form. At that time not only will his cultivation level be directly restored to the original level, but he will also be in a period of super weakness for a week. Now that neither of them can take advantage of the other, then when he is the only one left, what to do? Long Fei held the Qinglong ancient sword in his hand and slashed down easily, blowing up the combined attack of the two. His figure flew directly out of the explosion and soon came to Tang Zhen. At this moment Tang Zhen Iu, because he was retreating rapidly after a series of battles, Tang Zhen was already wilting. He could not avoid it and it was too late. He looked at Long Fei in front of him and laughed miserably. This valley master is still defeated. You monster! Be careful! Ancestor Huoyun's eyes widened angrily. He screamed and directly used his fighting skills to blast towards Long Fei. However, no matter how fast his fighting skills were, they were not as fast as Long Fei's sword. In the net second, Long Fei slashed down with his sword, directly slashing Tang Zhen back to an even more embarrassing state than before. His body turned into a meteorite and fell rapidly downward. There was a loud bang. Tang Zhen was defeated. The smoke filled the air. Daddy! But at this moment a woman's heartbroken cry sounded from below. Long Fei looked at the attack coming from the side and didn't bother to fight it. He simply ducked and disappeared, only to reappear in front of Patriarch Huoyun. Long Fei looked at Patriarch Huoyun coldly. Go to hell. Raise your hand. Qinglong ancient sword. Ancestor Huoyun's soul was trembling with excitement and he hurriedly shouted, no. Wait a minute. The fallen Qinglong ancient sword stopped in front of his neck. At this distance Long Fei only needed to move slightly to cut off his neck like cutting tofu. Ancestor Huoyun was extremely frightened. Don't want to die? Long Fei smiled disdainfully. Ancestor Huoyun took a deep breath, but he still couldn't suppress the fear in his heart of being conquered by Long Fei's terrifying strength. His voice trembled and he said, your excellency is far more powerful than us. If we continue to fight, we will not be our opponent. Come to me, your excellency. Burning Flame Valley is for the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire. We are willing to hand over the strange fire to you and we hope that you can let us Burning Flame Valley survive. After hearing this, Long Fei smiled and said, yes, that's right. If we had made a decision earlier, we wouldn't have had to fight. You guys just have to fight, to be honest. Patriarch Huoyun sighed, looked at Tang Zhen, who was unconscious and unaware of life and death below, and said, what about him, your excellency? Long Fei replied calmly, don't worry, I saved my hand from the blow just now and I can't die. Originally I planned to save him and refine him into a puppet, but now that you have made the right decision, then he will be spared this blessing. Ancestor Huoyun breathed a sigh of relief. Long Fei withdrew the Qinglong ancient sword and the two of them released their fighting form and landed one after another. And Patriarch Huoyun did not dare to sneak attack Long Fei, fearing that if he missed, the entire Burning Flame Valley would be miserable. He, an old guy, can still grasp the pros and cons of this. You bad guy, give back my father. The angry Huoyun ran to Long Fei and roared, Yuner, don't be rude. Ancestor Huoyun was frightened to death and stopped him immediately. Your father is not dead, Long Fei said calmly, then looked at Ancestor Huoyun and said, take me to the location of the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Fire. Remember, if you play tricks, no one in the Burning Flame Valley will survive. It was a calm voice, but it sounded completely different to the ears of Patriarch Huoyun and the other Burning Flame Valley disciples. Chapter 297. Shame must be repaid. Ancestor Huoyun said solemnly, sage, please rest assured that I will keep my word, but I also hope that the saint can give us a promise. After the saint obtains the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Flame, he will not harm the creatures in our Burning Flame Valley. Do you think the loser is qualified to negotiate terms? Long Fei looked at him with a smile. Ancestor Huoyun was stunned after hearing this. Before he could speak, Long Fei spoke again, but don't worry, my goal is only as soon as I get the Kowloon Thunder Ganjian, I will leave the Burning Flame Valley immediately, and I am not interested in you either. Patriarch Huoyun felt relieved immediately. After heaving a sigh of relief, he said, I believe in the promise of the saint. Patriarch Huoyun took out the Eli the defeated Tang Zhen took the medicine and then said to the others and Huoyuner, you guys please settle down and you juniors should stop interfering in the affairs here. Ancestor Huoyuner clenched her fist and was very reluctant, but she had no hope of revenge in the face of strength, so she could only grit her teeth and look at Long Fei fiercely. Long Fei didn't care at all, it was just a little girl. Was this Huoyuner? That's it. He immediately lost interest in this woman and now his first interest is Kowloon Lake Ganjian. Ancestor Huoyun looked at Long Fei with a complete prescience and said, saint, please come with me. Long Fei followed Ancestor Huoyun to the location of the 9 Dragons Thunder Ganjian. There is a sea of fire here with extremely scorching heat waves rolling in. In the center of the sea of lava is a flame monster with flames and thunder wrapped around its body like an extremely dragon. This is the 9 Dragons Thunder Gang Flame. Why is it called 9 Dragon? Because this flame has 9 heads. Sensing someone coming here, Kowloon Lake Ganjian moved and the other 8 hidden heads were posed one after another. The ferocious look, unyielding attitude and hatred of human beings were its angry mood at the moment. Roar! The moment the roars of all 9 heads rang out, the surrounding molten sea was rolling out of control. This sea of magma is where it controls the 9 dragons' thunder gang fire. Violent, the thunder on his body merged into the flames, making everything around him more ferocious. Ancestor Huoyun just looked at this scene like this. As the treasure of Burning Flame Valley, the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian has a set of methods to control the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian for a long time, but he does not know how to use it. When he comes out, he will naturally not go out of his way to help outsiders obtain this 9 dragons Thunder Gang Yan. When the time comes that this person cannot get it, he cannot blame them, he can only blame his own incompetence. Ancestor Huoyun was very satisfied with the current state of the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian. He smiled secretly in his heart and then turned to look at Long Fei. Long Fei's presence showed excitement and impatient, and he wished he could swallow the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian right now. Ancestor Huoyun was slightly stunned when he noticed this scene and then said, "Saint, the 9-headed dragon guy in front is what you are looking for, and he is also ranked 10th on my list of the treasures of the Burning Flame Valley. 2 of the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian." Long Fei chuckled and said, yes, this strange fire is very energetic. After I swallow it and absorb it, the effect will definitely be good. After hearing this, Patriarch Huoyun gritted his teeth. He had an idea. When Long Fei absorbed the 9 dragons Thunder Gang flame, he would definitely not surrender easily based on his understanding of the fire temper. At this time he was actually a very good person. The timing of the attack, but this time the attack must be a one-shot kill, otherwise the consequences will not be something he and Fenian Valley can bear. I felt cruel and decided on this plan for the time being. Saint, the rest depends on you. I can't help you much, Ancestor Huoyun said in a deep voice. Long Fei glanced at him. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips and thought to himself, what can't he do to help? Only a fool would believe this. You Fenian Valley have suppressed this beast for so many years and you have no other means? Humph, but I don't care about you. The 9th ranked 3000 Yan Huo was swallowed up by me, let alone you who are only ranked 12. He didn't care and said, the 12 strange fires are a bit fierce, but to be fierce in front of me you need to have strength. Do you think it knows someone? Ancestor Huoyun's presence turned gloomy after hearing this, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, in order to prevent Long Fei from suddenly changing his attention, he immediately disappeared and said with a smile, the saint is joking. I wonder if the saint needs me to stay. Where's the protector? Long Fei waved his big hand and laughed. Haha, it's rare to have a 2-star Doshang Dharma protector, so of course I want it. Just watch it here, I will subdue this beast right now. Then he flew directly forward, a thing looking for death. Ancestor Huoyun looked gloomy and terrifying. His face was as cold as frost, his fists were clenched, and he decided to do the big deal. Ancestor Huoyun thought fiercely in his heart, since you are so arrogant and put an enemy beside you to protect the law, then I will naturally not miss such a good opportunity. When the time comes, I will blame you for being arrogant. Feel confident. Seeing Long Fei rushing towards him, Zhulong Lei Ganghuo became furious and directly used the power of the surrounding molten sea to attack the intruder. The 9-headed phantom-like flame dragon also followed these fierce attacks and headed towards Long Fei. The sound of bang bang sounded one after another. Long Fei dodged it calmly and soon came to Zhulong Lei Ganghuo. An invisible force appeared in his hand and punched him. A huge impact came out and a dragon head of Zhulong Lei Ganghuo was directly blasted to pieces. The remaining 8 dragon heads screamed. These dragon heads were connected to the origin in its body, and it would be extremely painful if they were lost. It's not that bad. I've also collected the other 8 dragon heads to prevent one from being lonely. Long Fei was very fast and appeared in front of the other 8 dragon heads in a blink of an eye. He punched them with the same punch. No mercy at all. Bang 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 bang. Obviously they didn't explode at the same moment, but the sound of explosions did continue to sound at the same time. The angry screams of the 9 dragons Thunder Gang fire also disappeared as the dragon head was annihilated and finally turned into a ball of flame. This is the body of the 9 dragons Thunder Gang fire. The Kowloon Thunder Gang Huo outside now is just a child transformed from the origin of Goody Cave Mansion. It's just fire, but now this mass can also be called the origin of the sub-fire 9 dragons Thunder Gang fire. Long Fei held it in his hand and the surrounding molten world returned to calm. Ancestor Huoyun, who had been watching this scene behind him, was completely shocked and dumbfounded. It took him a long time to murmur this. How is this possible? When did the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian become so vulnerable? His pupils widened and his fear became even more intense. It seems that in the previous battle the opponent did not use all his strength at all, and now such a casual punch has such terrifying power. He would never have been able to do this. It seems that I must be well prepared, otherwise the boat may capsize in the end. Ancestor Huoyun was afraid. It will take a lot of time for Long Fei Fei to absorb the strange fire. This time period is his only chance to prepare. Chapter 298 Last Words Awakening Tragedy. After beating the 9 dragons Thunder Ganjian back into a round shape, the net thing Long Fei had to do was absorb and refine it. Of course he would not promise an enemy to protect him. From the beginning to the end he never trusted an enemy who wanted to kill him. Before refining he first set up a barrier around it. Seeing this scene in the distance, Patriarch Huayun also narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew that this person did not believe him at all. These things were all within his expectation. There were even more things to do. Net. He wanted to successfully kill the man in front of you. You must first break the barrier in front of you. After the first step, the second step is to directly kill the person. When a person is meditating and absorbing, he is the weakest and the least alert. If he does not take action at this time, he the ancestor will be a fool. Long Fei held the 9 dragons Thunder Gang Fire Sun's original body in his hand and slowly turned his head to look at Ancestor Huayun with a smile on his face, but this smile contained other meaning. His tone was a bit sarcastic. I did not give in. Are you disappointed? Zhuanglei Gang Huo is nothing more than that. Look at how troublesome you are in Fenian Valley. How could the wily and Parian's Patriarch Huayun fail to hear the sarcasm in Long Fei's words? He was angry in his heart and an ugly smile appeared on his stiff face. Haha, the strength of the saint is here. Of course the 9 dragons Lake Ganjian is not enemy. Your smile is so ugly. When you get old you won't be able to smile until you die. Smile more while you are still alive. Long Fei said with a look at him and stop paying attention to him. A mere 2-star dosage is nothing to be afraid of. The 9 dragons Thunder Gang Fire in his hand is what he wants. He is only interested in this strange fire. After hearing this, Patriarch Huayun almost developed the anger in his heart, but in the end he was able to hold it back and sneered, haha, there is no need for the saint to worry about this. I am very strong in learning and will soon learn. Will laugh. Long Fei looked at him and smiled in his heart. You're quite tolerant, old guy. Do you really think I can't see your little thought? Don't hold back your internal injuries until then. After thinking about it, she ignored him and sat down cross-legged. After he got tired of pinching and playing with him, Zhuanglei Ganjian opened her mouth and threw it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a grunt, domineering and confident. As soon as he entered the mouth, Long Fei immediately felt extremely hot inside his body. But this kind of heat is within the range he can bear and is nothing to worry about. The net step is to enter the absorption process. As Long Fei fell into a meditative state, Ancestor Huayun also began to make a difference. Ancestor Huayun quickly returned to the Burning Flame Valley and fed the 5 elders and Tang Zhen the best recovery Ir. With the help of this top-grade Ir, Tang Zhen also forcibly encountered the debilitating sequelae caused by the formation, but the figure of Long Fei in his mind gave him great fear. Let these people recover quickly and then go to a long sealed place deep in the Burning Flame Valley to open the long bow that has been sealed for a long time. Inside is a single-headed halberd that is completely red and has long way. Ancestor Huayun's eyes were extremely hot. I haven't used you for a long time with the Burning Sky Dragon halberd. Now it's time for you to be born. It's up to you whether you can kill that damn bastard. This Burning Sky Dragon halberd was a good partner who fought with him 100 years ago. Its weapon grade reached the heaven level. Later he hid in the Burning Flame Valley for some reason and nothing could threaten him to use it for 100 years. The existence of this weapon drew Fenian Valley's attention, so it has been sealed away. But today it can finally be used. They have encountered an absolutely formidable enemy in the Burning Flame Valley. Defeating the Valley Master and him and being forced to hand over the 9 dragons Thunder Gang Flame is undoubtedly the great shame of the Burning Flame Valley. This shame must be avenged. After taking the Burning Sky Dragon halberd, he led the recovered Tang Zhen and the 5 elders to Long Fei's location. When everyone arrived here, their prescience were extremely solemn and the memories of the previous battles were still so profound. This person brings us indelible memories which will cause us to have inner demons which will only be harmful to our future cultivation path. If we want to erase this inner demon, we must completely eradicate this person. This person is meditating now and is at the weakest moment of his body, and the protective shield around him is at least at the level of a 5-star fighting saint, so you need to use the formation again to become a fighting saint. Let's not hold anything back when we join forces. We must concentrate the strongest attack. When we break through the formation, it will wake him up, so we must fight quickly. Ancestor Huayun looked solemn. Being able to make this extremely dangerous decision means blocking the luck and destiny of Fenian Valley. If he wins, everyone will be happy, but if he loses, then everyone will be happy. Then the Burning Flame Valley will be wiped out. After hearing the ancestor's decision, everyone naturally supported it. This person's inner demon must be eliminated. The 7 people present stared at Long Fei, who was meditating and absorbing in front of him with ruthless and absolute killing intent in their heart. Everything depends on the ancestors. Tang Zhen and the others spoke in a solemn solemn voice. Very good, we must prepare a retreat before failure again. You first order the guards to lead the disciples of Burning Flame Valley away from here as much as possible. We also need to form a teleportation formation to leave here at the moment of danger. Make sure that Burning Flame Valley the lineage will not be cut off. Since he has chosen to do this dangerous thing, Patriarch Huoyun has already prepared all the plans for failure. Then those people followed his instructions. Soon everything was done. The teleportation formation has also been arranged. The Si Tangzhens used the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire and performed the Ganglong heavenly fire formation at the same time. Everyone's strength was put on Tangzhen alone, and Tangzhen once again became the Flame Man 1-star fighting saint. The remaining 5 elders acted as tools. After the power was transferred, these people could not even stand up. The 5 people quickly took out the Eli IR given by Patriarch Huoyun, ate it and quickly meditated to recover. They would need to take action net. After all, the more people there are, the more strength they will have, not to mention that these people have all entered the ranks of the 9th rank. For Dozun, the display of fighting skills is not very small. Even if it cannot cause harm to the 5-star Do Sage, it can still delay it for 1 or 2 seconds to gain critical time. Let's take action. Ancestor Huoyun and Flame Man Tangzhen looked at each other. They gathered their strength, and all their power and intimidation were concentrated on the weapons in their hands. Burning Dragon Heavenly Halberd Flaming Blade. This is now the key weapon. Ancestor, my power has been condensed. The heavy voice of Flame Man Tangzhen sounded. Then let go. Patriarch Huoyun gritted his teeth and looked gloomy. This shame should be over. His strength has been gathered long ago. The only person waiting is Tangzhen. He is more an eus than anyone here. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them rushed forward. 1 halberd and 1 blade stabbed directly into the blue barrier. There was a loud bang. The 2 of them were startled. They looked at Long Fei, but he didn't wake up. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor Huoyun said, it's such a hard barrier. If you add more force, I feel that it is about to break. Yes. The 2 of them stepped up their efforts again and must fight quickly. In the attack of the 2 concentrated and prepared Doshang forces, the Cyan barrier quickly listed traces and then directly shattered. Ha ha ha. Boy die. Ancestor Huoyun was overjoyed, and his E-Press Cyan was fierce and murderous. The 2 weapons stabbed toward Long Fei's body, one from the left and the other from the right. Bang. Chapter 299. Slavery. Nail. Nail. As 2 voices sounded, the sharp points of the blade and the halberd had already hit Long Fei's body, and at this moment a power even more terrifying and powerful than the one that had just shattered the Cyan barrier plotted. They must give Long Fei a fatal blow and try their best to ensure that even if the opponent cannot die, he will not have a chance to fight back. Haha kid, you are still careless. Your death is coming. What? Just when the 2 of them were excited and congratulated on their success, the net scene really stunned them, and then they screamed in disbelief. The scene in front of them made them palpitate at the same time. Their weapons did hit each other's body, but the tip of the weapon could not penetrate Long Fei's body and stayed on the surface. At the same time, a golden glazed light appeared in Long Fei's surface skin, and the entire Long Fei fall into a golden state. This is one of the innate skills that Long Fei acquired after devouring the ice and fire eyes in the Douluo world. Ancestor Huoyun gritted his teeth. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he was afraid. It turns out that we are the ones who are careless. Hurry up and deal with it. We will be in trouble when this guy wakes up. Now that we have dealt with him, let's go to Burning Flame Valley. Disaster is coming. After absorbing the strange fire, this person's strength will definitely be greatly improved. It was so terrifying just now, and it will be even more terrifying in the future. 5 elders lead the creatures of Burning Flame Valley out of here immediately. Ancestor and Tangzhen roared loudly. Ancestor Valley Master, what should you do? The 5 elders shouted. Ancestor Huoyun said in fear, of course we too have to stay and fight. He hasn't woken up yet. As long as he break through this golden body, we still have a chance. Tangzhen looked at the 5 elders, and the Flame Man said in a serious tone, if the 2 of us don't go back, then the net Valley Master will be Huoyuner, the daughter of this valley. You must train her up. The 5 elders showed tears on their faces and respectfully handed over their hands. Ancestor Valley Master, we understand. If you 2 don't come back, the net Valley Master will be Huoyuner, and the 5 of us will do our best to cultivate it, etc. And don't avenge us. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. It is not something that Fenian Valley can fight against. If the 2 of us fall, Fenian Valley's strength will definitely vomit blood. To prevent those who are interested, you take Fenian Valley with you. Survive in seclusion. This is the life order sign of my ancestor and me. Once the sign breaks, we will fall. You should act according to the words of this Valley Master. When Tangzhen finished speaking, 2 rays of light appeared from the hands of Patriarch Huoyun and Tangzhen and floated directly to the hands of the leader. Let go. Ancestor Huoyun shouted. Old Ancestor Valley Master, if you can run, you must run. Life is more important than anything else. After the 5 elders elders finished speaking they turned and left here very quickly. They didn't want to become a burden to the two of them. After all, in front of the Do sage, these Dozuns who had entered the 9th rank formation couldn't get involved at all. Don't waste time, attack quickly. After the 5 people left, Huoyun Patriarch's eyes returned to Long Fei, his face even more solemn and serious than before. Tang Zhen, if we still can't kill him after waiting, ancestor, I will stay to buy you time to escape. Don't say anything, ancestor, I can't live without this burning flame valley, but unlike you can leave. My life is tied to the burning flame valley. If the burning flame valley is destroyed, I will be destroyed. If I destroy the burning flame valley, it will not be destroyed. After speaking in a solemn voice, Patriarch Huoyun did not wait for Tang Zhen's reply and directly took it. The burning sky dragon halberd in his hand turned into a beam of light and hit Long Fei directly. Yes, ancestor. Tang Zhen did not disobey the order. At this time he understands the pros and cons. Burning flame valley cannot be without him, and he can't last long in the state of fighting Saint of Flame Man. There will be less than it will be lifted in a minute and a half. The two of them attacked Long Fei frantically. A rumble sounded. What scares both of them is that this golden body cannot be broken. So sturdy. Ancestor, I'm running out of time, Tang Zhen said with a weak look on his face at this moment. Escape, go. Ancestor, Huoyun roared angrily. Tang Zhen didn't have much time. Once the state was released, it would only become a burden here. Suddenly a Na ring went directly into Tang Zhen's hand. This is burning all the wealth of the past generations in Yanggu is here. When you leave, I will die with you, ancestor, to eliminate future disasters. Ancestor, be careful then. Tang Zhen got the Naja without saying much. He ran away quickly while he could still move. Only ancestor Huoyun and the little golden man Long Fei are left here. After Tang Zhen left, ancestor Huoyun sighed and laughed. Ancestor, I never thought that I would have such an embarrassing and terrifying day. Click. Suddenly a shattering sound sounded. Ancestor Huoyun's eyes widened and Long Fei's golden body was shattered. Seeing this scene, he was extremely excited and laughed loudly. This is God helping me. Ha ha ha. Now that the golden body has been broken, let me see what other methods you have. Die for me. Ancestor Huoyun once again used the most powerful fighting skills in his life with the blessing of the 3 mysterious changes of Skyfire. Then he shot towards Long Fei's heart with one blow. Ha! Long Fei opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a mouthful of turbid hot air. Then his closed eyes opened and he woke up. He's finished absorbing it. Remarkably brave. His eyes were calm as he watched the terrifying attack coming in front of him without any trace of panic or fear. It seemed to him that it was not worth mentioning. In the sky, Patriarch Huoyun shrank his pupils and then smiled wildly. So what if you wake up? You can't avoid this distance. Even if you are a 5-star fighting saint, you will die here today. Although he said this, he still felt a little guilty. In order to avoid accidents, he directly dodged and quickly came behind the halberd to add strength. Long Fei raised his hand and flicked his fingers. As a finger snap sounded, the surrounding space seemed to have stopped at this moment. Countless sonic boom circles appeared in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. These sonic boom circles plotted with the target of ancestor Huoyun and the burning sky dragon halberd in front. The net moment when Patriarch Huoyun was vomiting blood and screaming in pain, the burning sky dragon halberd was like tofu, dragged and shattered into pieces less than an arm away from Long Fei. Long Fei moved his hand slightly again and a terrifying wave of impact blasted forward in an arc like a big watermelon. In an instant, the body of Patriarch Huoyun and the sky-burning dragon halberd were submerged. The battle is over. The surrounding stagnation also resumed operation at this time. Boom! Ah! The air wave was extremely terrifying, directly destroying the area thousands of meters in front. The people fleeing outside were also extremely frightened when they saw this scene. Ancestor Tang Zhen and the other elders were distraught. The scream just now belonged to ancestor Huoyun. So Huoyun Patriarch has died together with the other party. They were watching all this from thousands of miles away, and the other disciples had been transported to another area of flame. Chapter 300 Kebab at night. Ancestor. The 5 elders were distraught, screamed and were about to fly forward. Everything about the ancestor has been tied to the burning flame valley. He cannot leave the burning flame valley. Let's leave immediately. Leave immediately. The price of this failed revenge is so heavy. Tang Zhen stopped the 5. The elder who wanted to fly back to find out what was going on shouted in a deep voice. At this moment he had already eaten the flame man fighting saint state. After taking the Elir, he could barely walk like a normal person. Gritting his teeth, the death of Patriarch Huoyun as the valley master was more uncomfortable than anything else, but in front of him he didn't dare to take any more risk. The net moment he forcefully dragged the 5 elders into the teleportation formation and left the place, and the formation also disappeared without a trace. At this moment everything in the burning flame valley returned to calm after the terrifying air wave attack ended. Long Fei stood up slowly and looked at the figure paralyzed on the ground in front of him, covered in blood with only the remains of his clothes clothes. It was the ancestor Huoyun who was killed instantly. He just kept his hand. This is a real person. It would be a pity to kill a 2-star fighting saint. There are not many fighting saints in the Qinglong gang at present. It can be said that there are none. Now that he has already made an experience in front of him, he will not let go of such a good opportunity. He slowly raised his feet and walked forward with light steps. From time to time a strange energy spreads out of him. At this moment the aura revealed on Long Fei's body was that of the Si-star fighting saint. Now he has 14 kinds of strange fire. His new flame is also called the 14th green dragon flame. Arriving in front of Patriarch Huoyun, his eyes looked at the body that was already on the verge of death from the absolutely crushing perspective of a superior. Ancestor Huoyun's soul was still in his body. Long Fei raised his hand and a burst of cyan energy suddenly overflowed and quickly enveloped the ancestor's body. As soon as he held his hand, cyan lines appeared on the ancestor's skin, all spreading and condensing to form a mark on the forehead and heart. The ancestor is now a slave of Long Fei, a slave with a soul. A stream of life energy leaked from Long Fei's body. Ancestor Huoyun enjoyed the process of being healed. When he woke up, his face was horrified, and the moment he realized that the depths of his soul had been engraved with a slave mark that could never be erased. Long Fei said indifferently, "You haven't come to see me yet." The moment his voice sounded, Ancestor Huoyun felt that he had lost control of his body, and an irresistible force came from his body that forced him to surrender and kneel down to the person in front of him. Then a burst of pain appeared and Patriarch Huoyun knelt on the ground. He looked like an ordinary old man. Cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. His body trembled and his Zion was frightened. "Slave Huoyun, please come to the master. Please forgive me before you forgive me." The offense. Long Fei's eyes sunk a little and his cold and indifferent tone slowly sounded, "You are really bold. Since you dare to attack me while I am meditating and refining, I originally planned to destroy you after I wake up. You all living beings in Burning Flame Valley, but I stopped thinking about it later because in my eyes you are all ants that can be easily killed with just a snap of your fingers." Yulu. Ancestor Huoyun swallowed hard and his fear became even stronger. "I really made a wrong decision before." "Master, calm down. A slave will never betray his master." Ancestor Huoyun trembled. "I have got what I want and the rest is nothing in my eyes. Let's go to the Yan clan." At this moment a cold murderous intent appeared in Long Fei Angtian's cold eyes. The Yan clan offended him, so he must die. Moreover, there are 5 strange fires in the Yan clan and 3 of these 5 strange fires rank very high. They are the Crimson Red Lotus Karma fire, ranked 8th on the list of strange fires, and the fire child of the Yan clan. The 7th on the list of strange fires has the Golden 9 Nether Golden Ancestral Fire owned by the leader of the Yan clan. The SITH1 on the strange fire list has the Light Black 8 Desolations Destruction Flame owned by the Flame clan Huoxian. He is also the only son of the leader of the Yan clan. There are also the Fire Clouds Water Flames and Volcanic Stone Flames of S18 and 17. Long Fei already has the last 2 alien fires, so he only needs to obtain the first 3. Anyway, absorbing the same alien fire does not seem to have much effect because they are all sub-fires and the real origin lies in Tuo inside the Tunggudi cave. The leader of the Yan clan is in the late stage of the 8-star dosage. He is extremely powerful. His talent for creating flames has reached its peak. With his own creation of strange fires, he has absorbed the 9 Nether Golden Ancestral Fire and the Volcanic Stone Flame, and these 2. This kind of strange fire has also been fused into a new type of strange fire which is enough to compete with the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame without falling behind. This new type of strange fire, Dragon Flying, was seen online in his previous life and seems to be called Ember Killing Ghost Fire. The Yan clan is the master. The Yan clan of the 8 ancient tribe. Ancestor Huoyun raised his head and looked at Long Fei in astonishment. Long Fei said lightly, "Besides this Yan clan, is there another Yan clan on the Dochi continent?" Ancestor Huoyun was stunned and quickly shook his head. "No, master, the Yan clan is very dangerous. I advise you not to go. The leader of the Yan clan is rumored to be a super terrifying instance in the late 8-star dosage. Moreover, the other party has strange abilities. Fire is also scary. Each level between Dosheng and Dosheng is a huge stage, not to mention that an 8-star Dosheng can reach such a high level in the later stage, which means that everything will undergo a qualitative change." Long Fei was not afraid after hearing this, but showed a look of excitement and anticipation. Not only that, in addition to this old guy being a late stage 8-star dosage, our Yan clan also has the Phantom of the Burning Emperor Patriarch as the last and strongest mean. This phantom had a strength that was not weaker than Do Emperor at a peak, but unfortunately in the long river of time it is still a phantom whose strength can only reach the 9-star Dosheng peak. Now I have become a SI-star Dosheng. Really, I hope my current strength can match the opponent. Patriarch Huoyun's first thought was that this master was a lunatic. How dare he as I-star dosage dare to challenge a late-stage 8-star dosage in a shadow that was equivalent to the peak 9-star dosage. Long Fei thought in his heart, the Yan clan is one of the 8 ancient tribes after all. It has eased for so long and its background is not comparable to the garbage forces he has done before. There may be some troubles this time, so before going bring Zhu-kun with you. Zhu-kun, after so long the matter on your island has been solved by now. Haven't you found the medium yet? If he can break through Do Emperor he will be of greater use to me. But the net moment he remembered that he had the Dragon Kingdom in his palm, a super perverted cheat. Before going to the Yan clan he planned to go to the Taiyu ancient dragon realm to see how the situation was. Let's go, let the Yan clan go first. Let's go to the Taiyu ancient dragon realm first. Long Fei waved his hand and disappeared directly with ancestor Huoyun. Since being enslaved, Patriarch Huoyun has been able to leave the burning flame valley. This is the power of Long Fei. Even the inapplicable binding force can be easily erased.